3 days ago, I was still worrying about my little supermarket, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, trying to figure out how to sell off expired instant noodles. 3 days later, I was driving my beat-up wooling van, delivering life-saving food to a place called the Doomsday World. The payment I got in return was a heavy stack of gold bars and a bottle of green potion that allowed me to teleport. That sounds pretty cool, right? But now, the client from that Doomsday is whispering in my head, saying that if I just help him take care of someone in my world, he can give me even greater power. I should be scared, but the problem is, I find myself a little tempted. My name is Xiao Chen, and I run a small supermarket at the edge of the village. The young people in the village have all moved to the city, leaving only the elderly. My business is basically waiting to die. This supermarket was my prison, until the order from the Doomsday World appeared. Myriad World's purchasing system activated. Host, please prepare the supplies within 3 hours. The system will then transport the host to Doomsday World Garrison No. 86. The voice exploded directly in my head without any warning. I was so startled I almost jumped out of my skin. Immediately after, a semi-transparent interface appeared before my eyes, displaying the order details and a constantly decreasing countdown timer. System? I tried calling out, but there was no response. It seemed to be a mute system. I quickly reviewed the information that had appeared in my mind. To put it simply, I had become a delivery man connecting various planes of existence, and my clients were all unlucky transmigrators just like the one I was about to meet. My job was to deliver supplies from one world to another. Myriad Worlds purchasing, mission guaranteed. Looking at those words, then at the rapidly dwindling time on the interface, I didn't have time to think. Whether it was real or fake, I'd know after one try. My supermarket's inventory was still reasonably stocked. 500 caddies of rice, 2 boxes of instant noodles, and 500 caddies of flour were quickly loaded onto my beat-up wooling Hongguang van. System, transport. I issued the command in my mind. A flash of white light blinded me, and in an instant, my divine wooling van and I vanished from the supermarket. When I opened my eyes again, the scenery had completely changed. I was inside a massive steel fortress, facing rows of simple sheet metal huts. A young man was excitedly pointing at my vehicle. A wooling. Holy crap, it's a wooling. Brother, are you from Blue Star? Hello, you ordered the rice and instant noodles? I asked, sizing him up. Yes. He rushed over, grabbed my arm, and spoke incoherently with excitement. Brother, you have no idea. I've been transmigrated to this hellhole for 15 years, a full 15 years. I've been living worse than a dog. There are zombies everywhere outside, and the people here are inhuman, always trying to kill me. When I woke up today, this Myriad Worlds ordering system just appeared in my head. My golden finger has finally arrived. His grip was astonishingly strong. I couldn't break free at all. Brother, take me back with you. I've collected a lot of good stuff over the years. I'll give you whatever you want. He cried out, almost in tears. I tried asking the system in my head, and the answer was cold and direct. My system only allows me to return alone. When I relayed this to him, the young man collapsed to the ground, his face a mask of despair. It's over. This place is terrifying. I've brought the things you wanted, I said, pointing to the back of the van. He took a deep breath as if resigning himself to his fate, then stood up. No matter what, I'm happy just to see someone from back home. Brother, I was just too excited. He ran into a sheet metal hut and came back out carrying a box. Brother, this is the payment the system specified. 50 gold bars and a bottle of evolution potion. Gold is pretty much worthless scrap metal here, but this evolution potion is expensive. But with this shipment of food, I can recruit a large number of followers, and then I won't be short on resources. He handed me the box and then eagerly began to unload the goods from my van. Brother, will you be able to come again? He asked, looking at me with longing. I don't know, I said honestly. I'll try again next time. Brother, my name is Guming. I was transmigrated in 19. What about you? The year 24. Not that far apart. Brother, next time you come, can you bring me a few bottles of Coke? I just didn't have the money to pay for it this time. I saw the half-empty bottle of Coke I had left in the driver's seat. He followed my gaze, and his eyes lit up. He lunged for it, grabbed the bottle, and without any hesitation, chugged the rest of it down. It still tastes the same. An expression of immense satisfaction spread across his face. System prompt, transaction complete. Host, please return as soon as possible. The prompt sounded in my head. I didn't delay any longer and got directly into the van. The transaction is complete. I'm leaving. I stepped on the gas, and the van instantly vanished on the spot. When the light faded, I was back in my familiar supermarket. Only then did I let out a sigh of relief. Interplanar transaction successful. Host has returned. Gained 1 settlement point. With the system's voice echoing, I finally had a moment to examine the box in my hands. I opened it and was stunned. There were indeed gold bars in the box, but the quantity was wrong. A 50% commission fee has been deducted. The remainder belongs to the host. The system prompt sounded at the perfect moment. 25 gold bars, 100 grams each, totaling 2,500 grams. At the current price of gold, this was over $1 million. I stared at the box full of gold, my heart pounding violently. Host, please drink the evolution potion as soon as possible. As a reward, the host will directly awaken an ability upon drinking the evolution potion. My gaze shifted from the gold bars to the bottle of green, oily liquid. It looked like wastewater from a sewer. When I opened the cap, a pungent smell shot straight to my brain. Can this thing even be drunk? I muttered. No one answered me. The temptation of an ability ultimately overcame my disgust. I pinched my nose and chugged it down in one go. The taste almost made me vomit on the spot, but the next moment, an intense pain erupted from within my body. My vision went black, and I passed out. When I woke up, up, it was already dark. Congratulations, host, on a successful evolution. You now possess a space ability. The system's voice sounded. I understood immediately. I had gained a 10 square meter personal space and could also perform short-range teleports. With a thought, I looked at a shelf a few meters away, and in the next second, my body appeared there. This ability was heaven-defying. With it, I had a way to protect myself even when visiting other planes. I tried it a few times. The maximum teleportation distance was about 3 meters, but after just a few attempts, a strong wave of dizziness hit me. I collapsed to the ground, completely drained and pale. It seemed I couldn't use this power recklessly. The next morning, I was woken by a knock on the door. I opened it to find a few local thugs from the village standing there. The leader was Xiao Yan, the village chief's son, a good-for-nothing who had run up debts outside and was now hiding back in the village. Relying on his father's position, he often took things from my store without ever paying, calling it running a tab. Xiao Chen, still not open at this hour? Xiao Yan pushed me aside and swaggered in. Brother here is in a bit of a jam. You need to help me out. What do you mean? I looked at him coldly. Lend me some money. Not much, just 10,000, he said with a sly grin. I know you've got it. I don't. I refused directly. His face immediately darkened. Kid, don't be ungrateful. I'm doing you a favor by asking to borrow from you. Believe it or not, I can make sure your supermarket can't stay open. You guys come here, eat my food, take my stuff. When have you ever paid? Exposed, Xiao Yan became furious. So you're not going to show me any respect, huh? He swung his hand to slap my face, but in my eyes, his movement was laughably slow. I easily caught his wrist. You dare to fight back? Brothers, teach him a good lesson. The thugs behind him swarmed forward. I felt as if everything around me was in slow motion. I backhanded Xiao Yan across the face, sending him flying. His nose was crooked. The rest of them, I took down one by one with a single punch each, knocking them all to the ground in seconds. Looking at the men groaning on the floor, even I was a little surprised. The effect of the evolution potion was more potent than I had imagined. Get out! I stared at Xiao Yan, his eyes filled with terror. The group scrambled and crawled their way out. Xiao Chen, just you wait. Before leaving, they didn't forget to leave a threat. I couldn't be bothered with them. Just then, Gu Ming's voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Big brother, are you there? Can you hear me? It's me. Gu Ming, you can talk to me? I was a little surprised. That's great. Big brother, my system has a new contact function, and you're the only one I can contact. Gu Ming's voice was urgent. Big brother, can I ask you for a favor? I know the rules. I definitely won't let you do it for free. You've tried that evolution potion, right? It's good stuff. I have something even better here, as long as you help me with one thing. What kind of better stuff? First, tell me, after you drank the evolution potion, did you awaken an ability? I did. Holy crap. You awakened an ability with less than a 10% chance? What is it? Space. Holy crap. One of the rarest types? Gu Ming's voice was filled with shock. Big brother, help a brother out. You help me, and I'll give you another bottle of evolution potion that can enhance your ability. Tell me, big brother, I was murdered. Help me get revenge. Gu Ming's voice was filled with hatred. As long as you help me get revenge, I'll give you a bottle of intermediate evolution potion. What happened? I was originally from a rich family. After my parents died, I inherited a lot of property and became a target. Those bastards killed me and seized my family's assets. Gu Ming said through gritted teeth. As long as you help me get revenge, I have several anonymous accounts overseas. They'll all be yours. My interest was piqued. I asked for the details. The person who killed him was named Gu Yan, his cousin. Coincidentally, he was in the same city as me. Alright, I'll take on this matter. Big brother, there's no rush. You can handle it when you have time. I'm not short on anything else, just food. Don't worry, I have enough gold bars. With us working together, we'll be invincible. After saying that, Gu Ming cut off the connection. To be a long-term food supplier, my supermarket's inventory was definitely not enough. I needed money to restock. I immediately thought of my childhood friend, Fatty. He owned a gold shop in the city. I sent him a message. Fatty, I have a batch of gold bars to sell. Can you handle it? His voice message came back quickly. Holy crap, old Xiao, did you strike it rich? How much? 25 bars, 100 grams each. Holy crap, that's over $1 million's worth of goods? Fatty, his voice changed. I definitely can't handle it all, but I'll help you find a buyer. Guaranteed to sell it. 1.4 million, top price. Alright, I'm on my way to find you now. I closed the supermarket and drove my wooling towards the city. I met Fatty at the entrance of his gold shop in the city. He took the bag from my hand, waited, and his eyes were filled with shock. Old Xiao, where did you get this? Did a bit of business, I smiled. Alright, I won't ask. He pulled me along. My little shop can't handle this much. I found a reliable buyer for you. He led me to the largest shop at the street corner, Jinyu Tang. This shop was the largest antique and gold store in the city, with a powerful background. On the third floor, an elegant woman was sitting there. She was the owner, Songya. Behind her stood a man in a suit, like a leopard poised to strike. The way he looked at me made me feel a sense of danger instinctively. Our gazes met in midair, and the caution in his eyes deepened. You are Fatty, his friend? Songya spoke, her voice pleasant. My name is Songya. I hear you have a batch of gold to sell? She paused. Normally, I shouldn't ask, but we at Jinyu Tang are also afraid of trouble. Don't worry, it's not from this country, I said directly. Songya was a little surprised but didn't press further. I handed her the bag. The 25 gold bars gleamed under the light. After verifying the goods, Songya asked for my account number very straightforwardly. Soon, 1.4 million was transferred. After Fatty and I left, Sonya asked her bodyguard behind her. You were very tense? That person is very strong. The bodyguard's voice was deep. He looks like an amateur, with no signs of training, but he gave me an exceptionally dangerous feeling, as if he could kill me the moment he decided to strike. A flash of surprise appeared in Sonya's eyes. She hadn't expected the ordinary-looking guy in a wooling to have such capabilities. Have someone look into this person, she said softly. I transferred 100,000 to Fatty he as a finder's fee, which he reluctantly accepted. Then I asked him about someone. Gu Yan, do you know him? The Gu family? Fatty he's expression changed. Old Xiao, how did you get involved with the Gu family? They're not people to mess with. Gu Yan is the city's underground boss, with a lot of men under him. You must not provoke him. After leaving Fatty he, I first called a few suppliers and ordered a large amount of food to be delivered to the supermarket. But when I returned to the village, I found my supermarket had been completely trashed. The glass counters, the shelves, everything was a mess. I didn't need to think to know it was Xiao Yan's doing. The village chief ran over at this moment, feigning concern. Xiao Chun, I know about this. I'll have Xiao Yan pay for the damages. Let's just let it go. Let it go? I sneered. Just because his dad is the village chief? Xiao Chen, this is your fault too. My son was beaten so badly by you this morning. Even if you called the police, you wouldn't be in the right. He began to shift the blame. I couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on him and turned to leave. This father and son had thoroughly enraged me. After nightfall, the village was dead silent. Under the cover of darkness, I silently crept towards the village chief's house. I easily avoided the few cameras in the village by teleporting. I appeared on the balcony of his second floor and happened to overhear the conversation inside. How could you smash someone's store in broad daylight? It was the village chief's voice. So what if I smashed it? That kid was too arrogant, and he dared to hit me. When he's done cleaning up, I'll go smash it again. Xiao Yan shouted arrogantly. The anger in my eyes was about to erupt. When Xiao Yan opened the door to come out, I teleported behind him and chopped the back of his neck with my hand. He passed out without a sound. Then, I used the same method to take down the village chief. I threw the father and son into my personal space. The fact that the space could hold living things was a pleasant surprise. I took them to the mountain behind the village, pulled out a baseball bat I had prepared, and smashed it down on their limbs. The sound of breaking bones was especially clear in the silent mountain forest. Not killing them was the greatest mercy I could show. Back home, I contacted Gu Ming. Brother, did you get any news about that bastard Gu Yan? The Gu family of Yunqing, the underground boss? Yes, that guy is my cousin. As soon as my parents died, he came after me. Brother, you have to take care of that bastard for me. After drinking the evolution potion, my personality seems to have changed. What's going on? I asked, voicing the doubt in my heart. Brother, you noticed? It's nothing. The evolution potion not only evolves your body, but it also amplifies your inner desires. It's normal for things from the doomsday world to have some side effects, so that's how it was. No wonder I couldn't suppress the urge to kill that father and son. But what's done is done. I didn't regret it at all. After chatting with Gu Ming for a bit, I learned that the time flow between the two worlds was different. One day here was a week over there. He urgently needed a large supply of goods. The next morning, the police came to my door. A female officer led the team and got straight to the point, asking where I was last night. At home, sleeping, I said without changing my expression. Xiao Yan and his father had their arms and legs broken last night and were thrown on the mountain behind your house, she said, staring at me intently. Under the effect of the evolution potion, my inner strength surprised even myself. I feigned shock. Really? That's great. I wonder who did it. Those two deserve to be dead. She scrutinized me for a long time but couldn't find any flaws. The police checked the surveillance footage but found nothing. Everyone in the village knew about the feud between Xiao Yan and me, but the father and son were so unpopular and had so many enemies that the police couldn't be sure who did it. After the matter was dropped, I decided to leave the village. I had already stored all the goods from the supermarket in my space, and I didn't care about the remaining junk. I got in my wooling and headed directly for the city. On the way, a new order from Gu Ming came in, 1 ton of food, urgently needed. I immediately called Fatty He and borrowed an empty warehouse of his. After the supplier delivered the goods, I stored the entire ton of food in my space and then chose to transport. Arriving in the doomsday world again, Gu Ming's eyes lit up with excitement when he saw me conjure a mountain of food out of thin air. Brother, you have no idea. In the doomsday world, all we eat is dry, fishy beast meat. With just the rice and flour you gave me, I've recruited several high-level ability users. Now, Garrison no. 86 is all mine. He took me to the top of the fortress. A massive sun in the sky was scorching the earth. The temperature outside was at least 45 degrees Celsius. Brother, now you know why this place isn't suitable for farming, right? This time, the payment was 100 gold bars and a bottle of primary evolution potion. After returning to my world and the system deducted its commission, I was left with 50 gold bars, worth nearly 3 million. I didn't immediately sell this batch of gold. Instead, I asked Fatty He to help me find a more secluded warehouse. He told me that Songya had a 3-story building with a warehouse and a storefront for sale. It was in a remote location, which suited me perfectly, but the asking price was over 3 million. I didn't have enough money. It seemed I couldn't hold on to this batch of gold. I made an appointment with Sonia and went to exchange the house directly with a box of gold bars. Miss Song, I'm short on cash. Please accept this as payment, I said, opening the box. Looking at the box full of gold bars, Sonia's eyes narrowed slightly. She didn't ask any questions and smoothly completed the property transfer procedures with me. Just then, her office door was pushed open, and a young man walked in with a group of people. Sonia, who is he? The young man stared at me, his gaze sharp. My muscles tensed instantly, and a dangerous aura emanated from me. The bodyguard behind Sonya's face changed dramatically. In his eyes, I had transformed into a ferocious beast about to devour its prey. Gu Yan, this is my guest, Sonya said coldly. Gu Yan? I stared at him. This was Gu Ming's cousin, the murderer who had killed him. A flash of killing intent disappeared from my eyes as quickly as it came. Miss Song, I'll be leaving now, I said and turned to leave. Gu Yan's bodyguard immediately followed me out and blocked my way. Kid, Boss Gu wants me to warn you. Don't covet what's not yours, he said, even reaching out to pat my face. I grabbed his arm and squeezed hard. He screamed in pain, clutching his arm and rolling on the ground. I looked up at the floor above. Gu Yan was staring at me angrily through the window. I sneered, got into my Wuling, and drove off. Back at my newly purchased building, I immediately drank the second bottle of evolution potion. The pain was not as intense as the first time. I could clearly feel my strength growing rapidly. I could easily lift a shelf weighing over 100 pounds with one hand. The system's voice sounded, host space ability has increased, teleportation distance has increased, and space has expanded. My personal space had grown from 10 to 20 square meters, and my teleportation distance had increased to 10 meters. Moreover, I no longer felt drained after using it. I had just finished setting up my new supermarket when I sensed something was wrong. Several cars had stopped at my courtyard gate. Gu Yan's bodyguard had brought men with him. Kid, Boss Gu sent me to teach you a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of men rushed at me with short clubs. I grabbed the collar of the man in front, lifted him up, and threw him into the crowd like a sack, instantly knocking down a group of them. They were completely stunned by my strength. Scram! I snarled. The bodyguard was so scared he turned to run. I kicked him in the thigh, and the sound of his leg bone breaking was crisp and clear. I threw him out as well. The group fled in terror. I was about to go back inside when I keenly sensed that someone was watching me from an old building not far behind me. I teleported and appeared directly at the bottom of the building. When the observer came downstairs, I was waiting for him at the entrance. It was Sonya's bodyguard, Lao Lang. His face changed dramatically when he saw me. A distance of 400 meters, and I had arrived in less than half a minute. Spying on me? I stared at him. Mr. Xiao, I mean no harm. Lao Lang was so scared his speech became polite. Our boss would like to talk to you. I followed him back to Jinyu Tang. Lao Lang told Sonya everything he had just seen. Mr. Xiao, it seems I underestimated you, Sonya said, looking at me with a smile. I would like to recruit you now, for 5 million a year. I shook my head directly. I could make more than that by just casually trading some food. In that case, she said, seeing my firm refusal, how about we cooperate? How? Gold. I can provide a large amount of gold. A sharp glint flashed in Sonya's eyes. As long as the source of the goods is not a problem, I'll take all of Mr. Xiao's stock. She didn't ask about the origin of the gold. Regarding the matter with Gu Yan, how do you plan to resolve it? He has no bottom line. Now that you've angered him, he will continuously retaliate against you. What do you want me to do? I asked with a sneer. I knew she wanted to use me to get rid of Gu Yan. Tonight's incident, and the matter in the village, I have already helped you cover them up, Sonya said lightly. Otherwise, do you think with your abilities, combined with the fact that Xiao Yan and his father were crippled, no one would have come looking for you? So that was it. You want me to kill Gu Yan. What do I get? I looked at her and asked directly. Sonya was stunned. She hadn't expected me to be so direct. The surprise in her eyes flashed for a moment and then turned into admiration. Indeed, she said softly. You are just as Lao Lang said, a ferocious beast. And Gu Yan has angered you, this ferocious beast. Sonya's gaze was fixed on Xiao Chen. His expression was unusually serious, not at all joking. In that moment, Sonya realized that Xiao Chen was a very dangerous person. After all, when you ask an ordinary person to kill, they would at least show some emotion. But the person before her showed none at all. Moreover, he was exceptionally serious, clearly prepared to go through with it. This was the part that Sonya found hardest to believe. Although Gu Yan had brought people to find Xiao Chen today, effectively provoking him, it was still shocking that he was ready to eliminate Gu Yan over such a trivial matter. This was no longer a matter of lawlessness. This person truly exuded a murderous intent. What does Mr. Xiao want? Looking at Xiao Chen, Sonya took a deep breath and asked. At that moment, she was genuinely looking at him, now more cautious, because she understood that he was definitely not joking. I haven't thought it through yet. Once I do, I'll let you know, and you'll owe me a favor. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment before speaking. He truly didn't know what he wanted yet. However, it was undoubtedly necessary to make this woman owe him a favor. After all, she was a prominent figure in the city. All right. Upon hearing this, Sonya immediately nodded. Although this promise might be costly, she knew it was her best chance to break free from Gu Yan. If she couldn't escape, then the troubles ahead would only grow larger. Gu Yan had been more than just entangling her lately. He had been coercing her, even though she had a skilled ally like Old Wolf by her side. To be honest, Sonya was still afraid. The main reason was that Gu Yan had backing as well. Moreover, in modern society, no matter how strong you are, it doesn't matter. It's all about connections. Now, with the sudden emergence of someone who didn't care about connections, she naturally wanted to seize the opportunity. Mr. Xiao, there are cameras outside Gu Yan's house, and also, Gu Yan has many people under him, all of whom are armed. Looking at Xiao Chen, Sonya spoke at that moment. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, tell me the address. Since he had already made up his mind, it was best to act quickly. It could also be considered fulfilling the task that Gu Ming had entrusted to him. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Sonya hesitated not at all and quickly provided an address. All right, I'm leaving. After saying this, Xiao Chen stood up and said, I'll help you deal with the person, but afterward, don't let those troubles come looking for me. Xiao Chen squinted his eyes and looked at Sonya, saying, don't worry, those cameras definitely won't catch me. After saying this, he walked away. Upon hearing this, Songya turned to Old Wolf and asked, "Do you think this person can succeed?" "I don't know." Old Wolf replied with a bitter smile. He could fight, but he wasn't Superman. Guyan's men had guns, and he wasn't a match for them. Moreover, even if the other party didn't have skills like his, they had enough manpower. But this person is extremely dangerous. Old Wolf took a deep breath and spoke. He still remembered the previous scenes. At that time, he had almost been scared to the point of wetting his pants. The other party had appeared too quickly, and at that moment, the way the other party looked at him was more like looking at a dead man. After leaving Songya's Jin Yutang, Xiaochen thought for a moment and directly contacted Guming. "Do you know the place? At 108 East Street, Yun City?" "Bro, that's my home." Guming hurriedly replied on the other end of the line. It should have become Guyan's house now. "Bro, are you going to find Guyan?" Guming said anxiously. "Bro, help me kill him. Also, there are quite a few cameras at my house, but it doesn't matter. You can teleport, you can instantly move to the second floor." Guming quickly added, "As long as you get to the second floor and quickly avoid the cameras at my house, there won't be any problem." "Brother, you've consumed 2 bottles of the evolution potion. With your current body, you could dodge bullets. Don't worry, let's do this." Listening to Guming's words, Xiaochen nodded. He naturally understood his abilities now. Along the way, Xiaochen swiftly maneuvered, almost entirely avoiding the crowd, and soon arrived at Guyan's doorstep. Looking at the villa in front of him, Xiaochen squinted slightly, took a deep breath, and instantly activated his teleportation. To ensure safety, he exerted all his strength, teleporting a full 50 meters in one go. The next moment, the scene before Xiaochen changed. He appeared in the bedroom on the second floor. The voice coming from outside was Guyan's. "What are you joking about? That kid injured so many of my men, and you tell me he's just an ordinary farmer?" Guyan's voice was filled with anger. "I don't care. This matter must be resolved, or I won't be able to sleep. Find me people, no matter how many, bring them to me. I want that kid dead." Hearing Guyan's words, Xiaochen narrowed his eyes, fully aware that the person he wanted dead was undoubtedly himself. At that moment, Xiaochen flexed his wrist, waiting for Guyan. "Keep them in the hospital. You go find people right away. I don't care what methods you use, just kill that kid." After Guyan finished the sentence, he turned and walked toward the bedroom. Xiaochen stood in a corner of the bedroom, watching Guyan enter the room. The next moment, Guyan's eyes widened as he looked at Xiaochen, who wore a cold smile. Just as he was about to scream, everything suddenly went dark, and his body vanished. After dealing with Guyan, Xiaochen immediately turned and teleported away, not even alerting anyone in the villa. His movements were quick. With just a few teleports, he had already appeared at the street corner. He then slowly strolled back home. "Guyan has been captured by me. He's now in my space." Chen contacted Gu Ming while observing Guyan in the space. He had always been curious, if possible, could he bring this guy to the apocalypse world? He wanted to give it a try. If it worked out, that would be great. If not, well, if he died, he died. He couldn't care less. However, just as this thought arose, the system in his mind directly denied Xiao Chen's decision. Warning, unable to carry weak organisms across dimensions. The voice in his mind stunned Xiao Chen, but looking at Guyan, he indeed seemed like a very weak organism. It seems like humans can't be brought over. Xiao Chen sighed helplessly and then contacted Gu Ming to ask what to do. "Brother, kill him. Do whatever it takes. I want him to die a miserable death." On the other end, Gu Ming shouted excitedly, "Brother, you don't know, this guy broke my limbs and even stuffed me in concrete." That same night, Xiao Chen teleported several times out of the city and into the wilderness before releasing Guyan. Guyan felt a flash in his eyes and suddenly found himself in the wild. And in front of him was still Xiao Chen. At that moment, fear filled his face and he was so scared that he urinated himself. "Are you human or ghost?" Looking at Xiao Chen, Gu Yan shouted in terror. He was genuinely afraid. His memory only recalled returning to the room and seeing Xiao Chen. He hadn't even had time to scream before the scene in front of him changed, and he found himself in the wilderness. This bizarre situation made him realize that he seemed to have provoked something dirty. "What do you think?" Xiao Chen asked with a smile. "Brother, I was wrong. I truly didn't know you had such abilities." Gu Yan hurriedly spoke, looking at Xiao Chen. "I promise, from now on, my people will absolutely not provoke you." At this moment, Gu Yan trembled all over, speaking to Xiao Chen. He even disregarded the fact that he had wet his pants and knelt on the ground. "This won't do. You have to die today." Xiao Chen looked at Gu Yan and said coldly, "Brother, why is that?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yan was instantly stunned. He looked at Xiao Chen in terror and said, "It can't be. Although my people disturbed you, you didn't suffer any loss. Don't worry, I definitely won't cause any more trouble. Brother, I have money. Just name a number and I will definitely give it to you." Gu Yan said in a panic. He was truly scared and absolutely dared not provoke someone like this again. Someone who could silently take him out to the wilderness. Whoever provoked such a person would surely die. He understood this all too well, so every word Gu Yan said at this moment was sincere. "Brother, we don't have any major grudges, do we?" Gu Yan looked at Xiao Chen and spoke. "True." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "But I was entrusted to collect a debt from you." Looking at Gu Yan, Xiao Chen spoke. "What debt? How much?" "I'll pay." Upon hearing this, Gu Yan hurriedly replied. At this moment, any notion of the dignity of a big shot in the underworld was gone. He just wanted to stay alive. "That person is called Gu Ming. You know him, right?" Xiao Chen asked with a smile as he looked at Gu Yan. But upon hearing this, Gu Yan's expression suddenly changed dramatically. "You know Gu Ming?" At this moment, Gu Yan's face was filled with fear as he trembled and asked. A few years ago, he was just a follower under his second uncle, but then his uncle suddenly died. At that time, he had set his sights on Gu Ming, who told that kid to just know how to play. So, he swallowed all of his uncle's money and even forced Gu Ming to death. By now, Gu Ming's body was probably already decayed. At this moment, someone suddenly came looking for him, claiming to collect a debt for Gu Ming. "Brother, did you have a past with my second uncle?" Gu Yan asked. He couldn't believe that a second-generation rich kid could know such a person, but his second uncle was indeed a prominent figure back then. So, Xiao Chen must know his uncle. I don't know him, but Gu Ming called me brother. He asked me to kill you. So here I am. Xiao Chen looked at him with a smile and said, what do you think? Should I kill you? How is that possible? Gu Yan said anxiously, brother, are you mistaken? My cousin has been dead for many years. Yes. Xiao Chen nodded and said, you even sealed him up with cement. Xiao Chen looked at him and said, he also asked me to dig him up later and find a place to bury him. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Gu Yan suddenly felt a chill at his neck. Are you a ghost? Gu Yan looked at Xiao Chen and shouted in terror, and at that moment he turned to run. But the next moment, as he turned, he saw Xiao Chen's figure suddenly appear right in front of him, looking at him with a cold smile. At that moment he was so scared that he wet himself again. Brother, how much benefit did my cousin give you? Just say it and I will definitely give you double. Gu Yan said urgently as he looked at Xiao Chen. He's dead, any benefits are useless now. It would be better to cooperate with me. I will definitely give you what you want. As he said this, Gu Yan looked at Xiao Chen with hope in his eyes. Unfortunately, what he saw was Xiao Chen's indifference. Sorry. Xiao Chen sighed and said, what he gave me, you can't afford. After saying this, he directly grabbed Gu Yan's neck and lifted him up little by little. With his neck being squeezed, Gu Yan desperately tried to struggle, but it was utterly useless. He was lifted directly by Xiao Chen, and the feeling of suffocation kept washing over him. At that moment, his eyes were filled with pleading, but Xiao Chen remained unmoved. He just stared coldly at him while slightly tightening his grip. In an instant, Gu Yan was crushed to death by Xiao Chen. Looking at the corpse in his hands, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and then stored the body in his space. When the time comes to go to Gu Ming, he will directly hand over the corpse to Gu Ming. After that, he quickly moved to the location Gu Ming mentioned and found the spot where Gu Yan had buried it in the cement floor. Using his current body, Xiao Chen punched down, cracking the cement. Immediately, he acted swiftly, digging up the area and uncovering a barrel. Inside the barrel was Gu Ming's corpse. He also stored it in his space, and after completing all this, Xiao Chen quickly left. By the time he returned home, it was almost midnight and Xiao Chen went straight to bed. The next morning, when Xiao Chen woke up, he first notified Gu Ming, telling her that Gu Yan was dead. Additionally, he asked Gu Ming to place an order so that when he delivered the goods, he could also hand over both his and Gu Yan's corpses. Just after contacting Gu Ming, the doorbell at Xiao Chen's house rang. Opening the door, he saw Songya and Old Wolf standing at his doorstep. At that moment, Songya looked at Xiao Chen with intense eyes. Gu Yan is missing. Songya took a deep breath and asked Xiao Chen, Mr. Xiao, what do you think happened to him? No matter what happened, he will never appear again in this lifetime. Xiao Chen replied. Songya and Old Wolf immediately showed a look of surprise. Last night, after this guy left Jin Yutang, he went straight to find Gu Yan. Moreover, the strict security of the Gu family had no effect at all. Gu Yan simply went missing at home. Even all the surveillance cameras of the Gu family failed to capture how he disappeared. This was too bizarre. At this moment, Songya's gaze towards Xiao Chen had completely changed. I understand now. Songya nodded, and then smiled, saying, now I know. I owe Mr. Xiao a favor. Looking at Xiao Chen, at that moment, Songya said with a smile. Then, her gaze turned to Xiao Chen, saying, Mr. Xiao can come to me for anything you need. Okay. When Xiao Chen heard Songya say this, he nodded. What he needed was exactly this, right? After all, what he lacked in the real world was actually connections and foundation. On the other hand, Songya, as the owner of Jin Yutang, had her own connections and foundation in the city. Moreover, as he continued to traverse time and space, he would definitely bring back a lot of gold and other items. When that time comes, he would need some people to help him handle things. After all, once he encountered unfamiliar people, he would quickly be targeted. But Songya definitely wouldn't be one of them. For one, she knew her own abilities and understood that making someone disappear was a simple matter. That was enough. As long as she had this, Songya would not dare to act recklessly. After chatting with Xiao Chen for a few moments, Songya got up to leave. After watching Songya leave, on the other side, Gu Ming kept calling out to Xiao Chen, bro, did you really take care of Gu Yan? Is that guy dead? Gu Ming asked excitedly. I've wanted to kill him for a long time. He's dead. Place your order and I'll come find you now. Xiao Chen replied. He still remembered the account Gu Ming mentioned. If Gu Ming's overseas account still had a lot of money, then he wouldn't need to worry about anything else. Alright, bro, just wait. Soon, Gu Ming began to place the order, glancing at what he needed, most of which was still food. In the apocalyptic world, food was scarce, and Xiao Chen knew that. So, without any hesitation, he directly stored a large amount of food in his space, and the next moment he chose to traverse. As soon as Xiao Chen appeared in front of Gu Ming, he eagerly grabbed Xiao Chen and asked, bro, is that guy really dead? Xiao Chen smiled, then extended his hand, and in the next second, a large pile of food and 2 corpses appeared before him. Not a corpse that was nothing but white bones, still covered in cement debris, lay there, while the other was Gu Yan. Looking at Gu Yan's appearance, Gu Ming's face turned particularly ugly at that moment. Damn it, he's really dead. Gu Ming cursed. Then, with a complex expression, he glanced at the other skeleton. After all, that was his own corpse. He felt an extraordinary sense of the mystical. He had crossed over and could still see his own body. This feeling was quite magical. Brother, thank you. Gu Ming turned to Xiao Chen and said, brother, I won't be polite with you. I felt that my cousin was going to make a move against me, so I transferred a lot of money overseas. I was even preparing to live abroad, but unexpectedly, before I could leave, he caught me and killed me. So, the over 100 million US dollars in my overseas account are all yours now. Gu Ming said with a smile, while giving Xiao Chen a password. An overseas anonymous account, as long as you input the account number and password, you can withdraw the money. After remembering this password, Xiao Chen nodded and then took the supplies from Gu Ming's hands, preparing to leave. Brother, next time you come, help me get more vegetables and fruits. Just eating grains isn't enough, Gu Ming said. In the past, wanting to have a staple food was a luxury. Now, he particularly missed his time on Earth. After all, that place really had everything one could want. Alright, Xiao Chen took the gold bars and was ready to leave. I've prepared a bottle of intermediate evolution potion for you. Even in the apocalypse world, it's quite expensive. Anyway, I put a lot of effort into this one bottle, Gu Ming said, handing the box to Xiao Chen. Upon receiving the box, Xiao Chen's eyes immediately lit up. His current abilities all relied on evolution potions, and he had already consumed 2 bottles. Moreover, this time it was an intermediate evolution potion, so the effects would definitely be more powerful. I'm leaving. After saying this, Xiao Chen left immediately. The apocalypse world was very mysterious, but he didn't want to stay there any longer. After all, that place wasn't safe. Unlike Earth, which was particularly safe. Back at his residence, just as Xiao Chen was about to drink the potion, in his hand, a knock sounded at the door. When he opened the door, he saw 2 people standing outside, a man and a woman, both looking at Xiao Chen with scrutinizing eyes. Especially the woman, who was staring intently at Xiao Chen. Are you Xiao Chen? The woman said, looking at him. Regarding the case of Gu Yan's disappearance, we hope you can come with us. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded without a hint of panic. Gu Yan was missing, and just yesterday, he had been preparing to deal with him. Everyone was clear about this. So, it made sense for him to go and cooperate with the investigation. In the interrogation room, a group of people asked Xiao Chen a lot of questions. The kid kept saying he didn't know that he was sleeping at home last night. The key was that they had checked all the surveillance footage and found no evidence of Xiao Chen leaving. Soon, Song Ya's lawyer arrived and bailed Xiao Chen out. After being taken away by the lawyer, Xiao Chen went directly to Jin Yutang, where Song Ya was already waiting for him. Mr. Xiao, don't worry, there's no trouble, Song Ya said with a smile. Gu Yan was never a good person. He had long been targeted by someone. However, with you doing this, Gu Yan has gone missing, and the boss behind Gu Yan is getting a bit restless. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and asked, that boss behind him won't come looking for trouble with me, will he? As he said this, Xiao Chen's gaze carried a hint of coldness. Eradicating the roots was not his style. If the other party had their eyes on him to reduce unnecessary trouble, he wouldn't mind if a few more went missing. Mr. Xiao, rest assured, if the other party has any brains, they won't provoke you. Upon hearing this, Song Ya let out a dry laugh. She could tell that Xiao Chen was planning to take out a few more. This person was simply unbelievable, ready to kill at the slightest provocation. How come I never knew before that such a guy lived in this small Yin city? It's probably for the best. Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this. He wasn't worried about his safety. In fact, he had become quite formidable in a true sense. As long as it wasn't a large-scale weapon of mass destruction, it didn't concern him much. Of course, even if it were a large-scale weapon, his ability to teleport quickly meant he could likely evade it. So, he was genuinely fearless. Xiao Chen ultimately didn't ask who was behind Gu Yan. After all, it was no longer important. If the other party really wanted to take action against him, Xiao Chen certainly wouldn't hold back. After bidding farewell to Song Ya, Xiao Chen went straight back to his small supermarket. He took out the intermediate evolution potion in his hand and gulped it down. As the potion entered his system, he felt his physical strength continuously expanding, and even his abilities were growing, especially his spatial ability, which was expanding rapidly. The space that had originally been 20 square meters instantly expanded to 200 square meters. A tenfold increase in space made Xiao Chen's eyes light up. At the same time, he noticed that his teleportation had become faster. With just a thought, he could teleport instantly. After continuously experimenting for a full 5 minutes, he finally felt a slight dizziness. He understood that his teleportation skill had truly undergone a transformation. After all, with 5 minutes of continuous teleportation, Xiao Chen estimated he could even travel from the west of the city to the east. This level of ability clearly indicated that Xiao Chen's strength had reached a powerful degree. Just as Xiao Chen was feeling pleased, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. You have a new order, please check. With the voice ringing in his head, Xiao Chen was taken aback. What does that brat Gu Ming want from me? He had just returned from Gu Ming and now had to go back? Thinking of this, Xiao Chen quickly checked the order in his mind, but the next second, he was stunned. Interdimensional travel, ancient dimension. Please prepare a large quantity of antibiotics and cold weapons. Looking at the information in his mind, Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback. Antibiotics and cold weapons? An ancient dimension? At that moment, he was truly dumbfounded. So, a new dimension had opened? Thinking of this, he immediately felt a headache coming on. This is a supermarket. Where would he get antibiotics and cold weapons? Especially cold weapons, while they might seem easy to obtain, regulated knives were a bit troublesome. After some thought, Xiao Chen had no choice but to seek help from Song Ya. Mr. Xiao, is there something you need? Song Ya's voice came through the phone. Yes, I need a bit of help. He was well aware that he and Song Ya were in the same boat, so there was no need for pleasantries. I need a large quantity of antibiotics, and if you can get some iron tools, that would be best. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, can you help me get them? Iron tools? Song Ya was taken aback on the other end. Mr. Xiao needs a large quantity of iron tools? They have some use, Xiao Chen said with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Song Ya frowned slightly. Antibiotics are fine. I have a pharmacy under my name that can provide some medicine for you, but iron tools, how soon do you need them? Song Ya immediately asked. In half an hour, Xiao Chen said helplessly. That was pushing it, and he wasn't sure if he could get iron tools in that time. Song Ya was at a loss. Half an hour was simply not enough time. Anything that can be used as a weapon will do, anything at all, Xiao Chen said, equally helpless. He knew that this interdimensional travel would likely involve casualties and would require a large number of weapons. For now, he could only gather what he could. Mr. Xiao, I have a construction site under my name, and a new batch of rebar has just arrived. On the other end of the phone, Songya said helplessly. The other party was too anxious. The only thing she could think of was the rebar from her site. Besides, if things really got physical, it would definitely be much more powerful than ordinary swords. Sure. Xiao Chen's eyes immediately lit up. Rebar is a good thing. Its hardness is unimaginable. With this in mind, Xiao Chen directly spoke up. Can you deliver the medicine and rebar to me within half an hour? Don't worry, I'll give the order right now. It can be delivered in just over 20 minutes. Upon hearing this, Songya hurriedly replied. After saying this, she immediately hung up the phone to give instructions. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen anxiously waited in place. He wondered what kind of personality this person from this dimension had. Would they be easy to get along with? Moreover, in an ancient dimension, needing so many medicines and weapons, this person must have considerable ambition. While waiting, soon, Old Wolf had already delivered a lot of items. After having them pile the items in the yard, Xiao Chen sent Old Wolf away. Mr. Xiao, I'll take my leave now, Old Wolf said, looking at Xiao Chen. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, thank you, I will definitely pay this amount tomorrow. Upon hearing Xiao Chen say this, Old Wolf quickly shook his head and said, our boss said these are all a gift for you. He didn't know why Xiao Chen needed such a large quantity of medicines and ironware, but this was definitely not the time to inquire about someone else's secrets. So, after delivering the items, he left immediately. After all, staying here might lead to uncovering their secrets. Once he confirmed that Old Wolf had really left, Xiao Chen packed all the items into his space. In the next moment, Xiao Chen chose to traverse dimensions. With a flash of light, everything in front of Xiao Chen had completely changed. At this moment, what appeared before Xiao Chen was a wasteland, and not far from the wasteland, a group of people was looking at him. The group of people looked astonished as they watched Xiao Chen appear. In fact, many of them knelt down directly upon seeing Xiao Chen suddenly appear. It's a deity. It really is a deity. The fourth prince didn't lie to us. The leader of the group knelt down and shouted loudly, deity, please save our fourth prince. Xiao Chen looked at their expressions and then glanced around. These people were all injured and looked particularly disheveled. Where is your fourth prince? Xiao Chen immediately realized that the fourth prince they mentioned should be his client, the same traverser. Please, immortal, follow me. Upon hearing this, a group of people immediately led the way, and soon, Xiao Chen saw a person. He was lying on a bed, severely injured, and when he saw Xiao Chen, he excitedly tried to get up. Are you from Earth? Looking at Xiao Chen, the person asked. Yes. Xiao Chen nodded and said, it seems you are quite injured. My name is Xiao. The person looked at Xiao Chen and said, I come from the year 2024. Ha, my current world is also in 2024. Xiao Chen replied upon hearing this. Xiao Chen looked at Xiao. This person was injured, but it wasn't too serious. However, due to excessive blood loss, his face was slightly pale. After he had his subordinates leave, only Xiao Chen and Xiao were left sitting face to face. How did it come to this? Xiao Chen asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao sighed and said, rebellion, there are bound to be troubles. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback, then carefully looked at Xiao in front of him. This kid was quite bold. I heard them say you are the fourth prince. Xiao Chen asked with a smile. Yes. Xiao nodded. The son least favored by the current emperor who has been sent to the cold palace since childhood. So, I found an opportunity to run away. Just so happened, my cheap old dad died, and I started to rebel. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, yesterday I was surrounded and nearly killed by a group of people. My men fought to save me, but the problem now is that I'm short on weapons and medicine. My subordinates don't have any decent weapons. Otherwise, with those misfits, I could definitely take them down. As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, after awakening the universal purchasing system, I thought about whether I should get some guns and ammunition, take them all out at once, but to my surprise, there's none of that in there. He looked at Xiao Chen with frustration and said, bro, give me a straight answer. Can you get some? The price is negotiable. He pointed to a large box beside him and said, this is for you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen opened the box. Inside were plenty of jewelry and antiques. This place has a different history from our Earth, so some famous figures never appeared. Otherwise, I could have gotten you some paintings. Saying this, Xiao looked at Xiao Chen and asked, bro, did you bring anything this time? His eyes were filled with anticipation. You're too eager. To be honest, I really didn't know how to get things, so I just brought some medicine and a batch of rebar. Rebar? When Xiao heard Xiao Chen say this, his eyes immediately lit up. This stuff would definitely be a divine weapon in ancient times. Its hardness is not something ordinary weapons can match. How much rebar do you have? Xiao asked excitedly. This was exactly what he needed. If Xiao Chen could bring a large quantity of rebar, that would be enough. At this moment, he looked at Xiao Chen with a face full of surprise. A few tons. Xiao Chen smiled and said, that's enough, huh? That's plenty. Upon hearing this, Xiao immediately nodded and said, bro, I need this stuff urgently. I wasn't well prepared this time. Next time you come, I'll definitely get you some good stuff. He then looked at Xiao Chen and asked, bro, do you think I can go back to Earth for a visit? He looked at Xiao Chen with a face full of hope. To be honest, this was what he wanted to know the most. No, Xiao Chen said helplessly, my ability only allows me to transport supplies back. As for people, I can't send them back. He knew this was the system's way of preventing him from cheating by sending people back. What a pity. Upon hearing this, Xiao sighed, then looked at Xiao Chen and said, can you do me a favor? I have a sister on Earth. I don't know how she's doing. My body over there has long since gone cold and I might already be buried. Please take care of my sister. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, my sister is very beautiful. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was taken aback. How did you die? With Guming's experience, he understood that if he hadn't died, he wouldn't be here. Cancer, late stage. Xiao said nonchalantly. My sister has suffered a lot because of me, so if you see her, please take good care of her. Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this. No matter the reason, he and Xiao were now in the same boat. Bro, where are the supplies? After saying all this, Xiao looked at Xiao Chen and asked. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen waved his hand and a large pile of medicine appeared in front of him. Seeing this scene, Xiao's eyes immediately lit up. Bro, put the stuff away again. Let's go out and put on a show for them. At this moment, Xiao looked at Xiao Chen with burning eyes. He understood that this scene would bring a tremendous shock to people in this feudal society. Moreover, just with this move, he could claim that he had received guidance from a deity. I'm rebelling. He pulled Xiao Chen and said, with your skills, I can rally who knows how many people. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled and put away the items. It's truly amazing. Xiao, watching this scene, spoke up. Brother, how did you get this? His eyes sparkled with curiosity. My special ability. Xiao Chen replied. Can I get it too? At that moment, Xiao asked with excitement in his eyes. I'll ask about it later. Xiao Chen said. It was not easy to gain another customer. He couldn't let this guy die. Later, he could get some evolution potions from Gu Ming to use on this fellow, which would be nice. Great. Xiao nodded immediately upon hearing this. As long as there was a chance, it was a good thing. So, at that moment, Xiao cheerfully led Xiao Chen out. Outside, many people were already waiting. When they saw Xiao and the celestial figure appear, many showed signs of excitement. Everyone, this is my brother, a celestial being from the heavens. Today, my brother has come to deliver many medicines and weapons. As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and when a large amount of rebar and medicines appeared before them, everyone was stunned. Although they had initially thought Xiao Chen was a celestial being, after all, he had appeared so abruptly, nothing compared to the scene they were witnessing now. The ground covered in steel and the piles of cardboard represented Xiao Chen's terrifying presence. Is this fine steel? Many pointed at the rebar, their faces filled with astonishment. Some of the rebar had already been cut and holding it felt particularly handy. Of course, there were still many in their original form. Alright, I've given you the items, I'm leaving now, Xiao Chen said and walked away. He had already been here for quite some time. Okay, brother, my sister's name is Xiaoyusen, you must help me find her. Xiao hurriedly said upon hearing this. Xiao Chen nodded, glanced at the box in front of Xiao, which contained many antiques and gold and jade items. He directly gathered these items into his face, and then, under everyone's gaze, Xiao Chen instantly disappeared. Watching Xiao Chen leave, Xiao turned around. At this moment, those people were already looking at him with fervor. After all, their prince could summon celestial beings from all over the world. After Xiao Chen returned, he opened the box to take a look. Sure enough, just as he had seen, the jewelry had directly decreased by half. However, even so, these items were already sufficient. He took these items with him, and then, Xiao Chen also took all the gold bars he had previously obtained from Gu Ming and went to the Golden Jade Hall. Outside the Golden Jade Hall, when Xiao Chen arrived, Old Wolf hurriedly came out. Mr. Xiao, our boss lady is waiting for you inside. Seeing Xiao Chen, Old Wolf said. In a rush. Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this and quickly followed Old Wolf inside. Sonya was still sitting on the sofa, her long legs wrapped in black stockings were too eye-catching. As soon as Xiao Chen entered, he was captivated by Sonya's long legs. Feeling Xiao Chen's gaze, Sonya was not angry at all. Instead, she showcased herself to him. Mr. Xiao, you didn't come today just to see me, did you? Sonya asked with a smile. Of course not. Xiao Chen shook his head upon hearing this, and then he quickly handed the box in his hand to Sonya, saying, here's a batch of goods. Alright. Sonya smiled and nodded, then opened the box. However, as soon as the box was opened, a look of surprise appeared on her face. She had originally thought that Xiao Chen would bring gold bars like last time. After all, Xiao Chen had already brought quite a few gold bars. And of course, with Xiao Chen's abilities, even if he brought more gold bars, Sonya wouldn't be surprised. But when she opened the box and took a look, she was stunned. Besides some gold bars, the rest turned out to be antiques and some jewelry. She took them out one by one, her face full of astonishment. She was originally in the antique business, and these items were something Jin Yutang had dabbled in. Mr. Xiao, I'm very curious, where did you get these things? After saying this, she hurriedly added, I don't mean to pry into your affairs, Mr. Xiao, but even though your items are old, I can't tell the dynasty. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He naturally understood why. According to Xiao, these items did not belong to this plane. After all, the ancient plane where Xiao was from had never appeared in this world. I don't know either. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, I got them from overseas. Great. Sonya nodded and said, now I understand. Sonya took out the items one by one, even having Old Wolf bring in several experts. Xiao Chen sat there watching as these experts took out the items and examined them one by one. In terms of age, this item is at least 500 years old, but the style. Some experts excitedly debated as they had never seen such styles of antiques before. Soon, they discussed among themselves and ultimately gave Sonya an appraisal. Price. Mr. Xiao, for all these items, I'll price them at 10 million. Upon hearing the quote, Sonya spoke without any hesitation. A price of 10 million was already quite high, at least more profitable than Xiao Chen's dealings in the apocalyptic world for gold. Indeed, antiques were the most lucrative. After receiving the money, Xiao Chen stood up and prepared to leave. Mr. Xiao, won't you join me for a meal? Sonya looked at Xiao Chen with a smile in her eyes and asked. To be honest, she was particularly curious about Xiao Chen. This person had already made quite a bit of money from her in such a short time. Moreover, it seemed he had a group of powerful figures behind him. Next time. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen shook his head. He was still a bit wary of this woman. On one hand, it was because this woman was not as simple as she appeared. On the other hand, it was because Sonya was very cunning. Watching Xiao Chen leave, Sonya squinted slightly and said nothing. She indeed wanted to understand Xiao Chen, but she didn't dare to get too close. This person was very dangerous. She understood that well. After leaving Jin Yutang, Xiao Chen turned and went to the next door to He Pangzi. Xiao Chen. Seeing Xiao Chen come over, He Pingzi hurriedly said, I was just looking for you. What's up? Xiao Chen asked curiously. It's still about that village matter. The village chief and his son have been discharged from the hospital, and good grief, Xiao Yan insists it was you who did it. I heard they even sent people to your house and smashed it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. Could that guy Xiao Yan still move? Seeing Xiao Chen's confusion, He Pingzi helplessly said, you don't know, that guy Xiao Yan can't move, but his group of lackeys can. They directly smashed your house. He Pingzi said, even though you've moved to the city, your old house has been wrecked like this. Don't let them off the hook. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly said, alright, I understand. I'll handle this myself. I'm leaving now. After saying this, Xiao Chen prepared to leave. However, he was stopped by He Pingzi. Xiao Chen, although I don't know what you did before, if you take action again, your suspicion will be too great. Looking at Xiao Chen, He Pingzi lowered his voice and said, this time, why don't you hold back? Xiao Chen naturally understood that the first time he hurt the other party, there was no evidence at all and that father and son had offended quite a few people. So, it was impossible to find anyone. But this time, after Xiao Yan had just smashed his house, if the other party was dealt with again, he would definitely not be able to escape suspicion. Be why that time, it was actually a hassle for Xiao Chen as well. After all, he was constantly traversing different dimensions and being watched, which made things difficult for him. Alright, I understand. Xiao Chen patted He Fatty's shoulder and said, don't worry, I'll handle it. Also, Jin Ku is coming back soon. Suddenly, He Fatty spoke up while looking at Xiao Chen. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's body stiffened. His expression darkened a few shades at that moment. Jin Ku, Xiao Chen's childhood sweetheart, had broken up with him and left a few years ago due to certain circumstances. I got it, Xiao Chen said with a smile, turning to leave. He didn't want to deal with Jin Ku's matters for now, but the Xiao father and son were truly something else. Both of them were already disabled, yet they still thought about making things difficult for him. If he tolerated this time, he wouldn't be able to stand the humiliation. However, at certain times, it seemed he didn't even need to take action himself. Turning around, he walked back into Jin Yutang. Mr. Xiao, why are you back again? Are you planning to have dinner with me? Seeing Xiao Chen return, Songya asked with a smile. Xiao Chen looked at the woman in front of him, who had a charming smile, and couldn't help but think that she really looked good when she smiled. He looked at Songya and said, I have something I need to trouble you with, President Song. Please, Mr. Xiao. Upon hearing this, Songya nodded and said, whatever I can do, I will definitely help you with. Songya was very clear about the status of the person in front of her. She was currently thinking about getting on good terms with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen recounted all the matters from his hometown to Songya. Upon hearing this, Songya's gaze immediately brightened with a hint of a smile. Are you asking me to take action, Mr. Xiao? I will take care of them, Xiao Chen said calmly, but it will still attract some trouble. Songya nodded and said, in that case, let's go through the proper channels. Don't worry, I'll handle this. As she spoke, she looked at the old wolf behind her, who immediately understood and left. However, since I've helped Mr. Xiao with such a big favor, it wouldn't be right not to treat me to a meal, right? Xiao Chen looked at Songya, unsure why the woman was smiling, yet her eyes held a different meaning. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen agreed directly. Having a meal with Songya wasn't a big deal. Upon hearing this, Songya immediately showed a hint of joy and pulled Xiao Chen, saying, alright, it's settled then. Let's go, she said, dragging Xiao Chen along. Xiao Chen could only follow Songya, and throughout the journey, her gaze was fixed on him. Instead, Xiao Chen felt a bit uneasy under her intense stare. For some reason, as she looked at him so intently, he felt a chill in his heart. He was particularly nervous during the entire trip. Finally arriving at the hotel, just as Xiao Chen and Songya got out of the car, a woman coming towards them paused when she saw Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen? Just as Xiao Chen got out of the car, he heard the voice from across and his body trembled slightly. Turning around, he saw a woman hugging a short man. Looking at Xiao Chen with a face full of surprise, Xiao Chen sighed as he looked at her. He Fatty really had a mouth of a crow. Just moments ago, he had said that Jin Ku was coming back, and now, Xiao Chen saw her right away. Moreover, she appeared at the hotel entrance with a man. Looking at Jin Ku, Xiao Chen's expression was particularly complicated. They had been childhood sweethearts. Back then, Jin Ku's family was impoverished, and if it weren't for Xiao Chen, she might not have even graduated high school. After graduating from high school, Jin Ku suddenly left without a word, saying she was going overseas. At that time, Xiao Chen had no idea why. Later, he heard that Jin Ku had gotten involved with someone else, who took her abroad. It was also because of this relationship that Xiao Chen had not sought out other women for so many years. Now, looking at Jin Ku again, he only felt a sense of misfortune. Jin Ku's gaze was complex, and more than that, it was likely awkward. Just as she was about to speak, Songya suddenly walked up to Xiao Chen, linking her arm with his, and smiled, saying, why didn't you wait for me? Suddenly being linked like this by Songya, Xiao Chen was taken aback. Not only Xiao Chen, but even Jin Ku in front of him was stunned. She stared blankly at Xiao Chen. Especially next to Xiao Chen, Songya was incredibly beautiful. In front of this woman, she felt a clear sense of inferiority. The man beside Jin Ku, upon seeing Songya, had a gleam in his eyes and suddenly walked towards her. Miss, my name is Zhang Ming. The short, chubby man suddenly smiled at Songya and said, do you know Tianming Group? That's my family's business. Oh? Songya glanced at Zhang Ming and then smiled at Xiao Chen, saying, let's go. Time to eat. Songya naturally knew about Tianming Group, a nondescript little company that she didn't take seriously at all. Being so ignored by Songya, Zhang Ming's expression changed instantly. After all, he was a rich second generation, and at that moment his gaze towards Songya held a hint of anger. He had never been so disregarded overseas. Just as he was about to block Songya, he was stunned the next moment, because he saw the hotel manager standing at the entrance, already waiting. Upon seeing Songya, the manager immediately came forward. President Song, you're here, please. The manager smiled humbly, looking at Songya and said, I've made arrangements, you and Mr. Xiao can
go in now?
As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Hello, Mr. Xiao. My name is Wang Hao, the manager of this hotel.
If you have any needs in the future, you can find me."
Saying this, he led Xiao Chen and Songya upstairs while introducing the hotel to Xiao Chen, the largest hotel in the city and also the highest rated. Seeing Xiao Chen's gaze turn towards her,
Songya smiled lightly and said, "This hotel is mine. Next time you come, it's free."
Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled and said nothing. He was not surprised at all that Songya owned such a hotel. After all, Songya was not as simple as she appeared. Meanwhile, standing behind Xiao Chen, Zhang Ming and Qin Ke both looked at Xiao
Chen, who was being surrounded as he entered.
Qin Ke's gaze was complex as she looked at Xiao Chen. She truly regretted it. A few years ago, for a better life, she chose to leave Xiao Chen and fell into Zhang Ming's arms, but over the years, Zhang Ming had not treated her well. Now, she had just returned and unexpectedly saw her ex-boyfriend. The other party was actually with a woman more beautiful than herself, and it seemed he was doing exceptionally well. This was something Qin Ke found hard to accept. After leaving her, he had become better and better. On the contrary, Zhang Ming, upon seeing how Songya was treated, had a hint of fear on his face.
"Do you know that man?" Zhang Ming asked in a
lowered voice.
"I do."
Qin Ke nodded and said, "A few years ago, he was just a poor kid. How is that possible?" Zhang Ming sneered and said, "You have no idea about the background of this hotel. My dad told me that this hotel has a deep background. Anyone treated like this is definitely from a prominent family. People like that could never be a poor kid." After saying this, he sighed. Upon hearing this, Qin Ke was slightly stunned. She knew Xiao Chen's background too well, having grown up with him. They were both orphans, and Xiao Chen's parents had passed away when he was in his teens. She knew how hard Xiao Chen had it back then. It was because of this that she felt Xiao Chen could not provide her with a future. Now, how could it have developed to such a point? Ex-girlfriend? Looking at Xiao Chen, Songya smiled and asked at that moment. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. The woman before him was quite clever. It was impossible to hide anything from her. I never expected that Mr. Xiao actually has such experiences, Songya said with a smile. She was particularly curious about Xiao Chen. After all, he could now be considered quite extraordinary. However, according to her investigation, Xiao Chen was completely just an ordinary person. In fact, he was even less than an average person. This was why she was so curious at this moment. During the meal, it was almost entirely Songya who was talking while Xiao Chen was fully alert. There was no way around it. This woman was too shrewd, even subtly probing for information. However, these were all trivial matters, and when it came to Xiao Chen's secrets, she refrained from asking. So, she was quite measured in her approach. At that moment, Old Wolf hurriedly walked in. Looking at Xiao Chen, he said, "Mr. Xiao, I have already arranged for a legal team to go directly over, and I have reported to the police. The evidence is solid. Those who vandalized your house will be sent away, at least for 5 years." Old Wolf looked at Xiao Chen and continued, "Once they are inside, they will suffer various accidents and end up disabled." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. With Old Wolf making these arrangements, what more could he say? Everything was resolved. As for Xiao Yan and his son, since they are already disabled, even if convicted, they won't be able to serve time. After all, they can't even turn their lives around now. Old Wolf spoke up. "However, we will arrange for someone to demand money from them to repair your home." Listening to this, Xiao Chen nodded and didn't say much more. That was the old house left to him by his parents, and for now, he didn't need to return. After all, there weren't many people left in the village, and now that he had the house he got from Songya, he naturally didn't need to go back. Having thought this through, Xiao Chen said to Old Wolf, "Thank you very much. It's a small matter." Songya chimed in with a smile. "However, since I've helped you with such a big favor, could you help me with one in return?" She looked at Xiao Chen and spoke up. "What is it?" Xiao Chen nodded in response. "In half a month there will be a business dinner. Will you accompany me?" Songya's gaze fixed on Xiao Chen as she smiled and said, "Just to be clear, once we get there, you will definitely attract a bit of trouble, so you can refuse." "Trouble?" Xiao Chen frowned slightly and asked, "What kind of trouble?" "Sai, in this city, there are more than just Gu Yan keeping an eye on me, but Gu Yan has the least bottom line." Songya sighed. Moreover, the other party is also quite wary of Gu Yan's background, so the two are actually mutually restraining each other. Listening to Songya's words, Xiao Chen understood. Now that Gu Yan was missing, the other person watching Songya was becoming impatient. "Are they pressuring you?" Xiao Chen asked Song. "Yeah, yes." Songya nodded. "They gave me a final deadline. If I don't agree, my Jinyu Tang won't be able to continue operating." Songya looked at Xiao Chen and said, "At that point, I might have to leave." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen looked at Songya and then said, "All right, I'll go with you." He had finally found a channel to help him deal with the things he brought from another world, and if Jinyu Tang were to be shut down now, what would he do? As for who it was, did it matter? If it came to it, he could just take them down. He didn't even realize that his mindset had already changed. "Then thank you." Songya's face lit up with joy upon hearing Xiao Chen's words. What she wanted was Xiao Chen's promise. With this promise, everything would return to normal. So, at this moment, she also breathed a sigh of relief. The other party is called Wang Hujia, the eldest son of the Wang family in this city, which is the richest family here. Looking at Xiao Chen in front of her, Songya spoke at that moment. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I see. Don't underestimate the Wang family. Wang Hujia has an uncle who is the second in command in the government." Xiao Chen smiled and replied, "What about the person behind Gu Yan?" "Probably the third in command." Songya thought for a moment and said, "Their situations are quite similar. So, helping you means I've offended quite a few people at the same time," Xiao Chen said with a light laugh. Hearing this, Songya smiled slightly and said, "Not necessarily. They might not dare to deal with you." Songya knew very well that Xiao Chen was too enigmatic, and now he was on the radar of some high-level figures. After all, considering how Xiao Yan and his son became disabled, and then thinking about how Gu Yan suddenly disappeared, those high-ups could quickly connect the dots that these two had offended the same person. The reason they hadn't sought trouble with Xiao Chen was uncertainty. No one wanted to provoke someone like him for no reason.
Who knows what kind of methods this person has behind him? Often, the unknown is the
most terrifying, especially for those in high positions. This was also why Songya wanted to bring Xiao Chen along. She was essentially signaling to those people that although her background wasn't as strong as theirs, she also had someone backing her. After finishing their meal, Songya linked arms with Xiao Chen and walked out of the private room. At the door, Old Wolf was already waiting in the car for Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen and Songya got into the car, she turned around and glanced. Not far away, Qin Ku and that short guy were watching them. Especially Qin Ku. Her gaze towards Xiao Chen was particularly complex, even carrying a hint of resentment. Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered to look at her and simply turned his head away. A woman like that seemed dull to him now. Help me get a visa to go abroad. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, you want to go abroad? Upon hearing this, Songya was taken aback and asked, how long will you be gone? Will you come back? Of course, didn't I promise to help you deal with those troubles? Xiao Chen laughed and said, I'm just going out for a bit to take care of some matters. Gu Ming had given him an overseas account, and after trying it for a few days, he realized that even for an anonymous account, he had to be on site to handle it. So, he still needed to go out. Of course, there was another reason for going out, which was to buy some firearms. For Xiao, after all, what he was doing now was rebellion. It should come in handy. Alright, I'll take care of it. Songya nodded and said, but how long will you be gone? At most a week. Xiao Chen replied, as he indeed planned to be gone for a week, and with his space ability, he could also manage a zero-cost purchase. That night, Xiao Chen sent messages to Gu Ming and Xiao, informing them that he would be away for a while and that unless absolutely necessary, they should refrain from placing orders. After all, once he accepted an order, he had to fulfill it. But now, Xiao Chen was leaving for a week, and during that time overseas, he wouldn't have enough supplies. Bro, since that's the case, send me a batch of food first. Gu Ming quickly responded, you're leaving for almost a week. I've calculated that for every day you're gone, it's at least 3 days here. My food can't last a month. Now, Gu Ming had more and more people under him, all sustained by the food Xiao Chen provided, so he needed a large quantity of supplies. This time, bro, get me some compressed biscuits or something. The quantity should be substantial. Gu Ming directly stated, compressed biscuits last longer and can be supplied in larger quantities. Xiao Chen didn't hesitate and immediately called the supplier to have them deliver. Meanwhile, Xiao also sent Xiao Chen a message directly. Brother, your rebar is good. The short ones are fine. My people can use them, but those long ones are completely useless to my people. You don't understand. In this ancient dimension, there's absolutely no way to use these things. Listening to Xiao's words, Xiao Chen was speechless, but then he thought about it and found it reasonable. The hardness of rebar in ancient times was even more formidable than divine weapons. With this in mind, he directly had Old Wolf send a machine for cutting rebar, which he would then deliver to Xiao. On Xiao's side, he wasn't lacking in food. Although he was rebelling, there were quite a few granaries in the area he occupied, so he wasn't short on supplies for the time being. Moreover, the medicines Xiao Chen had given him were also sufficient for now. The only issue was the lack of ironware in his location, which was why they had struggled so hard before. Now, with the rebar Xiao Chen provided, they had almost taken over several cities. Xiao Chen first went to Xiao's place to deliver the machine, and at the same time, he brought back a batch of gold and silver jewelry. Immediately after, he visited Gu Ming and handed over a batch of compressed biscuits. Similarly, he returned with a batch of gold bars and a bottle of basic evolution potion. Brother, you won't be able to use the evolution potion, but if you give it to someone else, it could work. Gu Ming said to Xiao Chen. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and put the items away. When the time comes, he could use these to trade with Xiao. This way, the materials for dimension trading would also be secured. After finishing all this, Old Wolf also delivered the passport and plane tickets. That night, Xiao Chen boarded a flight to overseas. The place he was going to was naturally where Gu Ming had studied before. After arriving there, Xiao Chen first went to a bank where there was no need for identity verification. He could simply withdraw money by entering his account password. Looking at the $200 million in his account, Xiao Chen couldn't help but smile widely. Indeed, these rich second-generation kids had money. Now, this money had become his own. He contacted Songya and told her that he wanted to transfer this sum of US dollars back to the country. Songya provided him with an account, telling him he could transfer it there and she would help him with the transaction. On the other hand, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and asked Old Wolf he needed to buy some arms. Mr. Xiao, if you plan to bring these things back to the country, it seems impossible. Old Wolf said helplessly on the other end of the phone, wiping his sweat. He knew this was a madman, and now he was preparing to deal with arms. Don't worry, I'm buying a batch, but I won't bring them back. Xiao Chen replied directly. Right now, those arms were of no use to him. If it weren't for Xiao needing them, he wouldn't even bother preparing them. After all, he was a major client that needed to be well taken care of. Moreover, if he succeeded in his rebellion, everything would be completely different. At that time, he would be like an emperor, and the resources of an entire country could be used for himself. So, for whatever reason, he had to help. Old Wolf, helpless, could only give Xiao Chen a phone number, but he kept warning Xiao Chen not to act recklessly. Xiao Chen pretended not to hear. He went to the place Old Wolf mentioned where these things could be sold normally overseas, and they were cheap. Xiao Chen spent only $100,000 and managed to acquire quite a few weapons. Then, he spent another $100,000 to get 2 tanks, preparing to head back home directly. However, Xiao Chen didn't expect that when he arrived at the airport he would see Qin Ku. At that moment, Qin Ku looked at Xiao Chen in surprise. She never expected to see him overseas. Xiao Chen, how are you here? She hurriedly walked up to Xiao Chen and asked. Ever since she saw Xiao Chen back in the country that day, she hadn't slept well for the past few days. Who would have thought that Xiao Chen has actually become wealthy now? Especially in recent years, Zhang Ming has become increasingly stingy, and to him, she is merely a plaything. Now, she is prepared for the possibility of being dumped by Zhang Ming, and naturally, she wants to find another quality
partner.
As for Xiao Chun, who used to be completely obedient to her, he is undoubtedly the best candidate. When Xiao Chun glanced up and saw Chin-ko, he couldn't help but frown. Slightly. He didn't expect to encounter Chin-ko overseas. He couldn't be bothered to respond, not even casting a glance at her, and instead proceeded to check in, quickly entering
The VIP lounge.
Chin-ko was taken aback by the indifference in Xiao Chen's eyes. Her memories were still from those years when no matter what she said, Xiao Chen would always respond to her, even being completely compliant. But at this moment, Xiao Chen didn't even look at her. She wanted to follow him but was stopped by someone. The person informed her that it was the first-class VIP lounge which she was not allowed to enter. Upon hearing this, Chin-ko's expression changed immediately. At that moment, her feelings of grievance began to fester and she even felt a hint of resentment towards Xiao Chen.
However, now there was nothing she could do about it.
Meanwhile, Xiao Chen contacted Xiao, informing him that he had acquired a batch of arms which he could hand over once he returned, and there were even 2 tanks. On the other end, Xiao was completely stunned. Boss, you really have a way. With these things, I want to see who dares to mess with me, Xiao exclaimed with excitement. He understood all too well how terrifying those items
were in the ancient realms.
When Xiao Chen exited the airport, it was Old Wolf who came to pick him up. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Xiao Chen come out. After all, he had been on edge for the past few days. Although he was in the country, he had learned from the overseas client just how much Xiao Chen had purchased. It could be said that it was quite a lot. He was worried that Xiao Chen would return with all those items and end up getting detained. Even he and Songya would definitely not be able to bail him out. So, for the past few days, he hadn't slept well at all. Fortunately, seeing Xiao Chen come out, he felt relieved.
He really hadn't brought anything back, so that was good. Mr. Xiao, let's go.
Xiao Chen looked at Old Wolf in front of him and smiled, understanding the meaning behind Old Wolf's expression. He was worried about him getting caught. However, he could understand. At this moment, Xiao Chen followed Old Wolf directly outside. Behind them, Chin-ko watched the two with a complex expression. She wanted to approach Xiao Chen and talk to him, but she didn't dare. Following Xiao Chen out of the airport, she saw the luxury car parked outside. Watching Old Wolf personally open the car door for Xiao Chen, her expression changed even more. Memories of the past flooded her mind. Chin-ko even wanted to take the initiative to approach Xiao Chen. But at that moment, just as she had made up her mind, the car had already driven away. Taking a deep breath, Chin-ko could only helplessly take a taxi to leave. Mr. Xiao, our boss wants to see you. Old Wolf said as he looked at Xiao Chen.
Alright, let's go. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, understanding that Songya must be anxious.
When he arrived at Songya's place, she looked at Xiao Chen with curious eyes. With so much money still in her hands, she truly hadn't expected Xiao Chen to be so wealthy.
The money has been transferred back to you.
Looking at Xiao Chen, Songya said, I've opened a bank account in your name, and soon the bank personnel will come over. As she spoke, she looked at Xiao Chen and said, they'll be here shortly. Good. Xiao Chen nodded in response and sat in front of Songya, waiting. The bank personnel arrived quickly. After all, depositing such a large sum of money made them a major client, and they certainly wanted to provide excellent service. Moreover, this person is also a friend of Songya, which makes his status even more extraordinary. They hurriedly arrived and directly sat in front of Xiao Chen. After completing all the formalities, the supervisor respectfully handed the bank card to Xiao Chen and said, Mr. Xiao, starting today, you are our major client. Xiao Chen took the card, and seeing that Xiao Chen and Songya still had things to discuss, the supervisor took the
initiative to leave. We need to go out together tomorrow,
Songya said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He didn't feel anything was amiss and followed
Ya out.
Songya looked at Xiao Chen with a smile and said, I was really worried that I wouldn't be able to reach an agreement with that person and would run into trouble, but
now I'm not worried anymore.
As she spoke, Songya looked at Xiao Chen and said, do you know? That person's greatest ability is money, and what I like the most right now is
money. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback and then looked at Songya, saying, is President Song eyeing my money?
He squinted at her and said, President Song, you surely
wouldn't be interested in this little amount of money, would you? With your financial power, you shouldn't care about this small sum.
Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Songya smiled and said, Mr. Xiao, you might not know this, but no matter how much wealth we have, the cash we have on hand might not even be as much as yours. And right now, what I need the most is cash. With those gold bars of yours, I can convert some into cash, but some of my companies are still short on funds.
At least, if I really need money.
Later, your funds can help me out for a while. It just depends on whether you're willing.
Looking at Xiao Chen, Songya said with a smile, or you could invest in my company?
Xiao Chen looked at Songya and thought for a moment, feeling that this might actually be a good option.
Although for him now, acquiring wealth on Earth has become quite easy.
After all, the two realms can provide him with a lot.
President Song, how do I invest?
He looked at Songya and asked, as he really didn't care about this money. The earnings
from traveling between realms were already more than this amount.
I haven't thought it through yet. I'll let you know when I do, Songya said with a smile, then added, the day
after tomorrow, I'll personally come to pick you up.
As she spoke, she glanced at Xiao Chen's outfit, which looked like it came from a street vendor, and said, I'll prepare a
set of clothes for you then. Hearing Songya's words, Xiao Chen nodded nonchalantly.
He didn't care whether it was street vendor merchandise. For him, these things were truly
insignificant.
However, since Songya cared, there was no need to say more. Watching Xiao Chen get up and leave, Songya finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Old Wolf,
saying, did he really buy a lot of arms overseas?
Yes. Old Wolf replied helplessly, I don't know what this person is planning.
But, boss, are you sure you want to continue cooperating with him?
After all, having driven those people away, I'm afraid Xiao Chen will turn into a hungry wolf.
Old Wolf looked at Songya, speaking with resignation.
His attitude towards Xiao Chen was particularly ambiguous, but some things were certain. This person was very frightening, even capable of killing without blinking. Just this fact alone was very concerning, especially since this person had terrifying combat power. He might become useless in front of him. At this moment, provoking such a person, even Old
Wolf felt it was dangerous. Listening to Old Wolf's words, Sonya smiled and said, haven't you noticed? Although he is ruthless, as long as you don't provoke him, there's really no need to worry. This person has a bottom line. Moreover, our current relationship with him is a cooperative one, so don't worry, it's not as bad as you think. It's just that he has bought so many arms. Where is he keeping them? What does he want to do? At this moment, Sonya frowned slightly. With every step Xiao Chen took, she felt a sense of uncertainty about what he was actually planning. However, there was also an undeniable feeling that this person must have a significant background. After all, transferring such a large sum of money back to the country indicated Xiao Chen's financial power. $200 million could be said to amount to over 10 billion. Her entire fortune was probably only about that much. After returning home, Xiao Chen immediately contacted Xiao. Xiao was already impatient. Bro, hurry up. You have no idea, my brother has been trying to kill me. These days, I've been struggling to hold on against the army he brought with him. Listening to Xiao's words, Xiao Chen smiled. According to Xiao, he was originally a discarded prince, even exiled to a remote area with the intention of letting him die early. If it weren't for Xiao Chen's appearance, he and his loyal guards would have been killed long ago. After Xiao Chen showed up, at least his guards' loyalty was extremely high. With the rebar Xiao Chen provided, they had reliable weapons, so there was no problem at all. Now, if Xiao Chen sent him some firearms, he would dare to march straight into the imperial capital. Xiao Chen inquired about the current situation. On Xiao's side, which was already quite dire, he had taken control of a city and there were already many troops gathering outside. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately placed an order with Xiao, and soon he received the order from him. The items requested were just some snacks. After all, these were not the ultimate goal. The real objective was the big weapons in Xiao Chen's hands. In the next moment, Xiao Chen chose to teleport. With a flash of light, his figure appeared before Xiao. At that moment, in the hall of the royal palace, many people showed expressions of surprise when Xiao Chen suddenly appeared. We have met the immortal lord. Many people knelt down, bowing to Xiao Chen. Among them were those who had seen Xiao Chen before and those who had not. All were on their knees, their faces filled with astonishment. Indeed, their prince was destined for greatness, and even the immortal lord had appeared. Everyone, this is my elder brother, the immortal lord from the heavens. Xiao pointed at Xiao Chen and spoke. He even gave Xiao Chen a knowing glance. My brother has come to bring me divine weapons from the heavens. With his help, starting today, we won't have to worry about the thousands of troops outside. He eagerly looked at Xiao Chen. Let's talk outside, Xiao Chen said, instantly activating his teleportation. As Xiao Chen's figure appeared in the courtyard, many of those kneeling on the ground looked on in astonishment. At that moment, they were utterly convinced that the immortal lord had descended from the heavens. After all, ordinary people could not achieve such feats. Xiao led the people and rushed outside. The next moment, he watched as Xiao Chen raised his hand, and suddenly, two massive steel monsters descended. Seeing this scene, those who had followed Xiao outside knelt down again. The steel monsters were enormous and looked particularly terrifying, especially one of them, which had a long nose. Immortal Lord, what are these? One person boldly asked. These are my aides, considered military strategists. Xiao pointed to the person. Your prince knows, Xiao Chen said with a smile. He didn't need to introduce these things, as Xiao would definitely understand. Especially when Xiao Chen saw a row of machine guns and even a Gatling gun laid out before him. He was so excited he almost lunged forward. Brother, this is for you. Take it. I'm going to the city wall with the others right away to fire a burst. He pointed to a large box not far away, then hugged the weapons, his face filled with excitement. Ignoring Xiao Chen completely, they turned around and had someone pull him towards the city wall. Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered to stop them. After all, everything was meant for him. Moreover, he wanted to see what an ancient battlefield looked like. After securing the box, Xiao Chen followed up to the city wall, gazing at the troops stationed outside. In that moment, even Xiao Chen felt a twinge of shock. There were too many people, so many of them were arrayed beneath the city wall, creating a truly spectacular sight. Watching the troops below, Xiao was so excited that he immediately took up a stance. When the people below saw Xiao appear, many of them also quickly formed their ranks. Fourth Prince, His Majesty has instructed me to inform you that if you surrender and leave the city, your family will be spared. Otherwise, you will surely die, the leader shouted loudly. Xiao seemed not to hear. He ordered his men to set up the machine gun before looking down and saying, what if I refuse? Then don't blame me for being rude. Upon hearing this, the general below suddenly shouted, fire. With that command, a volley of sharp arrows erupted from the ranks behind him. The arrows fell like rain towards the city wall. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen had a sudden inspiration and activated his spatial ability. In the next moment, the arrows that were heading towards Xiao Chen and Xiao vanished into thin air. Witnessing this, everyone in the nearby military formation was stunned. Even the soldiers who had followed Xiao were left gaping at Xiao Chen, who had suddenly made his move. They saw Xiao Chen raise his hand, and the rain of arrows instantly cleared a large space, disappearing. Divine might of the immortal lord. Many people knelt down in unison, shouting out loud. Their eyes were filled with excitement. This was the terror of the immortal lord. Xiao Chen glanced around and indeed, many arrows had appeared within his space. Alright, stop kneeling at every turn. Seeing the figures kneeling all around, Xiao Chen said helplessly. Then, glancing at the empty space behind him, he waved his hand and the arrows he had gathered instantly piled up there. You can play with this. I'm leaving. Xiao Chen patted Xiao on the shoulder and said, by the way, I have a bottle of evolution potion. If you want it, remember to get me something good. With that, Xiao Chen turned and walked away. He just wanted to see how things would unfold. He didn't believe that with his interference, these people could still win. Moreover, Xiao had a machine gun in hand. If they couldn't win with that, they deserved to lose. Take care, big brother. Xiao exclaimed, filled with excitement. Xiao Chen's move was simply too impressive. At that moment, his eyes were brimming with excitement. If he could get the evolution potion and awaken a special ability, that would be perfect. Thinking of this, he looked down at the people and coldly said, "Now, I'm giving you a chance. Surrender or die." After saying this, the dark muzzle of the machine gun was already aimed at the crowd. "This rebel has a sorcerer by his side. Charge in with me and kill that sorcerer," the leading general outside shouted loudly. But as soon as he finished speaking, the machine gun in Xiao's hands instantly spat out tongues of fire. As the flames swept through, a large number of people fell instantly, and the general who had shouted was torn apart under the onslaught. After firing an entire magazine, Xiao looked at the stunned crowd and coldly snorted, "Now, I'm giving you a chance. If you don't want to live, just say so." After returning, Xiao Chen no longer paid attention to Xiao. Instead, he glanced at the large box in front of him. Opening the box, he found that the contents were the same as before, but half were missing. He didn't mind and directly stored the items away. For now, he didn't lack money, so he would just keep these things for the time being. Just as he was about to open the door, he received a call from Songya. "I'm coming to pick you up." Songya's voice came through the phone. "Tonight, you have to protect me." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded slightly, waiting for Songya in the supermarket. When Songya arrived, she looked at Xiao Chen lounging in the recliner and smiled, saying, "It seems your supermarket isn't doing well." She glanced outside, and the entire street looked particularly desolate, with not a single person stepping foot into the supermarket. Given the situation, she couldn't understand why Xiao Chen wanted to open a supermarket. Upon hearing Songya's words, Xiao Chen chuckled. The supermarket was basically just a front for him, and the clientele he served was different. It was primarily for the vast number of traversers, and finding a place like this was certainly advantageous. "I have another shop under my name, right next to my Jinyutang. How about I give it to you?" At that moment, looking at Xiao Chen, Songya spoke up. When Xiao Chen heard this, he quickly shook his head. This place suited him perfectly. A 3-story building with a yard was just right, and there were hardly any people around, so whatever he did wouldn't attract attention. On the contrary, in a bustling area, doing anything would be much less convenient. Seeing Xiao Chen refuse, Songya didn't mind. She knew how much money Xiao Chen had, and opening a supermarket was not about making a profit for him. Perhaps it was just some quirky interest of his. Looking at Xiao Chen's attire, Songya signaled to the old wolf behind her. Soon, the old wolf brought out a suit from the car. "Put it on," Songya said helplessly. Xiao Chen, dressed in street vendor clothes and wearing flip-flops, certainly didn't look like a wealthy person. With no choice, Xiao Chen went to change clothes. Once he was dressed, Songya looked at the man before her, and there was a hint of something different in her gaze. It had to be said that Xiao Chen was quite good-looking, and with the well-fitted clothes, he appeared even more distinguished. Xiao Chen took a careful look at himself in the mirror. Since drinking a few bottles of the evolution potion, although his appearance hadn't changed much, his inner aura had indeed transformed significantly. Now, his demeanor looked distinctly different. "Let's go," Songya said with a smile. As she spoke, she took the initiative to link arms with Xiao Chen and got into her Bentley. Inside the car, Songya squinted slightly and said, "Tonight's challenge might not be easy. The other party has essentially given me an ultimatum. We're going this time just to refuse them," Songya said softly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen glanced at Songya and smiled. "Why don't you just agree? That guy is not a good person." Songya replied, "Wang Hujie is not only short, looking like a little winter melon, but he's also not a decent man. He says he likes me, but he has no shortage of women around him. Moreover, what he's after is just my wealth." Songya said with a bitter smile, "For a woman like me, those men are like hungry wolves, all eyeing me." As she spoke, she looked at Xiao Chen and said, "But I don't like that person." "What kind of person do you like?" Xiao Chen asked with a smile. At that moment, Songya was slightly taken aback, then suddenly leaned closer to Xiao Chen and asked, "How about I follow you?" Xiao Chen was stunned, then looked at the smiling Songya before him and shook his head. This enchantress, despite smiling so happily at him, Xiao Chen didn't believe that Songya would genuinely like him. He couldn't afford to provoke a woman like her. So, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said nothing. Seeing that Xiao Chen didn't respond, Songya instead showed a hint of interest. She leaned against Xiao Chen, not speaking, and the two arrived at the entrance of a villa. Once Xiao Chen and Songya got out of the car, many people turned to look at them, especially when they saw Songya linking arms with Xiao Chen. It left them utterly astonished. Everyone knows that the young master of the Wang family has set his sights on the beautiful Songya, but at this moment, this flower is attending the banquet with a man. Now this is going to be interesting. Many people looked at Xiao Chen beside Songya, their eyes filled with surprise. Among the crowd, there was one person whose complex gaze was fixed on Xiao Chen. That was naturally Qin Ku. Beside Qin Ku was Zhang Ming, the same one from that day. So she is Songya. Haha, that man is doomed. Zhang Ming stared at Xiao Chen, sneering as he said, "You don't know, Songya has long been noticed by young Master Wang. The Wang family is the richest in the city. That kid is finished." At this point, Qin Ku was slightly taken aback. Her gaze fixed on Xiao Chen, and a hint of satisfaction appeared in her eyes. Ever since she saw how well Xiao Chen was doing, she had regretted it. However, she was even more aware that Xiao Chen, now, wouldn't even spare her a glance. This made her very uncomfortable. So, if something unfortunate happened to Xiao Chen, she would actually feel much better. Qin Ku smiled slightly and wrapped her arm around Zhang Ming, saying, "Darling, let's enjoy the show later." Zhang Ming chuckled and replied, "Aren't you familiar with that guy? We're just from the same village. That was years ago," Qin Ku said, with a laugh. She had completely forgotten that when her parents passed away, if it weren't for Xiao Chen, she wouldn't even have been able to pay her tuition. Songya. As Xiao Chen and Songya entered the banquet hall, they suddenly saw a short, chubby man rushing over, staring intently at Songya and the Xiao Chen she was holding onto. At that moment, his cold gaze fixed on Xiao Chen as he said, I am Wang Hujie. Xiao Chen. In response, Xiao Chen smiled at Wang Hujie. You know the Wang family, right? My family runs it. Looking at Xiao Chen, Wang Hujie said coldly, I don't know what your background is. Hearing Wang Hujie's words, Xiao Chen smiled. He was coming in strong right from the start. I just run a small supermarket. Xiao Chen looked at him and said with a smile, not comparable to the Wang family. Wang Hujie frowned slightly, somewhat disbelieving, and turned his gaze to his subordinates behind him, instructing them to find out exactly who this person was. Xiao Chen followed Songya into the banquet hall, and at this moment, many people were looking at Xiao Chen beside Songya. After all, many knew that the young master of the Wang family had his eyes on the alluring Songya. But now, this woman had a man by her side. A few people were also staring at Xiao Chen. This must be Xiao Chen, right? A man looked at Xiao Chen, his eyes filled with caution. Yes, someone behind him whispered, Gu Yan's disappearance must have something to do with this guy. This person is too strange, we can't provoke him. The man then said, let the Wang families useless ones have some fun with this kid. Don't worry, boss. The bodyguard behind the man whispered, we have already concealed Xiao Chen's background, all they can find out is that he is just an ordinary nobody. That's good. The man's face immediately broke into a smile. At this moment, he looked at Xiao Chen with curiosity. He had capability and strength, but he was even more aware that some people were not to be trifled with. It wasn't just about the other party's background, it was about their methods. Like Gu Yan. That guy's disappearance was too bizarre. How could he dare to provoke someone like that? Although Gu Yan was helping him with work and was considered one of his talents, he knew very well that if he provoked this madman, he might not even survive. So, he could only pretend he didn't know. At this moment, Wang Hujie's subordinates hurried over and whispered a few words to him. Upon hearing this, Wang Hujie immediately revealed a cold smile that I thought he was someone important, but it turns out he's just an ordinary person. Since that's the case, he decided not to be polite anymore. It seems like you've caught someone's attention. In the banquet hall, Songya smiled slightly and spoke. She wasn't worried about any trouble for herself. Having chosen to stand with Xiao Chen, she was already prepared to confront Wang Hujie. Moreover, at this moment, she could see clearly that Xiao Chen wasn't worried at all. If even Xiao Chen, who was being targeted, wasn't concerned, what was there for her to worry about? Hearing this, Xiao Chen turned to look at Wang Hujie not far away and smiled faintly. He could see that the malice Wang Hujie directed at him was clearly visible. In the banquet hall, Wang Hujie walked towards Song Ya and directly sat down in front of her. Songya, I'm here to get an answer from you. Looking at Songya, Wang Hujie got straight to the point. Young Master Wang, haven't I already given you an answer? Songya frowned slightly and replied. As she spoke, she pointed to Xiao Chen beside her and said, this is my man. Upon hearing this, Wang Hujie laughed. He stared at Xiao Chen and said coldly, kid, you should know who I am, right? The Wang family of Yun City, you can't afford to mess with. He said, glaring fiercely at Xiao Chen, if you don't want to die, get lost. Xiao Chen didn't say anything but looked at Wang Hujie in front of him. At this moment, Wang Hujie's gaze was filled with a gloomy intensity that was completely overflowing. Seeing the other's expression, Xiao Chen coldly smiled and said, is this a threat, young Master Wang? Yes. Wang Hujie replied. Coldly, not just a threat but also a warning. Kid, you'd better comply, otherwise, I won't be polite with you. As he said this, he lowered his voice even more. You, worthless little thing, dare to covet a woman you shouldn't? Songya, I'm not saying this to you, but a man like him is simply not worthy of you, he said, reaching directly for Songya's hand. But in the next second, his hand was caught by Xiao Chen. Turning around, he saw Xiao Chen's eyes filled with a sinister glare. Staring at him, at that moment, he suddenly felt a rush of panic. For some reason, looking into Xiao Chen's eyes made his heart tremble with fear. What do you want? Wang Hujie asked, staring at Xiao Chen. At that moment, he truly felt fear and terror. Xiao Chen smiled and said, young Master Wang, if you make a move here, I won't mind putting you out of commission. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on Wang Hujie's hand. In excruciating pain, Wang Hujie's expression changed. With so many guests around, he didn't dare to shout out loud and could only grit his teeth. Xiao Chen looked at his expression, smiled, and then released his grip. Wang Hujie immediately stepped back, glaring fiercely at Xiao Chen and said, kid, do you know what you're doing? With so many guests today, I won't deal with you, but remember, you're as good as dead. Hearing the threat, Xiao Chen didn't take it to heart at all. If it weren't for the large number of guests present, fearing that if he acted and killed Wang Hujie, he wouldn't be able to get away with it, he would have already taken care of this guy. It seems we're not welcome. Young Master Wang, since that's the case, we'll take our leave. Xiao Chen looked at Wang Hujie and said with a smile. After saying this, he directly took Songya's hand and walked out of the hall. Wang Hujie's face darkened as he coldly said to the bodyguards behind him, send someone after him, I want him to disappear tonight. Also, bring back that woman, Songya. Today, I'll let her know my power. This sentence was almost shouted out in a suppressed voice. Upon hearing this, several of his subordinates hurriedly nodded and then quickly left out on the second floor of the banquet hall. The man watched Wang Hujie's actions and spoke to the person behind him. Go take a look. If Wang Hujie can deal with Xiao Chen, then you won't need to intervene. If he can't, just let me know. He said coldly, if that kid has no skills, I won't let him off the hook. After saying this, he stood up and left the banquet hall. He had come tonight for Songya and Xiao Chen. Now that he had seen them, it was naturally time to leave. Your fellow townsman has really angered young Master Wang. It looks like he's going to die tonight. Zhang Ming said with a cold smile as he watched the scene before him. Upon hearing this, Qinku also smiled, her heart sneering even more. It's best if it's like that. She knew very well that if it weren't for Xiao Chen back then, she might not have survived. However, because of this, she didn't want these matters to be mentioned. Xiao Chen was no longer paying attention to her, so if he died, so be it. With such a person gone, she wouldn't have so many thoughts. Thinking of this, Qinku instead revealed a smile. This time, we've completely offended the Wang family. After leaving the hotel, Songya said softly beside her, the Wang family won't let us off. With Wang Hujia's temperament, we might not even make it home tonight, Songya said quietly, looking at Xiao Chen.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled. He didn't take Wang Hujia seriously at all. Only he knew how powerful he had become after drinking a bottle of intermediate
potion.
Previously overseas, he had bought so many weapons, he even shot himself. Of course, before shooting, he had asked Gu Ming, who told Xiao Chen that he shouldn't be afraid
of ordinary firearms now.
He tried it out. When the bullet broke through the skin, it was blocked by his muscles. It even bounced off directly.
Aside from having an extra hole, there was no harm done.
The key was that his wound healed quickly. At that moment, Xiao Chen realized how terrifying he had become. At the very least, he understood that he was
no longer afraid of assassination. Even if the Wang family was the richest in the city, who could they find to deal with him?
Seeing that Xiao Chen felt nothing, Songya felt
much more at ease.
The Wang family was powerful, but Jin City was not a large city. The Wang family, as the richest in Yun City, was not that impressive.
She wasn't worried at all about Xiao Chen being unable to handle it.
At this moment, she smiled at Xiao Chen and said, "Then my little life is in your hands." Hearing this, Xiao Chen glanced at Song. Yet in front of him, the look in her eyes had a hint of scrutiny. He knew that this woman wanted to test his abilities. However, Xiao Chen didn't feel anything was wrong. Now, he could be bound to Songya. After all, the things he brought from the other world needed someone to handle them.
Songya was a very good choice. Since that's the case, then
he also needed to let her understand his capabilities. The car hadn't gone far when the driver, Old Wolf, spoke up. "Someone is following us."
Upon hearing this, Songya clearly became quite tense, looking at Xiao Chen with a serious expression. "Mr. Xiao, can you handle it? Drive to the outskirts, find an open space," Xiao Chen said coldly. Since the people had already come, he wasn't going to be polite. Upon hearing this, both Songya and Old Wolf were stunned. "Mr. Xiao, don't underestimate the opponent. What if they have guns?" Old Wolf couldn't help but remind him.
After all, the opponent was the richest. He didn't believe they were unarmed.
Although he knew Xiao Chen was not simple, they were just two people. The Wang family has raised quite a few capable people,
Old Wolf said, looking at Xiao Chen. He knew his own abilities. Ordinary people were nothing in his eyes.
However, he couldn't help but want to advise Xiao Chen.
Both he and Xiao Chen had to protect Songya, and going to the outskirts now would be like walking into a trap.
"Don't worry, when the time comes, you protect Songya and I'll handle the rest," Xiao Chen said. Upon hearing this, Old Wolf fell silent.
Instead, it was Songya who looked at Xiao Chen with great interest and smiled, saying, "Old Wolf, just do as he says." But Old Wolf's expression showed a hint of helplessness at her words. However,
Songya didn't give him a chance to speak and directly said, "He says he can handle it, so let's see if he can. Mr. Xiao, I'm putting my trust in you." At that moment, Songya smiled brightly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen merely smiled faintly.
At this moment, the car drove directly towards the outskirts, and Old Wolf's face was tense. Even Songya felt particularly nervous inside.
She glanced at Xiao Chen from time to time, wanting to see if he could really handle it.
She understood that since she had chosen to cooperate with Xiao Chen, this hurdle had to be crossed. After all, if they failed, it would be her life on the line. There was no room for hesitation now. She took a deep breath and then looked at Xiao Chen, saying, "Mr. Xiao, I can only
rely on you from here on. You can't just abandon me."
Xiao Chen turned to look at the woman in front of him. At that moment, her brows were filled with charm, stirring something in him. He nodded without speaking and then said directly, "These people, I don't take them seriously." The car drove towards the outskirts, and the cars behind them, seeing them head towards the suburbs, became less anxious. They worried about causing trouble in the city, but once they were out of town, with the vast open space outside, it would be easier for
them to act. Will there be any problems?
The people following Xiao Chen frowned. They were tailing him without even trying to hide. After all, they were used to being arrogant.
In Yun City,
what could possibly go wrong? One of them chuckled. These two lovebirds are probably looking for some excitement, heading out for a wild encounter.
Just right, we can take that guy down and enjoy Songya's beauty.
The young master said, "Since this woman doesn't know what's good for her, we'll take her back and let the young master have his
fun before we have our turn."
Several men immediately showed smiles. Their faces lit up as if they already had Songya in their grasp.
The men laughed lewdly, not even considering why Xiao Chen and the others were heading into the wilderness.
After all, they had relied on the young master Wang Hujia in Yun City and had done plenty of things without any issues. They had long since grown accustomed to it. Moreover, each of them had a gun at their waist, which was another reason they felt untroubled. This place is good. We'll choose it. Xiao Chen glanced around. They had already moved far from the city, and not far away was a large expanse of farmland with no houses around. It was indeed a suitable spot.
"Mr. Xiao, are you sure?" Old Wolf asked, looking at Xiao Chen. When he saw Xiao Chen nod, he could only helplessly stop the car. "I'll go down with you," Old Wolf said, preparing to open the car door, but was stopped by Xiao Chen. "I can handle it alone." After saying this, he got out of the car. Songya watched Xiao Chen step out. In the moonlight, he looked particularly tall and upright. "Miss, if anything seems off, we leave immediately."
Old Wolf couldn't help but voice his concern, even showing a hint of worry. Xiao Chen was
being too reckless. "I actually think he can do it."
Hearing this, Songya spoke up, not knowing why, but looking at Xiao Chen's back, she felt an immense sense of security. After Xiao Chen got out of the car, several seven-seater vehicles not far away came to a stop, and many people got out. He counted carefully, and there were nearly 30 of them. Those people were also looking at Xiao Chen. "Kid, our young master asked me to bring you a message." The leader, with a buzz cut, said coldly while looking at Xiao Chen, "Some women are not someone like you can think about. The young master said he wants to cripple your limbs and then throw you into the lake to feed the fish." A few people laughed as they
looked at Xiao Chen. Are you done? Xiao Chen asked coldly upon hearing this. Then, he stepped forward and in the next moment his body moved like lightning, instantly rushing to the front of the buzz cut. Before the buzz cut could react, his nose suffered a tremendous blow, the terrifying force exploding in an instant. The buzz cut was sent flying by this punch, lying on the ground, unconscious. A group of people was stunned, looking at Xiao Chen with disbelief, and a few of them quickly drew their guns, wanting to take down Xiao Chen. But in the next second, Xiao Chen's body moved like a ghost, appearing in front of one person, and with a punch, that person flew out just like the buzz cut. At that moment, Xiao Chen's body was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Almost everyone who got close to him was sent flying by a single punch. Inside the car, Old Wolf watched this scene with wide eyes, astonished and confused. Behind him, Songya also looked at Xiao Chen in shock. At this moment, Songya finally understood how terrifying this person was. He almost knocked out one person with each punch, and those people looked as if they had been hit by a car flying out directly. Old Wolf, if it were you, what would happen if you took a punch? Looking at those who were sent flying by Xiao Chen's punch, Songya nervously asked, Miss, the Wang family doesn't keep idle people. Many of these were mercenaries overseas before, and they have blood on their hands. Old Wolf said helplessly, at least, although these people are not as good as me, I could only handle 2 at most. But there are more than 30 of them. Old Wolf pointed at the crowd in front of him. Out of the 30 or so, only a dozen remained now. Among them, a few were trembling as they looked at Xiao Chen. It was too terrifying. This person struck out and sent one person flying with each punch, and looking at those lying on the ground, they were either dead or severely injured. Stop right there. One person, trembling, pointed a gun at Xiao Chen and shouted, if you don't stop, I'll shoot. As he finished this sentence, Xiao Chen turned to look at him. In the next second, Xiao Chen's body charged towards him. Ah! That person roared and fired his gun. The continuous gunfire rang out, but Xiao Chen's body truly moved like a ghost, dodging several times and instantly avoiding the bullets while simultaneously reaching out and grabbing the person's handgun. In the next second, with a forceful grip, the handgun was crushed. Looking into Xiao Chen's cold eyes, the other party didn't even have time to shout before being sent flying by a punch from Xiao Chen. So terrifying. He can dodge bullets. Old Wolf trembled as he sat in the car. Even though he was a king of soldiers, he was just an ordinary person. But compared to Xiao Chen, he was nothing. This kind of person was truly a beast of prey in the human world. In the car, Songya's gaze towards Xiao Chen grew brighter. Under the moonlight, Xiao Chen moved like a ghost, and soon, all 30 or so people were lying on the ground, wailing, with several of them already silent. Turning to glance at Songya and Old Wolf in the car, he waved his hand. Mr. Xiao. Old Wolf looked at Xiao Chen with a complex expression and said, do you have any orders? You protect Songya and go back. I'll handle these people. Xiao Chen pointed at the people on the ground and said, once you return, there's no need to worry about them. Okay. Hearing this, the Old Wolf nodded and quickly got into the car. Can you handle it? Songya leaned out, looking at Xiao Chen and said, tonight's situation is too serious. With so many people, half of them must be dead. As she spoke, she looked at Xiao Chen and said, the Wang family definitely won't let this go easily. Don't worry, it's fine. Xiao Chen replied. He truly wasn't afraid. He didn't even know how strong he had become. Unless heavy weapons were used, he had no concerns at all. Moreover, if the other side used heavy weapons, he could simply go to another dimension for a while, and by the time he returned, everything would be over. With this thought, he waved goodbye to Songya and the Old Wolf. After watching them leave, Xiao Chen turned his attention to the people on the ground. Most of them had died from a punch he threw, while a few were lying on the ground moaning. He wasn't going to be polite with these people. He stepped up and delivered another punch, instantly ensuring they were all dead. Having killed more than 30 people, Xiao Chen felt nothing at all. Indeed, that evolution potion is no joke. I actually feel completely numb now. Xiao Chen sighed helplessly, then waved his hand, pulling both the people and the car directly into his face. As long as the people were gone, the car was gone too. Even if someone suspected him, what could they do? Without evidence, it was as if nothing had happened. After finishing all this, he leisurely walked towards the city. However, before leaving, Xiao Chen glanced into the distance. Earlier, he had felt someone spying on him and was ready to take action, but after he dealt with those people, the spy immediately left. It seemed that some people had come to test his abilities. He didn't know who they were, but he didn't mind if they passed the message back. After all, if those people knew about his capabilities, they wouldn't come looking for trouble. He hadn't wanted to stir up any issues, but because of Songya, he had gotten into this mess. If the other party was sensible, he wouldn't bother with them. Moreover, it was precisely because he knew no one was spying that he gathered all those people up. After returning home, Xiao Chen received a call from Songya. Are you okay? She asked on the phone. I'm fine, everything's been taken care of. Xiao Chen replied, don't worry, those people will just be missing and no one will find them. On the other end of the line, Songya fell silent. She had seen Xiao Chen kill those people with her own eyes, and in such a short time, he had already cleaned everything up. There was a terrifying force behind this person. I was worried that Wang Hujie would cause me trouble, so I came to find you. Songya said on the phone, can I stay at your place tonight? Ha! Xiao Chen was taken aback. This wasn't the script he had in mind. He had never thought about having Songya stay over. But before he could respond, Songya hung up the phone. Xiao Chen opened the door and saw Songya standing in front of the shop, looking helpless. You really came? Looking at Songya, Xiao Chen was speechless at this moment. He thought she was just saying it casually, but unexpectedly, this woman had actually come to his house. I was worried. Songya smiled and said, anyway, you have enough space. She was particularly curious about Xiao Chen. Since she would definitely have trouble sleeping tonight, she might as well come to see him and find out what kind of person he really was. Hearing this, Xiao Chen let out a helpless sigh. Then, he took Songya to the second floor. There were originally 3 rooms on the second floor. He occupied one, and the other 2 he had tidied up earlier, so he directly let Songya move in. Are you just leaving like this? After Xiao Chen had arranged for her, He was about to leave, and Songya's face showed a hint of grievance as she said, "Aren't you going to keep me company?" "Ha?" Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and asked, "Aren't you going to sleep?" He didn't know why, but the woman in front of him was indeed very alluring. However, at that moment the feeling she gave him felt more like she wanted to pry into his secrets. So, Xiao Chen decided to keep his distance. At this point in his life, he had money if he wanted it and power if he needed it. He certainly didn't lack for women. He couldn't just take every woman he saw. Moreover, the way this woman appeared now didn't seem like the demeanor of a good person. With that thought, Xiao Chen chose to retreat even further. He went straight back to his room. After all, Songya was a woman he couldn't afford to provoke. What Xiao Chen didn't know was that at this moment, many people in the city were unable to sleep because of him. In the Wang family, Wang Hujie had made countless phone calls from home, but not a single one was answered. Where have these people run off to? Wang Hujie's face was exceptionally grim. He had sent out so many capable hands, all of whom were recruited by the Wang family over the years. It could be said that this was all the fighting power the Wang family could muster at present. Logically speaking, sending out so many people at once should have been a sure thing. No one should have been able to stop them. Yet, these people now seemed to have vanished into thin air. No matter how many calls he made, they were all out of service area. This was the reason for his grim expression. "Young master." Just when Wang Hujie's expression reached its peak of displeasure, someone rushed over, looking at him and softly saying, "Young master, Xiao Chen has returned. Not only has he come home, but even Songya has moved in with him." Upon hearing this, Wang Hujie's expression darkened even further. "Find that group of useless people for me," Wang Hujie said fiercely. By now, he was almost suppressing his anger. He knew all too well the capabilities of his people. It was just a matter of capturing Xiao Chen and Songya. Even if the other side had some manpower, it was impossible for not a single person to have been released. This was too strange. At this moment, he was already feeling somewhat anxious. Meanwhile, in a villa in the city, a man nodded as he listened to his subordinate's report, saying, "All right, I understand. As for Gu Yan's matter, let's put it to rest for now. At least, we can't provoke Xiao Chen." The man paused for a moment and continued, "As for the Wang family and Xiao Chen, there's no need to worry about them. If Xiao Chen runs into any trouble, let me know, and I'll go see him." The man thought for a moment before speaking. After hearing his subordinate's report, he understood that this was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. To mess with such a person, even if one had the ability to kill them, the cost would be too high. If things went wrong and he couldn't kill them, he would be targeted and never find peace in his life. "Boss, I went back there again later." His subordinate pondered for a moment and said, "That place was completely empty." "What do you mean?" The man was taken aback, looking at him with surprise. "I mean, everyone has disappeared. Not even a car was left. Even the ground has sunk a few centimeters." The subordinate whispered. "I was so scared that I ran back immediately." He was terrified. This matter was too bizarre. After witnessing Xiao Chen's actions, he returned right away. After reporting, he was afraid that Xiao Chen was still there, so he took people to investigate again, originally wanting to see how many of the Wang family's bodyguards were still alive, but when he got there, he found that everyone was gone. In such a short time, everyone had vanished and Xiao Chen had already returned to his store. Just thinking about this made him shiver. In other words, the other side must still have people nearby, and it's a whole group. Moreover, they avoided all detection and silently transported away all those bodies? The man took a deep breath and asked. "I think so," the subordinate replied quietly. "I suspect that Xiao Chen has a mysterious force behind him, a very terrifying one. The other party's situation is unclear, but they are definitely not ordinary people, and Xiao Chen should be the spokesperson chosen by them." As he spoke, his subordinate lowered his voice and said, "Not long ago, he went overseas and returned with over $1 billion in cash, all in his account." Hearing this, the man fell silent for a moment and said, "Keep a close watch on Xiao Chen, but under no circumstances provoke him." At this moment, he felt a bit frightened. After Gu Yan's death, he actually wanted to find trouble with Xiao Chen. After all, Gu Yan was the spokesperson he had chosen. In a sense, Gu Yan was helping him with his work. And just after Gu Yan had provoked Xiao Chen, he went missing. Plus, Xiao Chen had already taken action once before. Wasn't that how the village chief and his son ended up being severely harmed? So, the personnel were directly locked in, but he didn't dare to take action. After all, it was too strange. Now, he was glad he hadn't acted, otherwise, he might have been the one to go missing. As for the so-called disappearance, he didn't even need to think about it. The person was definitely dead, and thoroughly so. Such a person was too terrifying. How many years has it been since I've encountered such a madman? The man fell silent for a moment and sighed. "Don't go causing me trouble. I don't want to die yet." At his position, he was even more afraid of death. Once someone had their sights on him, he didn't even know if he could handle it. It was better to have a good talk with the other party. If Xiao Chen could be of use to him, that would be even better. As for the Wang family, whether they lived or died had nothing to do with him. At this moment, Xiao Chen was looking at the woman in front of him, dressed in a thin silk nightgown with a face full of helplessness. "President Song, what are you trying to do?" He looked at the woman who had barged into his room and asked coldly, "If President Song has something to say, it's better to just say it directly." "All right." Songya looked at the man in front of her and said helplessly, "I need money, a lot of money." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen looked at Songya in front of him, and he hadn't expected that this woman was after his money. He originally thought she had other motives for approaching him, but it turned out to be this. At this moment, Xiao Chen also showed a hint of helplessness and asked, "How much do you need?" "You know, I run Jin Yutang, and besides Jin Yutang, I have quite a few assets under my name. Originally, my funds were already tight. Now, having offended the Wang family, it will definitely be even harder for me to raise funds." She looked at Xiao Chen and said helplessly, "So, you set your sights on me?" Xiao Chen asked helplessly. "I deal in antiques and precious metals. The costs of those things are right there." Sonya said helplessly. Moreover, you know how much gold I bought from you recently. My current financial pressure is still quite significant. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. Logically speaking, for someone like Sonya, this amount of money shouldn't be a big deal. I made an investment before, and it's not that easy to recoup the costs. Additionally, I borrowed from the bank, but Wang Hujia has me blocked. He made it clear that as long as I don't agree, I won't be able to borrow a single cent. So, right now, I'm at least short 10 billion. Looking at Xiao Chen, at this moment, Sonya directly spoke up. Xiao Chen, you are willing to help me, right? Looking at the woman in front of him, Xiao Chen asked helplessly, President Song, what makes you think that just because you say this to me, I would be willing to give you 10 billion? Xiao Chen's mind wasn't gone. Even if this 10 billion was something he had pulled from Gu Ming, giving it all away at once would still hurt. One sentence. Asking a man to spend 10 billion? Is that even possible? So, at this moment, Xiao Chen was ready to ignore Sonya completely. After all, Sonya wanted to take advantage of him. With just one sentence. Even if he wanted to cooperate with her, it was impossible. At most, he could just stop playing with Sonya and leave, going somewhere else to continue. After all, he had the dimensional travel door. Changing places and starting over was simple enough. Sonya gritted her teeth, and she understood this point as well. Even though her relationship with Xiao Chen was good now, asking him for 10 billion in one breath felt absurd to her. Sonya suddenly raised her head and looked at Xiao Chen, saying, I will give myself to you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback, then carefully examined the woman before him. He had to admit, this woman was truly alluring. Especially at this moment, when she looked at him with those watery eyes, it made his heart race. However, even such a statement wasn't worth 10 billion. How much was 10 billion? Before obtaining the dimensional purchasing system, he couldn't have earned that much in 10 lifetimes, even 20. You know how much my Jin Yutang is worth. Consider it as you investing in my Jin Yutang. 10 billion, and you will hold 40% of the shares plus me. At this moment, Sonya looked at Xiao Chen seriously. Since you've already made up your mind, then why won't Wang Hujia agree? Xiao Chen asked with a smile. Do you think anyone can have me? Sonya shot him a glance, then softly said, I'm not from this city, and I have some troubles that the Wang family can't handle. After saying this, her gaze fixed on Xiao Chen. If the Wang family can't handle it, can I? Xiao Chen asked helplessly, but inside he felt a hint of curiosity. A problem that even the richest couldn't handle, and she thought she could solve it? You're different. Sonya was silent for a moment and said, at least you're very impressive. And you're not afraid of the Wang family. I don't know how powerful your backing is, but at least you have a chance. Sonya raised her head and looked at Xiao Chen, saying, do you know? After we left, I had Old Wolf go back to the previous scene. The people are gone, the car is gone, everything is gone. When she said this, her gaze was fervent as she looked at Xiao Chen. This means you have a very powerful force behind you. At least those people can clean up all the traces in a short time. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He understood now. This was the reason Sonya sought him out. What if I say it's just me? Xiao Chen looked at Sonya with a smile and asked. Sonya was taken aback, then smiled and said, then there's nothing to be done. Actually, I have a good impression of you. As she said this, she suddenly wrapped her arms around Xiao Chen's neck and kissed him directly. I don't care about Gu Yan or Wang Hujia, but I have my eyes on you. Feeling the sweetness in his mouth and looking at the woman before him, at that moment, Xiao Chen couldn't deny he was moved. The desire deep within him surged at that moment. Xiao Chen quickly grabbed the woman in front of him, threw her onto the bed, and then pounced on her. The moonlight was like water, filling the room with spring colors. After it was over, Xiao Chen looked at the woman lying in his arms and rubbed his head. Especially when he saw the hint of crimson beneath her, he felt a bit at a loss. This woman is a virgin? No matter how Xiao Chen thought about it, he couldn't understand. After all, at Sonya's age, with such an alluring appearance, she certainly didn't look like a virgin. Yet things were just that miraculous. After thinking for a moment, he connected in his mind with Gu Ming. He didn't know what kind of background Sonya had, but Gu Ming might know a bit. After all, even though he was taken out by Gu Yan, this guy was still one of the top second-generation heirs in Yun City back in the day. If he hadn't been taken out by Gu Yan, it would have been this guy who took over his father's territory. Boss, looking for me? Over there, Gu Yan directly asked, is there something going on? I need to ask you something. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen spoke up. Do you know Sonya? Ah, that woman is something else. She's stunning. Gu Ming on the other end immediately replied, my cousin has been eyeing her. Do you know her background? Xiao Chen inquired. No idea. When she appeared in Yun City a few years ago, she only had a bodyguard with her, but this woman is wealthy. She quickly opened Jin Yutang and then mingled in the wealthy circles of Yun City. However, that woman has some tricks up her sleeve. Many rich men were interested in her, but she managed to avoid them all. I think my dad mentioned that woman has some troubles. Gu Ming said, it should be related to the Gu family in the provincial capital. Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. The Gu family? He asked curiously, what's their background? You don't know? They're the richest family in the province. Gu Ming was surprised. I'm not clear on that. Xiao Chen sighed helplessly. You should explain it clearly. All right. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Gu Ming immediately said, you just need to remember, the Gu family is not to be trifled with. Back in the day, my dad had quite a few people under him, but he didn't dare to touch the Gu family. He told me that while I could play with women, I must not provoke that Sonya, my cousin, on the other hand, seems to have gone after Sonya. After all these years, he probably hasn't succeeded. Gu Ming chuckled. Boss, why are you suddenly asking about this? You're not getting involved with that woman, are you? Sort of. Xiao Chen replied. You're still impressive, boss. Gu Ming flattered. Don't worry, if it were before, you definitely couldn't handle it, but now you have space-type abilities. They can't compete with you. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled. All right, I got it. Also, boss, send me some supplies in a couple of days. I'm running low. Gu Ming said helplessly, you don't know, I'm currently occupying 6 outposts with countless people. Only those trusted ones eat. what you provide, and even then, the consumption is significant. Alright, I understand. Xiao Chen nodded after hearing this. After cutting off contact with Gu Ming, he looked at Songya in his arms. At this moment, Songya seemed to sense something, raised her head, and met Xiao Chen's gaze. What's your relationship with the Gu family? Xiao Chen asked. Upon hearing this, Songya was taken aback, then her face filled with disbelief. She widened her eyes. When she was talking to Xiao Chen, she was sure he didn't know. But in such a short time, Xiao Chen had found out. This only indicated the immense power behind him. At this moment, looking at Xiao Chen, she smiled brightly. She was no longer worried. To put it simply, my relationship with the Gu family is quite special. Songya leaned against Xiao Chen and said, do you know? I'm considered the Gu family's daughter-in-law. Upon hearing this answer, even Xiao Chen was stunned. He looked at Songya, signaling her to continue. The eldest son of the Gu family, Gu Mingrui, my husband, is already dead. Songya said calmly, we were betrothed since childhood. At that time, the Gu family clearly knew he was dying, yet they insisted on a marriage to bring good fortune, forcing me to marry into the Gu family. My parents didn't dare to resist and sent me over directly. At this point, Xiao Chen looked at Songya, who was now filled with anger. On the day I was sent to the Gu family, Gu Mingrui died. Xiao Chen nodded slightly upon hearing this. He truly didn't know there was such a backstory. And then, those guys said I was unlucky and drove me away. They even declared that no one could take care of me. Our Song family directly announced that they were severing ties with me. Songya sighed and said, moreover, the Gu family has told me that I will always be Gu Mingrui's person in this life. If anyone touches me, they will kill whoever it is. After finishing this sentence, she raised her head to look at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, smirked and said, Gu Yan and Wang Hujie don't know? How could they possibly know? When I came here, these people had no idea about my relationship with the Gu family. Although the Gu family is powerful, they are not omnipotent. Yun City and the provincial capital are too far apart. They can't possibly keep an eye on everything every day. But sooner or later, they will find out. Songya said softly, now you have indeed touched me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen looked at the woman in front of him and shook his head. So, from the beginning, this woman's intention was to bind herself to him. She couldn't resist the Gu family and knew they would definitely keep an eye on her. But she didn't want to resign herself to fate, thinking she could fight against the Gu family, so she sought him out. Xiao Chen, whether you believe it or not, you are the only one who has moved my heart all these years. Songya looked at Xiao Chen seriously and said, and you also have the ability to help me solve this trouble. Looking at the woman in front of him, Xiao Chen sighed and said, alright, I understand. Here you go. Saying this, he casually handed the card from the bedside to Songya, it's yours. He had had the card for less than 5 days, and he was handing it over just like that. All for me? Songya was taken aback, then her eyes sparkled as she looked at Xiao Chen. Yes. Xiao Chen nodded and said, as for the trouble with the Gu family, should I just go and kill them all? He was afraid of trouble. If the other party kept coming to bother him, it would be better to be straightforward. Go to the provincial capital, do the same thing, and take them out one by one. I know your abilities, but have you considered? Upon hearing this, Songya said helplessly, even if you can make the other party disappear, you've used your methods many times already. I don't know how many tricks you have, but if you go after the Gu family, it's completely different from going after Gu Yan. The forces behind the Gu family are very extensive. They can't just ignore it. At that time, you will cause panic, and even the authorities might be watching you, she said helplessly. So we can only wait for them to find trouble with us? Just surrender? Xiao Chen asked lightly upon hearing this. Even if they come to trouble us, they can only use some improper means. Are you afraid? Songya asked curiously. If it's just that, it should be fine. Xiao Chen replied. At that moment, he felt that he wasn't as carefree as he had imagined. In the city, he was already somewhat like a superhero, but he couldn't possibly go against the authorities. After all, who knows what level of technology they have now if they really get angry? What if they have some means to deal with him? Realizing this, Xiao Chen felt a bit helpless. Don't worry, the Gu family isn't as powerful as you think. At most, they will just send more people to catch me, and you should be able to handle that. Looking at Xiao Chen, Songya said softly at that moment. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. If it was just that, he really wasn't worried. The two embraced and talked for a while. Just then, Xiao Chen heard a series of urgent phone rings. It's Old Wolf's call. Songya took the phone, frowned slightly, and after answering, her expression suddenly turned a bit ugly. Wang Hujie reported to the police. Looking at Xiao Chen, Songya said with a somewhat ugly expression, he said so many of his bodyguards are missing, and he claims you did it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, so what? Are those people definitely untraceable? Looking at Xiao Chen, Songya asked curiously. Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this. Those things were all in his space and could not possibly appear outside. Then it's fine. Hearing this, Songya nodded and said, I'll go with you, don't worry. It'll be fine. Just as they were talking, a knock on the door sounded. Xiao Chen opened the door and saw a group of people standing at the entrance, staring at him and Songya. Mr. Xiao Chen, please come with us to assist in the investigation. Looking at the people in front of him, Xiao Chen nodded. He knew that Wang Hujie was here to investigate him. However, Xiao Chen was not worried at all. After he followed these people back, Songya came along too. Mr. Xiao, someone reported that over 30 people are missing, and it's related to you. In the interrogation room, the leading police officer said sternly as he looked at Xiao Chen. Do you think that's possible? Xiao Chen replied calmly, I'm just an ordinary supermarket owner. How could I do something like that? Hearing Xiao Chen's words, a few people's expressions turned sour. They had actually investigated Xiao Chen over the past few days, but they were still somewhat at a loss. The main issue was that this person was a bit peculiar. Starting with the village chief's family, plus Gu Yan, and now Wang Hujie's bodyguard, anyone who tried to deal with him had run into trouble. That was what really gave them headaches. At this moment, they looked at Xiao Chen with a hint of helplessness on their faces. But if you asked for evidence, there was none at all. As of now, they had no idea where Gu Yan was, just as a few of them were about To ask more questions, the door was opened and Xiao Chen saw a woman with gold-rimmed glasses walk in. She was looking at Xiao Chen with a scrutinizing gaze. In her eyes, there was a hint of examination. Xiao Chen looked back at her and instinctively felt a sense of threat. Although it was fleeting, he could still sense that this woman posed a threat to him. This surprised Xiao Chen. Given his current body and strength, no ordinary person should be able to give him such a feeling. Even Songya's bodyguard, Old Wolf, was like child's play to him. I'm taking this person with me. The woman flashed her credentials and upon seeing them, the group immediately nodded, not uttering a single word of protest. Get up, come with me. The woman stepped in front of Xiao Chen and said, let's talk somewhere else. Xiao Chen squinted slightly but said nothing. He knew he had no choice but to comply. After following the woman out of the police station, he saw Songya. Wait for me at home. Xiao Chen gave Songya a look and then got into the woman's car. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chu Qingyue. Chu Qingyue turned to Xiao Chen and said, Mr. Xiao, we've been paying attention to you for a long time. Is that so? Xiao Chen replied lightly, I don't know who you are. You just need to know that we come to you with sincerity. Chu Qingyue thought for a moment and said, we are not enemies with Mr. Xiao. It's best to keep it that way. Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this and then fell silent. He could sense that this woman was not simple. The more he spoke, the more likely he was to reveal something. Since that was the case, it was better to remain silent. The system was his biggest secret, and if it were discovered, his troubles would surely multiply. He still wanted to get by on Earth. Seeing Xiao Chen not speaking, Chu Qingyue smiled faintly. She understood that Xiao Chen was definitely wary of her. However, no matter what, the fact that he was willing to talk to her was a good start. So, Chu Qingyue remained silent as well, looking at Xiao Chen with interest and said, Mr. Xiao, I'm very curious, how did those people disappear? As she said this, her gaze was fixed on Xiao Chen. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen did not answer her at all. Instead, he looked at her and said, what people? How would I know how they disappeared? Chu Qingyue's eyes were fixed on Xiao Chen, and then she smiled faintly and said, Mr. Xiao, do you know? I have a certain ability to read others' emotions. At least, you just lied. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and then replied calmly, then what do you think happened to those people? I don't know, which is why I asked you. Chu Qingyue responded, you don't need to be so hostile towards me. In a way, we might be similar people. As she said this, she looked at Xiao Chen and then fell silent. Meanwhile, a hint of seriousness appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He could clearly sense that when Chu Qingyue mentioned they were similar, he felt a certain aura emanating from her. Although it was certainly not comparable to his own, it still carried a sense of pressure. When the car arrived at a factory area, Xiao Chen was asked to get out. Looking at the factory in front of him, he frowned slightly. The surroundings were very empty, not even a single person around. Apart from Chu Qingyue, there was no one else in this place. In the next moment, a sense of crisis swept over him. Xiao Chen's expression changed, and he quickly turned his head. Chu Qingyue had drawn a knife at some point and was smiling at him. Mr. Xiao, I want to test your skills, she said, and with that, the knife in her hand slashed towards Xiao Chen. At the moment the blade was swung, Xiao Chen even saw a flash of light from the knife rushing towards him. Almost instinctively, he dodged the strike quickly, and as he watched the blade pass by, the stone pillar behind him was directly sliced open, causing his expression to change. What do you want? Xiao Chen squinted his eyes. At that moment, he felt a sense of threat for the first time. Chu Qingyue did not respond but instead lunged forward, attacking Xiao Chen. As she swung her knife at him again, Xiao Chen reacted swiftly, rushing towards her and throwing a punch at her face. Of course, she easily dodged his punch. At that moment, Chu Qingyue revealed a hint of a smile, her body quickly charging at Xiao Chen, continuously swinging the knife at him. Xiao Chen could only dodge rapidly, but at that moment, he didn't even dare to use his abilities. He realized that this woman was skilled in real combat, not just relying on any supernatural powers. If he used his abilities, it would expose him, and besides, Chu Qingyue's knife strikes, while intimidating, were less lethal than a handgun. Chu Qingyue and Xiao Chen fought for quite a while, for a full half hour, with her doing most of the attacking while Xiao Chen merely evaded. Moreover, during the fight, she noticed something. The opponent didn't understand any techniques at all. He was relying solely on instinct and brute force to fight her, yet he was not at a disadvantage. That instinct was terrifying. In fact, Chu Qingyue realized that by now, she was already starting to breathe heavily, but her opponent showed no signs of fatigue. Aren't you tired? Chu Qingyue took a deep breath and asked Xiao Chen. Hearing this, Xiao Chen shook his head and replied, at least not right now. I'm not fighting anymore. Chu Qingyue said helplessly as she gave up. After she sheathed her knife, she looked at Xiao Chen and said, Gu Yan and those people must be dead, right? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen remained silent, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Chu Qingyue. Let me introduce myself. I am Chu Qingyue, affiliated with the official special events team. Chu Qingyue said, looking at Xiao Chen. So, you're here to capture me? Xiao Chen asked calmly, looking at her. If that were the case, he feared he wouldn't be able to stay in the country and would have to flee overseas. No, quite the opposite. I'm here to invite you. Chu Qingyue replied with a smile. I'm inviting you to join us. As she said this, she looked at Xiao Chen and added, as long as you join, those matters won't be important. Speaking of which, she looked at Xiao Chen and said, after all, the other party deserves it, don't they? Aren't you affiliated with the authorities? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback and asked, what about these matters of mine? After all, they are not good people. If you target good people, we will definitely intervene. Chu Qingyue said. Mr. Xiao, what do you think? As long as you join us, then, we can help you cover up those previous matters. What price do I need to pay? Or rather, what do I need to do? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen looked at her and asked. He didn't believe that after joining, he wouldn't have to do anything. We will only investigate some special incidents, or, rather, pursue those who enter our country to cause destruction. If there are tasks, you will need to take action. Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyue said, how about it? Can I refuse? Xiao Chen looked at her and asked. He really didn't want to get involved, after all, he had his own matters to handle. Why? Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue frowned slightly, and said, your abilities make joining us the best option. Moreover, we won't restrict your freedom. You can completely do your own things. We will only ask you to help when we need you, which is almost twice a year, or even less. And, by joining us, at least, whatever you do will be much more convenient. Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyue said, I also know about your situation with Songya. With our identity, you don't need to worry about the other party pressuring you through official channels. For you, it's all benefits and no harm. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and then said, fine, I'll only take action twice a year. The rest of the matters, I'll handle myself. At this moment, Xiao Chen looked at her and said, he thought about it and it did seem feasible. After all, with this identity it would indeed be much more convenient. Situations like being invited for tea today would basically be eliminated. That's good enough. Chu Qingyue smiled upon hearing this and said, I'm quite curious about how you trained. You're instinctive. Reactions are very quick, your strength is great, and your power is strong, but you don't understand any techniques at all, relying solely on brute force, she said, looking at Xiao Chen with curiosity. The current Xiao Chen was like those characters in martial arts dramas who had immense internal power but didn't know how to use it at all. It's innate. Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue was taken aback but didn't say much. Everyone who joins them has secrets, and prying into others' secrets is not a good thing. The Special Operations Group of the authorities, to put it simply, is just to manage them, or even to deal with those who cause significant destruction. Alright, since that's the case, I won't ask anymore. Chu Qingyue nodded and looked at Xiao Chen, saying, Mr. Xiao, here is your identification. I've prepared it. Also, here is my number. Saying this, she handed a business card to Xiao Chen and said, in the future, you can contact me. Our Special Operations Group has only 2 people in this province, you and me. Saying this, she looked at Xiao Chen proudly. 2? Xiao Chen was taken aback, his face full of surprise. Do you think there are many people like you and me? Chu Qingyue said. Helplessly, there might be more in Shengjing and Haicheng, but elsewhere, not many. After all, people like us are almost extinct. She said with a bitter smile, I only heard about you occasionally, so I came here to take a look. Luckily, I did. Saying this, she looked at Xiao Chen carefully and said, otherwise, I would have really missed you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. Indeed, in modern society, he had seen capable people, but it was the first time he had seen someone like Chu Qingyue who could also unleash blade energy. Alright, I'm usually in the provincial capital. If you need anything, just find me. If anything happens in the province, I'll ask you for help. After saying this, she turned and left. Xiao Chen watched as the woman got into her car and drove away, momentarily stunned. He turned to glance behind him at an abandoned factory surrounded by desolate wilderness. Did that woman just leave him here? Damn, after a fight she just tossed me out into the wild? Xiao Chen was speechless, yet helpless. He could only walk back to the city. He looked at the identification in his hand. Special Operations Group number 88. He didn't know what this number represented. Perhaps it indicated the number of people. If that was the case, it meant there were over 80 people in the country like Chu Qingyue. He had no idea how strong those people were. I was too arrogant before, thinking I was really a Superman. Xiao Chen sighed. When he faced off against Chu Qingyue, although he didn't use any abilities, he was aware that she was not simple. He could handle one Chu Qingyue, and even in a situation where he used his abilities, he could take her down in an instant. But he didn't know if there were more troublesome characters among the rest. What if they could cause him harm? So, he needed to be a bit more cautious in the future. He called Lao Lang to come pick him up, and then Xiao Chen started thinking about how to enhance his own strength. Xiao Chen knew his own situation. He now had the universal purchasing system. For others, enhancing their strength was incredibly difficult, but for him, all he needed to do was go to the apocalypse world and drink a few potions. With this in mind, he immediately contacted Gu Ming. Do you have any potions left? Xiao Chen asked directly. I need to enhance my strength. Bro, you should come to me first. Gu Ming replied helplessly. Do you think potions can be taken casually? At least after one intermediate potion, you can drink one more at most, and then it will be completely ineffective. And I need to see what level your strength is at now. Hearing Gu Ming's words, Xiao Chen was taken aback. He thought it would be enough to just have the potions, but it seemed it wasn't that simple. However, thinking about it, it made sense. After all, if having potions was all it took in the apocalypse world, it would be too easy. Alright, I'll prepare the stuff for you in a couple of days, Xiao Chen said, and after saying this, he cut off contact with Gu Ming. Lao Lang's car had already arrived. Looking at Xiao Chen, Lao Lang asked, Mr. Xiao, that woman. It's nothing. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, don't worry. She came to find me for something. Okay. Lao Lang didn't ask further. A woman who could take someone out of the police station was not someone he could provoke. So, at this point, he could only set that matter aside. He then took Xiao Chen back to his place. Sonya had been waiting for Xiao Chen there. When she saw him return, she let out a sigh of relief. I need to be out for a few days. You should be careful during this time. He looked at Sonya and said, ever since Chu Qingyue appeared, Xiao Chen had felt a sense of crisis. At least this woman had the ability to harm him, though not significantly. But whenever such a person appeared, he had to be cautious. So, at this moment, Xiao Chen naturally needed to worry about what would happen to him next. With this thought, Xiao Chen looked directly at Sonya and said, the authorities shouldn't target me anymore. As for Wang Hujie, from now on, you just need to be careful in dealing with him. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Sonya smiled and said, he doesn't have any means left now. The Wang family was wealthy, but relatively so. Yun City was a small city, and the Wang family's wealth was probably around 100 billion. This is still the number accumulated by 3 generations of the Wang family. Moreover, most of this money is tied up in real estate. When it turns into cash, the Wang family might not even be able to produce as much as Xiao Chen has for himself. Relying on that money to target her is simply not enough. Therefore, Sonya is not in a Hurry. Listening to Songya, Xiao Chen nodded and said, when I come back, I'll bring you more gold. Okay. Upon hearing this, Songya's eyes brightened slightly. She didn't ask any further questions. She knew that Xiao Chen was definitely going out to handle something significant. Since that was the case, there was no need to continue asking. After that, Xiao Chen personally saw Songya and Old Wolf off. After watching the two leave, he contacted Gu Ming. He instructed Gu Ming to place an order, then he directly entered the warehouse, ignoring everything else, and stuffed all the prepared food directly into his face. With Xiao Chen's current space, it was almost full. Glancing at the corpses in the corner, Xiao Chen frowned. He would clean them up when he went to Gu Ming's place. A flash of light flickered, and Xiao Chen appeared in front of Gu Ming. At this moment, when he looked at the scene before Gu Ming, he was taken aback. The area where Gu Ming was before resembled an old factory, surrounded by metal sheds. However, now, what Xiao Chen saw was somewhat reminiscent of a city. Looking out, the huge sun was visible in the sky, and the desert not far away was clearly seen. Yet, above this small city, there was a massive spatial dome, enveloping it inside, or it didn't feel particularly hot. Bro, how is it? My territory is not bad, right? Gu Ming said directly to Xiao Chen. Now, this place is all my territory. Hee, you don't know, I recruited a bunch of high-level ability users with the food you provided. At this point, Gu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. High-level ability users? Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and asked, how are ability users classified? It's just low-level, mid-level, and high-level. Gu Ming replied, I'm high-level, but in my opinion, your current strength should just have reached the mid-level ability user tier. Saying this, he looked at Xiao Chen and added, how about you try attacking me? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, took a deep breath, and then quickly charged at Gu Ming. His fist was aimed directly at Gu Ming's cheek. However, the next moment, he saw Gu Ming simply turn his head to avoid the punch. After dodging the punch, Gu Ming casually delivered a whip kick to Xiao Chen. The next second, the kick hit Xiao Chen with a loud bang, sending him flying. Lying on the ground, feeling the pain in his body, Xiao Chen took a deep breath before standing up. Ability users are also those whose bodies have been modified by potions. My ability enhances my physical body, so my ability is actually more suited for combat. Gu Ming pulled Xiao Chen up and said, bro, you have abilities, but you don't know how to fight. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He indeed did not know how to fight. Also, this is a bottle of mid-level potion, but I don't recommend you drink it now. Looking at Xiao Chen, Gu Ming said, the potions in your body might not have been fully digested yet. Wait a while before you drink it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and took the bottle of potion. As for high-level potions, I don't have any right now, but when your food arrives here, I should be able to exchange for some high-level potions. Saying this, he looked at Xiao Chen and asked, bro, how much food did you bring? He looked at Xiao Chen eagerly, his face full of excitement. I'm really short on food right now. Hearing this, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the next moment, a large area appeared on the ground with a massive amount of food rolling down. Gu Ming also saw several vehicles and the corpses on them. Turning to Xiao Chen, he asked, bro, I don't eat people. After killing a few people, we need to dispose of the bodies. Xiao Chen sighed helplessly. All right, I'll help you. Take care of it. Gu Ming nodded. In the apocalyptic world, seeing corpses had become so common that it evoked no feelings. In the following days, Gu Ming showed Xiao Chen around his base and introduced him to a few of his subordinates. When those people learned that Xiao Chen was the one trading food with Gu Ming, they treated him with great respect. Even though Xiao Chen's strength was lacking, his connections were undoubtedly impressive, and in this world, being able to acquire so much food meant he must have some background. They didn't believe otherwise. Xiao Chen felt at ease staying here, learning some combat experience from Gu Ming. Gu Ming taught him quite a bit. After taking the potion, his own development had already enhanced his intellect, so he learned quickly. Now, Xiao Chen had gradually mastered some combat techniques. Unfortunately, what we have here are just some fighting skills. Beyond that, there's nothing more, Gu Ming said, looking at Xiao Chen. In the apocalyptic world, civilization had actually experienced a breakdown, and the current combat techniques were mostly insights gained from fighting. In essence, they weren't very advanced. Xiao Chen also realized that these were merely applications of strength and instinctive fighting methods. Although they were a bit more sophisticated than what he had known before, they were limited to that. With this thought, Xiao Chen felt somewhat helpless. Xiao Gu, requesting support. Just as he was talking to Gu Ming, he heard Xiao's voice in his mind. What happened? Hearing Xiao's words, Xiao Chen felt a bit helpless. This guy had given him plenty of good stuff. With so many firearms, there shouldn't have been any issues. Why was he asking for help? Bro, I've already reached the Imperial City, but I'm facing a very awkward problem. My tank is out of fuel, and the weapons you gave me are out of bullets. On the other end, Xiao said helplessly, although I still have combat capability, there are a few grandmasters on the other side, and I can't handle them. Grandmasters? Xiao Chen was taken aback. Isn't that from the ancient world? Bro, you don't think there are no experts in the ancient world, do you? My world is more like a martial arts world. There are still some experts. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Alright, wait for me. I'm coming to find you right now. He realized he seemed to have entered a misunderstanding. Gu Ming was evolving his physical body and abilities, but his combat skills weren't high. However, Xiao had experts on his side. It made sense for him to go there and study for a while, right? With this thought, Xiao Chen stood up and looked at Gu Ming. Your technology should be advanced. Do you have any firearms? We do have some, but they're a bit different from what you might expect. Gu Ming thought for a moment and then had his subordinates bring over a batch of weapons. Looking at these oddly shaped weapons, which even Xiao Chen didn't recognize, he was stunned. This thing is more like an electromagnetic cannon. Gu Ming took out a weapon
resembling a cannon and said, it's solar-powered. If you leave it out in the sun for a day, it can fully charge. It has decent lethality and can cause widespread damage. But the only drawback is the number of uses. Basically, it can fire 5 times when fully charged.
And then, it can be used a maximum of 60 times before it becomes useless.
He pointed to the electromagnetic cannon in front of him and added, also, this one is a laser gun that fires lasers, more advanced than a handgun.
And it's also solar-powered. Listening to Gu Ming's introduction, Xiao Chen's eyes brightened. With these gadgets, who would still go overseas to buy weapons? He
could just take them directly from this guy.
Alright, I'll take these, Xiao Chen immediately said. He wasn't planning to be polite with Gu Ming. Sure, these are just some small gadgets. In the apocalyptic world, if your physical body is strong, these are just enough to deal with small fry. Gu Ming sighed and said, now everyone
is almost focused on developing those potions to make themselves stronger. As for everything else, they no longer care.
Listening to Gu Ming's words, Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. He understood that even if he were shot, it wouldn't cause much harm. Firearms in this era were practically obsolete. Holding the toys, Gu Ming
mentioned he bid farewell to the other party. Of course, he also took away a batch of gold. This time, Gu Ming had given quite a lot, 300 pounds of gold,
worth nearly 100 million.
However, when Xiao Chen returned to the real world and glanced at the gold in his face, he was instantly speechless.
The dog system had directly taken half of it away.
Not only that, but even the firearms he had brought back were reduced by half. At that moment, Xiao Chen was left speechless.
Isn't your cut a bit too harsh? Xiao Chen helplessly said to the system. The host has completed the transaction and will receive dimensional value to unlock the next dimension.
The system's prompt echoed in his mind, and Xiao Chen fell silent. Now that he had unlocked 2 dimensions, the benefits were naturally significant.
If he unlocked another dimension, he didn't even know what it would be.
As long as the unlocked dimension was advanced enough, then the benefits he could gain
would be even greater. Alright, got it. Xiao Chen didn't say anything further and directly chose to continue the teleportation.
The next moment he appeared in front
of Xiao.
At that moment, in the ancient dimension beneath the capital city, many people were stunned when they saw someone suddenly appear on the battlefield.
On Xiao's side, upon seeing Xiao Chen, those people were immediately ecstatic. We meet the immortal. Many even knelt on the ground, their faces filled with excitement.
They all knew that this person was the elder brother of their 4th prince, the celestial lord from the heavens.
Xiao Chen turned to look and happened to see Xiao.
At that moment, Xiao suddenly shouted at Xiao Chen, brother, be careful. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback and a sense of crisis surged within
him.
A sharp arrow came flying from the city wall, cutting through the air violently, aimed directly at Xiao Chen's heart. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen's expression
changed, and in an instant he activated his teleportation.
The next moment, his body appeared 15 meters away.
The arrow struck the ground and instantly exploded in a wide area, even creating a hole in the ground.
Witnessing this, Xiao Chen was still surprised. He turned to look, and on the city wall, an old man was also staring at Xiao Chen with a shocked expression.
What's going on?
Xiao Chen quickly walked over to Xiao and asked, the power of this arrow is no less destructive than that
of a handgun.
It was the first time he had felt the opponent's strength, and it truly astonished him.
You don't know, this is internal energy, Xiao replied. Transforming internal energy into arrows, such destructive power is normal.
Xiao Chen looked at the figure not far away, who was also watching him.
What level of expert is that?
Xiao Chen pointed at the person and asked. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xiao thought for a moment and said, a disciple of a grandmaster should be considered top tier. The opponent's skills are considerable. At their level, it's actually quite difficult to kill them. As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Chen and asked, bro, did you bring anything? Hearing this, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and a large array of weapons suddenly appeared on the ground.
Staring at these items, Xiao was stunned. Bro, these things look so unserious. Xiao looked at Xiao Chen and helplessly said, aren't we the same age?
You tell me, after I crossed over,
this world has become like this? The items in front of him looked more like toys from an anime than weapons.
Hearing this, Xiao Chen picked up the magnetic cannon
in his hand and aimed it at the distant city wall. In the next moment, a massive burst of light and magnetism erupted, and with a thunderous roar, a large area was instantly blown away before them. Seeing this scene, Xiao's mouth fell open in shock. He couldn't understand why this world had become like this. He and Xiao Chen were from the same era. Is this all real?
He looked at Xiao Chen, his face filled with astonishment. What's so strange about it? Xiao Chen replied lightly. It's a product of the apocalyptic world.
Damn. Upon hearing this, Xiao was filled with excitement, directly grabbing an electromagnetic cannon and aiming it at the city gate to fire. Boom!
With a loud bang, the massive city gate was instantly reduced to fragments.
This scene sent waves of exclamations from Xiao's
subordinates, who looked at Xiao Chen with increasing respect. After all, it was only after this immortal appeared that such changes occurred. Brothers, let's charge in. The burly general Xiao immediately drew his sword and shouted excitedly. In the next moment, he led the army forward. Xiao Chen looked at the scene before him
and said, let's go. Let's see what's inside. He was actually curious about that grandmaster. After all, if this was the ancient martial world, how great would the opponent's destructive power be? That was what he wanted to witness. Hearing this, Xiao quickly nodded and pulled Xiao Chen along.
He and Xiao Chen each had an electromagnetic cannon, and several accompanying guards were similarly equipped.
Bro, this thing is really useful. At that moment, Xiao looked at the device in his hand and asked, what does it use for charging? Solar energy.
Xiao Chen pointed to the blazing sun in the sky and said, but it has limited uses.
Alright, once
I occupy the imperial city, I'll temporarily seal these things away.
Xiao said with a grin. I'll definitely need them later. As he spoke, he looked at the Imperial city ahead and said, bro, you have no idea, this ancient world is not small. The country I'm in is just a small one and there are many powerful empires outside eyeing us. By then, I'll need to slowly fight my way through. He said, his gaze burning as he looked at Xiao Chun. At that time, can you equip me with more weapons? You can rest assured, I know what you want. He said, pointing behind him. It's already prepared, a cart full of gold. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen turned to glance at the cart behind him, then waved his hand and the cart disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, the group of personal guards beside Xiao widened their eyes in astonishment. They looked at this immortal before them. Indeed, only an immortal could possess such magical abilities. As the army charged into the Imperial city, Xiao Chen and Xiao followed leisurely behind. Soon, a subordinate rushed over to report that at the palace gate, the emperor was sitting above. When Xiao Chen and Xiao arrived at the palace gate, they saw the emperor. Xiao Chen took a glance. This guy did bear some resemblance to Xiao. However, the emperor's gaze was much darker, unlike Xiao's. Fourth, you treacherous rebel. The emperor glared at Xiao, his face grim. Do you think that by storming the palace, you can become emperor? I never wanted that position. Xiao replied coldly, looking at him. Big brother, you're too anxious, wanting to kill me, so I can only rebel. Are you the immortal they speak of? Suddenly, the emperor fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen and asked, I can grant you the position of national master, establish temples for you across the nation, and offer incense. Will the immortal assist me? Listening to the other party's words, Xiao Chen smiled and didn't even respond. Was that what he wanted? Seeing Xiao Chen unmoved, the emperor's eyes deepened as he coldly asked, what does the immortal mean by this? Are you going to help this treacherous rebel to be scorned by the world? Listening to the other person's words, Xiao smiled faintly and said, boss, you still don't understand. If I were a treacherous minister or a rebel, why do you think my followers are increasing? He looked at the other person and said, now, your power is gone. Upon hearing this, the emperor's face darkened, and he fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen, saying, Immortal Lord, I am willing to share the world with you. Will you assist me? Xiao Chen shook his head at this, realizing that this person had truly gone mad, still trying to win him over at this point. The imperial city had already been breached. Who would help him now? Seeing that Xiao Chen remained silent, the other person's expression turned grim, while Xiao Chen glanced at the old eunuch behind him and asked, is that person the Grand Master? Yes. Xiao nodded in response. Then, Xiao Chen looked at the other person and revealed a smile, saying, I came here to see the Grand Master's abilities. How about a match between the Grand Master and me? Hearing Xiao Chen's words, the eunuch frowned slightly and then looked at Xiao Chen, saying, Immortal Lord, your magical powers are beyond compare. I have already witnessed them and am not a match for you. Previously, Xiao Chen's two electromagnetic cannon shots outside the city had completely shattered the Grand Master's pride. He was confident that he could never unleash such power. So, at this moment he had actually conceded. I won't use magic, I just want to test your skills, Xiao Chen said, fixing his gaze on the other person. In the next moment, his body suddenly appeared in front of the old eunuch, throwing a punch at him. The eunuch's expression changed and he raised his hand to take Xiao Chen's punch head on. Oh, the eunuch let out a soft exclamation. This punch was not as powerful as he had imagined. Although it still carried terrifying force, he managed to neutralize it directly. Seeing the other person easily absorb his punch, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up with surprise. Indeed, the ancient martial arts of this world had some merit. Xiao Chen lunged at the other person, throwing punches continuously, his fists like cannonballs, striking relentlessly. The eunuch frowned slightly, filled with confusion, but still reached out to continuously deflect Xiao Chen's attacks. His face was full of doubt. The physical strength of the other party was not as formidable as he had thought. In fact, under the attacks there was no internal energy in operation, just sheer brute force. Just as he was about to unleash a fatal blow to kill Xiao Chen clearly sensed the other person's murderous intent. In the next moment, he directly appeared a short distance away. The eunuch did not dare to pursue, only watching Xiao Chen with confusion. Boss, this Grand Master is not simple, Xiao said beside him. This matter today is really not easy to resolve. What's so hard to resolve? Just a shot from the electromagnetic cannon, Xiao Chen replied, then directly pulled out the electromagnetic cannon and aimed it at the positions of the eunuch and the emperor. With one shot, the emperor and the eunuch were instantly enveloped by the massive beam of light. When the light column dissipated, the emperor was already dead beyond recovery. Even the eunuch had both arms severed, looking at Xiao Chen and Xiao with a tragic expression. His eyes were filled with resentment, staring directly at Xiao Chen, and in the next moment, his body charged at Xiao Chen. Boom! The moment he charged out, Xiao fired another shot, instantly turning his body into fragments. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and said, Bro, you don't need to worry about the rest. Get me some secret manuals, I'll take them with me. Xiao Chen patted the other person's shoulder. Since the ancient martial arts here were useful, then he would take them back to the real world and see if they would work. From the very beginning, Xiao Chen's thoughts about these planes were quite simple. He was just a passerby, here to trade, so the matters of this plane had nothing to do with him. He only needed to take care of the logistics for these people. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately nodded and instructed his subordinates a few words. Soon, someone carried a box of secret manuals to Xiao Chen's front. These are all for you, brother. Take them back and have a good look. Xiao Chen was not polite and gathered the items before instantly choosing to teleport. It had been a while since he left, and he had no idea how the modern world was doing. When Xiao Chen's body appeared in the modern era, he glanced at his face. The entire box of secret manuals had now shrunk to half, and the gold and silver in the carriage had also decreased by half. The system had indeed directly taken away half System prompt, new dimensional coordinates will open in 3 days. When the system prompt sounded, Xiao Chen's eyes instantly lit up. New dimensional coordinates. He wondered what kind of place this new dimensional coordinate would be. So far, 2-dimensional coordinates had appeared, and the benefits they brought to Xiao Chen were evident. In the later stages, there would only be more and more dimensional coordinates opening up. Reminder, this coordinate is a mid-level dimension. The system's voice echoed in Xiao Chen's mind again, and he was taken aback. A mid-level dimension meant that the ones he had opened initially should all be low-level dimensions. He was curious about how powerful these low-level dimensions were, and what benefits a mid-level dimension could provide him. Moreover, he had no idea what the other party wanted. However, since the other party had not started placing orders yet, Xiao Chen decided to temporarily ignore them. He then contacted Sonya. Are you back? As soon as the call connected, Sonya's voice rang out asking, where are you? At home. Xiao Chen replied, how is that possible? I've had people closely monitor your house and they didn't notify me. Upon hearing this, Sonya was taken aback and then said, there are quite a few people outside your door, all watching you. Wang Hujie's people? Xiao Chen squinted slightly, clearly aware that Wang Hujie was still keeping an eye on him. He has lost so many subordinates, you should know that these people are all experts under him. Sonya said helplessly, the Wang family has recruited so many people over the years, all to work for them. You took them all out in one go. Even if he can't trouble you officially, it's certain that he will keep an eye on you. What a troublesome guy. Xiao Chen snorted coldly. Being watched like this was not a good thing. Also, Jin Yutang is in crisis. Sonya said helplessly, my suppliers have stopped supplying me. Wang Hujie has cut off my supply channels. As she spoke, her voice was filled with helplessness. I still have a batch of orders that require a large amount of gold for trading, but there's no stock. If there's no stock, I'll have to compensate the other party a lot of money. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, alright, come over and take it. I have it here. You brought back gold? How much? Sonya on the other end of the line hurriedly asked, if it's not much, it won't be useful. We still need a lot of supplies. It should be enough for you, over 100 million worth. Xiao Chen glanced and said, he had already brought back so much from the apocalyptic world, and then that guy Xiao directly gave him a whole carriage, including some antiques and gold items, definitely over 100 million. Upon hearing this, Sonya on the other end hurriedly said, wait for me. At that moment, she had completely relaxed. Over 100 million worth of goods, what could go wrong? So, she didn't hesitate and directly brought Old Wolf along. When she opened the door to Xiao Chen's house and saw the boxes all over the floor, she was instantly stunned. You, looking at Xiao Chen. At that moment, Sonya opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. Take the stuff and go. Xiao Chen said directly, remember to transfer the money to me later. His investment in Sonya was an investment. All of this was earned by himself. Upon hearing this, Sonya immediately showed a look of surprise, hugging Xiao Chen and giving him a fierce kiss. I'll take the things back first. Wait for me tonight. With that, she hurriedly left with Old Wolf. Watching Sonya and Old Wolf drag the gold away, Xiao Chen thought for a moment before asking Xiao, you mentioned that you have a sister. Where is she? Bro, you finally have some free time? On the other end, Xiao directly replied, I'll send you my sister's address. You help me take good care of her. Looking at the address sent by Xiao, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. The provincial city. So, he would have to make a trip to the provincial city. After all, he had gained so many benefits from that guy Xiao. It wouldn't do to not go at least once. After Sonya returned the items, she hurried back, and upon seeing Xiao Chen, she directly threw herself into his arms. I missed you. She hugged Xiao Chen, her face filled with joy, and softly said, a lot has happened this past week while you were gone. Wang Hujie can't find you and has been sending people to watch Jin Yutang every day. Sonya leaned against Xiao Chen's chest and whispered, he's preparing to hold something over us. It's fine. I'll find a way to deal with it when the time comes. Xiao Chen replied. In fact, even now, he still didn't know how to handle Wang Hujie. Previously, he had thought about making the man disappear. But now, he was already being watched by the special events group. Although Chu Qingyue had invited him to join the special events group, Xiao Chen knew in his heart that if he used those previous methods to trouble Wang Hujie, Chu Qingyue would definitely come after him. She had invited him to join the special events group partly because of his skills, and partly to put a shackle on him, preventing him from acting recklessly. Of course, Xiao Chen also understood that the benefits of joining outweighed the drawbacks. After all, Wang Hujie currently had no way to deal with him. I need to go to the provincial city. In a couple of days, you keep an eye on things here. Xiao Chen said. Provincial city? Upon hearing this, Sonya frowned slightly and said, you don't want to go looking for trouble with the Gu family, do you? No, it has nothing to do with the Gu family. Xiao Chen shook his head in response. Hearing Xiao Chen say this, Sonya finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was genuinely afraid that Xiao Chen would recklessly charge into the Gu family. After all, the Gu family was different from the Wang family. The Gu family's assets definitely exceeded 800 billion, a true top-tier foundation. Behind them, countless people supported the Gu family. If anything happened to such a family, the impact would be enormous. If Xiao Chen really went to cause trouble for the Gu family, it wouldn't be wise. Actually, as long as the Gu family doesn't bother me anymore, there won't be any issues. Leaning against Xiao Chen, Sonya softly said, they kicked me out all those years ago and haven't bothered with me since. Maybe they've already forgotten about me. Hearing this, Xiao Chen squinted slightly and said, I hope so. Xiao Chen knew in his heart how terrifying his current abilities were. The reason he couldn't handle Chu Qingyue before was that he was clueless about combat. But during this time, in the apocalyptic world with Gu Ming feeding him techniques every day, his skills had improved significantly. Now, he believed that dealing with Chu Qingyue would be quite simple. However, he also didn't know if this so-called special events group had experts even more powerful than Shu Qingyue. Even if they did, he wasn't afraid. Although he was just an intermediate ability user now, he still had a bottle of evolution potion in hand, and that was the key. As long as he drank this bottle of evolution potion, his strength would only increase faster. With more and more planes opening up, he would only become stronger. After a wild night with Sonya, the next morning, she got up and left. Last night, Sonya mentioned that Xiao Chen had brought too many things, and even now, Jin Yutang was still consuming them. You don't know, Wang Hujie set me up, ordering a lot of gold from me at a price higher than the market rate, but if I don't deliver on time, I'll have to compensate him. Looking at Xiao Chen, Sonya smiled and said, I didn't expect that several suppliers who had been supplying me suddenly stopped, leaving me in a very passive position. Fortunately, you have received all this gold, and now I have enough gold to deliver. With that, Sonya cheerfully walked away. Just from this deal, she could earn a lot of money from the Wang family. As Sonya left, Xiao Chen prepared to tidy up before heading to the provincial city. However, just as he was about to go, a system notification suddenly appeared in his mind. You have a new order, please check it. As the voice echoed in his mind, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. At that moment, he directly looked at the order in his hand. When he saw the order, Xiao Chen was stunned. 3 boxes of ham sausages, 5 boxes of instant noodles, 3 boxes of cola, 5 packs of cigarettes. The quantity was quite substantial. At that moment, Xiao Chen turned to look at his supermarket. These items were the most common goods in the supermarket. Although he had given a large batch to Gu Ming, the shelves were almost empty now. Without time to think too much, he quickly swept all the instant noodles from the shelves into his space. At the same time, he casually pulled out 5 packs of Furong Wang cigarettes and tossed them into the space. The next moment, he chose to teleport. When his body appeared in the world before him, he was completely stunned. What the hell is this place? Xiao Chen looked around. The scene here was very peculiar. It looked like an animation, especially when he saw a paper figure in front of him looking up at him. He was even more taken aback. This was the image of a paper doll. Big brother, you finally came. The paper figure suddenly rushed over and hugged Xiao Chen, saying, this is the first time I've seen a real person. Hearing the other person's words, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and asked, first, tell me what kind of world this is. And who are you? Upon hearing this, the other person immediately spoke up, Big brother, my name is Fang Hao. I've been transported to this world for a few months. This is a game world. As he spoke, he pointed to a distance where a large group of monsters was approaching Xiao Chen and the others. Fang Hao suddenly raised the staff in his hand. Then, under Xiao Chen's astonished gaze, he swung the staff fiercely, and a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Boom! With a loud thunderclap, the monster instantly died, and then Xiao Chen saw a lot of items drop at the moment of the monster's death. Hee hee, big brother, did you see that? This is a game world. Fang Hao looked at Xiao Chen and said, I was teleported here. Now, I am a level 35 mage. Listening to the other person's words, Xiao Chen was slightly stunned, then asked, so, how did you get here? I was staying overnight at an internet cafe, booked for 4 days straight. I was too tired, so I took a nap, and when I woke up, I was here. Fang Hao scratched his head and said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen looked at him strangely. Was this considered a sudden death? Big brother, let's not talk about that for now. Where are the instant noodles? Looking at Xiao Chen, Fang Hao said eagerly, you don't know, I've been craving this for a long time. Hearing this, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and suddenly a lot of items appeared on the ground. Wow, you have a backpack just like me? Seeing Xiao Chen's actions, Fang Hao exclaimed, staring at Xiao Chen and asking, I have space. Xiao Chen replied, but my space is different from your backpack. After all, he had played games before and naturally knew what a backpack in a game looked like. What a pity. Looking at Xiao Chen, Fang Hao spoke up, I just awakened last night, and the system in my head told me that I need gold coins and a job change scroll to activate the exchange system. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and Xiao Chen saw a box, and something resembling a scroll appear in his hand. Bro, this is it. Fang Hao handed the box to Xiao Chen, saying, 1,000 gold coins. You have no idea. I've been grinding monsters for half a month just to save this up. He then handed the scroll to Xiao Chen, saying, this is a game world item, a job change scroll. After using it, you'll get a random game profession. He looked at Xiao Chen and said. Hearing this, Xiao Chen looked at the scroll in his hand and then glanced at Fang Hao. After taking the scroll, he asked the system in his mind, System, do you want me to use the scroll? The moment he inquired, he received a positive response from the system. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen wanted to see what it would be like to use a profession in the game. With that thought, he directly crushed the scroll. In the next moment, he felt a glow forming around him. As the light flickered, he found several skills added to his mind. What the hell? Fang Hao exclaimed, looking at Xiao Chen with disbelief. What's going on? Bro, how did you become a priest? Hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He had originally thought about becoming a mage, but he didn't expect the scroll to give him the profession of a priest. In his mind, there were 3 skills. One was a holy light spell, considered an attack skill, another was a healing spell, and the last one was called mind control. As the name suggests, it allows him to mentally control some animals to help him fight. After glancing at these 3 skills in his mind, Xiao Chen thought for a moment. It seemed somewhat similar to supernatural abilities. So, did he gain 3 supernatural abilities? Thinking about it this way, it was perfect. Transaction complete. I'll be leaving now, Xiao Chen said to Fang Hao in front of him. This world always gave him an unreal feeling. There were plenty of monsters around, and he had no idea how strong they were. If he died in this world, he didn't know if he could come back to life. It was better to leave first and communicate with Fang Hao in his mind later. Alright, I haven't eaten in a long time, Fang Hao replied immediately. If you have any regrets in the real world, you can tell me, maybe I can help. Looking at him, Xiao Chen said. He instinctively felt that the Items and equipment in this world might be even more powerful, and he would definitely be able to use them later. Helping Fong Hao would surely lead to him receiving more help in return. Nothing. Fong Hao sighed and said, I'm just an orphan, doing odd jobs. When I have money, I go to an internet cafe to stay overnight. Now that I'm here, it's actually more suitable for me. After saying this, Fong Hao turned to Xiao Chun and asked, how about you help me find out what happened to my body? If you can find it, help me find a burial site. Hearing Fong Hao say this, Xiao Chen nodded. He then inquired about the time of Fong Hao's death. When Fong Hao mentioned the time, Xiao Chen was stunned. What did you say? At that moment, Xiao Chen looked at Fong Hao with a shocked expression. December 24th, I remember it clearly. Why? Fong Hao asked, puzzled. In my world, today is December 24th. Xiao Chen squinted slightly, looking at him. So, that means it was the day I died? Fong Hao immediately realized that things were not simple. It was the day he died. Alright, tell me the address and I'll go take a look. After speaking with Fong Hao, he immediately chose to teleport back to the real world. Fong Hao's address was in the provincial city. So, he died in an internet cafe in the provincial city? Since he had to go to the provincial city anyway, he prepared to head over directly. As soon as the supermarket door opened, Lao Lang drove over. Mr. Xiao Chen, the boss said you were going to the provincial city and was worried you didn't have a car. He glanced at Xiao Chen's wooling van, which looked almost ready for the junkyard. Xiao Chen nodded in response. It seemed it was indeed time for a new vehicle. This van had been in his possession for months, requiring repairs every few months. If it weren't for the lack of money, he wouldn't have bought this battered wooling. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen directly took the keys and said, alright, I'm off then. He opened Mu Shang's car door, got in, and stepped on the gas, driving away. On the way to the provincial city, Xiao Chen had already searched for the location of the internet cafe and drove straight there. According to Fong Hao, he should have just died not long ago, and the people at the cafe probably hadn't noticed yet, thinking he was just sleeping. However, it should be about time. By the time Xiao Chen arrived at the internet cafe, 3 hours had passed. When he got there, he saw an ambulance parked at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a fat man being carried onto the ambulance and then leaving. Xiao Chen hurriedly followed in his car, and upon reaching the hospital, he went straight to the front desk. Sure enough, Fong Hao was already dead. Who are you to him? The nurse scrutinized Xiao Chen as she asked. I'm his friend. After confirming that Fong Hao had no relatives or other friends, the nurse chose to call the police. Xiao Chen accompanied her to the police station. Once there, he presented his special operations team member ID and informed them that he knew the deceased, asking them to help contact the funeral home to take care of the arrangements. Since Fong Hao was a pure homebody with no friends, that night he was cremated and buried in a single service. After taking care of Fong Hao's affairs, Xiao Chen prepared to find Xie Yusen. Upon arriving at the location Xie Ao had given him, Xiao Chen looked at the area before him and frowned slightly. This was an urban village, but it had almost all been demolished, leaving only piles of rubble. In such a situation, finding Xie Yusen seemed nearly impossible. Just as Xiao Chen was at a loss, his phone rang. He glanced at the name on the screen and was momentarily taken aback. Xu Qingyue was calling him. Are you in the provincial city? Xu Qingyue asked directly on the other end of the line. What brings you to the provincial city? Is it related to the Gu family? Since she had brought Xiao Chen into her team, she naturally understood his relationship with Songya. Now that Xiao Chen was in the provincial city, her first thought was that he was there to deal with the Gu family. Dealing with the Gu family is fine, but not right now. You can't act yet. Before Xiao Chen could respond, Xu Qingyue spoke up. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback and then helplessly said, I'm not here for the Gu family. I'm here to find someone. Perfect. I can't find the person either. You help me look. Xiao Chen wouldn't be polite with Xu Qingyue. After all, she already knew he had just arrived in the provincial city. At this moment, if he didn't ask Xu Qingyue for help, who else could he turn to? Xiao Chen waited in the urban village for Xu Qingyue to arrive while also contacting Fong Hao. He informed Fong Hao that he had helped him find peace. Upon hearing the news of his death, Fong Hao surprisingly didn't mind and said, thank you, big brother. He had no attachments, so he didn't feel anything after dying. Instead, being transported to the game world was a good start for him. Bro, just make sure to get me plenty of food and drinks when the time comes. Fong Hao's request was simple. A homebody's meal would suffice. After talking to Fong Hao for a few moments, he cut off contact because Xu Qingyue had arrived. Xu Qingyue looked at Xiao Chen in front of her, her gaze filled with curiosity as she asked, what are you doing here? Looking for someone, but I couldn't find them. Xiao Chen replied, they must have moved away. Who are you looking for? Xu Qingyue asked, looking at Xiao Chen. Xia Yusen. Xiao Chen said. A girl? Xu Qingyue frowned slightly and asked, what is your relationship with that girl? Her brother is my friend. Before he passed away, he asked me to take care of her. Xiao Chen said, looking at Xu Qingyue. Hearing this, Xu Qingyue frowned slightly. She had investigated Xiao Chen before and could say that none of his friends should have the surname Xia. Of course, the information she gathered was definitely incomplete. After all, she had tried Xiao Chen's methods before, and she understood his capabilities. So, at this moment, she was even more curious about what other tricks Xiao Chen had up his sleeve. In that case, let me help you look for her. Xu Qingyue nodded and then went to make a phone call. She felt that whether she could uncover Xiao Chen's secrets, this person named Xie Yusen might know something. After finishing the call, Xu Qingyue walked directly in front of Xiao Chen and said, don't worry, you'll have news soon. Since you're already in the provincial city, why not come to my place for a visit? Xu Qingyue smiled at Xiao Chen and said, last time we had a match, I know. You definitely didn't use your full strength, but your skills are too poor. I can teach you a thing or two. Hearing this, Xiao Chen squinted slightly and smiled. Sure, I want to give it a try too. During this time, he had gone to the future world to brush up on many techniques. Although he had brought back a large number of ancient martial arts manuals, he still hadn't had the time to look at them. Now, he was curious about how big the gap was between him and Xu Qingyue if he really went all out. With Xu Qingyue, they directly got into a mushang. As Xiao Chen stepped on the gas, he drove to the place Chu Qingyue indicated. Chu Qingyue squinted her eyes slightly and said to Xiao Chen, although our special operations team usually acts independently, it doesn't matter what car you drive, but it's best not to do anything illegal. Hearing this, Xiao Chen turned to look at Chu Qingyue and said, do you think my car is dirty? I know this car belongs to Sonia, but what about the money you transferred from overseas? Chu Qingyue squinted her eyes and said, moreover, how much gold and jewelry have you given to Sonia in the past month? I have my own channels. Xiao Chen said lightly, so, are you planning to investigate me? When he said this, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. If the other party really wanted to target him, then he wouldn't hold back. No, as long as you haven't done anything harmful to the people, we won't do anything to you in principle. Chu Qingyue said lightly, however, once you do something against the people, I'm sorry, but we will have to deal with you. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled and said, I am a citizen of Longhua. Chu Qingyue nodded. She had indeed investigated Xiao Chen and knew that he hadn't done anything harmful to the people. Moreover, although Xiao Chen had killed a few people, those were all scum. Scum, once dead, is just dead. Their department actually has a high degree of freedom. After all, a group of unruly people is inherently difficult to manage. Furthermore, she knew very well how much damage could be caused if people like Xiao Chen went berserk. Therefore, the higher-ups formed this special operations team but granted them the greatest freedom. Of course, once they needed to step in, they had to pay a price for enjoying such treatment. Just in time, you're in the provincial city. During this period, I have a task for you to accompany me. Chu Qingyue said, before we go, let's test your skills. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen didn't ask further. He was actually curious about how many people like Chu Qingyue existed on Earth, or rather, to what extent they could reach. He himself was completely unaware and needed to explore this through Chu Qingyue. The car drove into a villa area, and when Xiao Chen stepped into the villa, he was somewhat surprised. This is my place, and it's also the base for our special operations team. Chu Qingyue looked at Xiao Chen and said, it's specifically for handling supernatural powers like ours. Let's go. I want to test your abilities. This time, I'll be particularly serious. She looked at Xiao Chen and spoke. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded slightly, saying nothing more, and followed Chu Qingyue down to the basement. The basement was a vast open space, even featuring a ring, surrounded by countless weapons and some equipment. Come on. Chu Qingyue held a knife and looked at Xiao Chen. Make your move. You go first. I'm afraid if I strike, you won't even be able to resist. Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile. After that day, he already knew Chu Qingyue's capabilities. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue narrowed her eyes slightly, her expression turning very grim. She hadn't expected to be so underestimated by this person. Undoubtedly, the other party was very strong, but she didn't think she would lose. The knife in her hand was drawn in an instant, and Chu Qingyue's body moved like a shadow, charging directly at Xiao Chen. But in the next second, she froze, because as soon as her movement began, Xiao Chen had actually dodged her knife and was throwing a punch at her fiercely. Taking Xiao Chen's punch head-on, Chu Qingyue was sent flying out of the ring, barely stabilizing herself in midair before landing on the ground. Her expression towards Xiao Chen had changed. She was now completely astonished. The last time she had attacked Xiao Chen, he didn't even understand basic fighting techniques and relied solely on brute strength, but this time, she clearly felt that his skills were undoubtedly much higher than before. How could he have become so strong in such a short time? Were you playing with me last time? Staring at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyue narrowed her eyes slightly. Her first reaction was that Xiao Chen had been toying with her last time. Otherwise, why was there such a huge gap between him now and last time? She even felt that she was completely no match for Xiao Chen. With more skills, Xiao Chen's strength was terrifying, and his abilities were significantly stronger than hers. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled and said, I wasn't serious last time. He knew in his heart that if he had been serious last time, he could have easily defeated Chu Qingyue, but it would have caused greater trouble, and this time, he indeed hadn't taken it seriously. Listening to Xiao Chen's words, Chu Qingyue was momentarily stunned, then sighed. She had originally thought that the gap between her and Xiao Chen wasn't that big, but now it seemed that the difference was still quite significant. Just as she was talking to Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyue's phone suddenly rang. After answering the call, her expression changed immediately. Turning to Xiao Chen beside her, she said, they found the person. Where? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen hurriedly asked. His purpose for coming here was to see Xia Yusen, and if she was not doing well, he planned to take her back. After all, this was Xia Ao's only concern now. In a sense, he and these dimension travelers had almost become one. People's Hospital. Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyue said, they're still in surgery. What did you say? The moment he heard this, Chu Qingyue felt the pressure emanating from Xiao Chen for the first time. This moment, Xiao Chen was staring at Chu Qingyue, and his eyes emitted a dangerous aura. Just the feeling he gave her was particularly terrifying. She even knew that if she said the wrong thing, Xiao Chen might kill her on the spot. That kind of pressure she had only felt from one person before. Chu Qingyue took a deep breath and hurriedly spoke. The person who was sent in last night was said to have been seriously injured. Don't worry, I will definitely get to the bottom of this. Seeing Xiao Chen's expression, Chu Qingyue quickly added. At the same time, she secretly worried that if Xiao Chen found out anything, he might take it seriously. At that time, who could stop him? Let's go, Xiao Chen said urgently. After saying this, he directly got into his car, and with a press of the gas pedal, he headed straight for the People's Hospital. At the People's Hospital, in the intensive care unit, a girl was wiping her tears at the door, her gaze fixed on the situation inside the ward. Are you Xia Yusen's family? A nurse came out, looked at the girl, and handed her a stack of payment slips, saying, hurry up and pay. How much is it? The girl asked anxiously, her face tense. Xia Yusen had been hospitalized for some time now, and she had already paid tens of thousands. She was out of money now. At least another 100,000. The nurse replied directly. Upon hearing this, the girl was stunned for a moment before taking the payment slips. She curled up in the corner, her face streaked with tears. When Xiao Chen and Xu Qingyue arrived, they happened to see the scene. That girl is Chu Yan, a friend of Xie Yusen. She was the one who brought her to the hospital last night, and it looks like she has run out of money, Xu Qingyue said, pointing to the payment slips in Chu Yan's hand. Xiao Chen said nothing but walked directly in front of Chu Yan. He took the payment slips from her hand, glanced at them, then turned to Chu Qingyue beside him. Help me pay the bills. Xiao Chen handed the payment slips to Chu Qingyue. You're quite rude. Chu Qingyue rolled her eyes at Xiao Chen, too lazy to argue with him. She certainly wasn't short on money, so she didn't bother asking Xiao Chen for any. On the contrary, Chu Yan was stunned to see the man in front of her snatch the payment slips and say he would pay. Who are you? Chu Yan stared at Xiao Chen, her face full of vigilance. Are you sent by the Gu family? Gu family? Xiao Chen squinted at Chu Yan and asked, what does it have to do with the Gu family? Don't play dumb. If it weren't for Gu Yuting, Yusen wouldn't have ended up like this, Chu Yan said, her face full of suspicion. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen turned to look at Chu Qingyue beside him. The Gu family's collateral branch, Sonya married into the Gu family, and Gu Yuting is his cousin, Chu Qingyue explained. Xiao Chen understood upon hearing this. It was a cousin relationship with the current Gu family in the provincial city. Xia Yusen was harmed by someone from the Gu family? Xiao Chen asked, his face darkening at that moment. You don't know? Then who are you? Chu Yan was slightly taken aback. She and Xia Yusen were both orphans, and she was sure that Xia Yusen wouldn't know Xiao Chen. My name is Xiao Chen. Xia Yusen's brother, Xiao, is my good brother. Xiao Chen looked at her and said, before he died, he called me and said that from now on, everything about Xia Yusen is under my care. At this moment, Chu Yan was stunned. She never expected that Xia Yusen's deceased brother had such a friend. I want to go in and see Xia Yusen, Xiao Chen said, pushing the door open and walking in. Chu Yan wanted to follow but was stopped by Chu Qingyue. Don't worry, we really have nothing to do with the Gu family. Come with me to pay. Speaking of which, she couldn't help but pull Chu Yan away. She could tell that Xiao Chen wanted to send her away, so she pretended not to know. Moreover, she was particularly curious about Xiao Chen at that moment. This person had a great secret. Chu Yan was clearly worried, but there was nothing she could do, especially since she couldn't afford Xia Yusen's medical expenses. If she didn't pay, she knew very well that Xia Yusen wouldn't survive. Since that was the case, she could only choose to trust him. As she followed Chu Qingyue downstairs, Xiao Chen walked into the intensive care unit, looking at the girl before him. Indeed, there was a resemblance to Xiao in her brows. Although that guy had soul transcended, there was no doubt he still looked like that over there. A pure white light appeared in Xiao Chen's hand, and as the light flickered, it instantly merged into Xia Yusen's body. The next moment, the scene before him changed. A health bar unexpectedly appeared above Xia Yusen's head. He watched as the health bar slowly climbed from the original 5% to 25%, and a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. His healing technique was indeed effective. However, he also noticed that using the healing technique made his body feel somewhat weak, even a bit fatigued. It was very similar to the first time he used his abilities. After giving Xia Yusen 3 healing techniques in a row, Xiao Chen's face turned pale, and he sat down on the ground. He was too tired. Even if he used his teleportation 30 times, he wouldn't feel this exhausted. But after just 3 healing techniques, he felt completely drained. That kind of fatigue almost incapacitated him. At that moment, he looked up at Xia Yusen's health bar, which was at 89%, and let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Chen then lay directly on the ground, gasping for breath. He was so exhausted that he could barely move, not even able to get up. Just then, the door opened, and when Chu Qingyue and Xu Yan saw Xiao Chen's condition, they were both stunned. What happened? Chu Qingyue walked up to Xiao Chen, staring at his pale face, and was immediately taken aback. She knew how terrifying Xiao Chen was. She was well aware of the extent of his abilities. But now, this person was actually this fatigued? This was something she couldn't comprehend. So, at that moment, she looked at Xiao Chen with astonishment. Yusen, you're awake? Xu Yan exclaimed. Hearing this, Chu Qingyue turned to look at Xia Yusen in front of her. She was stunned when she saw Xia Yusen actually sitting up. Turning to look at Xiao Chen, who was struggling to move, her gaze flickered. On the way here, she had already learned how serious Xia Yusen's injuries were. Even the hospital thought they might not be able to save her. But she didn't expect that as soon as Xiao Chen arrived, he would heal her. This was too terrifying. At that moment, her gaze towards Xiao Chen was filled with surprise. She understood that they had truly struck gold. The ability to bring someone back from the dead was too shocking. Xiao Yan, how did I end up in the hospital? Xia Yusen turned to see Chu Yan and hurriedly asked. At the same time, she glanced at Chu Qingyue standing aside and Xiao Chen, who was lying on the ground, motionless. Yusen, you almost died yesterday, but luckily I went to your house and brought you out, Chu Yan said anxiously. As for them, that guy said, he was your brother's friend. My brother's friend? Upon hearing this, Xia Yusen was taken aback, looking at Xiao Chen in disbelief. Her brother had died of a terminal illness. In the years leading up to his death, her brother hadn't even seen anyone. How could he possibly have any friends? Looking at Xia Yusen's doubtful gaze, Xiao Chen finally stammered as he got up. Xiao called me before he died. He asked me to take care of you. Xiao Chen looked at Xia Yusen seriously and said, do you have any proof? Xia Yusen asked warily, her eyes filled with suspicion. Xiao said that you took care of him during those years, and he also told me a lot of things. Xiao Chen looked at Xia Yusen in front of him and spoke while pulling out a book from his pocket. This thing was indeed given to him by Xiao. Inside was not some ancient text, but this guy's diary. He wrote a lot about himself and Xia Yusen, and then handed it to Xiao Chen. Xia Yusen stared blankly at the book. Xiao Chen handed her. It had an ancient design, looking like an old classic. But when she opened it and saw the familiar handwriting inside, she was stunned. She naturally recognized her brother's handwriting. Therefore, the notes about her and her brother's childhood instantly made her understand that the other party really had a connection with her brother. Sorry, I just got here because I had something to do. Looking at Xiaoyusen, Xiaochen said, your brother said that from now on, you will be entrusted to me. Don't worry, I will take good care of you. Xiaoyusen dazedly held the ancient book in her hands, then raised her head to look at Xiao Chen and said, my brother never mentioned you, but before he died, he asked you to take care of me, which clearly shows he trusted you. Hearing Xiaoyusen's words, Xiao Chen nodded. Xiao naturally believed in him. Right now, the only one he trusted was probably himself. Yusen, they all say you can't survive, but Chu Yan turned to look at Xiao Chen. When they entered, they saw Xiao Chen lying on the ground, while Xiaoyusen's condition had completely improved. This proved Xiao Chen's ability. So at this moment, Chu Yan's eyes were filled with curiosity. Seeing that Xiao Chen had nothing to say, Chu Yan could only helplessly give up. However, she also understood that the other party was definitely not simple. First tell me, what happened between you and Gu Yuding? Xiao Chen looked at Xiaoyusen and asked. Now, he had saved Xiaoyusen, but the matter with Gu Yuding had not been dealt with yet. No matter the reason, since Gu Yuding had targeted Xiaoyusen, he would not be polite. Our family's original urban village was demolished and the compensation for the relocation has not been received until now. I heard it was swallowed by Gu Yuding. Xiaoyusen said softly, when I went to ask for the money, they said my brother had already sold the house to him. At this point, Xiaoyusen turned and said, my brother never sold it, he just wanted to swallow our family's money. There are quite a few people like me, many residents in the urban village have been cheated by him. I united some old residents to sue him, but just when I gathered people, a group rushed into my house that night and attacked me. Xiaoyusen said. Softly, in my panic, I called Chu Yan and then passed out. Listening to Xiaoyusen's words, Xiao Chen nodded and said, alright, I understand. Leave this matter to me. Saying this, he instructed Xiaoyusen to rest well. Then, he took Chu Qingyue out of the ward. Where is that scoundrel's house? Xiao Chen turned to Chu Qingyue and asked, do you want to take action? Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue was slightly taken aback, then hurriedly said, didn't I say it before? It's not time to deal with the Gu family yet. I don't care about anything else. I can't calm down until that scoundrel is dead. Xiao Chen said coldly, either you tell me or you go. Deal with him. I'll give you 3 days. If you don't take action in 3 days, I'll do it myself. By the time I take action, it won't just be Gu Yuding who dies. Xiao Chen's eyes were sinister, coldly staring at Chu Qingyue in front of him. Feeling the coldness in Xiao Chen's gaze, Chu Qingyue's expression also turned very ugly at that moment. She knew that Xiao Chen was genuinely angry. Undoubtedly, this kind of anger was terrifying. I will resolve the matter with Gu Yuding, but first, tell me how you made her wake up? Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyue said eagerly at this moment. I mean, what means do you have? Can you wake someone who has been in a coma for a long time? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen slightly squinted his eyes and looked at Chu Qingyue in front of him, saying, that's my secret. Xiao Chen gazed at her, and at that moment Chu Qingyue's eyes held a hint of expectation. Do you have someone I need to treat? Xiao Chen asked her. Hearing this, Chu Qingyue immediately nodded and said, yes. She knew she couldn't deceive Xiao Chen. After all, she was too eager. Well, it depends on what condition the person is in. I might not be able to cure them. Xiao Chen replied. When Chu Qingyue heard this, she pondered for a moment and said, he has been in a vegetative state for 3 years. He was severely injured overseas back then, and since then, he has remained in a vegetative state. We have sought out some renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, and they said that if he doesn't improve, he might only have a year left to live. Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyue's eyes were filled with hope. As she asked, can he be cured? Is he very important to you? Xiao Chen squinted his eyes and inquired. He's my second uncle. Chu Qingyue pondered for a moment and said, if you can cure my second uncle, the Chu family owes you a favor. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen slightly squinted his eyes and then said, you can see that. Even if I can treat him, the consumption is particularly great. At this moment, Xiao Chen's face was still pale and weak. He was well aware of his own condition. After all, the consumption of releasing healing spells was exceptionally high. Moreover, Xiao Chen didn't know if releasing the healing spell would have any impact on himself. So, at this point, he still didn't want to say too much. I know, the consumption must be enormous. Chu Qingyue nodded in response. She understood that such consumption was definitely not simple. She was clear about Xiao Chen's strength. Even with his abilities, he could become that exhausted, which naturally indicated how much mental energy he had expended. Let's put it this way. Xiao Chen sighed and said, basically, once I heal someone else, I will at least lose a few years of my lifespan. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue's expression changed immediately. She understood that Xiao Chen might not help after all. After all, whose life isn't valuable? In such a situation, it was unlikely for an ordinary person to lend a hand. Realizing this, Chu Qingyue showed a look of helplessness and then looked at Xiao Chen and said, I understand. I can help take a look. If the consumption isn't too great, I'm willing to make a move once. Seeing Chu Qingyue's expression, Xiao Chen quickly spoke up. He said this because he needed her favor. As for the so-called lifespan, it was simply impossible. When he was lying on the ground earlier, he had asked Fang Hao, who told him that he had run out of energy. In other words, he had no mental power left. Moreover, he had also inquired with Gu Ming, who said that mental power was the key to releasing abilities. Many times, the more abilities you release, the faster your mental power increases. So, in this situation, it actually had its benefits for him. Now, Xiao Chen didn't mind releasing a few more times. When Chu Qingyue heard this, a look of surprise immediately appeared on her face. She eagerly looked at Xiao Chen and said, really? Xiao Chen, regardless of whether it works or not, the Chu family is willing to owe you a favor. If you can help me cure my second uncle, the Chu family is willing to help you. Alright, Xiao Chen nodded in response. He didn't know what Chu Qingyue's background was, but he was very clear that her mentioning the Chu family indicated that they were not simple. As for now, I need to find Gu Yuding, Xiao Chen said to her. I must Seek justice for Xie Yusen, he said, looking at Chu Qingyue. Don't worry, I will bring that justice. Chu Qingyue quickly replied. She naturally understood the other party's capabilities. Therefore, without any hesitation, she decided that since she couldn't stop Xiao Chun, there was no need to offend him. Instead, it would be better to be straightforward and lend him a hand. This was also because Xiao Chen could bring tremendous benefits to the Chu family. Thus, Chu Qingyue found herself in a position where she needed to please Xiao Chen. Looking at Chu Qingyue in front of him, Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Good." He understood that at this point, Chu Qingyue must want his help. So, there was no need for him to say anything more. He also realized that the Chu family needed him. As long as he demonstrated enough value, it would mean that they would be willing to give up some of their principles for him. Xiao Chen looked directly at Chu Qingyue and said, "In that case, I'll be waiting for you to bring the person over." Okay. Chu Qingyue nodded in response. She was helping Xiao Chen not only because he would assist the Chu family but also because she feared that if Xiao Chen took action, it would be hard to control the situation. If she acted herself, at least it would be within her control. After their conversation, Chu Qingyue left directly. As for Xiao Chen, he returned to Xie Yusen's place. When Xie Yusen and Chu Yan saw Xiao Chen enter, their eyes were filled with curiosity. Xie Yusen had already learned from Chu Yan that she had almost died at that time. However, now, aside from feeling a bit weak, she had no other sensations. So, she understood that it must have been Xiao Chen's doing. Moreover, Chu Yan had said that when they returned, Xiao Chen was lying on the ground, motionless. "Brother Xiao, was it you who saved me?" Xie Yusen asked, looking at Xiao Chen. "Yes." Xiao Chen replied with a smile. "You have no idea, I almost fainted back then. But the hospital said that Yusen might not survive." Chu Yan looked at Xiao Chen with curiosity. "You just need to remember, I have internal energy and this thing really exists," Xiao Chen said with a smile to the two women in front of him. He actually wanted to say that he had healing skills, but that was even more abstract. It was better to say he had internal energy. After all, in terms of skills, he indeed counted as someone with internal energy. Ah, there really is such a thing? Chu Yan's eyes lit up as she asked Xiao Chen, "Brother Xiao, can I learn it?" "Probably not." Xiao Chen shook his head upon hearing this. However, he thought about checking the ancient books he had brought from Xiao to see if he could discover something. If it was possible to cultivate, that would be the best. "Yusen, your brother asked me to take care of you. How about this? Once you recover, I'll take you back." Xiao Chen said to Xie Yusen, "I live in Yun City, which is not far from here. Come with me to Yun City." "Brother Xiao, can you take one more person?" Xie Yusen looked at Xiao Chen with anticipation. She now understood that he was definitely related to her brother. "Sure." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen glanced at Chu Yan beside Xie Yusen and immediately understood. "Thank you, Brother Xiao." At that moment, Xie Yusen felt a sense of relief looking at Xiao Chen. Ever since her brother passed away, she had been almost inseparable from Chu Yan. Without Chu Yan, she might have already died. So now that she had someone to take care of her, she naturally couldn't leave Chu Yan behind. Although Yun City was not far, having a familiar person by her side was especially important to her. At this moment, she looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Brother Xiao, what do we need to do if we go over?" Hearing this, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, "I have shares in the Jinyutang in Yun City. You can help me manage the accounts." He knows his own supermarket. Well, he doesn't need anyone at all. Moreover, the two little girls will definitely be at a loss once they arrive in Yun City. Since that's the case, it would be better to hand them over to Songya. Xiao Chen believes that Songya will take good care of them. Upon hearing this, Xie Yusen and Chu Yan both breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them have not had a good time here over the years. As orphans, there weren't many people willing to pay them any attention. Even those who introduced jobs to them had ulterior motives. So, the two girls have had a rough time every time. Now, following Xiao Chen is undoubtedly the best choice. With this thought in mind, the two directly expressed their agreement. "You rest well. Don't worry, I'll handle the matter with Gu Yuding," Xiao Chen said as he looked at the two girls. After saying this, he stood up and left. After watching Xiao Chen leave, Chu Yan excitedly grabbed Xie Yusen's hand and asked, "Yusen, who is your brother? How does he know Brother Xiao?" At that moment, her eyes were filled with curiosity. After all, Xiao Chen looked extraordinary. Moreover, Xiao Chen said he would help them deal with Gu Yuding, which clearly showed that he wasn't afraid of Gu Yuding. "I don't know either." Xie Yusen was particularly confused. Before her brother passed away, he didn't have many friends come to see him. At that time, she hadn't paid attention to whether her brother had any friends. But now, her brother's friend had come, and it was someone like Xiao Chen. He not only saved her but also seemed to be quite remarkable. This undoubtedly made Xie Yusen curious and astonished. "Yusen, do you think Brother Xiao really isn't afraid of the Gu family?" Looking at Xie Yusen, Chu Yan said with curiosity, "Gu Yuding is still a member of the Gu family. In the provincial capital, the Gu family is like the local emperor, after all, the richest in the province with a significant background. Such a family is generally a powerful player." Because of this, she was curious if Xiao Chen really wasn't afraid of the Gu family at all. From Brother Zhao's demeanor, it seems like he isn't afraid. Xie Yusen replied, "When Brother Xiao comes back, let's tell him. If it doesn't work, we'll just have to endure for now." She truly hated Gu Yuding. After all, if it weren't for him, she wouldn't be in this situation. However, she had finally gained someone who cared for her. If Xiao Chen were to face pressure from the Gu family because of her, she still hoped he could endure. While the two girls were talking, Xiao Chen drove back to the large gate of Chu Qingyue's house. He called Chu Qingyue. "I'm at your front gate. How long until you can give me a result regarding Gu Yuding?" On the other end of the line, Chu Qingyue replied helplessly, "Don't worry, I've already had someone investigate. Soon, there will be a lot of dirt on the Gu family coming out. I guarantee you, today Gu Yuding will be locked up." After saying this, she hung up the phone. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded slightly. He understood that Chu Qingyue was definitely very serious right now. Because Chu Qingyue knew very well that if she wasn't serious, it wouldn't reflect the value of the Chu family. If the Chu family could capture Gu Yuding in just an afternoon, It represented one thing. That is, the Chu family completely has the ability to help Xiao Chen settle everything. At that stage, Xiao Chen would definitely be willing to help treat her second uncle. Xiao Chen wasn't in a hurry. He asked for the password to Chu Qingyue's villa and directly opened the password lock to enter. At the same time, he sent a message to Xia Ao, informing him of Xia Yusen's situation. That bastard Gu Yuding really deserves to die. I should exterminate his entire clan. Listening to the guy on the phone who kept referring to himself as Xiao Chen felt helpless. This guy was certainly enjoying himself. Big brother, help me take down Gu Yuding, and it would be best if you could uproot the entire Gu family. I know that doing this will definitely offend a lot of people. So, tell me, what price do I have to pay to make it happen? On the other end, Xia Ao said excitedly, no matter how much it costs, I can scrape together the money. I will definitely manage to gather it. If you can't take action yourself, just hire a killer. Don't worry, there will be plenty of money. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen spoke up. Alright, I'll handle the Gu family's matters. You should just focus on being your emperor. With that, Xiao Chen was ready to hang up the call. Big brother, remember, you must make the Gu family pay the price. Don't worry, my friend, I have money now. I've secured my position, and next, it's time to expand my territory. Listening to the words on the other end, Xiao Chen nodded. According to Xia Ao, that place was more like the Warring States period with a total of 7 countries, and the one he currently occupied was just a relatively weak nation. Now, with his rise to power and Xiao Chen's identity as an immortal lord, it was almost impossible for anyone in the court to defy Xia Ao. Therefore, after he took power, he almost instantly had everyone under his control. Coupled with the laser weapons Xiao Chen provided, his confidence soared. With the knowledge of a time traveler, he was now truly beginning to accumulate strength and prepare to expand his territory. On the other hand, Gu Ming had not expanded his territory again. According to Gu Ming, continuing to expand would offend a group of forces, and they had high-level supernatural beings, and quite a few of them at that. Although Gu Ming and his group were also high-level supernatural beings, they were outnumbered and outmatched in strength, so it was best to lay low and develop their power. Thus, Gu Ming's side was the quietest. Just as Xiao Chen was pondering these things, suddenly, a message came through from Fang Hao. Bro, help me out, bring me something. Fang Hao said urgently on the other end. Do you have a car? A car? Xiao Chen was taken aback. If it were someone else needing a car, he could understand, but Fang Hao, a person from a game world, needed a car? Bro, I need an off-road vehicle. One with a full tank in the trunk. Fang Hao hurriedly said, I took a mission and need to reach a place in the shortest time possible. My current abilities aren't enough to tame some powerful monsters as mounts, and I need some time to get there. An off-road vehicle with a full tank would be best. Listening to Fang Hao's words, Xiao Chen nodded. Got it, don't worry, I'll help you solve it soon. Xiao Chen quickly took out his phone and found a nearby used car dealership. He contacted them and directly stated his requirements. He even sent a deposit. The other side didn't waste any time and told Xiao Chen that all the paperwork would be ready in 15 minutes. When Xiao Chen arrived, he didn't even have time to ask anything else. He just paid and drove off. He drove the car to a deserted location and directly chose to teleport. The next moment, he reappeared in the game world. Bro, I'm here. Fang Hao eagerly opened the car door, looking at the tank 500 that Xiao Chen drove in, his face full of excitement. This is the best one available for now. You can drive it. Xiao Chen tossed the keys to Fang Hao. Fang Hao also handed over something in his hand to Xiao Chen, saying, I placed an order, but the items the system requested this time are a bit unusual. Hearing this, Xiao Chen opened the package handed to him and was instantly stunned. Inside the package were numerous bottles and jars, but there were hardly any gold coins. This is a healing potion, an item from the game world. Basically, as long as you don't die, the healing potion can provide you with life recovery. I don't know what it's like in the real world, but it must be more useful than many potions in the real world. Fang Hao said, pointing at the red jar inside. That blue one is a mental recovery potion. It can restore magic points. As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, Bro, you ran out of magic points before, just drink one bottle. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes immediately lit up. If that's the case, it means these things are far more precious than gold coins. He certainly didn't lack money now. Instead, he was short on these items. After all, having these things in hand would be like having extra lives. What about the rest of these? Xiao Chen pointed to the 3 remaining potions. Inside, aside from the healing potion and the mental potion, only 3 bottles were left, which were clearly valuable items. Attribute potions, when consumed, permanently increase 1 attribute randomly. Fang Hao said, you can give it a try. Hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately picked up one of the attribute potions and drank it down. Tip: agility increased by +1. Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, Xiao Chen's eyes brightened. He could feel that his body had become much lighter. Bro, you can only drink a maximum of 3 bottles, so I've given you 3. Fang Hao said, looking at Xiao Chen. When he heard this, Xiao Chen nodded and then drank the other 2 potions. Mental power increased by +1. Strength increased by +1. As the prompts appeared in his mind, Xiao Chen felt that his energy had significantly increased, and his strength seemed to have improved as well. Alright, the car is yours, and I'll take the items. After saying this, Xiao Chen prepared to leave. He was still waiting for news from Chu Qingyue, and other matters could wait. After returning to the first world, Xiao Chen went back to Chu Qingyue's house. At this moment, Chu Qingyue had already returned. Looking at Xiao Chen, she said, the person has been caught. He was too confident, thinking the Gu family was powerful, so he didn't even pretend. Chu Qingyue said, looking at Xiao Chen, hey, that's something you should ask yourselves. You clearly know what the Gu family is. doing, yet you don't take action to stop it. Hearing this, Xiao Chen sneered. He was well aware of certain things. To put it bluntly, the other party was so arrogant. Now, even skipping the pretense because someone had spoiled them. Listening to Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyue felt helpless. She understood what he meant. However, sometimes, there really was no way to refute such matters. So, at this moment, Chu Qingyue could only nod helplessly and say, I know you feel uncomfortable about it, but sometimes we just can't intervene. Xia Yusen was injured because of him, right? Xiao Chen looked at Chu Qingyue and asked. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue nodded and said, yes. Can I go deal with that guy? Xiao Chen asked Chu Qingyue. Hearing this, Chu Qingyue shook her head helplessly and said, that's not possible. I've already caught him. Don't worry, he will definitely face the punishment he deserves. Xiao Chen didn't say anything but just looked at Chu Qingyue and said, it better be that way. After saying this, he stood up and said, then I'll be leaving. You said you would go to the Chu family with me. Chu Qingyue hurriedly said, I'll go after you finish dealing with it. Hearing this, Xiao Chen turned to Chu Qingyue and said coldly. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue slightly opened her mouth but felt helpless. She knew that Xiao Chen clearly didn't want to continue arguing with her about this matter, so she could only comply. Just then, Chu Qingyue's phone suddenly rang, and looking at the name on the screen, she frowned slightly. What does this mean? As soon as the call connected, Xiao Chen heard Chu Qingyue's angry voice, saying, what do you mean by insufficient evidence? What about the previous evidence? Hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. He knew these people were used to being arrogant and it wouldn't be that simple. Now, they were directly preparing to confront Chu Qingyue. Chu Qingyue angrily hung up the phone and turned to look at Xiao Chen, who wore a cold smile. At that moment, Chu Qingyue's cheeks flushed slightly. She had just discussed this matter with Xiao Chen, and now it felt like a slap in the face. It seems that this so-called special action team is useless, Xiao Chen said, handing over the documents in his hand to Chu Qingyue. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue's expression darkened even more. Don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation. With that, she immediately went to make a phone call. Xiao Chen then stood up and headed towards the hospital. I'm going to the hospital now. Since the Gu family wants to protect someone, they will definitely cause trouble at the hospital. Xiao Chen was all too familiar with these people's nature. The current Gu family, wanting to protect Gu Yuding, would surely try to erase all evidence of his crimes. In other words, the real danger now was Xie Yusen. Chu Qingyue's expression also changed. She quickly realized that if it came to that, once something happened to Xie Yusen, based on her understanding of Xiao Chen, he would definitely explode. At that point, it would truly be dangerous. After all, she knew very well what Xiao Chen was capable of. It was like playing with himself. Thinking of this, she hurriedly got into Xiao Chen's car and followed him to the hospital. At the same time, Chu Qingyue began making phone calls. Dad, I need your help, Chu Qingyue said directly. On the way, she told the other party everything she knew, and then said, you must do this. The person on the other end quickly told Chu Qingyue that they understood and then hung up the phone. Don't worry, we will definitely give you an explanation. After saying this, Chu Qingyue turned to look at Xiao Chen. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen could also see that Chu Qingyue's cheeks were slightly flushed. Clearly, she felt guilty about this matter. After all, she had taken on the responsibility herself, but never expected it would end up like this. Xiao Chen remained silent. He didn't want to act recklessly as he was still living on Earth. He also didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble that could lead to a big mess. However, he needed to express his stance and let the other party know that he also had the confidence to turn the table. Otherwise, they would really think he was easy to manipulate. People with good tempers can sometimes be bullied even more. Xiao Chen was very clear about this. So, at this point, he wouldn't be polite with these people. Chu Qingyue turned to look at Xiao Chen, who was silent and also kept her head down without speaking. She was extremely angry at this moment. After the car arrived at the hospital, Xiao Chen quickly led Chu Qingyue upstairs. Outside the ward, he heard Chu Yan's voice. Where are you taking Yusin? Stop right now. As soon as Chu Yan's voice rang out, Chu Qingyue felt the figure beside her suddenly disappear. She widened her eyes and turned to see Xiao Chen abruptly appearing in front of those few people. Xiao Chen stared at the people trying to take Xie Yusen away, his eyes already filled with a hint of menace. Brother Xiao, you finally came. These people don't even know who they are, and as soon as they arrived, they wanted to take Yusen away. Chu Yan exclaimed anxiously. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, looking at Xie Yusen, who was being held by these people and looked slightly pale. His expression had turned extremely grim. Kid, get lost. The burly man in black turned his head and saw Xiao Chen. Upon seeing him, he immediately spoke coldly. At the same time, he pushed towards Xiao Chen. However, in the next second, Xiao Chen grabbed his hand. Ah! A scream echoed as he cried out in pain, terrified because Xiao Chen simply twisted his hand and broke it. In that moment of excruciating pain, he kept screaming. Xiao Chen's cold gaze fixed on him, and he kicked out, sending the man flying backward. After which he fainted. Witnessing this scene, the few who still wanted to take Xie Yusen away rushed towards Xiao Chen. However, as soon as they charged in, Xiao Chen sent each of them flying with a single blow. Xiao Chen, don't kill him. Behind him, Chu Qingyue hurriedly stopped Xiao Chen. This was a hospital, and if Xiao Chen killed someone, it would be hard to explain. Hearing this, Xiao Chen turned to look at Chu Qingyue and coldly said, do you think I'm too easy to talk to? When he said this, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Feeling the murderous aura in Xiao Chen's gaze, Chu Qingyue for the first time felt a sense of danger. She had sparred with Xiao Chen twice, but she knew that he had never taken her seriously. Now, she truly felt the pressure coming from him. I don't mean it that way. This is a hospital. If you make a move, it won't end well. Chu Qingyue hurriedly spoke up. In response, Xiao Chen sneered, if I make a move, it won't end well, but if they make a move, it will? After asking this, Xiao Chen turned around and directly said to Xie Yusen and Chu Yan beside him, come with me. Miss Chu, I'll return this to you. Saying this, he tossed the document in his hand directly to Chu Qingyue. Seeing this, Chu Qingyue's expression changed. She knew that her attempts to stop Xiao Chen had truly angered him. It was hard to find someone who could treat her uncle, and if Xiao Chen really decided to walk away, it would be a disaster for the Chu family. She urgently said, Xiao Chen, my father has already made a move. Sorry, I don't want to care anymore. Xiao Chen said coldly, from now on, I'll handle it myself. Of course, you can also try to catch me. After saying this, he left with the two women. He was already furious. However, he also knew that at this moment, seeking trouble with the Gu family would be passive, as he was being targeted by the special operations team. He understood his strength was relatively strong, but once he truly faced the special operations team, the danger level would still be present. Strength is still needed. Xiao Chen thought of the items in his space. He still had a bottle of intermediate evolution potion. Besides that, there was a pile of secret manuals brought by CIAO. Of course, if Xiao Chen could, the various unique items from the game world would undoubtedly be the most suitable. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen contacted Fang Hao. Is there any way to kill someone without it being traced back to me? Bro, in the game world, these things are no problem. Fang Hao replied. What level is the opponent? How does it compare to you? Xiao Chen asked. Just an ordinary person. According to Earth's standards, if the opponent is an ordinary person, they might be level 1. From what I see, your level is 10. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback. He was only level 10. For a level 1 little thing, I just happen to have a suitable item. I'll place an order, and you can run over to pick it up when it's ready. Over there, Fang Hao said with a smile, it's a little gadget, a spirit of curse. It can curse others, but basically, it's divided by levels. The higher the level, the less impact it has. At level 1, you're doomed. This thing is pretty good. Help me get a few more. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen quickly spoke up. In Xiao Chen's view, he was definitely under surveillance now, so he needed to be unexpected. And this spirit of curse was practically made for him. At that time, he wouldn't even need to show up. The person would just die. Undoubtedly, he was already on Chu Qingyue's key watch list. But even so, would Chu Qingyue really dare to act against him for no reason? Bro, this thing is hard to get. And the other one is related to luck. Fang Hao immediately responded, I can get you at most 3, but I have to tell you, if the other party has good luck, it might not have a crucial effect. In the game, there is something called luck value, which means that if the luck value is high, they can withstand it. At most, it would just be a loss of limbs. And it also relates to status. Fang Hao said, after all, the higher the status, the higher the luck value. I don't know what it would be like when brought to Earth. Anyway, that's the situation. As he spoke, he added, so, it might not necessarily be useful. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen slightly nodded. Just bring the stuff over. The rest doesn't matter. Alright, I'll complete the task first, and then I'll get it for you. Fang Hao said, don't think that this is just a game world. I often lack a lot of things, so I might need you to help me with some tasks. Xiao Chen nodded in response, okay. After cutting off contact with Fang Hao, he took the two women and left directly, returning to Yun City. As for Chu Qingyue, she watched Xiao Chen's car leave, her expression particularly grim. She had only wanted to stop Xiao Chen from making a big deal out of things. But undoubtedly, Xiao Chen had no trust in her at all. Of course, she also understood that she had just gotten someone in trouble, and then someone was trying to release Gu Yuding, even sending people to capture Xia Yusen, while she was still trying to obstruct the other party. Undoubtedly, in Xiao Chen's eyes, she had become a person who couldn't distinguish right from wrong. Thinking of this, she felt particularly helpless. She never imagined it would evolve into such a situation. Damn it, it's all about the Gu family. Gu family, I will definitely make you pay. At this moment, Chu Qingyue gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed on the people lying on the ground. At the same time, she took out her phone. Qingyue, are you looking for me? As soon as the call connected, a man's voice rang out. I found someone who might be able to cure your dad's problem. Chu Qingyue said directly, but now I've completely offended him. What? The man's voice on the other end was urgent. What happened? Qingyue, don't joke around. You know he can save my dad, and you still went to offend him? The voice on the other end was filled with dissatisfaction and urgency. What exactly happened? Hearing this, Chu Qingyue felt helpless and recounted everything that had happened. Alright, I understand. I'm heading to the provincial city with people now. The voice on the other end said decisively, I'll take care of this. As for you, go find that Xiao Chen and explain things to him clearly. Also, are you sure he brought a dying person back to life? Listening to the inquiry on the phone, Chu Qingyue replied directly, of course, not only did he bring the person back to life, but he also treated them. After saying this, Chu Qingyue spoke up. We both know Uncle's situation. Even if we let him continue lying there, at most he has half a year left. He definitely won't make it back. Over the years, so many renowned national doctors have tried, but the condition can only be alleviated at best. It can't be cured at all. It's not easy to have such an opportunity. We must seize it. Chu Qingyue gritted her teeth as she spoke. She knew in her heart that to satisfy Xiao Chen, she had directly taken Gu Yuding away without consulting anyone. However, she was also afraid that Xiao Chen would make too much noise, so she didn't bring him to meet Gu Yuding. Who would have thought that in such a short time, the Gu family would reach out? At this moment, it had caused such a huge commotion. I don't care who the Gu family is, if anyone dares to keep my dad from waking up, I'll kill their whole family. Upon hearing this, the man said coldly, I'm going to bring people to your side right now, leave the rest to me. After saying this, he hung up the phone. Chu Qingyue's face darkened. Just as she turned to leave, she saw a few people standing not far away. The man at the forefront, she recognized Gu Chuanzhong, the head of the Gu family, and also Gu Yuding's uncle. Miss Chu. Gu Chuanzhong walked up to Chu Qingyue with a smile and said, I heard there's a misunderstanding between you and our Yuding. I'm here to clarify things with you, Miss Chu. No need, you know very well what Gu Yuding has done. Chu Qingyue replied coldly. I won't let this matter go. Moreover, the people inside have all been incapacitated. You can count that on me. She looked coldly at Gu Chuanzhong in front of her. Upon hearing this, Gu Chuanzhong smiled faintly and said, those people being incapacitated is just that. However, our Gu family wants to be friends with Miss Chu. How about we leave this matter here? Chu Qingyue smiled faintly and said, don't worry, this matter is no longer within my control. After saying this, Chu Qingyue turned and left. Watching her leave, Gu Chuanzhong frowned slightly. Dad, what kind of person is this Miss Chu? Behind Gu Chuanzhong, a young man stared curiously at the departing Chu Qingyue. He was Gu Chuanzhong's second son, Gu Changming, and the only heir of the Gu family now. He looked at Chu Qingyue's figure with a hint of admiration in his eyes. This woman had a hot figure and stunning looks. He was smitten at first sight. She came from Shengjing here to gild herself, claiming to be part of a special task force dealing with matters beyond criminal cases. Upon hearing this, Gu Chuanzhong smiled faintly and said, to put it bluntly, what ability does such a young girl have? She's just here to gild herself. Don't provoke her. But here, we don't need to be afraid. She's just a little girl. I believe her family won't care about these matters. Gu Chuanzhong said with a smile. He truly wasn't worried about Chu Qingyue. After all, if her family had a deep background, she shouldn't have been sent here. Not to mention being far from Shengjing, there was no profit to be had, which big family's child would come to such a place. Moreover, he had never even heard of this so-called special task force. This was also the reason Gu Chuanzhong dared to take action. Have you investigated thoroughly? Gu Chuanzhong thought for a moment and asked his son behind him. Dad, this matter is indeed a bit complicated. I found out that a person named Xiao Chen came with Chu Qingyue, and those two women were also taken away by Xiao Chen. Upon hearing this, Gu Chuanzhong frowned slightly and said, who is Xiao Chen? I checked, he seems to have a very good relationship with Songya. Upon hearing this, Gu Chuanzhong's eyes narrowed as he looked at his son. When it came to Songya, his son's eyes were filled with greed. When his eldest son passed away, he had forced Songya to marry into the Gu family. But on the day of the wedding, the son died. After that, he drove Songya away and even spread the word that from now on, Songya would be his daughter-in-law and no one could covet her. He knew that his son had feelings for that nominal sister-in-law. Unfortunately, Songya later left for Yin City. After that, he didn't pay any more attention to Songya. Now, hearing news about Songya again, it turned out she was with a nobody. That kid, I heard he's Songya's man, Gu Changming said softly. When he spoke these words, the anger in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. Although Songya was his sister-in-law, that dead brother of his had long since passed away. At that time, he had set his sights on Songya, and it was because of this that Songya hurriedly left. After that, he almost forgot about Songya, never expecting that now, upon hearing this news again, that woman had a man by her side. My Gu family's daughter-in-law, not keeping to her duties. Upon hearing this, Gu Chuanzhong sneered. In that case, you handle it. All right. Gu Changming immediately nodded. At this moment, his eyes were filled with excitement. He wanted Songya to kneel before him. As for Xiao Chen, he wanted that man dead. With this thought, he hurriedly left with his men. At this moment, Xiao Chen had returned directly to Yun City, and upon arriving at Jinyutang, Old Wolf was already waiting at the door. Mr. Xiao, the boss is waiting for you, Old Wolf said, looking at Xiao Chen. He himself didn't know what kind of mindset he had towards Xiao Chen. In any case, now, he looked at Xiao Chen with great fear and trepidation, mainly because Xiao Chen was too terrifying. Not only was he powerful, but he also possessed a terrifying destructive capability. That night he had watched Xiao Chen kill everyone in an instant, and he knew that in front of Xiao Chen he could withstand at most 2 punches. He might not even be able to endure one. Naturally, he was even more afraid of Xiao Chen. Bringing the two women into Jinyutang, both Xia Yusin and Xu Yan looked at the place with a hint of surprise. They had never thought that Xiao Chen would be so wealthy. Of course, from the car Xiao Chen drove, they also knew he must have quite a bit of money. Back, seeing Xiao Chen return, Songya revealed a gentle smile and stood up to greet him. At the same time, she directly linked her arm with Xiao Chen's. Her gaze was smiling as she looked at Xie Yusin and Xu Yan. Watching Songya's actions, Xiao Chen was taken aback for a moment but quickly understood. She was jealous. After all, he had gone to the provincial city and brought back 2 girls. Xie Yusin, my good brother's sister. My brother passed away, so she is also considered my sister from now on. Xiao Chen pointed at Xie Yusin and said, Xu Yan is Yusin's sister, so from now on, they will all work with you. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's explanation, Songya's expression remained unchanged, but she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Xiao Chen would bring back a few more women. After all, she didn't even know what her relationship with Xiao Chen was now. But undoubtedly, Xiao Chen was her first man, and during these days when he was away, all she thought about was Xiao Chen. So at this moment, she was the most anxious and insecure. Yusin, Xu Yan, from now on, just follow me. Songya hurriedly pulled the 2 women to sit down and began to inquire. After a few sentences, Songya basically got a clear understanding of the 2 women's situations. At the same time, she also knew that there was really nothing between Xiao Chen and these 2 girls. Instead, the name Chu Qingyue made Songya frown slightly. She arranged for the 2 women to settle down and had Old Wolf find them an apartment before she directly sat in Xiao Chen's lap. Who is Chu Qingyue? Songya asked curiously, looking at Xiao Chen. Didn't you meet her before? The woman who took me away at the police station. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen replied. After hearing this, Songya nodded slightly and said, Did you offend the Gu family this time when you went to the provincial city? Yes. Xiao Chen nodded and said nonchalantly. He really wasn't afraid. After all, he could just play to the death with the other party. This is a bit troublesome. I believe the Gu family already knows about our relationship. Songya leaned against Xiao Chen's embrace and said softly, The Gu family is not as simple as you think. In the province, the Gu family is the real local tyrant with a very deep background. Hearing this, Xiao Chen spoke up. Don't worry, I'm not afraid of the Gu family. If they dare to come, I'll dare to take them down. Xiao Chen's gaze was cold as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Songya turned to look at Xiao Chen and then said softly, I know As she spoke, she leaned against Xiao Chen's embrace, a hint of a smile in her eyes. I've seen your capabilities. Just as the two were talking, a waiter came upstairs and quietly said to them, Boss lady, a woman named Chu Qingyue is outside and wants to see you. Upon hearing this, Songya was slightly taken aback, and then looked at Xiao Chen, saying, she chased us all the way here? She has something to ask of me. Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile, this woman has an impressive background, let her in. Xiao Chen understood that Chu Qingyue coming all the way here meant she was anxious. After all, he was well aware of the situation. With Chu Qingyue's second uncle, and under such circumstances, Chu Qingyue could only seek help from him. Soon, Chu Qingyue arrived upstairs, and upon seeing Xiao Chen and Songya in his embrace, her expression was slightly stunned. Songya stood up and looked at Chu Qingyue, saying, you must be Miss Chu, right? I wonder what you need from our Xiao Chen? Chu Qingyue took a deep breath and then handed her credentials to Xiao Chen, saying, I don't agree with your withdrawal. You are still a member of our special operations team. I know you're angry, but rest assured, I promise you that I will give you a satisfactory explanation regarding this matter. At that moment, she looked at Xiao Chen very seriously and said, I've already had our Chu family take action to ensure the Gu family won't have a good ending. Looking at Chu Qingyue in front of him, Xiao Chen shook his head lightly and said, Miss Chu, there's no need for us to discuss this any further, right? As he spoke, Xiao Chen pointed to the door. Chu Qingyue gritted her teeth and said, Xiao Chen, I know you're angry, but sometimes things are not as simple as you think. The Gu family's influence in the provincial city is very large. Even though I come from Shengjing, I can't just directly target them. Chu Qingyue said helplessly. After all, the special operations team members, in the eyes of these people, are more like a group of gilded individuals. They aren't afraid of us, but they also don't dare to target us. Don't worry, I've already sent people from our Chu family. No matter what background the other party has, I've dealt with Gu Yuding. Chu Qingyue said to Xiao Chen. What about the Gu family? Xiao Chen asked. The Gu family's background is profound. Once they fall, the damage caused will be greater. At least, in the short term, we can't target the Gu family. Chu Qingyue said with difficulty, but rest assured, from now on, we will definitely take action against the Gu family. She looked at Xiao Chen nervously and pointed to the work ID in front of him, saying, Xiao Chen, please take back your credentials for now. Hearing this, Xiao Chen glanced at the work ID in front of him, looked at Chu Qingyue's nervous expression, and thought for a moment, saying, promise me a few things. You say. Chu Qingyue hurriedly replied, as long as I can do it. You should know about Songya's background, right? Xiao Chen looked at Chu Qingyue and smiled. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue immediately understood what Xiao Chen was trying to say. Don't worry, from today onwards, the Gu family will definitely not target Songya. She dared to guarantee this because she believed in the other party's capabilities. Alright, Xiao Chen nodded, then took out a bottle of healing potion from his pocket and handed it to Chu Qingyue, saying, let me treat him. I definitely won't do it. You know, it takes too much out of me. I could die. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue immediately looked at Xiao Chen nervously. She had been pleading with him for so long, wasn't it just for her second uncle? This is a family heirloom. I only have this one bottle, let your second uncle drink it. Xiao Chen pointed to the potion in front of him and said, it should be able to cure him. Hearing this, Chu Qingyue showed a helpless expression, then looked at Xiao Chen and asked, really? Take it back and try it. Don't worry, it will definitely work, but I only have this one bottle. If you use it for something else, then I can't help you. Xiao Chen said with a smile. He knew that if Chu Qingyue took this healing potion back, she might very well go and study it. So, he gave her a warning first. In case Chu Qingyue really took this thing to study, it wouldn't be his fault. After all, if he bit the bullet, it was just one bottle, and Chu Qingyue wouldn't be able to do anything about it. However, to be honest, Xiao Chen was also curious to know if this thing could yield any components. Chu Qingyue gritted her teeth. Although it was different from her original purpose, it was still a result. I'll take this potion back right away. Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyue said, don't worry, the Gu family definitely wouldn't dare to target Songya. After saying this, Chu Qingyue hurriedly left. After she left, Xiao Chen turned to look behind him, where Songya was watching him. What did you give her? Songya directly jumped into Xiao Chen's arms and asked softly. She knew that Chu Qingyue must be very anxious because the item was very important. Something to save a life. Xiao Chen replied, thinking for a moment. As long as they're not dead, they can be brought back. Upon hearing this, Songya's eyes widened as she looked at Xiao Chen and said, you gave away something so precious? At that moment, there was a hint of tenderness in her gaze as she leaned against Xiao Chen's chest and said, actually, I'm not afraid of the Gu family. You don't need to do so much for me. Hearing this, Xiao Chen shook his head and said, I was going to give it to her anyway. Xiao Chen knew in his heart that if he wanted to get by in the country, he had to find a few connections, even if it was just a cooperative relationship, and the Chu family was undoubtedly the most suitable. However, he couldn't let the Chu family think he was dependent on them, so he had to show his own stance. This way, the talents of the Chu family would understand their own importance. After all, as long as he could keep the Chu family in check, he just needed to ensure they didn't think he was relying on them. Moreover, as long as he demonstrated his own value, anyone who wanted to target him would definitely face the Chu family's opposition first. I'll come find you tonight. Songya pulled Xiao Chen closer and gave him a fierce kiss before smiling and saying. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and then stood up, saying, I'll head back now. After saying this, he prepared to return the keys to Songya and leave. The car is yours, I'll just buy another one. Are you planning to keep driving that old junk of yours? Songya shoved the keys back into Xiao Chen's hand and asked. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled. At that time, he didn't even have enough money. That Wuling was something he had to bite the bullet to buy. It must be said that luxury cars are luxury cars. They are completely different from his old car. After accepting the keys, Xiao Chen quickly left. As for Xia Yusen and Shu Yan, he believed that Songya would take good care of them. After returning home, Xiao Chen first contacted Fong
How, and soon, Fang Hao sent over a purchasing agreement. When he looked at the purchasing agreement filled with various seasonings, Xiao Chen was stunned. What? Do you need so many seasonings for? He asked directly. Who knows what these guys in the game world are thinking? The task I received is to cook, and it has to be delicious. Over there, Fang Hao spoke up. My cooking skills are decent, but I definitely can't make it taste amazing. I can only rely on some technology. Fang Hao quickly said, Big brother, get me some pre-made dishes and a lot of seasonings. Alright. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. Although he didn't know what task Fang Hao had taken, it seemed incredibly simple. He drove to a supermarket, bought a huge pile of pre-made dishes along with seasonings, and then teleported to Fang Hao's location. Looking at the items Xiao Chen brought, Fang Hao was immediately excited, shoving the potions he held into Xiao Chen's arms. The system says that my hard currency here is these potions. As he spoke, he pointed to the bottles and jars in front of him and also handed Xiao Chen several items that looked like charms, saying, these are the spirits of curses, just write the other person's name on them. After returning to the real world with these items, Xiao Chen looked at the spirits of curses in his hands. At least he had these things now and he could try them out later. Anyway, according to Chu Qingyue, she would take action against the Gu family, so if the Gu family tried to make a move, he would use these spirits of curses to eliminate them directly. After putting everything away, Xiao Chen waited at home. But the next moment, his phone suddenly rang. Mr. Xiao, hurry to Jin Yutang. The Gu family has come and smashed our Jin Yutang. It was the voice of Old Wolf on the other end. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically. He quickly hung up the phone and headed straight for Jin Yutang. On the way, he called Chu Qingyue. Chu Qingyue, you promised that the Gu family wouldn't cause me trouble. As soon as the call connected, Xiao Chen said coldly, Gu Changming has come to Yunqing and has smashed Jin Yutang. On the other end, Chu Qingyue was immediately flustered. She had just promised Xiao Chen got the potions and rushed to Xingjing without stopping. Now, just after coming out of the airport, she received Xiao Chen's call. At that moment, Chu Qingyue's face was already very ugly. She didn't expect the Gu family's actions to be so swift, and they directly targeted Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, listen to me, I don't know about this. Chu Qingyue hurriedly said. On the phone, I'll contact the Gu family right now. Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered to listen to Chu Qingyue. He quickly hung up and headed straight for Jin Yutang. At that moment, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. No matter who it was, if they targeted Songya at this time, he wanted them dead. At this moment in Jin Yutang, Song Ya looked at Gu Changming, who was smashing her store into chaos, frowned slightly, and said calmly, Gu Changming, what are you doing? Sister-in-law, long time no see. Gu Changming looked at Songya in front of him and smiled. We haven't seen each other since you came to Yunqing. Hearing this, Songya raised her head and glanced at Gu Changming, saying, so, you come to see me and treat me like this? Hey, my dad wants to see you. Gu Changming said coldly, looking at Songya, he knows about you and Xiao Chen. Do you still remember that you are the daughter-in-law of the Gu family? Gu Changming asked coldly, looking at Songya. Songya looked up at Gu Changming and asked, your brother has been dead for so many years, is it so strange for me to find a man? Moreover, when did you all treat me as the daughter-in-law of the Gu family? She stared at him and asked. Back then, she was unwilling to marry, but the Gu family didn't care whether she wanted to or not. They directly controlled her. Subsequently, she was forced to marry into the Gu family, and in the end, the Song family didn't dare to offend the Gu family and even drove her out. If it weren't for her good luck in finally establishing Jin Yutang here, Songya wouldn't even know what to do with herself now. Over the years, Song Ya felt that her life had been very unfortunate. It was only after she had Xiao Chen that she began to experience what it felt like to have a man by her side, but now, this group of people had come to ruin it. She raised her head and looked at Gu Changming in front of her, coldly saying, Gu Changming, I don't care what you're here for. I have nothing to do with the Gu family anymore. Please leave. Songya said coldly, staring at Gu Changming. Upon hearing this, Gu Changming sneered, do you think what you say matters? Since I'm here, you must come with me. As for that Xiao Chen, I want to take him too. I will personally kill him in front of you. Looking at Songya, Gu Changming sneered, since you are already Xiao Chen's person, you might as well follow me from now on. As he spoke, he reached out, wanting to grab Songya. However, just as his hand stretched out, a sharp pain shot through his wrist the next second. In pain, he looked at his palm, realizing that a hand had already seized his wrist without him noticing. When he turned to see Xiao Chen, Gu Changming's expression immediately darkened. I haven't gone looking for you, and you've come to me. Kill him. Gu Changming shouted, but as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Xiao Chen suddenly grab his hand fiercely and twist it hard. In that moment of excruciating pain, Gu Changming let out a scream. His palm twisted painfully, and as he watched Xiao Chen crush his hand in an instant, his face turned extremely ugly. He turned to Xiao Chen, his expression filled with rage. I want you dead. He glared at Xiao Chen, shouting loudly. Xiao Chen looked at him, sneering, and kicked him directly. With that kick, Gu Changming was sent flying. At that moment, Xiao Chen turned to the bodyguards behind Gu Changming. The next second, he charged out. One punch for each, he directly smashed them into serious injuries, one by one collapsing to the ground and continuously spitting blood. Only then did he walk up to Gu Changming. Just you, want to kill me? Xiao Chen asked, looking at Gu Changming. At this moment, Gu Changming was still lying on the ground, spitting blood, and when he looked up to see Xiao Chen, his face was filled with terror. He had brought so many subordinates, but they were all incapacitated. Looking not far away, the guy who claimed to be the underground boxing king was lying on the ground, continuously spewing blood, seemingly unable to survive. His face turned pale with fear. Do you know this is illegal? Gu Changming shouted in panic. What do you want to do? Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered with this guy and coldly looked at him, saying, call your father. Hearing this, Gu Changming trembled as he used his only good hand to take out his phone and dialed the number. As soon as the call connected, it was snatched away by Xiao Chen. Are you Gu Chuanzhong? Xiao Chen sneered. Your son is in my hands. Who are you? What happened to my
Son? Gu Chuanzhong immediately asked nervously. He only had this one son left, so of course he was anxious. Xiaochen coldly laughed. He's not dead yet, but your son smashed my store, and he has to pay for scaring my people. Let's see, I'll give you a discount, 500 million. Once the money arrives, I'll let him go. If it doesn't, I'll kill him. After saying this, Xiaochen stepped on Gu Changming's arm that he had just broken. Instantly, Gu Changming let out a piercing scream. Okay, give me the account, I'll send the money. Gu Chuanzhong shouted urgently on the other end of the line. Gu Chuanzhong was genuinely anxious. His eldest son was dead, and now he only had this one son left. It can be said that for the son, he could throw everything away. Now, hearing Gu Changming screaming in Xiaochen's hands, he was almost driven mad. I warn you, if you dare to touch my son, I'll kill you. Gu Chuanzhong shouted loudly at this moment. Even though he was the richest man in the province, he was already somewhat deranged. Hearing this, Xiaochen just smiled. He wasn't afraid of Gu Chuanzhong at all. Transfer the money quickly. Xiao Chen snorted coldly. If the money doesn't arrive, your son won't be able to leave. I will definitely give you the money, but you must guarantee my son's safety. On the other end of the line, Gu Chuanzhong shouted angrily. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen didn't care at all. Instead, he directly said, transfer the money to Songya's account. Also, Songya is my person. If you send your useless son to find Songya, that means you're looking for trouble with me. Xiao Chen sneered and then hung up the phone. At this moment, he looked at Gu Changming in front of him and sneered. Will this cause trouble? Songya, standing beside him, asked Xiao Chen. At this moment, she was almost leaning against Xiao Chen, her face full of worry. Her gaze was fixed on Gu Changming in front of her. The Gu family is, after all, the richest in the province, and the forces behind them are not small. I've even heard that they have connections with certain families in Xinjiang. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He really wasn't afraid. At worst, he could just kill Gu Chuanzhong. A dead rich man would have no value. By that time, even if those people knew he was the one who killed him, would they dare to find trouble with him? Seeing that Xiao Chen was not afraid at all, Songya looked at him with a smile. Undoubtedly, Xiao Chen's abilities were definitely not small. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so unafraid of these troubles. Thinking of this, she smiled and said, all right, I'll listen to you. Songya knew that she could only rely on Xiao Chen now. Moreover, the sense of security Xiao Chen gave her was particularly reassuring. At least, until now. No matter what trouble she encountered, Xiao Chen could help her solve it, which was already enough. Xiao Chen looked at Songya in front of him and smiled. Then he glanced at Gu Changming on the ground and then at the bodyguards behind him. These people won't be dead, right? Songya said with a hint of worry. Although these people had smashed her store, if they died at this moment, then trouble would follow. Don't worry, they won't die, but they'll definitely be disabled. Xiao Chen replied. Then he glanced at Gu Changming on the ground. That guy's hand would definitely not be saved. Just as he was talking to Songya, Gu Changming's phone rang again. Xiao Chen picked it up and saw it was Gu Chuanzhong's call. The money has been transferred to you. Let my son go immediately. On the other end of the line, Gu Chuanzhong's voice was filled with anger and urgency. Xiao Chen turned to look at Songya, and she nodded. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled and said, okay, I got it. Don't worry, your son won't die for now. He was very clear that on Earth one still had to follow the rules. At least, on the surface, one couldn't kill someone. As for what happened behind the scenes, what did that have to do with him? First, let the person go, and then kill him in a few days. Kid, you'd better not have harmed my son, otherwise, I definitely won't let you go. Gu Chuanzhong's voice came from the other end of the line, sounding gloomy, and Xiao Chen sneered. Then you can try. After saying this, he hung up the phone. At this moment, he looked at the people on the ground and called Chu Qingyue. I've sent someone to find you, don't worry. The rest will be handled by the other party. On the phone, Chu Qingyue said quickly, I've already returned home, and I'm about to have my second uncle drink that bottle of medicine. You tell me first, how effective is that medicine? I don't know, you can try it. Hearing this, Xiao Chen said, anyway, there won't be any side effects. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue let out a sigh and said, I understand. After she finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Just after hanging up, a few people rushed in hurriedly. The leader was a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses with a hint of a receding hairline. The man looked at Xiao Chen, then glanced at Gu Changming on the ground, frowning slightly. Did you break this kid's hand? Looking at Gu Changming's completely twisted hand, the man sighed and said, all right, I'll handle this trouble. You are? Xiao Chen looked at him and asked. I'm here to help you deal with the trouble. You just need to remember that. Upon hearing this, the man smiled and waved his hand to the people behind him. Soon, a group of people came in. Seeing this group enter, Xiao Chen was taken aback. At a glance, he could tell that each of these people was a soldier. All right, you don't need to worry about the rest. After saying this, the man turned around and left. Xiao Chen then looked at the people he brought and immediately took them away, including Gu Changming. He couldn't be bothered with these people since things had already turned out this way. He didn't care about anything else. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen looked at Songya in front of him and said, let's close the store for now. It's already been smashed like this. We can only close the store for now. Songya said helplessly. At this moment, in the Chu family, looking at the bottle of red potion that Chu Qingyue brought, Chu Xiong's face showed a hint of seriousness as he said, Qingyue, do you really trust the other party this much? Dad, no matter how uneasy it is, uncle is already like this. How can you know without trying? Chu Qingyue hurriedly replied upon hearing this. You said that the other party can save a dying person. You should have brought him here. Why only a bottle of potion? Chu Xiong said, looking at Chu Qingyue. Hearing this, Chu Qingyue looked helpless and recounted everything that had happened. Listening to Chu Qingyue's words, Chu Xiong's expression turned particularly grim. The Gu family has indeed gone too far over the years. Let your cousin investigate thoroughly. After saying this, he turned to Chu Qingyue and said, as for that Xiao Chen, since he has such abilities, you should bring him back. Our Chu family. Dad, don't provoke him. He has no interest in our Chu family. Moreover, even if he has such abilities, so what? He isn't afraid of our Chu family at all. Chu Qingyue spoke up at this moment. His strength is terrifying, at least, I am no match for him. How is that possible? Chu Xiong was stunned upon hearing this. He was well aware of Chu Qingyue's talent in this generation of the Chu family. Her strength was considerable, and she had even vaguely touched the threshold of the acquired stage. It should be noted that even in the country, those old monsters rarely had acquired experts, and as for innate ones, there were even fewer. If the other party could crush Chu Qingyue, it would mean that the other party was an acquired expert. Even if he is an acquired expert, he can't ignore everything, right? A few people standing behind Chu Xiong spoke up. I don't know what he relies on, but I can feel that he really isn't afraid. In fact, his strength is improving very quickly. Chu Qingyue frowned and said, if we really calculate it, I believe that even uncle at his peak wouldn't necessarily be a match. When the people of the Chu family heard this, they were immediately stunned. They knew very well that the second master of the Chu family had almost reached the threshold of the innate stage back in the day. However, he returned heavily injured. If it weren't for that, the current Chu family could indeed be considered one of the top families in Xingjing. Now, looking at Chu Qingyue saying this, they even felt a bit incredulous. Girl, do you know how many innate experts there are in the country? Chu Xiong was silent for a moment, looking at Chu Qingyue and saying, no more than one hand. How old is that kid? Forget it, let's not worry about that for now. Let your second uncle try it. Looking at Chu Qingyue, Chu Xiong said helplessly. He understood that at this moment his second brother was the most critical. It's best if this potion is effective. If it doesn't work, you bring that kid over. Chu Xiong was silent for a moment, then spoke up. Tell him that as long as he can help treat your second uncle, our Chu family owes him a huge favor. Okay. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue hurriedly took the potion to her second uncle's room. Upon opening the door, a strong medicinal smell wafted out, and inside the room, several doctors were observing the instruments at all times. Mr. Chu, it seems that the second master can't hold on much longer. The white-haired elder at the forefront said with a troubled expression as he saw Chu Xiong and Chu Qingyue enter. He was hailed as the national medical sage, Zhao Tianfang, the top doctor in the country, yet he had no solution. The Chu family's second son was on the brink of death. Let me give it a try. Saying this, Chu Qingyue quickly approached her second uncle with the potion. She had immense trust in Xiao Chen. Only after witnessing Xie Yusen come back to life did she realize how capable Xiao Chen truly was. Watching Chu Qingyue directly pour a bottle of potion into her second uncle's mouth, Zhao Tianfang immediately panicked. Qingyue, what did you give your second uncle to drink? You girl, with your second uncle's current condition, if what he drinks is wrong, he could die. Zhao Tianfang said urgently, reaching out to snatch the potion from Chu Qingyue's hands. However, after sniffing it, he frowned slightly. He couldn't detect anything wrong with it at all. The only feeling he had was that the scent was invigorating and refreshing. At that moment, the instruments began to sound alarms continuously, and this scene startled Chu Xiong, who quickly asked, what's going on? His face was particularly grim, and he turned to Chu Qingyue, saying, Qingyue, if anything happens to your second uncle, I will definitely kill that kid. Chu Qingyue panicked as well. As for Zhao Tianfang, he was checking her second uncle's pulse, his face filled with astonishment. Dr. Zhao, how is it? Chu Xiong asked anxiously. How is this possible? Girl, what did you give your second uncle to eat? Zhao Tianfang's gaze was fixed on Chu Qingyue, his voice carrying a hint of disbelief as he said, do you know, your second uncle's meridians are recovering. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, the potion was effective. Chu Xiong also relaxed. As long as his second brother wouldn't die, that was good enough. Oh. Suddenly, Zhao Tianfang exclaimed in surprise, then looked at Chu Er with a serious expression. The effect of the medicine has worn off. Dr. Zhao, what exactly is going on? Chu Xiong asked urgently. Chu Xiong, your second brother's life is saved. Zhao Tianfang said, with a bitter smile, but it's just saved. His current physical condition has reverted to how he was when he was first brought back. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue and Chu Xiong were both stunned. So, he won't die, but he also won't wake up. Zhao Tianfang looked at Chu Qingyue and said, girl, if there's more of that medicine, perhaps. His gaze was fixed on Chu Qingyue. This medicine was too miraculous, and as a doctor, what he wanted to know most now was where this medicine came from. You hurry and find that Xiao Chen. Chu Xiong said urgently, tell him that as long as he can save your second uncle, our Chu family is willing to pay any price. Chu Xiong's eyes were filled with bloodlust as he spoke. After so many years, this was the only hope. He knew it all too well. At this moment, no matter who it was, anyone who tried to stop him from saving his brother would face his wrath. But Xiao Chen only has one bottle of medicine left. Chu Qingyue said helplessly. Are you stupid? That kid can save people by himself. Isn't he going to deal with the Gu family? We should help him with that. At this moment, Chu Xiong said fiercely, you tell him that as long as he can come to save your second uncle, I can help him take down the entire Gu family. Mr. Chu, are you saying that the one called Xiao Chen can save people? Zhao Tianfang, who was nearby, looked at Chu Xiong with burning eyes and asked. At the same time, he turned to Chu Qingyue and said, Qingyue, tell me, what kind of person is that kid? He was extremely curious about Xiao Chen. Now, he was staring intently at Chu Qingyue. Chu Qingyue had no choice but to recount how Xiao Chen saved Xie Yusen. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianfang's mouth dropped open. How is that possible? Girl, do you know? If what you said is true, then that is a capability only an innate master can possess. His gaze was filled with disbelief. What? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiong and Chu Qingyue were both stunned. Xiao Chen is innate? Chu Qingyue quickly realized that indeed, if Xiao Chen wasn't innate, then he wouldn't be indifferent to the Gu family and herself. Only an innate master would have such courage. Moreover, that kid is definitely not a newly initiated innate master. He might have been innate for a long time, and he is proficient in this field. Zhao Tianfang said, his face full of astonishment, I'm becoming more and more curious about that kid. As he spoke, he looked at Chu Qingyue and said, girl, will you take me to find him? Don't worry, your second uncle is fine now. There's no use for me to stay here. We should hurry to find that Kid, perhaps your second uncle can be cured, he said, pulling Chu Qingyue to leave. After all this, Sonia was busy handling matters and didn't come to Xiao Chen's side. As for Xiao Chen, after returning, he had a good sleep, and the next morning, he opened the ancient texts that Xia Ao had given him. He even tried to learn from a few of the books. However, he found that he simply couldn't learn them. Aside from the techniques, the so-called internal energy, he had none at all. He tried to contact Xia Ao. Bro, maybe it's just not suitable for you over there. Xia Ao said, at least, not everyone here can practice martial arts, it depends on talent. For example, my talent isn't high, and even now, I'm only at the acquired stage. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, okay, I understand. He looked at the pile of ancient texts and shook his head. It seemed he could only learn the techniques. However, he did discover one thing: some of the techniques, especially the horizontal training techniques, he could learn immediately. After all, these techniques only required a sufficiently strong body, and his physical strength was definitely not something an ordinary person could compare to. Find me more horizontal training texts. After saying this to Xiao, Xiao Chen directly cut off the connection. Then, he prepared to tidy up the things. However, just as he was thinking about gathering everything, the supermarket door was suddenly slammed open. Xiao Chen turned to see Chu Qingyue and an old man standing at his doorstep. Xiao Chen, my second uncle has taken the medicine and is feeling much better, but he still hasn't woken up, Chu Qingyue said to Xiao Chen. As soon as she finished speaking, her gaze fell on the pile of ancient texts. Even Zhao Tianfang, who had come with Chu Qingyue, was the same. His eyes were fixed on the texts in front of him, filled with surprise. He casually picked up one of the texts to take a look, and immediately, Zhao Tianfang showed a look of astonishment. This, little brother, are all these yours? At that moment, Zhao Tianfang looked at Xiao Chen with burning eyes. Xiao Chen nodded and casually placed the texts into a box. Watching Xiao Chen's actions, Zhao Tianfang took a deep breath and said eagerly, little brother, are these all your family heirlooms? At this moment, his gaze was intense, even tinged with a hint of urgency. He found it hard to believe. Just that book he casually flipped open was a martial arts manual, and it was clear at a glance that it was on a completely different level than what he practiced. Chu Qingyue also looked at Xiao Chen with a complex expression. She knew Xiao Chen was powerful, but she hadn't expected him to have so many books passed down in his family. These things were treasures. Now she understood why Xiao Chen had already reached the innate realm. Xiao Chen, are you really innate? Chu Qingyue asked, looking at Xiao Chen. What is innate? Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and asked. He truly didn't understand these rules, and even if he knew some of the systems from Xiao's side, they might be somewhat different from those on Earth. Innate warriors are comparable to nuclear bombs. Chu Qingyue paused for a moment and said, they are almost fearless of blades and guns, and some innate warriors have even evolved extraordinary abilities. As she spoke, she looked at Xiao Chen and said, it's the so-called supernatural powers. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. If that's the case, Xiao Chen thought for a moment, then activated his teleportation. In the next moment, his body appeared in the courtyard. Chu Qingyue only felt the person in front of her suddenly disappear, and when she turned around to see Xiao Chen in the courtyard, her mouth dropped open. You? Chu Qingyue looked at Xiao Chen in horror, her face filled with fear. As for Zhao Tianfang, he nodded slightly and said, indeed, this is a supernatural ability unique to innate warriors. Little brother, this should be teleportation, right? I guess so. Xiao Chen nodded in response. He had always hidden it well, but he didn't expect there to be supernatural powers in the country. The reason for his exposure was that he knew very well that to survive in the country, one must have enough say. Otherwise, the things he had done would be hard to resolve. A large amount of gold and precious stones would soon be noticed, but an innate warrior was different. No one would make things difficult for each other over such trivial matters. Moreover, he was an innate warrior who had mastered teleportation. No wonder you can kill so many people without anyone knowing. At this moment, Chu Qingyue exhaled and said, Xiao Chen, can I ask you for a favor? She looked at Xiao Chen and said, save my second uncle. As long as you can save my second uncle, I promise that our Chu family will owe you a big favor. In the future, just say the word and our Chu family will definitely comply. Chu Qingyue said eagerly. Zhao Tianfang, who was standing aside, nodded upon hearing this. In his view, the Chu family would benefit from this arrangement. After all, innate warriors were extremely rare now, and if the Chu family could establish a connection with one, it would be a gain for them. Has the Gu family's matter been resolved? Xiao Chen asked Chu Qingyue. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue hurriedly replied, it's already resolved. Gu Yuding has been sentenced to at least 20 years. Moreover, Gu Chuanzhong has also been warned. Don't worry, that old man won't dare to trouble you again. She looked at Xiao Chen, her face full of urgency. If it weren't for the fact that she and Zhao Tianfang had gone over last night to directly warn the Gu family, and even used some military power, the Gu family wouldn't have been so quiet until now. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, alright, in that case. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, wait. Saying this, he ran to his room, and when he came out again, he had 2 bottles of healing potions. Looking at the healing potions in Xiao Chen's hands, Chu Qingyue's expression was excited, but someone was faster than her. Zhao Tianfang nearly rushed in front of Xiao Chen, his face full of excitement as he asked, where did you get this thing? At that moment, Zhao Tianfang's gaze was burning as he looked at Xiao Chen. He knew all too well the value of this item. It could be said that this was definitely a divine elixir. Seeing that Xiao Chen remained silent, Zhao Tianfang immediately understood that the other party would certainly not reveal the secret of such a miraculous medicine. Little brother, my name is Zhao Tianfang, he said to Xiao Chen, the national medical sage, Zhao Tianfang. Little brother, I know that what you have in your hands must be valuable, but could you sell me a bottle? His eyes were fervent as he looked at Xiao Chen and said, how much? Name your price. At Zhao Tianfang's level, money was just a pile of numbers to him. However, this miraculous medicine was simply too extraordinary. Patients who were already beyond help stabilized after taking that medicine. In fact, it happened in an extremely short time. This made Zhao Tianfang realize that what he held was definitely a divine medicine. Dr. Zhao, you said it's a divine medicine. Do I really have that much? Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile. He had already understood the purpose of these bottles and jars. There was no way he could just give them away. He needed to understand that he could make money relying on Guming and Xiao, while the resources from Feng Hao were truly valuable. In fact, Xiao Chen even wanted to follow Feng Hao to see if he could level up. That was a kind of leveling mode in the game. If he could continuously grind monsters and level up over there, his strength would only increase faster. The only difficulty might be that his profession in the game world was a priest. This, Zhao Tianfang's expression turned bitter. He simply didn't believe that Xiao Chen only had these 2 bottles. After all, if there were really only these 2 bottles left, the other party wouldn't be so willing to hand them over. But he also understood that the value of this item was certainly very high, and the other party must not have many of them. This meant he had to offer something that would interest the other party. But what could he offer that would pique the other party's interest? After thinking for a long time, Zhao Tianfang couldn't come up with anything. Brother Xiao, I have a granddaughter. Zhao Tianfang looked at Xiao Chen and lowered his voice, saying, I think you two would be quite suitable. How about Dr. Zhao? Xu Qingyue, who was standing behind Xiao Chen, coldly interjected, Xiao Chen already has someone by his side. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianfang was taken aback, then awkwardly said, Brother Xiao is a powerful innate being. What's the harm in having a few more women? As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Chen eagerly. Xiao Chen, however, shook his head. His secrets were too great, and he couldn't be watched all the time. Even if Zhao Tianfang's granddaughter was truly beautiful, she couldn't follow him, unless he was certain that no one on earth could threaten him. At that point, even if some secrets were exposed, it wouldn't matter. But in the short term, that was definitely not possible. So, Xiao Chen directly rejected the other party's proposal. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's refusal, Xu Qingyue, for some reason, felt a sense of relief. Dr. Zhao, do you really want it? Xiao Chen looked at Zhao Tianfang and asked. Yes, Zhao. Tianfang's eyes immediately lit up. He had to study this bottle of medicine thoroughly when he took it back. That's fine. Help me with a favor. Xiao Chen looked at him and said with a smile, handle the Wang family in this city for me. When the Wang family is dealt with, then you can come to me for the medicine. Xiao Chen said lightly. That Wang Hujie made Xiao Chen feel disgusted. It would be better to just eliminate him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianfang immediately nodded and said, all right, the Wang family of Yunqing is just a small family. It's a matter of a word from me. Zhao Tianfang said excitedly, little brother, don't worry, I will definitely make the Wang family roll out of Yun City within 3 days, and even ensure that they will never have a chance to rise again in the country. All right, I believe you. Xiao Chen nodded and handed him a bottle of healing potion. The reason he gave it to Zhao Tianfang was actually to see if he could research something from it when he took it back. After all, if this national medical master could really develop something, it would undoubtedly be good news for the country. Thank you, Brother Xiao. You can rest assured, Brother Xiao, I guarantee that I will handle the matter you entrusted to me within 3 days. He was overjoyed and immediately took the potion and was about to leave. He couldn't wait to go back and study what the potion was made of. Xiao Chen, I will head back to Xingjing first. Wait for my news. Xu Qingyue said to Xiao Chen as she looked at him. Then, she hurriedly left. After Xu Qingyue left, Xiao Chen contacted Feng Hao. He had inquired with the system and learned that he could stay in any world for a week. He planned to go to Feng Hao's side so that Feng Hao could help him level up properly. If possible, he also wanted to know if he could improve his strength during this week. Bro, bring more food when you come. Feng Hao immediately agreed and then said to Xiao Chen. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded to indicate he understood and casually swept all the snacks and instant noodles off the shelf. The next moment he had already appeared at Feng Hao's place. Let's go. Feng Hao looked at Xiao Chen and said with a smile, I'll take you to level up first. As he spoke, he sent a party invitation to Xiao Chen. At that moment, an interface appeared before Xiao Chen. He immediately clicked confirm. Then he followed Feng Hao into a cave. Bro, this time we are exploring a dungeon. Don't worry, this dungeon is quite safe. I can handle it, just follow me. As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, your level is still too low. Hearing this, Xiao Chen opened his attribute panel. That's right, once he entered the game world, he had an attribute panel. Level 13. That was his current level. As for the equipment slot, it was empty. Player, Xiao Chen level, 13 strength, 25 constitution, 35 magic, 16 spirit, 20. Looking at his attributes, Xiao Chen began to ask Feng Hao. This is amazing. Feng Hao's expression was strange as he said, according to logic, you are a priest, your strength should only be a single digit and your constitution should be around 10. But you are way above that, and your magic and spirit are almost at level 10. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback, but it was still good news. He understood that it must be due to the effects of the evolution potions he had consumed. Next, Feng Hao took Xiao Chen directly into the dungeon. When he saw a monster charging at them before Xiao Chen could make a move, he saw Feng Hao casually point, and the next second, that monster was engulfed by lightning and then exploded. System prompt, player Xiao Chen has gained 98 experience points. Hearing the system prompt in his ear, Xiao Chen's eyes immediately lit up. Sure enough, he could level up in the game world. Since that was the case, he would stick with Feng Hao for this week. After all, the stronger he became, the more unsafe he felt. Mainly because he had exposed too much and learned a lot. At least he knew about the so-called innate strong ones. Xiao Chen spent a whole week with Feng Hao in this dungeon. During this week, Xiao Chen went from being unable to defeat any monsters at the beginning to now being able to fight some monsters and even kill them. Along with this, his level kept rising from the original level 13 to the current level 20. It can be said that This is a qualitative leap. At the same time, Xiao Chen also discovered that every time he leveled up, the benefits were enormous. He could clearly feel his progress. Now, he didn't need to study those obscure secret manuals, he just needed to gradually increase his level. Bro, considering your current strength, you're at least more than twice as strong as when you first came in. Looking at Xiao Chen, Feng Hao spoke up. Of course, he felt helpless. Every time Xiao Chen leveled up, he basically allocated all his attribute points to physique and strength. So, although his level was 20, in reality, he was far behind a level 20 priest. However, he didn't feel there was anything wrong with that. After all, Xiao Chen wasn't originally from this world. Alright, I got it. Xiao Chen looked at Feng Hao and asked, are you the only player in this game? This was what he was most curious about. After all, whether it was Guming or Xiao, the worlds they traversed were real. A real world naturally had real people. But here with Feng Hao, it seemed like he was the only one. Yeah, Feng Hao nodded in response. What's so strange about that? However, this world also has NPCs, and those people can actually be considered living beings, so you don't need to worry. Feng Hao said, there are still other people. Also, bro, keep these equipment, they will benefit you. Saying this, Feng Hao handed Xiao Chen a few pieces of equipment. They were all accessories. These accessories could enhance Xiao Chen's defense and even provide him with some attributes. Hearing this, Xiao Chen didn't hesitate and took them directly. After that, he bid farewell to Feng Hao. In just a week, his gains were undoubtedly enormous. Not to mention the various items and potions in his backpack, which Feng Hao regarded as trash, but in Xiao Chen's eyes, they were treasures. Especially some of the items were incredibly magical. For example, the fire scroll. It could instantly release a wall of fire that lasted for a minute, and during that minute, the wall of fire could not be extinguished. Such things were almost legendary. After coming out of the game world, as soon as Xiao Chen appeared in the supermarket, he glanced at his phone. I spent a week in the game world, but only a day and a half has passed on Earth? Indeed, the flow of time in the two worlds was completely different, and the Earth he was on seemed to be the slowest. Next was the lower-level planes of Xiao and Guming. If he stayed with them for a week, Earth would probably have passed about 3 days, but with Feng Hao, it was even slower. He didn't know what the worlds he would open up in the future would be like. However, even if there were no other worlds, just these 3 worlds were enough for him to explore. While Xiao Chen was still thinking about these things, suddenly, a phone call came in. It was Sonya's call. Where have you been? I couldn't reach you. On the other end of the line, Sonya asked helplessly. I went out for a bit. Did you need something? Xiao Chen asked. Yes, there's something. The Wang family is currently kneeling at the entrance of Jin Yutang. Sonya rubbed her head and said, the Wang family has gone bankrupt. Xiao Chen nodded. Upon hearing this, he naturally understood who was behind it. Sure enough, Zhao Tianfang was reliable. He took his potions and really got things done for him. Moreover, the work was done so quickly. Now, he didn't know how Zhao Tianfang's potion research was going. If possible, he wanted to have a good chat with Zhao Tianfang. At worst, he could give him a little more potion. Now Wang Hujia has had all his limbs broken and is just thrown at the entrance of Jin Yutang, begging for my forgiveness. Sonya said helplessly. The old man from the Wang family is also a tough character. Knowing that Wang Hujia ended up like this because of you, he directly crippled his son. Listening to Sonya's words, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and then said, go tell their family to roll out of Yin City on their own, or else they will bear the consequences. Alright, Sonya had no objections to this. She was well aware of Wang Hujia's initial plans, and now that he was practically crippled, there was no need to concern herself with him any longer. Moreover, even if they were given a chance, would they dare to retaliate? At this moment, Sonya truly felt the power of Xiao Chen. The people he knew seemed to be beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Even Gu Quanzhong, it seemed, had not been active lately. So, Sonya directly hung up the phone with Xiao Chen and then walked out of Jin Yutang. Dear niece, I know my unfilial son has offended you, and I'm here to apologize. You are magnanimous. The old man of the Wang family looked at Sonya with a flattering smile. Heaven knows how he had endured the past day and a half. Suddenly, all of the Wang family's businesses ran into problems, and in just one night, the Wang family went bankrupt. The speed was so fast that he couldn't even react in time. He had pulled countless strings before realizing that it was his unfilial son who had offended a big shot, and that big shot had connections to Sonya. At that moment, he had beaten his unfilial son half to death and dragged him to the entrance of Jin Yutang, hoping that Sonya could give the Wang family a way out. He understood all too well how terrifying a force could be that could silently bring the Wang family to bankruptcy. Even the richest family in the province, the Gu family, might not be able to achieve that. Hence, he was terrified. Mr. Wang, take your son and leave. Sonya said, that person said you should leave Yun City with your son, and this matter ends here. If you continue to entangle yourself, then, alright. Upon hearing this, the head of the Wang family immediately nodded. He understood that at this moment, he had no qualifications to bargain with the other party. Whatever the other party said, he had to comply, because he had no way out. As for the family assets, he didn't even dare to mention them now. Bankruptcy was bankruptcy. Fortunately, the Wang family still had some assets overseas. So, the Wang family left as quickly as they came, directly departing. The events at the entrance of Jin Yutang had already spread throughout Yun City. Now, who didn't know that Sonya had a powerful backing? Even the Wang family couldn't afford to offend her. At this moment, Xiao Chen received a call from Chu Qingyue. Xiao Chen, where have you been? As soon as the call connected, Chu Qingyue immediately asked, I've been looking for you for half a day and couldn't find you. Is there something? Xiao Chen asked. My second uncle has woken up, but he is still very weak. Chu Qingyue said, Teacher Zhao examined my second uncle and said he can only recuperate well for now. Whether he can recover is still uncertain. If there are more medicines, perhaps it could cure my second uncle. Chu Qingyue felt embarrassed when she said this. Hearing her hesitant tone, Xiao Chen understood. She also felt how precious this medicine was, so she was embarrassed to ask for it. But for the sake of her second uncle, she had no choice but to do so. Little brother. Before Xiao Chen could respond, the phone was snatched away by Zhao Tianfang. Old Zhao, Xiao Chen said with a smile. You handled your matter well, but that's enough. I've told them to leave Yun City. Alright, Xiao brother, you have the final say. On the other end of the line, Zhao Tianfang said with a smile, Xiao brother, I carefully studied the bottle of medicine you gave me. Do you know? I diluted the medicine you gave me tenfold. However, even so, this medicine can still suppress some diseases. Even cancer has shown some recovery. Zhao Tianfang was particularly excited on the other end of the line. Old Zhao, I don't need to say how precious this medicine is. How much do you think I can take out? Xiao Chen asked helplessly. Hearing his words, Zhao Tianfang smiled bitterly and said, I know. But I also know that Brother Xiao must have more in hand, and besides, Brother Xiao has the formula, right? What do you mean, Old Zhao? Xiao Chen asked, narrowing his eyes slightly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianfang said eagerly, Brother Xiao, please don't misunderstand. I just want to collaborate with you. I will set up a pharmaceutical factory to produce some medicines, and the key is your potion. As long as you can provide me with 10 potions every month, I guarantee that you will have the majority share in that factory. Zhao Tianfang on the other end of the phone said eagerly, that miraculous medicine is incredible. It can almost cure 90% of diseases and injuries. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He naturally understood this point. The healing potion, to put it simply, is about restoring your life value. According to the data, anything that poses a threat to your life value can be cured. Brother Xiao, how do you feel about my proposal? At this moment, Zhao Tianfang was particularly anxious. If he could get 10 potions every month, he could even expand further. Old Zhao, I do have the formula, but that thing isn't so easy to produce. Xiao Chen said helplessly. He indeed wanted to collaborate with Zhao Tianfang. 10 healing potions weren't too much. However, at this time, he was unwilling to reveal too many secrets. If he gave out 10 healing potions, it would only prove that he had more in hand, and at that point, the number of people seeking him out would only increase. I understand. Zhao Tianfang said eagerly. Currently, the only ones who know you have healing potions are me and the people from the Chu family. Don't worry, starting today, neither the Chu family nor I will let it out. Zhao Tianfang immediately said. You don't need to show your face. Once the funds are in place every month, I will directly transfer them to your account. Little brother, you also understand that this kind of potion cannot be produced on a large scale, so it will only be used as strategic material. When that stage arrives, we will set the price. Listening to Zhao Tianfang's words, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, okay. However, the raw materials are scarce. I don't know how much I can provide, and there's a high possibility of supply interruption. Xiao Chen said directly. I don't know what raw materials you need. Our Zhao family has our own channels. Perhaps we can help. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianfang immediately spoke up. Old Zhao, even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. Xiao Chen said, something simply cannot be produced at this time. Alright then. Hearing this, Zhao Tianfang felt a bit helpless. Once the potion was in his hands, he began to study it. He could hardly understand the components inside. Indeed, the research results indicated that there were countless components he completely did not understand. That's why he felt helpless. I'll go find you right now, Zhao Tianfang said eagerly from the other end. Since he had agreed to Zhao Tianfang, Xiao Chen was too lazy to continue hiding and told Chu Qingyue that he currently only had 12 potions and he could give the Chu family the remaining 2. Xiao Chen, thank you. Upon hearing that he could get 2 more potions, Chu Qingyue exclaimed in surprise, don't worry, I know the value of this potion. The Chu family will definitely offer you a suitable price. After saying this, she hung up the phone directly. After Xiao Chen finished all this, he prepared to leave to find Songya. However, he didn't expect that as soon as he opened the supermarket door, he saw Qin Ku. At this moment, when Qin Ku saw Xiao Chen, her eyes lit up and she hurriedly walked towards him. Xiao Chen, what a coincidence. You're here, she said, pretending to glance inside. Why are you opening a supermarket here? Xiao Chen looked at Qin Ku with cold eyes. This woman had clearly been standing at the supermarket door for a long time, even waiting for him to open the door, but now she was pretending. Do you need to buy something? Xiao Chen looked at Qin Ku and then asked, what's going on? Hearing this, Qin Ku turned her head, initially intending to buy something casually in the supermarket. However, upon seeing the nearly empty shelves, she was momentarily stunned. Why, is there no stock in this supermarket? Qin Ku turned to Xiao Chen and asked. It's sold out. Xiao Chen replied. His goods sold particularly fast. Just with Fang Hao and those 3 people, they constantly asked him for things. Plus, with all the recent back and forth, he had forgotten to restock. So, the shelves were empty. Qin Ku awkwardly looked at Xiao Chen. With no goods on the shelves, what could she buy? Just give me a bottle of water, she said helplessly, glancing at the bottled water next to Xiao Chen. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, took out a bottle of water, and handed it to Qin Ku, saying, $2. As he spoke, he pointed to the QR code beside him and added, just pay and leave quickly. I need to head out too. Qin Ku was slightly taken aback by his words. She turned to look at Xiao Chen, her eyes filled with complex emotions as she said, Xiao Chen, do you really dislike me that much? At that moment, Xiao Chen glanced at Qin Ku and smiled faintly, saying, Miss Qin, we have nothing to do with each other anymore. Xiao Chen didn't know why Qin Ku had come to find him, but he had no desire to face the woman before him. Back when he loved her deeply, she had left without a word. And what happened after? She had directly followed someone else. Now, she was running back to him, not because of anything else but because she saw that he had become successful and wanted to rekindle their past. However, Xiao Chen had no feelings for Qin Ku anymore. Qin Ku opened her mouth, looking at Xiao Chen in front of her. At that moment, she felt that Xiao Chun was particularly unfamiliar. She knew how well Xiao Chen treated her when they were together. In fact, Jingku even thought that if she were with Xiao Chen, he would definitely be under her control. But now, she felt that Xiao Chen was completely different from the person she once knew. "Alright, I'm leaving," Xiao Chen said. After saying this, he turned and walked out of the supermarket. Shinko had no choice but to follow him outside. At that moment, she looked at Xiao Chen, her face full of grievance. However, she noticed that Xiao Chen didn't even acknowledge her. He simply turned and got into his car, quickly driving away. Watching Xiao Chen's car leave, Shinko gritted her teeth, her face filled with unwillingness. She had thought that Xiao Chen would be dealt with by Wang Hujie, but unexpectedly, it hadn't been long before the Wang family went bankrupt. Moreover, she had heard quite a bit from Zhang Ming. It was said that the Wang family's bankruptcy was related to Xiao Chen. This was the reason Shinko was stirred. A few years ago, she had followed Zhang Ming to live a good life, but she was even more aware that being with Zhang Ming meant she could only be his mistress. In fact, Zhang Ming's attitude towards her had grown increasingly cold. She understood that even Zhang Ming might not want her anymore. At this moment, she encountered Xiao Chen again and realized that he had become successful. Naturally, she wanted to rekindle their past. She even thought of seizing the opportunity to control Xiao Chen, but she didn't expect that Xiao Chen would completely ignore her. "Xiao Chen, you can't escape my grasp," Shinko huffed softly. She felt she understood Xiao Chen well enough. She knew what kind of person he was. Therefore, controlling Xiao Chen should be quite easy. It was because of this that Shinko dared to seek him out at this moment. Filled with a hint of resentment, Shinko got into her car and drove away. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen arrived at Jin Yutang. In just a few days, Jin Yutang had completely transformed, having been renovated and reopened. When Xiao Chen entered, he saw Chu Yan standing in the lobby on the first floor. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, she hurriedly walked over. "Xiao Ge, you're here," Chu Yan said with a smile. "Sister Song is upstairs." "Alright." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and asked, "Are you getting used to it here?" "Of course, I'm used to it. Sister Song made me the lobby manager on the first floor, and I'm earning so much more than before," Chu Yan quickly replied. She was particularly satisfied with her life now. Ever since she arrived here, she had found a support system. Moreover, both Songye and Xiao Chen treated her well. It was no longer like before when she and Xie Yusen would be bullied by others. "Good, then work hard." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Where's Xie Yusen?" Sister Song asked her to manage the accounts for Jin Yutang. She should be in the office now, Xu Yan said with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and then went upstairs. In Songya's office, upon seeing Xiao Chen enter, Songya immediately stood up to greet him. "Where have you been these past few days?" Songya took hold of Xiao Chen's arm and said softly, "I went to your supermarket and didn't see you. But I did see someone." As she spoke, Songya blinked at Xiao Chen. Hearing this, Xiao Chen understood who Songya was referring to. "Jin-ko?" Xiao Chen asked, looking at Songya. Upon hearing this, Songya nodded and said, "When she saw me, she hid far away, but she didn't realize I spotted her at a glance." As she spoke, Songya looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Do you still have feelings for Jin-ko?" "What feelings could I have?" Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, "I have nothing to do with her anymore." "That's good." Songya smiled and said, "You know about Zhang Ming, right? He was targeting me together with Wang Hujie. Now that Wang Hujie has fallen, my target is Zhang's family. The Zhang family has several decent businesses and I'm planning to take them over." Listening to Songya, Xiao Chen didn't feel anything was wrong. Or rather, in his view, such matters didn't need to be brought to his attention. Seeing Xiao Chen indifferent, Songya smiled and said, "Since you have no objections, I'm going to proceed. Go ahead." Xiao Chen nodded in response. He naturally had no objections. After all, he had no interest in either Wang Hujie or Zhang Ming. Also, the second in command of the city wants to meet you. At that moment, Songya said softly to Xiao Chen, "The one behind the Gu family?" Since Gu Yan was taken down by him, Xiao Chen had almost forgotten about this person. Logically speaking, the Gu family was already finished, and the chances of them still holding onto him should be low. However, it seemed evident now that they were still keeping an eye on him. He means no harm. Songya, seeing the narrowed eyes of Xiao Chen, knew he was misunderstanding. She directly said, "He wants to meet you," and there's a tone of flattery in his words. "You should consider that. The Wang family has collapsed directly. How much power would it take to accomplish that? Now, who would dare to provoke you?" Songya knew very well that the collapse of the Wang family could shake the entire Yun city. No one in Yun city would genuinely want to seek trouble with Xiao Chen. She was very clear about this. "Alright." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Then let's meet." He didn't mind meeting the other party. After all, he understood that Yun City was still their territory, and at least in the short term, he couldn't leave Yun City. Moreover, there were many things he needed to do now, including frequently purchasing supplies on a large scale. At that stage, having someone above would naturally make things easier. Those other realms were not to be underestimated. The benefits they could bring to Xiao Chen were also enormous. "Okay, I'll find some time to arrange a meeting with him," Songya said with a smile. Xiao Chen was willing to meet the other party, and that was enough. After sitting with Songya for a while, Xiao Chen was preparing to leave when, at that moment, Old Wolf rushed in. Looking at Xiao Chen, Old Wolf's eyes held a hint of complexity. "What's wrong?" Seeing Old Wolf's expression, Xiao Chen asked curiously. He could tell that Old Wolf's gaze was quite strange. A few people came downstairs." Old Wolf said, "I think you should go down and take a look." "Who?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback and asked, "The girl who came that day, and an old man, they're both downstairs," Old Wolf said directly. After saying this, he glanced at Songya. Undoubtedly, Songya was his boss, but right now, he was definitely more afraid of Xiao Chen. As for the woman named Chu Qingyue, he felt that her relationship with Xiao Chen was definitely not ordinary. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was stunned. These two had come quite quickly. It had only been a few hours since he finished talking with them. In other words, they had almost come directly over. "It must be those few, right? Please bring them up," Songya said with a smile. she naturally understood who it was. For these important figures from Shengjing, if it were the old Songya, she would have needed to be very cautious. After all, back then, she couldn't even deal with the Gu family. But now it was completely different. She knew that her support was Xiao Chen. As long as Xiao Chen was there, everything would be easy to resolve. From the way the others treated Xiao Chen, she knew that his abilities were undoubtedly even greater. Thinking of this, she felt reassured. Soon, Old Wolf brought the two of them up. As soon as they arrived, Xu Qingyue saw Songya. She nodded slightly to Songya, and then her gaze turned to Xiao Chen. For some reason, when she looked at him, Xu Qingyue was momentarily taken aback. If before, Xiao Chen had given her a particularly dangerous feeling, now he seemed completely like an ordinary person. This made Xu Qingyue slightly stunned. You have improved your strength again? Xu Qingyue keenly sensed that Xiao Chen had definitely made some progress, so she asked, I guess so. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, Are you all in such a hurry? A bit anxious. Zhao Tianfang, beside her, said impatiently, Brother Xiao, I even brought the contract. Saying this, he hurriedly took out the contract and looked at Xiao Chen. Alright. Hearing this, Xiao Chen didn't waste words and quickly signed the contract. After that, with a wave of his hand, several bottles of healing potions appeared in front of him. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen handed one bottle of mana recovery potion to Zhao Tianfang. Looking at the azure potion in front of Xiao Chen, Zhao Tianfang was momentarily stunned but quickly took the bottle Xiao Chen handed him. Brother Xiao, what is this? Zhao Tianfang asked excitedly. What does this do? Is it also for treating injuries? You can study it when you get back. This thing can restore my mental energy. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, Let's put it this way. After I use my abilities, I will feel a bit drained and drinking this will help me recover. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianfang was immediately stunned. He understood that if what Xiao Chen said was true, the value of this thing was even higher. In battles between warriors, when it was often difficult to determine a winner, it came down to endurance. And that was the most mentally exhausting part. If this potion could restore mental energy, its effect for a warrior was undoubtedly more powerful than a healing potion. Brother Xiao, I'm leaving right away to study this. Zhao Tianfang's eyes were filled with fervor. He had lived for more than half his life and felt that only in these past few days had he truly obtained what he wanted. So many novel things. Thus, Zhao Tianfang hurriedly clutched the potion and left. Brother Xiao, if you ever need anything in the future, you can come to me. Also, my granddaughter is Zhao Qianmei, the head of Shengjing Zhao Pharmaceutical. If you need anything, you can also find my granddaughter. Zhao Tianfang said eagerly. After saying this, he completely ignored the glances that Xu Qingyue and Songya were giving him and turned to leave. He was well aware that both girls had feelings for Xiao Chen, but so what? A congenital, and such a young congenital at that, was practically untouchable. In the country, if such a person became his granddaughter's husband, then his granddaughter would truly be prosperous. As for having a few more women, what was there to fear? It was certainly better than marrying those useless men. Zhao Tianfang left, and Xiao Chen handed 2 bottles of potions to Xu Qingyue, saying, Take these. Upon hearing this, Xu Qingyue cherished them and then looked at Xiao Chen, saying, I'll have someone send them back. Aren't you going back? Xiao Chen was taken aback. He had given them so proactively to send Xu Qingyue away. I'm not planning to leave just yet. Anyway, your place can accommodate me, so I'll be staying with you for a while? She looked at Xiao Chen and spoke. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was instantly stunned. What was so good about his little shabby courtyard? Moreover, if Xu Qingyue stayed at his place, many things would be inconvenient for him. So, he definitely wasn't keen on it. If Miss Chu doesn't have a place to stay, I just happen to have one. You can stay with me. Just as Xiao Chen was thinking about how to refuse, Songya spoke up directly from behind. As for Xiao Chen, you know his place. After all, it's a supermarket and it's not convenient with so many people coming and going. Upon hearing this, Xu Qingyue frowned slightly but still agreed. Then, with curiosity, she looked at Xiao Chen and asked, Actually, I'm quite curious. Since you don't lack money now, why do you run such a supermarket? Because I want to. Xiao Chen replied lightly. Xu Qingyue didn't say anything further. They say that some congenital old monsters have strange tempers, and it turns out that even the young congenital monsters have their own peculiar hobbies. Songya smiled slightly, chatting with Xu Qingyue on the side, while Xiao Chen sent a message to the supplier. The supermarket was almost out of stock, and at this time, he needed to quickly bring in a new batch of goods. He even ordered 3 times the amount of the previous order. Anyway, he planned to fill the first floor area. The supplier was also pleased. With so many goods, they had already paid in advance, ensuring that everything would be delivered before tonight. After finishing the call, Xiao Chen turned around and found the 2 women whispering together not far away. He was immediately puzzled. Previously, Songya and Xu Qingyue had a somewhat antagonistic relationship, and in the time it took him to make a phone call, these two had started chatting and laughing. Xiao Chen, I'm staying at Songya's place. Seeing Xiao Chen looking at her, Xu Qingyue immediately spoke up. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and didn't say anything else. After all, he had a lot to do and didn't have time to deal with Xu Qingyue. After sitting with Songya for a while, Xiao Chen left and first went to Fatty He's place. Seeing Xiao Chen, Fatty He immediately waved and asked, What's going on? I heard you and Songya. Looking at Fatty He's expression, Xiao Chen shook his head and said, Alright, this isn't something you should be concerned about. Okay, I won't ask. Fatty He said, with a smile. He was particularly familiar with Xiao Chen and wanted to keep him happy. By the way, when are you going back to the village? Fatty He suddenly asked. Back? Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Ever since his parents passed away, he had gone out to work, and after not doing well, he returned to the village. He thought it was fine in the village, but unfortunately, the situation there was more complicated than he had imagined. The father and son of Xiao Yan had made him feel disgusted. Now, the village chief and his son have gone in, along with those who helped Xiao Yan. You know the new village chief too. Fat, he said with a smile. Jiang, huh? Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. He really did know him. Jiang, 'cause second uncle. After Chinka's parents passed away, Xiao Chen was with Chinku and even helped her pay for her tuition. At that time, Qin Jianghe was always keeping an eye on Xiao Chen. He strongly opposed their relationship, constantly saying that Xiao Chen and Chinku were not suitable for each other. However, Xiao Chen had put in so much effort for Chinku, which he clearly saw but did not stop. Later, when Chinku left, Qin Jianghe even mocked Xiao Chen, saying a toad wanted to eat swan meat. It has nothing to do with me that he became the village chief, right? Xiao Chen chuckled. He didn't think much of Qin Jianghe at all. He was too lazy to return to the village now. It was the poorest area around Yun City, and he didn't have much money when he opened a supermarket in the village. I don't know who told him you got rich, but he must be thinking of coming back to the village to invest. Fat he laughed, and now he's come looking for me. Just ignore him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled. He didn't even need to think to know it was definitely Qin Ku who told him. After all, besides Qin Ku, no one else would inform Qin Jianghe that he had gotten rich. Even Fat he didn't know how much money he had now. You sold quite a bit of gold to Songya, and that news has spread. Fat he lowered his voice. I heard it was someone from Jin Yutang who leaked it. Qin Jianghe found out too. What does he mean by that? Xiao Chen squinted slightly and asked. It seemed that his gold had nothing to do with Qin Jianghe. He wants me to tell you that your gold is illegal and might have been dug up from the village. Fatty sneered. Who doesn't know what the situation was in our village back then? Which family ever dug up that much gold? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen understood. Over the years, everyone in the village knew the situation. But suddenly, with him selling a large amount of gold, people thought he must have dug it up from some place in the village to get so much. So, they had their eyes on this batch of gold. Qin Jianghe wants me to tell you that it's best to return the money, otherwise he will definitely cause you trouble. Fatty looked at Xiao Chen and asked, Xiao Chen, what are you planning to do? Just ignore him. Xiao Chen coldly laughed upon hearing this. This new chief was already preparing to target him without even considering who he was. Moreover, he had long since left the village. Would he still be afraid of such a small village chief? Therefore, Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered with these people at all. After chatting a bit with Fatty, Xiao Chen left directly. When he returned to the supermarket, the goods had already been delivered. Xiao Chen immediately received the goods and arranged the shelves before sitting down in the supermarket. You have a new order, please check it. The sudden voice in his mind made Xiao Chen pause for a moment, and the next second, he opened the order to check. This kid Xiao didn't contact me but just sent me over? He looked at the items Xiao wanted, all of which were compressed biscuits and similar things. He glanced at his shelves. Thanks to Guming, the most abundant items in his warehouse were food, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and even quite a few self-heating rice meals. Now, the quantity Xiao wanted was so large that Xiao Chen estimated that all the goods in his supermarket combined might not be enough. After thinking for a moment, he called the supplier and directly asked him to deliver all the compressed biscuits. Only then did Xiao Chen start contacting Xiao. What's going on? Suddenly needing such a large amount of compressed biscuits? Xiao Chen asked curiously. I'm preparing for war over here. Xiao replied. Isn't it necessary to stockpile supplies? We have enough military rations, but we still need to prepare more compressed biscuits. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, alright, I'll send the goods over to you. Brother, didn't you mention that evolution potion before? Do you have any on hand? Xiao hurriedly asked. I have a bottle, but are you sure you need it? Xiao Chen frowned slightly and asked. He had inquired about Xiao, who was now also a postnatal martial artist. Plus, in his world there were also so-called grandmasters, so if he continued to cultivate, he could still enhance his strength. Hey, my talent is average, and continuing to cultivate won't increase my strength anymore. Why not give your evolution potion a try? Xiao said. Besides, didn't you evolve an ability? Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He remembered that Gu Ming had said that the chance of awakening an ability was basically 10%. Alright, I'll bring it to you. By the way, are you going to battle this time? Xiao Chen asked curiously. After all, Xiao was now considered a king, and he wondered if he would go. Hey, brother, you know me, I definitely won't go. As a king, it's better for me to stay safely in the rear. Xiao replied. Okay. Xiao Chen nodded and then directly said, just wait. After saying this, Xiao Chen cut off the connection. Soon, the supplier delivered a large quantity of compressed biscuits. Looking at the goods in front of him, Xiao Chen thought for a moment. It seemed he should acquire a food manufacturing factory. After all, just selling to Xiao and Gu Ming was enough for internal consumption. Xiao Chen directly sent the compressed biscuits into his space. Looking at the space filled to the brim with compressed biscuits, he then chose to traverse. When the light in front of him flickered, he found himself inside a palace. Brother, you're here. Seeing Xiao Chen appear, Xiao rushed eagerly to his side and asked, how much did you bring? Hearing this, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and instantly, mountains of compressed biscuits appeared before them. Brother, how big is your space? Looking at the towering boxes, Xiao's face was filled with surprise as he asked. 500 square meters, Xiao Chen replied. Ever since he came out of the game world, as his level continued to rise, he found that not only was his physical body stronger, but his space had also become much larger. Of course, he could now teleport almost at will. In fact, his teleportation frequency was faster and more frequent. Still not that big. Xiao shook his head and then asked, how's my sister? His only thought on earth was about Xiaoyusen. She's in Yun City, don't worry. I will take good care of your sister. Xiao Chen assured him. That's good. Here, this is for you. Xiao Chen handed the evolution potion to him and said, you can give it a try. What he gave to Xiao was naturally a basic evolution potion. Hearing this, Xiao's eyes lit up and he immediately took the potion and gulped it down. The moment he drank the potion, Xiao's expression twisted. He never expected it to taste so terrible. Are you feeling unwell? Seeing that Xiao didn't seem to be in discomfort after drinking, Xiao Chen felt helpless. The first time he drank it, he fainted from the pain, yet this guy seemed completely fine. Xiao shook his head. feeling the changes in his body, and then exhaled. I can feel a surge of power continuously rushing within me, enhancing my strength, but other than that, nothing else. As he finished speaking, he suddenly froze. The next moment, Xiaochen saw him raise his hand, and a whirlwind began to form in his palm. I think I have an ability. It's wind-based, Xiao exclaimed with delight, looking at Xiaochen. Xiaochen glanced at the whirlwind. It was quite small, but undoubtedly, it had evolved. Hey, bro, this evolution potion of yours is a great thing. Looking at Xiaochen, at that moment, Xiao said excitedly, get me some more, and I'll cultivate a batch of people. Upon hearing this, Xiaochen shook his head and said, do you think the evolution potion is that simple? Gu Ming himself said that even the basic evolution potions are extremely valuable. Now, Gu Ming has taken over a large territory, and even so, the evolution potions under his command are still scarce, especially the intermediate and advanced ones, which are even rarer. Alright then, Xiao helplessly nodded and said, I understand. After saying this, he pulled Xiaochen and said, let's go. We should check out the capital. With that, he dragged Xiaochen out. Outside the door, many eunuchs immediately knelt down upon seeing Xiao Chen and Xiao. Many recognized Xiao Chen. After all, they were well aware that their emperor knew the Celestial Lord from above. And now, the Celestial Lord had descended once again. Bro, I'll arrange a place for you to stay. Can you stay here for a few days? Xiao asked Xiao Chen. Just a few days. I have to go back. Xiao Chen replied helplessly. Xu Qingyue was still around, and he couldn't just disappear like that. After all, he knew that by the next day, Xu Qingyue would come looking for him. He can only stay in this world for 3 or 4 days at most. Then I'll arrange a royal residence for you. When you have time, come stay for a bit. Xiao said with a smile. He couldn't wait for Xiao Chen to be in front of him every day. After all, Xiao Chen's presence proved one thing. He had indeed received the favor of the Celestial Lord. In this feudal era, that was the best proof. Under Xiao's guidance, Xiao Chen soon saw the residence Xiao had arranged for him. 1. Must say, ancient residences are truly vast. They are even much larger than the gardens he had visited before. Bro, you can stay here. If you need anything, just tell these people. Xiao pulled Xiao Chen and lowered his voice, saying, should I send you some beauties? No need, I'm leaving soon. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, this residence is nice, let's keep it for now. I'll come back next time. Hearing this, Xiao nodded helplessly. The next moment, Xiao Chen directly exchanged a few words with Xiao and instantly disappeared. Watching Xiao Chen vanish, many maids and servants in the residence immediately knelt down, continuously bowing. In the next second, Xiao Chen had already appeared in his supermarket. He thought for a moment and called He Fatty. Xiao Chen, did you need something? As soon as the call connected, He Fatty immediately said, I was just about to talk to you. Go ahead. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen replied, be careful, Jin Jianha has been discussing with the villagers about finding you recently. Looking for me? Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and coldly laughed, saying, what does he want? With me? What else could it be? He told the villagers that you dug up the gold from the village and sold it, which made you rich. Those are the village's assets. And when the time comes, every household will follow along, and the money will be shared among the whole village. He Fatty sneered and said, my parents have called me. They asked me to tell you to be careful. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, alright, thank you for the reminder. There were many villagers, but quite a few were good to Xiao Chen, like He Fatty and his father. When Xiao Chen was young, he spent every day with He Fatty, and when his parents passed away, it was Uncle He who came to help first. Still so polite with me. He Fatty said, alright, just a reminder. What did you want to talk to me about? He Fatty immediately asked on the other end of the line. I remember Uncle He works at the food factory. Xiao Chen said, how's that factory doing? It's about to close down. Upon hearing this, Fatty He helplessly said, you still don't know the situation at my dad's factory. It's barely hanging on. Many people in the village work at that food factory, and now they can barely pay wages. How about this? Let Uncle He contact me, and I'll take over that factory. Xiao Chen immediately spoke up. I have my ways, don't worry. Fatty He's father, He Zongwen, is an honest man. He has taken good care of Xiao Chen since childhood. So, when Xiao Chen reached out to him, he immediately told Xiao Chen about the factory's situation. The factory is located in the town, not far from the village, and many villagers work there. Currently, the food factory is performing exceptionally poorly. According to He Zongwen, they haven't paid wages for at least 3 months. In fact, the owner is actively seeking investments. Therefore, if Xiao Chen can acquire this food factory, it would undoubtedly be the best option. Xiao Chen, Uncle He isn't trying to deceive you. Our factory's equipment is somewhat outdated, and the products we produce don't taste particularly good. He Zongwen said helplessly, so, if you take over the factory, sticking to the previous recipes definitely won't work. No problem, Uncle He, I'll sell it overseas. Those foreigners have no idea what real food is. They'll love it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen replied. His acquisition of this food factory, to put it simply, was not just for Gu Ming and Xiao. One is in ancient times, and the other is in a post-apocalyptic world. Xiao's situation is slightly better. At least the country he is in has a relatively sufficient food supply. Even so, ordinary people haven't eaten anything good. They have 2 meals a day, usually just a small bowl of thin rice porridge. Xiao has complained countless times that, even as an emperor wanting to eat something decent, there are many seasonings missing. If it weren't for Xiao Chen sending him a lot, he would still be eating chaff and vegetables. Moreover, even when Xiao Chen's goods were sent over, no one knew how to cook. The emperor himself had to step into the kitchen and teach a few tricks. So, these people haven't had good food, and anything would do. As for the taste, it would definitely be better than what they have over there. Hearing Xiao Chen say this, He Zongwen breathed a sigh of relief and said, actually, if you acquire it, there are benefits. The owner definitely can't pay wages now. Honestly, if you want me to negotiate, it would be better for you to talk to the town government yourself. With so many people not getting paid, if someone acquires it and can pay the employees, the town will definitely step in. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback, then quickly understood. After all, the year-end is approaching. At this time, if wages still can't be paid, it would cause a big uproar, which wouldn't be good. The town would definitely intervene. So, Xiao Chen decided to bypass the factory and talk directly with the officials. It would be most appropriate for him to take over this mess. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen immediately thanked He Zongwen, saying, "Uncle He, I understand, thank you. You're still being polite with me. Besides, if you acquire the factory and the workers get paid, that's a good thing." He Zongwen said directly. Also, Xiao Chen, you know about the Qinjianghe situation, right? Fatty He has mentioned it to me. Xiao Chen replied directly, "Uncle He, those people aren't important." Sigh, Uncle He knows you definitely didn't take the village's gold, and besides, we all know the situation. In our village, there hasn't been a landlord for dozens of generations in our ancestry. Where would such a large amount of gold come from? He Zongwen said helplessly, but those poor villagers, scared and misled by Qinjianghe, will definitely come looking for you. Alright, I understand. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Uncle He, you don't need to worry about these matters. I'll handle it." After finishing his conversation with He Zongwen, he immediately called Songya. He definitely didn't know any officials, but Songya surely did, and this food factory, he must take it down. What do you want that food factory for? After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Songya was slightly taken aback and said, "I know that factory, it's almost on the verge of bankruptcy. Moreover, the equipment in that factory is outdated. And the taste goes without saying, the products produced are also unsellable. If you need, I can introduce you to a good factory." Hearing Songya's words, Xiao Chen smiled and said, "No need, I need that factory for a bit of use. As for the sales channels, I have those." Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Songya did not ask further. In fact, Songya had some understanding. Xiao Chen's small supermarket was located in such a remote area, yet the volume of goods he ordered was extraordinarily large every time. This was clearly unscientific. Undoubtedly, Xiao Chen had his own sales channels. It was just that she didn't know what those channels were. After all, the things Xiao Chen sold were not rare items. They could be bought anywhere, yet he seemed to have a market. If it's about this, do you remember what I told you before? Songya smiled and said, "The person behind Gu Yan asked me today when you would be free. Then let's do it tonight." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen directly spoke up. He was indeed anxious, and having a meal with the other party could lead to a deal, which was the most suitable. "Great. Tonight, I'll go with Chu Qingyue." Upon hearing this, Songya smiled and said. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was taken aback. He had almost forgotten that Chu Qingyue was still here. He didn't know what Chu Qingyue was doing here. After all, he had given the potion to Chu Qingyue, and logically, she should have returned to Shengjing immediately. "Xiao Chen, I'm here to find you." Just after Xiao Chen hung up the phone with Songya, he heard Chu Qingyue's voice outside the door, accompanied by a young man. The young man bore some resemblance to Chu Qingyue. When he saw Xiao Chen, he suddenly walked towards him excitedly and said, "You must be Brother Xiao, right?" At this moment, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Brother Xiao, hello, my name is Chu Lingkuan. Thank you for saving my dad." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded slightly and said, "Hello, Xiao Chen, Lingkuan is my second uncle's child. I asked him to come and get the potion." As she spoke, Chu Qingyue pointed to the potion in Chu Lingkuan's hand and said, "He said he came to thank you. Brother Xiao, the matter with the Gu family has been handled. Gu Yuding has been caught by me in Xinjiang. Don't worry, I will definitely keep an eye on his case. At least for 20 years, he will definitely spend it in jail." Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Lingkuan spoke directly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded slightly. He knew that the Chu family would definitely suppress the Gu family for him, and it seemed that it was Chu Lingkuan who took action. "Brother Xiao, are you really innate?" Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Lingkuan suddenly asked. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I should be." "Brother Xiao, can I spar with you?" Chu Lingkuan asked eagerly. When he asked this question, his eyes were full of desire. Xiao Chen thought for a moment. He actually wanted to test his current skills as well. So, he agreed. Upon hearing this, Chu Lingkuan was extremely excited, directly stuffing the potion into Chu Qingyue's arms. Then he raised his fist and lunged at Xiao Chen. Chu Lingkuan's technique clearly followed a fierce route. As soon as he struck, he brought an overwhelming momentum crashing down towards Xiao Chen's head. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and silently operated the horizontal training technique he had obtained from Xiao. Boom! A punch was thrown out and was directly caught by Xiao Chen. He frowned slightly. He felt that Chu Lingkuan's punch didn't have much force at all. In fact, it felt very easy to catch. Instead, Chu Lingkuan was the one grimacing in pain, looking at Xiao Chen in disbelief. After all, in the military, his punch was something most people wouldn't dare to take head-on. If Xiao Chen wasn't a congenital, he wouldn't dare to strike with all his might. But when he did unleash his full power, he discovered that his opponent not only remained completely still but also casually took his punch. "Let's try another punch." After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen withdrew his horizontal training technique and spoke to Chu Lingkuan. Chu Lingkuan nodded and threw another punch. This time, Xiao Chen relied solely on his physical body to take the hit. The pain made Xiao Chen realized just how formidable his current body's defense was. "Brother Xiao, I'm impressed." Seeing Xiao Chen effortlessly take his punch, and seemingly without any issue, Chu Lingkuan immediately lost the desire to continue fighting. Indeed, congenital beings were monsters. Despite his hard work, he couldn't even test the opponent's abilities. He had heard from Chu Qingyue that Xiao Chen could also teleport. If the opponent added teleportation to the mix, it would be like facing a true nuclear bomb. "Brother Xiao, your information has already been reported." Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Lingkuan said softly, "After all, it involves congenital warriors, and the higher-ups take it very seriously, so someone will definitely come to talk to you. Don't worry, they definitely won't dare to do anything to you. There are only a handful of congenital warriors in the country. Those people are just looking to test your abilities." As he spoke, Chu Lingkuan added, "And it will only be beneficial for you." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He understood that sometimes rarity was a very important indicator. A powerful and rare congenital warrior, to some extent, was synonymous with being untouchable. This way, if he did something out of line, no one would care. "Alright, Brother Xiao, I'm leaving now." Chu Ling Kuan said, holding the potion in his hands. Thank you. The Chu family owes you a favor. After saying this, he turned to leave. At that moment, Xiao Chen turned to Chu Qingyue and asked, what about you? Aren't you leaving? Can I take a look at those manuals you had the other day? Chu Qingyue asked, looking at Xiao Chen. Her purpose for coming here was partly because Xiao Chen was present and she wanted to be closer to him. The other reason was the ancient texts she had seen before. In today's world, ancient martial arts were declining and many texts had even been lost. Being able to see so many texts with Xiao Chen made her eager to take a look. Of course, I know, some families will definitely regard those texts as secrets. If it's not possible, then forget it. Xiao Chen waved his hand. He really didn't care about those things. Firstly, because his cultivation method was different. The effort others put into their training was not as effective as him fighting monsters with Feng Hao. That way, he would level up faster. Moreover, nowadays, he could drink evolution potions and directly take medicine to level up, so that kind of arduous training path wasn't suitable for him. He belonged to the type that had a cheat. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's immediate agreement, Chu Qingyue's face lit up with surprise. Following Xiao Chen into the supermarket, she watched as he casually pulled out a box and tossed it to her, leaving her stunned. You just leave these things lying around like this? She stared wide-eyed at Xiao Chen. To martial artists, these were treasures. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, it's not as important as you think. After saying this, he turned and left. For others, these things might be quite important, but for Xiao Chen now, they really weren't significant. He lay back in a recliner and began chatting with a few people. However, as he chatted one after another, Xiao Chen's head started to spin. He even began to read and reply in a confused manner. If I could pull these guys into a group, that would be perfect. Just as this thought crossed Xiao Chen's mind, a prompt suddenly appeared in his mind. Would you like to enable group chat mode? When the prompt sounded, Xiao Chen decisively clicked confirm. The next moment, a new interface appeared in his mind, the multiverse purchasing group. Simple and straightforward. Ha, we can group chat? The first to respond was Xia Ao. Soon, Gu Ming also joined the chat. Bro, I'm Gu Ming from the Apocalypse world. Xia Ao from the Ancient world. Xia Ao laughed and said, man, you're really in a tough spot. The Apocalypse world is no cakewalk, it's worse than mine. I'm the emperor now, I can have whatever I want. There's no helping it. Gu Ming replied helplessly, I'm still struggling to survive in the Apocalypse world. If it weren't for my big brother sending me a batch of supplies, I wouldn't know what to do. While they were talking, Feng Hao surprisingly uploaded a photo. When they saw the photo of a tiger, taller than a mountain, lying on the ground with Feng Hao sitting on its corpse, not only Xia Ao and Gu Ming fell silent, but even Xiao Chen was stunned. Bro, this thing looks good, should I keep it for you? Feng Hao said directly, don't underestimate this tiger. Here, it's a valuable item. Eating it can even enhance your physique. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes immediately lit up. What do you want? Xiao Chen asked, directly, fully aware that such treasures were definitely valuable. Hee, drones. Get me a dozen or so. Feng Hao chuckled, I'm about to explore a secret realm. That place is huge and I don't know how far I have to run alone. Having a dozen drones to help me find monsters would be much more convenient. Alright, Xia Ao nodded. In agreement. So sometimes, technology really can change the world. Even Feng Hao's side needed it. Bro, that tiger is a good thing. What realm are you in? Gu Ming asked eagerly, seeing that Feng Hao's realm was undoubtedly much higher than theirs. Game realm. Feng Hao said with a smile, I'm Feng Hao, nice to meet you all. Undoubtedly, Feng Hao's realm made both of them envious. However, Xiao Chen knew in his heart that if he really went to Feng Hao's side, it wouldn't be something an ordinary person could handle. While he was chatting with these guys in the group, Chu Qingyue came over to Xiao Chen. Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyue picked up a book of secrets and asked, Xiao Chen, can I take this book back to the Chu family? This one? Xiao Chen glanced at the book in Chu Qingyue's hand. Xia Ao had stuffed a whole box of things for himself, and this box of secrets was basically a royal collection. Of course, these were all handwritten copies. The originals were definitely still with the royal family. Even so, the dog system had directly profited from it. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but curse the system for being useless. As for the book in Chu Qingyue's hand, Xiao Chen recognized it. It was a classic text from the Taoist school, seemingly beneficial for heavily injured individuals to cultivate again. He naturally understood why Chu Qingyue wanted this book. Sure, Xiao Chen nodded. He didn't mind, after all, he was already deeply bound to the Chu family. In the future, if anything happened to him, the Chu family would definitely help. At this moment, helping the Chu family was undoubtedly the best choice. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue immediately showed a look of surprise. She really needed this book. After all, this book could help her second uncle recover quickly. I won't look at the others, but you should keep these things. She looked at Xiao Chen and said, I know you don't care, but if so many secrets are known by others, it would be a hassle. Hearing Chu Qingyue's words, Xiao Chen nodded, indicating he understood. Seeing Xiao Chen still lying on the lounge chair without moving, Chu Qingyue could only helplessly help him gather all the secrets, then took them upstairs to settle them. Xiao Chen. A voice came from outside the door. Xiao Chen turned to look and happened to see Qin Ku. Frowning slightly, Xiao Chen directly ignored Qin Ku and continued to keep his eyes closed. He was somewhat annoyed with this woman. Xiao Chen, I'm talking to you, come out. Qin Ku looked at Xiao Chen and said, but seeing that Xiao Chen remained indifferent, she could only angrily walk into the supermarket. Xiao Chen, you're in trouble, big trouble. Looking at Xiao Chen, Qin Ku said, I can help you. No need. Xiao Chen replied. He knew what trouble Qin Ku was referring to, and it was none other than Qin Jianhe. That guy was also stirred up by Qin Ku. So, the help Qin Ku mentioned only made Xiao Chen feel ridiculous. It was her who caused the commotion, yet she wanted to come here and play the good person. Did she really think she was a fool? Xiao Chen, don't you understand? My second uncle and the others said you stole the gold from the village and they will come looking for you soon. Qin Ku looked at Xiao Chen and said, what she wanted was to have Xiao Chen under her thumb. After all, she knew very well that Xiao Chen had quite a bit of capital on hand now. As long as Xiao Chen was with her, all of that would be hers. She had already been abandoned by Zhang Ming, and now, with no way out, she could only turn to Xiao Chen. Moreover, in Qinke's view, the one she could best manipulate was definitely Xiao Chen. Back when she was with Xiao Chen, she knew how well he treated her. Miss Qin, it seems you've forgotten that the reason I am like this is also because you told your second uncle, Xiao Chen said. As for whether I stole the gold from the village, do you believe it? Xiao Chen coldly looked at Qinku and asked. Upon hearing this, Qinku was slightly taken aback. Naturally, she didn't believe it. Everyone in the village knew the situation. It was just that she and Qin Jianghe had said that Xiao Chen's gold had an unclear origin, so by seizing on this point, they could make Xiao Chen cough up a portion. The village was too poor, so naturally, some people were prepared to be shameless. After all, as long as they could extort you, why would they be polite? Qin Jianghe had the same idea, but his appetite was bigger. He planned to win over those villagers, and then, from Xiao Chen, get a large sum of money, keeping half for himself and giving the other half to those who stirred up trouble with him. That was Qin Jianghe's plan. As for anything else, he hadn't thought about it at all. On the contrary, Qinku was thinking much further ahead. She ran to Xiao Chen's side, playing the good person, hoping to get Xiao Chen to give a sum of money to her second uncle. Once the matter was settled, Xiao Chen would still remember her kindness, and she could also repair her relationship with Xiao Chen. By that time, controlling Xiao Chen would be a piece of cake. However, despite her well-laid plans, she found that Xiao Chen was not only unfazed, but even too lazy to pay her any attention. Xiao Chen, don't you understand? If my second uncle reports you, you're finished. Looking at Xiao Chen, Qinku said anxiously, you know in your heart that your money must be dirty. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen glanced at Qinku and said, you don't need to know whether my money is clean or not. At this moment, Qinku became anxious. She had done so much just to force Xiao Chen to reconcile with her. She even wanted Xiao Chen to be grateful to her. But now, Xiao Chen was completely ignoring her. So, at this moment, Qinku directly said, Xiao Chen, don't throw a tantrum. I know exactly what you're like. You could never produce so much gold. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a voice coming from behind her. What he does is none of your business. You can leave now. When Qinku heard this, she was immediately stunned and turned to look behind her. At that moment, Xu Qingyue was looking at Qinku. Qinku was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected that there was such a beautiful woman on Xiao Chen's side. One Songya was already extraordinarily noble, and now there was another exceptionally beautiful woman. Looking at Xu Qingyue in front of her, Qinku immediately questioned, Xiao Chen, who is she? Does it have anything to do with you? Xiao Chen turned to look at Qinku and asked. At that moment, Qinku was stunned. She was staring at Xiao Chen, her face filled with disbelief. She knew better than anyone how good Xiao Chen had been to her in the past. However, now, Xiao Chen couldn't even be bothered to respond to her. Looking at Qinku, Xiao Chen said, if there's nothing else, you can leave. Qinku glared at Xiao Chen, then glanced at Xu Qingyue beside him, her face suddenly filled with anger. Fine, Xiao Chen, just wait. Qinku stormed off, her heart racing despite her cold demeanor. Is this your ex-girlfriend? Xu Qingyue looked at Xiao Chen and asked with a smile. What did you see in her back then? Young and naive. Xiao Chen replied. He now regarded Qinku as part of his dark history. After all, who hasn't made mistakes when they were young? But this mistake left Xiao Chen speechless. It was Qinku who left, yet now she felt wronged. This left Xiao Chen at a loss for words. There's a dinner party tonight, come with me, Xiao Chen said to Xu Qingyue. Upon hearing this, Xu Qingyue nodded. I know. The other party is named Su Yuanshan, and I know him. Xu Qingyue said with a smile, you've met my cousin. He has dealings with Su Yuanshan. All right. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and didn't say anything more. Indeed, Xu Qingyue could still be of help. At the same restaurant as last time, when Xiao Chen and Xu Qingyue arrived, Songya was already there, accompanied by a middle-aged man with slick back hair. At that moment, the man looked at Xiao Chen with a helpless expression. He had initially thought that when Xiao Chen clashed with the Wang family, he could step in and perhaps win Xiao Chen over for himself. But now, he had completely abandoned that idea. After all, he recognized the woman beside Xiao Chen, the little princess of the Chu family in Xingjing. Although Gu Chuanzhong didn't know her personally, he was aware of her background. He had spent some time in Xingjing years ago, so he knew what kind of background the woman in front of him had, especially since her cousin was of a higher status than him at this age. So, at this moment, facing Xiao Chen, he directly dropped any pretense. Brother Xiao, I've wanted to meet you for a long time, Su Yuanshan said with a smile, looking at Xiao Chen. I heard about the Gu Yan incident later. I have some connections with him, but I really didn't expect Gu Yan to cause trouble for brother Xiao. It's fine, it's all in the past. After all, Gu Yan has gone missing, Xiao Chen replied with a smile. Su Yuanshan was slightly taken aback by this, then nodded with a smile. Indeed, he was missing, and it seemed that this disappearance was genuine and he would never show up again. Seeing that Xiao Chen didn't seem to hold a grudge, Su Yuanshan let out a sigh of relief. What he feared most was that Xiao Chen would take this matter to heart. After all, he couldn't afford to offend him now. As long as they cleared the air, everything else was unimportant to him. Thus, the dinner party became particularly harmonious at this point. Brother Xiao, if you need any help in the future, just come to me, Su Yuanshan said to Xiao Chen. He had to be polite to Xiao Chen. After all, his background was now much stronger than his own. You're too polite, Su Leoj. Actually, I do have something I want to ask for your help with, Xiao Chen said, looking at Su Yuanshan. He then explained his desire to acquire a food factory and the issues he was facing with it. Alright, I'll handle this matter. I'll definitely make sure brother Xiao is satisfied. Upon hearing this, Su Yuanshan immediately understood Xiao Chen's intentions. The other party paid a considerable amount and there was no need for any underhanded dealings, which meant there was no leverage to hold against him. Moreover, with the year-end approaching, that factory wouldn't be able to pay wages and was bound to go bankrupt. Selling it to Xiao Chen was undoubtedly the best outcome. He was merely acting as a bridge, maintaining a good relationship with Xiao Chen, making this deal quite profitable. Su Yuanshan quickly left, and as Xiao Chen and the others were about to leave, Songya lowered her voice and looked at Xiao Chen, saying, "We've found the person. It's the company's accountant. She has some connections with the Zhang family and leaked your information. Alright, you handle this matter yourself." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen waved his hand, fully aware that Songya had many ways to deal with such troubles. "I've already sent her in my company. Leaking a lot of confidential information is enough for her to stay inside for 10 years. Songya said. "As for the Zhang family, next, I'm planning to suppress them." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and didn't say much more, preparing to head home. "By the way, I've put Xie Yusen in charge of the finance department." Looking at Xiao Chen, Songya spoke up. After learning about the relationship between Xie Yusen's brother and Xiao Chen, she understood that he was truly one of their own. After all, Xiao Chen dared to offend the Gu family for her sake. "That's great, let her do a good job," Xiao Chen replied with a smile. With Songya's arrangements, everything would be fine. Moreover, having Xie Yusen and Xu Yan follow Songya was undoubtedly much better than following him. "Xiao Chen, I'm leaving." Beside him, Xu Qingyue said to Xiao Chen. She was still holding onto the secret manual which was related to her second uncle and she had to return it. "I'll come back after a while." After saying this, she turned and left. Watching Xu Qingyue leave, Xiao Chen let out a sigh of relief. His secret was significant, although his relationship with the Chu family had changed. Having Xu Qingyue follow him was still somewhat awkward. Her departure allowed Xiao Chen to relax a lot. So, seeing Xu Qingyue leave, he felt a sense of relief. After Xu Qingyue left, Xiao Chen glanced at Songya beside him and said, "I'm leaving too. Do you not need me to accompany you back tonight?" Songya asked, leaning against Xiao Chen. "Maybe tomorrow. I have something to do tonight," Xiao Chen replied. Fang Hao had been urging him to bring some drones over. Previously, the drones had already been delivered to the warehouse and he was particularly interested in Fang Hao's tiger. That thing was as tall as a mountain, and he wondered if consuming it would enhance his strength. Although he had learned from Chu Qingyue about the existence of innate beings, he still knew nothing about his own strength. He didn't know how significant the gap was between him and those so-called innate beings. Whether he was stronger or weaker than them was still uncertain. Therefore, it was crucial to strengthen his abilities. "Alright." Songya smiled and nodded. "I'll come find you tomorrow night." After Songya left, Xiao Chen quickly returned to the supermarket. Looking at the drones on the ground, he directly gathered them into his space and then chose to teleport. In the next second, he appeared right in front of Gu Ming. At that moment, Gu Ming had been anxiously waiting, and upon seeing Xiao Chen, he eagerly said, "Bro, you finally made it." Watching Xiao Chen bring out a batch of drones, Fang Hao's eyes immediately lit up. "Bro, how long can these things last?" Fang Hao asked Xiao Chen. After all, his task required a considerable amount of time, and he needed to find that boss within a certain time frame. Therefore, he had to control the drones to resolve the situation as quickly as possible. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, "About an hour." "Alright." Fang Hao nodded in response. Xiao Chen directly prepared over 20 drones for himself. After all, they could take off one after another, so he could take his time finding them. He then pointed to a massive tiger beside him and said, "Bro, you take this thing back." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, looking at the enormous tiger before him, his eyes filled with astonishment. This tiger was like a small mountain. Even though it was already dead, its body lying on the ground was still quite terrifying. With a casual wave, the tiger was instantly absorbed into Xiao Chen's face. Watching as the tiger quickly filled the space, a hint of surprise appeared on Xiao Chen's face. This giant tiger was too massive. He couldn't even imagine how long the meat would last. Holding a pile of drones, Fang Hao turned to leave, while Xiao Chen went straight back to his supermarket. When he returned to the real world and opened his space, he was immediately stunned. There was no tiger in sight. Instead, there were piles of processed meat chunks, huge tiger bones, and even tiger skin. As for the internal organs and tiger whip, they were nowhere to be found. "System, are you also a fraud? What do you need the tiger whip for?" Xiao Chen asked in surprise. However, the system did not respond. He knew that this system was just a mute. It only collected items and wouldn't talk back. Anyway, the tiger whip was gone, the internal organs were missing, but everything else was there. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen glanced at the enormous tiger skin and felt for the first time that this tiger was simply terrifying. Moreover, even though it had been processed, the oppressive feeling from the tiger skin was still very strong. It was better to keep it in the space for now. After all, this thing was too frightening. If he took it out, no one would believe it was a tiger. Just the tiger skin alone, Xiao Chen felt, could easily cover 4 tanks. One could only imagine how large it was. He casually pulled out some tiger meat, thought for a moment, and then started looking for a pressure cooker. He tossed a large amount of seasoning into the pressure cooker along with the tiger meat and began to stew it. He didn't know how to cook this thing, so he decided to try it this way first. After half an hour of cooking, the entire room was filled with a fragrant aroma, and just smelling it made Xiao Chen feel invigorated. In fact, he sensed something was off. The scent of the meat made him feel unusually good mentally. After half an hour, Xiao Chen opened the pressure cooker, and the tiger meat inside emitted an enticing fragrance. He picked up a piece and took a bite, instantly filled with shock. It was delicious. Even though he had only used some seasoning, he could tell how fragrant the stewed meat was. Surprisingly, there was not a hint of fishy smell. Instead, it had a slight sweetness. At first, Xiao Chen thought the meat would be fishy, but now it seemed that it was not the case at all. He quickly scooped up the tiger meat and ate it all in one go. As he consumed more and more tiger meat, Xiao Chen began to notice something was wrong. His body started to feel hot. Within him, a force was rampaging around. With that feeling, he could even sense the changes in his body. His strength was increasing, and his physical body was also undergoing a certain enhancement. At that moment, Xiao Chen finally understood why Fang Hao said this thing was a great tonic. Even Fang Hao could benefit from it, so it was definitely a huge boost for him. After all, with Fang Hao's current strength, if he casually attacked him, he would be dead. After finishing the entire pot, Xiao Chen immediately lay on the ground, unable to move. His body was filled with energy, and under the wash of that energy, Xiao Chen could feel the changes in his body. His strength was truly progressing. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen took out a bottle of intermediate evolution potion. When Gu Ming had given it to him before, he said to find a suitable opportunity to drink it that time. Xiao Chen didn't have time to drink, so now, this bottle of potion was still with him. Now, he felt it was time. He gulped down the potion in one go, and the next second, Xiao Chen felt his body expanding continuously, his heart pounding relentlessly. The sound of that heartbeat echoed in his ears, and under the intense pain, Xiao Chen fainted immediately. The next day, when Xiao Chen woke up, he found himself lying on the ground, surrounded by torn fabric scraps. His clothes had completely burst apart. Feeling the changes in his body, Xiao Chen, at that moment, felt for the first time that he should be terrifyingly strong. After thinking for a moment, he pulled out a handgun, which he had bought overseas. Before, most of which he had given to Xiao, leaving himself a small part. Now, holding the handgun, he attached a silencer and shot directly at his own arm. The next second, Xiao Chen was stunned. The bullet struck his arm and actually bounced off. Not only that, he only felt a slight pain in his arm, and then nothing at all. He frowned slightly. The current version of himself had truly become invulnerable. Casually putting away the handgun, Xiao Chen went upstairs to find a loose-fitting shirt to change into. At that moment, he realized that the clothes he used to think were loose now felt a bit tight. The strength of his body now was absolutely terrifying. Forget it, I'll go buy some clothes. With that thought, Xiao Chen prepared to head out. However, just as he stepped out of the supermarket, he saw a bus suddenly stop at the supermarket entrance. A group of people got off the bus, all staring at Xiao Chen. Seeing them, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Qin Zhenghe, he actually came. Looking at them, Xiao Chen sneered, especially when he saw the group of notorious rascals from the village behind Qin Zhenghe. Not only that, but there were also some people he recognized. After all, they were from the same village, and they often saw each other. Those people had even visited Xiao Chen's supermarket before, and sometimes they would buy on credit. When he was still in the village, Xiao Chen had a decent relationship with them, but he never expected they would come for money. Xiao Chen, you really are here. Tell me, where did your money come from? Qin Zhenghe shouted directly at Xiao Chen upon seeing him. Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered to respond to Qin Zhenghe. He remembered that when he was with Qin Ku, the one who opposed him the most was Qin Zhenghe. Yet, he never stopped Xiao Chen from giving Qin Ku money to spend. Later, when Qin Ku left, he spread rumors in the village about how bad Xiao Chen was. If it weren't for the fact that the village was so small and everyone could see clearly, Xiao Chen would have been thoroughly discredited by then. After that, Xiao Chen went to Shanghai to work, and when he couldn't make it there and returned, Qin Zhenghe went around the village saying Xiao Chen was useless. He even said that Qin Ku was right to leave Xiao Chen. Otherwise, following him would bring a lifetime of misfortune. The key was that this guy was truly despicable. Just after bad-mouthing Xiao Chen in the village, he turned around and came to Xiao Chen's supermarket, intending to take cigarettes without paying, claiming he was Qin Ku's uncle and that Xiao Chen should curry favor with him. At that time, Xiao Chen directly beat that old man up. Because of this, that old man had always looked down on Xiao Chen. Now, seeing Xiao Chen thriving, he undoubtedly felt the most uncomfortable. What does my money have to do with you? Looking at Qin Zhenghe, who was questioning him indiscriminately, Xiao Chen sneered. I am the village chief. I have the right to know. Qin Zhenghe said loudly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered to deal with him. Did he really think being the village chief made him an official? Moreover, even if the village chief was an official, he couldn't control Xiao Chen, since he wasn't even mingling in the village anymore. What was the point of being polite to this guy? Idiot, go back where you came from. Xiao Chen directly gave Qin Zhenghe the middle finger. Hearing this, Qin Zhenghe immediately glared at Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Chen, do you know that we already know about your business? You dug up the gold in the village and secretly sold it for money. Everyone knows you made quite a bit. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen rolled his eyes at him and coldly replied, what gold is there in the village that you don't know about? Moreover, you say I dug up gold. Where did I dig it from? At this, Qin Zhenghe was momentarily stunned. Deep down, he knew that Xiao Chen couldn't have dug up gold. After all, there was none in the village. However, at this point, he also didn't know where Xiao Chen's gold had come from. The reason he brought so many people to cause trouble was that he was convinced that Xiao Chen's money was ill-gotten, so he had to spend money to avert disaster. Thinking of this, he looked at Xiao Chen and lowered his voice, saying, Xiao Chen, I know your money isn't clean. I know exactly what kind of person you are. Where did you get so much gold? So you'd better honestly give us some money. Listening to Qin Zhenghe's words, Xiao Chen sneered and then smiled at the old man, asking, how much do you want? I don't want much. Upon hearing that Xiao Chen was really going to give, Qin Zhenghe's eyes lit up and he eagerly said, 5 million. I know you took away over 10 million. Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered to respond to him. The money he took was far more than 10 million just from selling those gold pieces. He had made over 100 million. This was the benefit of having connections. By now, having sold so much money, an ordinary person would have been arrested and questioned long ago. But Xiao Chen would never be. Chu Qingyue had already handled the matter. Moreover, as long as the gold was obtained legitimately, Chu Qingyue wouldn't care. I have over 10 million, not just over 10 million, I can even take out 100 million. Looking at Qin Zhenghe, Xiao Chen sneered and said, do you think I would give it to you? If you don't give it to me, I'll report you. Qin Zhenghe looked at Xiao Chen and said urgently. After saying this, he turned to the villagers behind him and said, this beast Xiao Chen stole the gold from the village and sold it for profit, yet he won't give a penny to the village. Everyone, don't let him off. Hearing Qin Zhenghe's words, the village's troublemakers immediately jumped up and a few even rushed forward, ready to beat Xiao Chen. Seeing them charge at him, Xiao Chen casually kicked out. Instantly, that person flew backward, lying on the ground and continuously spitting blood. Xiao Chen, you dare to hit people. Qin Zhenghe was taken aback, looking at Xiao Chen and said, you're done for. Not only did you steal the village's assets, but you also seriously injured someone. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen pointed to the surveillance camera behind him and said, there are cameras at the entrance of my supermarket. They Attacked me, I was just defending myself. After saying this, he coldly looked at Qin Jianghe and said, as for you all coming here to extort money, today I will definitely teach you a lesson. Xiao Chun, we are at least your elders coming to your place. You don't even offer us a cup of tea and just start hitting people, isn't that wrong? A few elderly villagers also stepped forward, looking at Xiao Chen and said, we all know you've become wealthy. The village is poor, and you have money. Shouldn't you help the village more? Moreover, after your parents passed away, if it weren't for the villagers, could you have lived so well? Hearing this, Xiao Chen sneered. He was already 16 when his parents passed away, and even so, there were still a few old folks in the village who wanted to take advantage of him. If it weren't for He Zongwen and a few of his father's brothers helping him, those old folks would have succeeded back then. Now, they actually dared to say such things. At that moment, Xiao Chen stepped forward and slapped the old man twice. He glared fiercely at everyone, sneering. I remember that many of you work at the food factory in town, right? Hearing this, a few people frowned slightly. They actually didn't want to come, but the food factory hadn't paid wages for several months. So under Qin Jianghe's instigation, they came. Seeing that the others were silent, Xiao Chen sneered and didn't bother to speak. Instead, he directly called Su Yuanshan. Now that he had connections, he could naturally make good use of them. Moreover, Su Yuanshan probably couldn't wait for him to call. Xiao brother, I was just looking for you. The matter with the food factory has been settled. You just need to take on the factory's debts and give that boss 5 million. The equipment and machines of that factory will all be yours, Su Yuanshan said with a smile on the other end of the line. After he called to inquire, he learned that the factory had long been failing, and the boss had even entrusted someone to prepare for its sale. However, there weren't many buyers for that place, and the asking price was exceptionally low. Even if he sold it, it wouldn't be enough to pay off the debts. So, when Su Yuanshan found him, he didn't bother to negotiate and directly stated this condition, which was practically just to break even. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled and nodded, saying, Brother Su, please send a group of people to my supermarket. A group of people is at my supermarket's entrance, preparing to extort me. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen looked at the people in front of him, completely uninterested in dealing with them. So, he turned around and left. Seeing Xiao Chen turn around, Qin Jianghe immediately became furious. He grabbed Xiao Chen and shouted hoarsely, Xiao Chen, do you believe I will report you today? I'm waiting. Xiao Chen replied, nodding, let's see what you used to report me. After saying this, he kicked Qin Jianghe, sending him crashing to the ground. At the same time, Xiao Chen glanced at the surrounding villagers. These villagers undoubtedly did not expect Xiao Chen to treat them this way. After all, from the beginning, their impression of Xiao Chen was not like this. They remembered him as small and with a good temper. In the village, everyone thought Xiao Chen was a good person. It was also because of this that they dared to follow Qin Jianghe. After all, good people are easy to bully. Moreover, why should a useless person like Xiao Chen be able to get rich? So, a group of them came. They even thought that if they could get money from Xiao Chen this time, they would occasionally ask him for money in the future. After all, his money was easy to obtain. They would definitely keep this secret for a lifetime. However, they did not expect that once they arrived here, everything was completely different from what they had imagined. Not only was it different, but it also surprised them a bit, because Xiao Chen didn't even talk to them. In fact, Xiao Chen didn't even bother to acknowledge them. Instead, he just made a phone call, then beat them up and turned to leave. Xiao Chen, we are all your elders. Is this how you treat your elders? Qin Jianghe shouted angrily at Xiao Chen. Hearing this, Xiao Chen turned to look at Qin Jianghe and sneered. What the hell are you guys to be considered elders? Xiao Chen, we are all from the same village. Even if you didn't take the village's gold, now that you've become successful, shouldn't you repay the villagers well? A few rascals behind Qin Jianghe spoke up. They were usually idle in the village. Besides some elderly people, only these good-for-nothings remained. Now, seeing Xiao Chen like this, they shouted even louder. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and walked up to slap each of them. I have nothing to do with you useless trash today. Why should I repay you? You think you deserve it? After saying this, he kicked one of them, sending him tumbling backward. Xiao Chen, if you dare to hit people randomly now, I will call the police. Just wait. Qin Jianghe's face changed with anger. This was completely different from his plan. He even thought that Xiao Chen's source of gold was legitimate, but seeing so many of them making a fuss, he would also contribute a portion of the money. After all, this was most similar to the impression they had of Xiao Chen. When this guy opened a supermarket in the village, many people bought on credit and he agreed to it all. However, he never expected that just a short time after leaving the village, Xiao Chen would completely ignore them. He even went straight to hitting them, and he hit them hard. Just as Qin Jianghe took out his phone to call the police, the next second, he heard the sound of sirens. Soon, a group of people surrounded them. Qin Jianghe didn't even have time to speak before he was pressed to the ground. A Hongqi car stopped in front of Xiao Chen, and naturally, it was Su Yuanshan who got out. Su Yuanshan hurriedly walked over to Xiao Chen and asked, Brother Xiao, what's going on? After Xiao Chen explained the situation to Su Yuanshan, he understood. To put it simply, seeing that Xiao Chen had become successful, a group of blinded fools had come to find him. This is already considered extortion. Brother Xiao, how should we handle it? Su Yuanshan couldn't be bothered to say anything to these troublesome people. His first thought was to take them away. As long as Xiao Chen was satisfied, that was enough. Hearing this, Xiao Chen spoke. Let's handle it according to the rules. As he spoke, he pulled Su Yuanshan aside and said, many of these people are workers from the food factory, or have family members working there. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Su Yuanshan nodded. He understood what Xiao Chen meant. It was just about getting rid of these people, right? Given the current situation, getting rid of them posed no problem at all. Alright, take these people back and interrogate them properly. Su Yuanshan pointed at them and said, as for Qin Jianghe's accusations against Xiao Chun for selling gold illegally, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention. With Xiao Chen's connections, obtaining some legal proof for the gold was particularly simple. To put it bluntly, it was just a matter of procedure. Even if the gold was illegal, it had nothing to do with them. They had no right to come and extort him. After the group was taken away, Xiao Chen got into the car with Su Yuanshan and headed straight to the town. The town's leaders had been waiting, and upon seeing Xiao Chen come with Su Yuanshan, they hurriedly approached to greet him. After all, anyone who could get the second in command of the city to show up was certainly not simple. They didn't know why Xiao Chen wanted to take over the food factory, but as long as the wage issue could be resolved, it was good news for the town. Over there, the other party's boss had also arrived, and accompanying him was He Zongwen. Boss Xiao, I already know the situation. Since everything has been agreed upon, let's proceed with the handover. The other party was clearly more anxious than Xiao Chen. This hot potato was finally being passed on. Xiao Chen glanced at the contract, and especially upon seeing that the food factory still had a warehouse full of goods, he was momentarily stunned. The goods were seriously unsold. However, this was not important, he was taking all of it anyway. So, Xiao Chen was not polite at all, directly signing the contract and then transferring the money to the other party. Seeing the money received, the other party finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Chen then handed the contract to He Zongwen. Uncle He, from now on, you are the factory manager. Ah! As soon as Xiao Chen's words fell, He Zongwen was stunned. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, no way, Xiao Chen, I can't do this. He was the accountant of the factory, which was why he had come along, but he never expected that just after arriving, Xiao Chen would make him the factory manager. Was the position of factory manager that easy to take on? He definitely couldn't handle it. Uncle He, I don't know anyone else. If you don't do it, who will? Xiao Chen looked at He Zongwen and said, moreover, you're the only one I trust. Hearing Xiao Chen say this, He Zongwen was slightly taken aback, then sighed and said, alright then, I'll help you manage it for now. He also understood that Xiao Chen held him in high regard. Uncle He, how much money does the factory still owe? He looked at He Zongwen and asked. The factory still owes a full 3 million in goods payments. And then there's the workers' wages, 3 months worth, which adds up to nearly 3 million. The food factory in the town was not large, with only about 100 people. Moreover, the wages for ordinary workers were not high, so when you calculate it, it really isn't much. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and then directly inquired about the factory's account, quickly transferring a sum of money. Uncle He, I've transferred 30 million into the account. Please check it. After Xiao Chen finished speaking, he pulled He Zongwen and said, you know the situation in the factory better than I do. Fire whoever needs to be fired. Also, you should know about those who caused a ruckus at my place today. They've all been taken in. Anyone related to them has been let go. Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered to distinguish who these people really were, but He Zongwen surely knew. Hearing this, He Zongwen was slightly taken aback and said, Xiao Chen, I have no problem firing these people, but I'm afraid their family members will come to the factory to cause trouble. Alright, then hire more security. I'll handle this matter. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. Let them make a fuss. In the end, he was in the right. Moreover, in front of the town leaders, Xiao Chen had directly recounted what happened that morning. When those leaders heard that someone had gone to extort Xiao Chen early in the morning, they expressed that they would definitely handle the matter. As for Xiao Chen firing a portion of the people, they had even less objection, as long as the dismissal procedures were legal and proper compensation was given. What else was there to say? Originally, they were worried that those 100 or so people would be unemployed, but now it was just a matter of firing a dozen or so. It was these people's own fault for being so blind as to extort their own boss. So, a group of people readily agreed. After discussing everything, Su Yuanshan left. He still had many matters to attend to. As for Xiao Chen, he went to the factory with He Zongwen. Many people in the factory knew that the boss had changed, and when they saw a luxury car drive in, they immediately surrounded it. No wonder he's the big boss. This car is worth our salaries. Many people stared at the car and spoke up. When they saw He Zongwen and Xiao Chen get out, they were all stunned. Many of them were from the same village and naturally recognized Xiao Chen. It was precisely because they knew Xiao Chen that they were surprised. Xiao Chen, what are you doing here? Seeing Xiao Chen, several people who knew him were instantly taken aback. This is our new boss, Boss Xiao. He Zongwen pointed at Xiao Chen and said. Upon hearing this, many people looked at Xiao Chen with surprise. Additionally, Boss Xiao has already transferred 30 million to the company's account today, and next we will prioritize paying everyone's wages. As soon as He Zongwen finished speaking, many people immediately showed expressions of delight. Sure enough, as soon as this new boss arrived, he was paying wages. He was not short on money. As for those who knew Xiao Chen, at this moment they thought about getting closer to him. Let's talk about some matters. Xiao Chen waved his hand, signaling the group to quiet down, and then spoke. Starting today, Uncle He will be the factory manager. All appointments in the factory will be decided by him. From now on, this factory will be under his management. When Xiao Chen finished the sentence, many people turned to look at He Zongwen. An accountant in the factory suddenly became the manager, but no one dared to speak up. Everyone knew that this factory now belonged to Xiao Chen, and they all understood the relationship between He Zongwen and Xiao Chen. So, they didn't dare to voice any objections. Also, I have a list here. These people have been fired. Xiao Chen took out a list and said. As he spoke, he began to read. Many of the people who had gone to Xiao Chen's house that morning were still in custody, so they naturally could not appear in the factory, but there were still 3 people, all staring at Xiao Chen with faces full of anger. One of them was naturally Qin Jianghe's wife, Song Yuzhen. Song Yuzhen glared at Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Chen, what do you mean? Others have become successful and take care of the villagers, but you come in and fire someone from our own village. What are you trying to do? Behind Song Yuzhen, 2 other women shouted in agreement. Xiao Chen coldly glanced at them and said, then you should ask your Husbands, these people came to my place this morning to extort me. As soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, many employees in the factory were stunned. They hadn't expected such a thing to happen. At the same time, many people in the factory looked at Song Yuzhen with mocking eyes. Just a few days ago, Song Yuzhen was bragging about her husband becoming the village chief. Now she had been fired. Song Yuzhen's expression changed, and she wanted to say something, but Xiao Chen said, "Get them out of here. As for wages and compensation, we will transfer them directly to their accounts according to the contract." After saying this, he turned and walked into the office. Zhongwen followed him inside. As for the outside, Xiao Chen completely ignored Song Yuzhen's curses. This woman was quite foolish, always listening to Qin Jianghe. She had no idea that Qin Jianghe was in big trouble this time. On the way, Xiao Chen had already called Songya. In a word, he was sending all these people to himself. After all, Songya had a team of lawyers. Moreover, since Qin Jianghe was a village official, this action carried the risk of dereliction of duty. Others might only need to be detained for a while, but Qin Jianghe would definitely be going in. As for getting out, it would be at least 3 years. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had no intention of letting them off easily. He asked Songya to find a way, preferably to set a sentence of 10 years. Let that old fool die in prison. Xiao Chen, I'll handle the next matters. Besides, this factory isn't big and doesn't have that many troubles, but since so many people from the village have been sent in, it will definitely cause trouble for the village. I think you should ask Uncle Xia to come back. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes brightened slightly. Uncle Xia and Uncle He were both the best friends of his father when he was alive. Uncle Xia was the security captain in the city, with a good group of brothers under him. If he could bring them back, then the security team would be set. Alright, I'll go find Uncle Xia. Xiao Chen nodded and said, also, Uncle He, 1% of the shares in this factory will belong to you and Uncle Xia from now on. Hearing this, Zhongwen quickly shook his head. He didn't dare to take that money. But Xiao Chen didn't care and directly made the decision. You and Uncle Xia will each get 100,000 every month. Don't be polite with your nephew. I really have become successful, he said, pulling Zhongwen along. When his parents died, if it weren't for Uncle He and Uncle Xia, Xiao Chen didn't even know if he could keep his parents' bank card and that house. When he came out of the office, Xiao Chen left directly. As for the matters in the factory, he naturally didn't need to worry about them. Xiao Chen first contacted Songya to help find a warehouse to store his things, and then he immediately left to visit Uncle Xia. Xiao Chen remembered that Uncle Xia worked in a real estate company as a security captain. When Xiao Chen arrived at that real estate company, he found that the company had long been closed down, and the place was empty. Looking at the scene before him, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He called Songya to inquire about the situation and learned that the company had been closed for half a year. Help me find someone, Xiao Chen immediately said. He knew that Songya would definitely have a way to find someone. Upon hearing this, Songya immediately agreed. In less than 10 minutes, she sent a message to Xiao Chen. Your Uncle Xia was fired 6 months ago. After the company went bankrupt, he had nothing to do and took a few brothers to work at the construction site. Hearing what Songya said on the phone, Xiao Chen was taken aback. He hurriedly ran to the address Songya had given him. When he arrived at the construction site, Xiao Chen saw many people working there, and at a glance, he spotted Uncle Xia carrying a large bag of cement. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen was instantly stunned. He rushed over to Uncle Xia and directly took the sandbag from him. Xiao Chen, what are you doing here? Uncle Xia was momentarily surprised to see Xiao Chen and quickly asked. I came to find you, Xiao Chen replied, looking at Uncle Xia. Uncle Xia, how did you end up here? Sigh, the company collapsed and many of my brothers need to eat. He gestured to a group of people behind him. Hearing this, Xiao Chen turned to look and was immediately taken aback. There really were quite a few people gathered behind him. These are all my former subordinates. The company went under, and we've all grown old. Uncle Xia said helplessly as he looked at Xiao Chen. We can only do some manual labor now. Listening to Uncle Xia's words, Xiao Chen's face showed helplessness. He didn't expect Uncle Xia to be living such a hard life. Uncle Xia, why didn't you come to me? Xiao Chen asked, looking at Uncle Xia with a bitter smile. You? Uncle Xia chuckled lightly. You run that small supermarket. You can barely support yourself, right? That was before. Things are different now, Xiao Chen replied, pulling Uncle Xia along. I acquired Uncle He's food factory and need a security team. Bring your people with me. Uncle Xia was taken aback. What do you want that broken factory for? He then asked, what's going on? Where did you get so much money? Uncle Xia, I'm making money now. Just come with me. Take your brothers with you. I'll pay them 10,000 a month. Xiao Chen lowered his voice. Don't worry, your nephew has money now. You have no money. Uncle Xia retorted sharply. I know how much you have. 10,000 a month for my group of brothers. That's over 100,000 in wages for you. Uncle Xia, look. Seeing that Uncle Xia was reluctant, Xiao Chen could only helplessly pull out his mobile banking app. When Uncle Xia saw the balance on Xiao Chen's phone, especially the countless zeros, he was stunned. He quickly grabbed Xiao Chen and pulled him aside, his expression unusually serious as he looked at Xiao Chen. What have you done? You better explain where this money came from. His gaze fixed on Xiao Chen. Did you do something illegal? No, Xiao Chen replied. Helplessly, Uncle Xia, you know me, I really didn't. It's just that I'm in the antique business now. You know Jin Yutang, right? I know, the owner of Jin Yutang is Songya, a remarkable person. What does that have to do with you? Uncle Xia frowned slightly and asked. She's my woman, I'm the one behind Jin Yutang. Xiao Chen said, lowering his voice. Just remember, your nephew has really made it big. Hearing Xiao Chen say this, Uncle Xia frowned slightly. You really? Come with me, let's go to Jin Yutang. Seeing that Uncle Xia didn't believe him, Xiao Chen could only helplessly drag him to Jin Yutang. When Uncle Xia saw Xiao Chen's luxury car, he was already stunned. This car was clearly not cheap. He didn't even dare to get in. This car is too fancy. I'm dirty. I won't get in. Uncle Xia said helplessly. What's so fancy about this car? It's just a car. If you like it, I'll give it to you, Xiao Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, Uncle Xia quickly waved his hand. Forget it. I can't afford it. Now I believe you've really made it big. Speaking of which, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, I'll make the decision for them. 8,000 a month will do. Let's make it 10,000. I'm not short on this little bit. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen spoke up. Uncle Xia, come with me now. I really have some trouble over there. What trouble could that little factory have? Uncle Xia was instantly taken aback. He was well aware that there was no trouble at all with that small food factory. Hearing this, Xiao Chen helplessly recounted the incident where Qin Jianghe had come to extort him and even brought people to block him. That bastard Qin Jianghe dares to bully my nephew. Has that son of a gun gone in yet? Uncle Xia snorted coldly. If he hasn't gone in, I would definitely beat him to a pulp. Alright, I get it. You're worried that those who were fired will come to cause trouble at the factory. Okay, Uncle Xia. We'll handle this matter. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a few people rushing over, looking at Uncle Xia and saying, Boss, the foreman said you need to hurry back to work, or else just don't bother. Upon hearing this, Uncle Xia sneered. I've long wanted to quit. Alright, you all tidy up and come with me. This is my nephew, the big boss. From now on, we work for my nephew, he said, pointing at Xiao Chen. The few people who had come with Uncle Xia, upon hearing this, glanced at Xiao Chen and the luxury cars behind him and immediately showed a look of surprise. Great. They didn't hesitate at all. After all, they trusted Uncle Xia immensely, so they directly put down their work and followed him. Alright, I'm familiar with the factory. I'll go over myself, but my brothers here are short on cash lately. Can we get an advance? Seeing Uncle Xia's awkward expression, Xiao Chen smiled and nodded. No need for an advance. Once we get there, just pay a month's salary first. When Xiao Chen brought Uncle Xia and the others back to the factory, he saw a crowd gathering at the factory gate. As soon as they saw Xiao Chen's car approaching, they rushed over. The leader among them was none other than Qin Jianghe's wife. Beside her was Qin Ku. Upon seeing Xiao Chen's car stop, a strange expression appeared on Qin Ku's face. She still couldn't understand how Xiao Chen had come out unscathed while her second uncle had gone straight in. When Xiao Chen got out of the car and glanced at these people, they immediately walked towards him. Xiao Chen, what do you mean? We're all from the same village. How can you be so ruthless? You sent our men in. At that moment, Qin Ku's aunt shouted loudly at Xiao Chen. Many villagers nearby joined in the uproar. Xiao Chen scanned the crowd. Basically, those causing trouble were the ones who had come with Qin Jianghe to extort him, so he couldn't be bothered to deal with them. Uncle Xia stepped forward and slapped Qin Ku's aunt. Ah! The woman was slapped by Uncle Xia and immediately sat on the ground crying loudly. Xiao Chen ignored her and stared at the crowd, saying, Are you all gathering to cause trouble? Do you want to go in? Xiao Chen, I know my second uncle was wrong to come to you for money, but we are from the same village. Can't you be a bit magnanimous and let them go? Qin Ku looked at Xiao Chen and hurriedly spoke up. Moreover, there are so many who went to ask for money, and you've arrested them all. What will the villagers think? You listen to me. Quickly let them go. She looked at Xiao Chen, her eyes filled with urgency. Otherwise, you won't be able to stay in the village. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen sneered and couldn't be bothered to respond to Qin Ku. Alright, how those people are judged is up to the court. It has nothing to do with me. You all can scram, Xiao Chen said coldly. As for how the village viewed it, he couldn't care less. He had long been disappointed with this village. After all, his old house had been destroyed. He wasn't afraid of anyone causing trouble. Moreover, when Xiao Chen brought Uncle Xia and the others back, he had already thought it through. He would fix up the old house and turn it into dormitories for them to live in. No one dared to act out. After all, the people under Uncle Xia were all veterans. Hearing Xiao Chen's unyielding words, Qin Ku's expression changed at that moment. She glared at Xiao Chen fiercely, her face filled with anger. She had never expected Xiao Chen to be so disrespectful. At that moment, her gaze towards Xiao Chen was filled with rage. Originally, she just wanted her second uncle to scare Xiao Chen a bit and perhaps get some money in the process, making it easier for her to handle Xiao Chen. But now, it was completely different. At this moment, looking at Xiao Chen, her face was full of anger. She had never thought that coming back to find Xiao Chen would have no effect at all. In her memories, Xiao Chen had always been the one who listened to her the most. But now, she truly felt helpless. The man who used to listen to her every word was long gone. At this moment, looking at Xiao Chen, her face was filled with anger. But there was nothing she could do. Xiao Chen, we are doing this for your own good. Qin Ku looked at Xiao Chen and said, You have offended so many people, there will definitely be no good outcome. Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered to continue talking to Qin Ku and turned to leave. Behind Qin Ku, as they watched Xiao Chen walk away, a group of people immediately became agitated. Xiao Chen, you little beast, you can't leave. If you don't release my husband today, I will definitely not let you off. At that moment, Aunt Qin glared at Xiao Chen angrily. The villagers behind her also shouted excitedly. That's right, Xiao Chen, we are all from the same village. How can you be so heartless? Xiao Chen, hurry up and release my man. A group of people looked at Xiao Chen with agitation. Seeing their expressions, Xiao Chen shook his head. He was too lazy to deal with these people. Just then, a large bus drove up quickly and a group of people got off the bus. They were Uncle Xiao's subordinates. When they saw Xiao Chen and Uncle Xia surrounded by a group of people, they immediately rushed over. The villagers, who had been aggressive, were suddenly intimidated by the sight of these strong men, many of whom had scars on their faces. They were instantly scared into silence. Boss, Brother Xia, what's going on? A group of people surrounded them, hurriedly asking, These people are causing trouble at the factory gate, drive them away. Xiao Chen pointed at the people in front of him and said. Upon hearing this, the group immediately nodded and then began to glare fiercely at Enchinair and the others. Seeing their expressions, the villagers who had been ready to cause trouble immediately ran away. Alright, no need to bother with these people. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, they can't stir up any waves. As he spoke, he pointed to the factory behind him and said, Uncle Xia, from now on, this place will be under your and Uncle He's management. Alright. Uncle Xia nodded in response and said, but with so many of us coming over, there won't be enough dormitories in the factory, right? Uncle Xia, you know my family, I don't live there anyway, so you can arrange for them to stay first. Xiao Chen looked at Uncle Xia and said, but recently, my house was vandalized. It needs to be repaired. Upon hearing this, Uncle Xia was taken aback and quickly asked, what happened? Xiao Chen helplessly recounted the situation with the Xiaoyan family. Upon hearing this, Uncle Xia looked at Xiao Chen and said, you should have come to me at that time. I would have helped you get revenge. What about that father and son? What are they doing now? He had left the village a long time ago and hadn't returned, so he naturally didn't know about these matters. After all, apart from this soon-to-be-closed food factory, there were no other livelihoods in the entire town. They were sent away a long time ago. Xiao Chen smiled and said, aren't you reassured by my abilities now? When Uncle Xia heard Xiao Chen say this, he nodded slightly. Indeed, Xiao Chen had such capabilities. In fact, his abilities were much greater than that. Alright, then I can rest easy. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Uncle Xia finally let out a sigh of relief, then looked at Xiao Chen and said, if you have any issues in the future, just come to me. Although I'm getting old, I can still protect you. He had grown up playing with Xiao Chen's father, and it could be said that he truly regarded Xiao Chen as his own child. Now that Xiao Chen was successful and capable, he was naturally happy. Alright, I'll handle this little matter of yours. Don't forget, I used to work on construction sites too. Just tidy up those damaged items. Uncle Xia said, looking at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen first took Uncle Xia to Uncle He's place, and after arranging everything, he directly had Uncle He distribute 10,000 yuan to each person. This amount of money was really not much for him now. Those who received the money were naturally overjoyed. They followed Uncle Xia over, and although they trusted him, they still felt a bit uneasy without seeing the money. Now, since they hadn't even started working yet and were given money up front, they naturally didn't need to worry anymore. At this moment, a group of people looked at Xiao Chen with gratitude. Since losing their jobs, they had no choice but to go to construction sites. However, as they got older, they were exploited by the foreman, and if it weren't for Xiao Chen's appearance, they wouldn't even know how long they could last. Alright, remember, this factory belongs to my nephew, I guarantee. You won't be fired, but you also need to keep an eye on it. Uncle Xia said with a smile. Boss, you never mentioned you had such a successful nephew. A group of subordinates looked at Uncle Xia and said with a smile. Hearing this, Uncle Xia sighed helplessly. That kid wasn't doing well before. I didn't know he had become so capable now. Remember, if you take my nephew's salary, you must take good care of this factory, he said to the group. Boss, you know us brothers well, right? Upon hearing this, the group quickly responded, but can this factory really make money? They looked at the shabby factory with curiosity. Upon hearing this, even Uncle Xia himself had doubts. He hurriedly found He Zongwen and asked, Old He, what's going on with this factory? That kid Xiao Chen didn't explain clearly. Why did he buy such a broken factory? Hearing this, He Zongwen also sighed helplessly. He said he has a way to sell food overseas, and as soon as he arrived, he took all the stock from the factory. You don't know, that kid even asked me to produce more, saying it wasn't enough. Looking at Uncle Xia, He Zongwen said, and it's all about producing some compressed biscuits and instant noodles. I've been adjusting the equipment these days. Xiao Chen's requirements were particularly simple. Instant noodles and compressed biscuits, along with some canned meat. There was no need for particularly good flavors or materials, as long as the food safety standards were met, that was enough. So, it could be said to be the simplest. Upon hearing He Zongwen's words, Uncle Xia was slightly taken aback. Can this sell? He said it would be sold overseas. He Zongwen was too lazy to care. His current task was just to produce and hand over the finished products to Xiao Chen. So, there was no problem at all. And on Xiao Chen's side, he was ready to take everything away. Alright, old Xia, that kid has plenty of abilities, you should think about it. His money didn't come from nowhere. Seeing Uncle Xia frown, He Zongwen patted his shoulder and said, what we can do is help him guard this little piece of land. Alright. Upon hearing this, Uncle Xia nodded and said, I understand. He also understood that the current Xiao Chen was definitely involved in something big, and he couldn't help at all. As for the matters in the village, we'll take care of them. He Zongwen said with a smile, aren't those people just here to cause trouble? If they come again next time, we'll deliberately let them break some things and send them in. Upon hearing this, Uncle Xia nodded and said, sounds good. He was too lazy to continue wasting words with these people, bullying his nephew. Did they really think he had a good temper? The two old fellows even thought about how to frame each other. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen drove straight back, first stopping by Fatty He's place. Boss Xiao is here. Seeing Xiao Chen, Fatty He said with a grin, you've struck it rich lately. Hearing this, Xiao Chen rolled his eyes at him and said, spit it out. What do you want from me? Hey, it's not like I have any other way out. I'm here to ask my big boss for a living. Fatty He pulled Xiao Chen along, laughing. What's going on? Your gold shop isn't open anymore? Xiao Chen was taken aback and asked, isn't it because of you causing a ruckus? Fatty He looked at Xiao Chen and lowered his voice. How much gold did you give Sonya? Now it's good. The gold jewelry she sells is beautiful and elegant, something ordinary people can't make, and the price is about the same as ours. Most of the business has been snatched away. You don't know, ever since you got to know Sonya, I haven't been able to sell much of this gold. He was helpless. He introduced Xiao Chen to Sonya, who knew Xiao Chen would be so fierce. He gave Sonya such a large amount in one go, and now Sonya was firing on all cylinders, affecting the entire streets business. Before, he was just eating the leftover scraps from Jin Yutang. Now, even the scraps were fewer. Alright, since you say so, you can work for me. Xiao Chen said, close the gold shop, and as for the inventory, go find Sonya and let her take it. Don't worry, she'll definitely give you the market price. Hearing this, Fatty He immediately showed a smile and said, then our father and son will be relying on you for a living. Sure. Xiao Chen nodded without hesitation. You Go set up a trading company. A trading company? Fatty he looked at Xiao Chen and said, I knew you must have other businesses, otherwise what would you want that broken factory for? Saying this, he lowered his voice and looked at Xiao Chen. Hurry up and tell me, what are we doing? You just need to set up the trading company. This is our export business and you'll be responsible for procurement. Xiao Chen said to Fatty anyway, procure everything. When customers have orders, we just buy it. After finishing, Xiao Chen looked at Fatty and asked, any problems? No problem, I'm familiar with this area in Yuncheng. I can get you whatever you want. Fatty immediately replied, can you get guns too? Xiao Chen asked with a smile. You're not planning to do anything illegal, are you? Fatty said. Nervously, I have no connections for that stuff. Don't worry, it's all legal. Xiao Chen said with a faint smile, I won't really let you do that. That's good. Hearing this, Fatty breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Xiao Chen and said, I'll head to Jinyutang first, then get to work. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen directly opened his phone and transferred 30 million to Fatty. This is the startup capital. Fatty glanced at the balance on his phone and was instantly stunned. Then, looking at Xiao Chen, he said, you really are loaded now. After leaving Fatty's place, Xiao Chen went to the warehouse. This warehouse was something he had gotten from Songya. As soon as he walked into the warehouse, he saw the neatly stacked food. That food factory was originally making some snacks, so most of these foods were also snacks. Of course, they could fill you up anyway. For Xiao Chen, these things could also be sold to Gu Ming. That kid had already started asking Xiao Chen for food. The pressure for food on his side was growing increasingly severe. This was also why Xiao Chen decided to acquire a food factory. On Gu Ming's side, the territory was expanding and the number of people was increasing, which is why he needed Xiao Chen. With a wave of his hand, the goods in front of him instantly disappeared and appeared in his own space. Ever since he consumed the tiger meat and drank the intermediate evolution potion, Xiao Chen found that his strength had become increasingly terrifying. Even his space had reached 500 square meters. A full 500 square meters of space could now hold more and more items. After packing everything up, Xiao Chen chose to teleport. The next second, he appeared in front of Gu Ming. Bro, you finally made it. If you hadn't come, my men would have revolted. Gu Ming said helplessly upon seeing Xiao Chen. Hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and looked at Gu Ming, saying, how come? You can't even manage your own people? In Xiao Chen's view, if Gu Ming couldn't even manage his subordinates, he would really be a bit useless. Hearing this, Gu Ming sighed helplessly. Bro, I was a bit too hasty. At first, I just wanted to gather people and increase my own ranks. Later, my numbers grew, and I even recruited quite a few high-level ability users. Now, I just barely reached the threshold of a high-level ability user, and many of them are stronger than me. If it weren't for the food I have, those people definitely wouldn't be willing to bow to me. Since you haven't sent food recently, they've started to have other ideas. And I've even noticed a few guys trying to undermine me. Listening to Gu Ming's words, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and asked, so what do you want to do now? At this moment, Xiao Chen looked at Gu Ming and knew he must have some ideas. Bro, let's have a match first. I still don't know your abilities. Gu Ming said, looking at Xiao Chen. If your strength is enough. Xiao Chen understood. He was preparing to use himself as an external aid. Of course, he also wanted to test his current strength. After all, following Feng Hao in the game world, he had hardly exerted any effort, just tagging along for experience, and his strength had increased. With this in mind, Xiao Chen looked at Gu Ming and said, come on. After saying this, Xiao Chen charged directly at Gu Ming. His fist was quick, almost in an instant. It was already in front of Gu Ming, and with one punch, he struck out fiercely. As that punch came down, Gu Ming also turned around and countered with a punch. The two fists collided, and Gu Ming instantly staggered back several steps. Bro, your strength is so great? Gu Ming exclaimed, his face full of surprise. Xiao Chen's strength exceeded his expectations. He even realized that he couldn't match Xiao Chen in terms of raw power. It was important to note that he was now a high-level ability user, while Xiao Chen had never consumed a high-level ability potion and still had such strength. At that moment, Gu Ming's eyes were filled with delight. He knew he had made the right bet. The Xiao Chen in front of him had enough power to suppress those few subordinates. Again. With that, he moved suddenly, and the next moment, Xiao Chen saw lightning flickering around him. This was Gu Ming's ability. He was an electric-type ability user. Bolts of lightning continuously struck towards Xiao Chen, but Xiao Chen's speed was even faster. With a series of agile movements, he dodged the lightning, and even when it seemed he was about to be hit, a quick teleport allowed him to cleverly evade, and the next second, Xiao Chen appeared behind Gu Ming. With one punch, he aimed directly at Gu Ming's head. Gu Ming's expression changed, and he quickly dodged, even rolling several times on the ground to avoid Xiao Chen. Seeing Gu Ming's disheveled appearance, Xiao Chen smiled and walked up to him, asking cheerfully, how's it going? Impressive. Gu Ming exhaled, saying, bro, in the apocalypse world, we basically rely on evolution potions to improve. It's hard to find other ways. But you haven't even drunk a high-level evolution potion, and you're already this strong. As he spoke, his gaze was intense. As he looked at Xiao Chen, asking, bro, what's your secret? What secret could there be? Xiao Chen replied helplessly, Xiao's place is an ancient world where martial arts exist, but I couldn't learn it even after half a day. However, I did manage to learn some external martial arts. Mainly, it's because of Feng Hao. His game world is really like playing a game. He brought me along, and I just followed him to gain experience, and my strength increased. This was the thing Xiao Chen was most proud of now, gaining experience without putting in much effort, and his strength had indeed improved significantly. So that's how it is. Upon hearing this, Gu Ming's face was filled with envy. He knew that in the apocalypse world, strength still had its limitations, but Xiao Chen was different now. He could traverse other worlds which always held the possibility of breakthroughs. By the way, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and then waved his hand, saying, this is tiger meat. Is it from that giant tiger the other day? Gu Ming asked eagerly. When he saw the picture at that time, the giant tiger had indeed surprised him. Yes, I ate that tiger, and my strength has increased quite a bit. Xiao Chen pointed at the tiger meat as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Gu Ming immediately showed a look of delight. Alright, I'll cook it right away. Saying this, he somehow pulled out a pot and quickly tossed the meat into it. Watching him casually throw the meat in without even seasoning it, Xiao Chen opened his mouth in surprise. Gu Ming didn't care about such details. In the apocalypse world, being able to eat something was already good enough. Besides their base, there were still many exotic beasts outside. Those could be eaten, but they were particularly unpalatable and were the main food source for most people in the apocalypse world. Even so, it wasn't something they had often, as the exotic beasts were quite powerful. Therefore, one could imagine how scarce food was in the apocalypse world. When Gu Ming took out white flour and rice back then, it had almost stunned the entire base. Those items were far too important in their eyes. When the meat was almost cooked, Gu Ming directly fished out a piece and ate it. The next moment, his eyes lit up. Bro, this meat is delicious. Not fishy at all. He quickly fished out another slice. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback. After all, the last time he cooked meat, he had used quite a bit of seasoning. He didn't even know what the original taste of this meat was like. Thinking of this, he also fished out a piece, and as he bit into it, his expression turned extremely strange. It was fishy, bloody, and even had a foul smell. Not fishy? This thing wasn't even cooked through. It was still full of blood inside. He watched Gu Ming eat it with great relish, opening his mouth in speechlessness. He understood that in this world, being able to fill one's stomach was already good enough. How could anyone bother with seasoning? So, he had long been accustomed to those fishy and foul tastes. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen still tossed the piece of meat he had into the pot. Then, in the next second, Gu Ming directly picked it up and ate it. Aren't you eating? Gu Ming looked up at Xiao Chen and asked. Too fishy. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Gu Ming smiled and said, there's nothing we can do about it. You don't know, the exotic beasts outside are almost as unpalatable as a stinky ditch. And yet, there are people who eat it desperately. He felt helpless. Having crossed over to this cursed place was driving him crazy. After finishing an entire pot of meat, Gu Ming felt as if he was drunk and suddenly collapsed on the ground, not moving. Xiao Chen didn't disturb him and just sat beside Gu Ming. In the next moment, Gu Ming's muscles began to swell and writhe. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen knew that Gu Ming was stable now. He didn't say anything, just quietly watched the other person. After waiting for a full half hour, Gu Ming finally stirred awake. He first checked his body, and a look of surprise immediately appeared in his eyes. Bro, I feel like my strength has increased a lot. Do you even have any meat left? Get me some. His gaze was fervent. This meat was a good thing. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, then waved his hand, producing 2 large pieces of meat. These things are great, Gu Ming said with a smile. After hurriedly hiding the meat, he pulled Xiao Chen aside and said, Bro, this is a high-level evolution potion. You need to help me clear the obstacles. My strength definitely needs to be boosted a bit. Let's enhance our strength, and then we can just wipe out this bunch. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, recently, these guys have been getting more and more restless. Xiao Chen did not refute. High-level evolution potions were indeed good things. He took it directly and gulped it down. In the next moment, Xiao Chen felt an intense heat in his body, and his blood was boiling continuously. It felt as if he had been thrown into boiling water. Under this sensation, he opened his mouth wide, even seeing steam rising from it. The feeling of being almost cooked alive made Xiao Chen extremely uncomfortable. He even desperately tried to struggle, but he couldn't move at all. After all, this heat was emanating from within his own body. At that moment, he was gasping for air, continuously exhaling waves of hot air, and as these hot breaths flowed out, he felt his insides were much more comfortable. Gradually, he felt the heat within him continuously spewing from his mouth, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he understood that his body was continuously gaining strength, and even his abilities seemed to have evolved. He glanced at his face. Over 1,000 square meters. At that moment, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He couldn't even imagine how much he could store if he continued to enhance. Meanwhile, his teleportation activated, and in the next second, he had already dashed out of the secret room where Gu Ming was and appeared outside. The sky was still scorching, even frighteningly hot, but Xiao Chen felt nothing at all. This heat was nothing compared to the burning sensation he felt when he drank the potion. Xiao Chen understood that he was no longer afraid of such temperatures. The temperature was over 60 degrees, and he felt nothing on his body. Bro! Looking at Xiao Chen, Gu Ming hurriedly approached him and said, your abilities have really mutated. You can even traverse through the secret room. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded slightly. His strength had indeed increased significantly. In the next moment, Xiao Chen's gaze shifted, and he noticed that not far away, many people were watching him and Gu Ming. The leader was a bald man with a scar on his face. Behind him, a crowd had gathered. Bro, that man is called Scarface. He wants to undermine me, Gu Ming said. Looking at the other party, the people around him were all high-level ability users. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and focused his gaze on those people. They were also looking at Xiao Chen at that moment. Gu Ming, where's your food? Scarface said coldly, looking at Gu Ming. Didn't you say you would get the food soon? He stared at Gu Ming and added, if there's no food, we won't care about you. Gu Ming sneered and replied, of course, there's food, but what does it have to do with you? Hey, Gu Ming, you should think about it. The position of the boss is something we gave to you. If you don't have food, who would let you be the boss? The scar-faced man sneered and said, you better think it through. From now on, you provide the food. And on the surface, we'll call you boss, but behind your back, you'll listen to me. Otherwise, they coldly stared at Gu Ming and Xiao Chen in front of them, sneering as they said, we won't be polite. I've known you had ideas for a long time, Gu Ming said helplessly, so let's have some fun today. As he spoke, he lunged directly at the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man sneered. He naturally knew what Gu Ming was capable of. In his view, if it weren't for Gu Ming continuously Supplying food, he would have killed Gu Ming long ago. Now, he was eager to control Gu Ming. After all, so much food had already made them green with envy. Gu Ming, today, I'll cripple you, and then I'll ask you where all that food comes from, he said, suddenly lunging at Gu Ming, throwing a punch in his direction. Xiao Chen watched as the two became entangled, frowning slightly. At first, Xiao Chen thought Gu Ming and the others had decent skills, but since they had gone to the ancient realm and obtained so many manuals, Xiao Chen realized that the two fighting were just average. In fact, their attacking methods were particularly crude. Having read quite a few manuals himself, even if he hadn't mastered them, his vision and skills had improved significantly, so he could see clearly. His gaze shifted to the group of people following the scar-faced man. At that moment, they were charging towards Gu Ming. Seeing this, Xiao Chen immediately rushed towards them. Perfect. I'll practice my skills on you. Looking at the three people in front of him, who originally intended to deal with Gu Ming, Xiao Chen suddenly flickered and appeared right in front of them. The moment the three saw Xiao Chen appear before them, their expressions changed. A space-type ability user. Their faces instantly turned pale. They all knew that space-type ability users were the most troublesome. Especially the feeling Xiao Chen gave them at that moment was even more terrifying. After all, no one could withstand someone suddenly appearing right in front of them to strike. Let's take care of this person first. The three exchanged glances and suddenly spoke. After all, they all understood that a space ability user was the most difficult to deal with. Once the opponent escaped, the trouble would be even greater. The three immediately formed a triangular formation, surrounding Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen also looked at the three in front of him. They were clearly all high-level ability users. One was a towering muscular man, one was a petite woman, and the last was a woman dressed in tight black leather. Looking at the three, Xiao Chen's gaze first fell on the towering muscular man. The man snorted coldly and charged at Xiao Chen. He raised his fist and swung it towards Xiao Chen. The punch carried a violent momentum, directly smashing towards Xiao Chen's head. However, just as the man's fist was about to make contact with Xiao Chen, he activated his teleportation. In the next second, Xiao Chen had already appeared behind the man. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, he threw a punch. With that punch, the towering muscular man was sent flying, crashing into the wall, which shattered upon impact. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, glancing at his fist. When his fist struck the man, it felt like hitting a piece of steel. The recoil was incredibly strong, even numbing Xiao Chen's hand. At that moment, a shadow flickered in front of Xiao Chen, and suddenly, a figure appeared before him. It was the woman in the black leather. She held a dagger, thrusting it straight at Xiao Chen's throat with incredible speed. Seeing this, Xiao Chen quickly dodged. Even though he managed to evade, he was still grazed on the shoulder by her attack. The woman frowned slightly, then took a step back, her figure disappearing once again. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen's expression darkened slightly. This woman's ability was somewhat similar to his own. However, her power was definitely not teleportation, but more akin to invisibility. At this moment, Xiao Chen took a deep breath and then spotted another petite woman not far away. The other party was continuously gathering fireballs in her hands, hurling them towards Xiao Chen. As he saw the fireballs coming at him, Xiao Chen quickly teleported, instantly dodging the projectiles. At the same time, he appeared right in front of the petite woman and threw a punch. The petite woman's expression changed, and she quickly raised her hands to block Xiao Chen's attack. Even so, the punch still sent her flying. At that moment, Xiao Chen's hair stood on end, a sense of crisis washing over him. He immediately reacted, sharply turning his head. The next second, the woman in black reappeared in front of Xiao Chen, her dagger aimed directly at the spot where he had just appeared. Seeing her move, Xiao Chen's expression darkened. This woman was particularly troublesome. Noticing her strength, the woman quickly retreated, her body disappearing once more. This woman is really difficult to deal with, Xiao Chen murmured to himself. He knew very well that he still couldn't find her at this moment, and she was undoubtedly avoiding him. Turning his gaze to the not-so-distant scarred face, who was locked in a fierce struggle with Gu Ming, he saw that the scarred face was being forced to retreat repeatedly by Gu Ming. Why is this happening? The scarred face was filled with astonishment. He had never imagined that he would lose to Gu Ming. It could be said that he had fought Gu Ming before, and at that time, he had not taken Gu Ming seriously at all. As a fellow ability user, he was well aware that he was stronger than Gu Ming. Moreover, the way of ability users was quite peculiar. In this world, it was essentially about growing through taking drugs. If one didn't take drugs, their strength remained fixed. At most, it was just a difference in combat skills. His combat skills were undoubtedly better than Gu Ming's, and similarly, his use of abilities was more powerful than Gu Ming's. According to his original thoughts, he should have been stronger than Gu Ming, but now he felt he was wrong. Every time he took a punch from Gu Ming, he was left battered and bruised. The power behind those punches was something he simply couldn't withstand. It was important to note that Gu Ming was not a strength-type ability user. So, at this moment, the scarred face was particularly puzzled. Gu Ming, what on earth is going on with you? Did you get your hands on the ultimate evolution serum? The scarred face asked incredulously. Then he quickly shook his head, saying, that's impossible. We don't have such a serum. Moreover, if you were an ultimate ability user, it would be even more impossible for you to have only this level of strength. The scarred face was now filled with confusion. Gu Ming's strength had improved too much. This was undoubtedly bad news for him. Gu Ming remained silent. Since the other party had decided to cause him trouble, he wouldn't be polite. He quickly charged at the scarred face, throwing a punch. The scarred face's expression turned very ugly. At that moment, the two were locked in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen watched this scene and turned to look behind him. At this moment, he saw the towering muscular man reappearing in front of him. The man radiated a silver sheen, his skin having a metallic texture, which was undoubtedly the ability he had displayed when Xiao Chen had just attacked him. As for the other woman hiding in the shadows, she was the one Xiao Chen found most troublesome. The muscular man let out a low growl and charged at Xiao Chen again. Seeing him calm, Xiao Chen snorted coldly and charged back at him. At this moment, he also wanted to test his strength against this ability user and see what the outcome would be. At that moment, both sides charged at each other. Xiao Chen's punch was faster, his fist hurtling towards his opponent. The other party showed no fear, letting out a low growl as he rushed towards Xiao Chen. His abilities were primarily defensive and powerful, so he had no fear of Xiao Chen's attack. But the next moment, their fists collided and everything changed. The instant the opponent's fist struck him, he felt a tremendous force erupt, and then he was sent flying again. This time, he even spat out blood as he flew away. After landing a hit, Xiao Chen took a deep breath. He was well aware of the immense power unleashed by his full force strike. Even a truck crashing into him wouldn't compare to the force of his punch. For an ordinary person, not only would they struggle to withstand such a blow, but even the initial contact could turn them into mush. Yet, the opponent had taken his punch and merely been knocked back. Just after throwing that punch, a sense of crisis washed over him again. This time, Xiao Chen didn't dodge. Instead, he turned and threw a powerful punch. He didn't know where that woman was, but she was undoubtedly right behind him. Boom! As Xiao Chen's fist struck out, it indeed seemed to hit something, and in an instant, a mist of blood erupted before him. The blood mist spread, revealing a figure. It was the woman in black, her face now filled with disbelief. The force of Xiao Chen's punch had created a large crater in her body, and she lay lifeless on the ground. After landing a hit, Xiao Chen glanced at the corpse, too lazy to pay it any mind, and turned to look behind him, where Gu Ming was pinning down Scarface. Seeing that his three subordinates had all been dealt with by Xiao Chen, Scarface's expression changed dramatically. Gu Ming, just you wait. He turned to flee. At that moment, he didn't care about the food behind Gu Ming. He felt like he was on the verge of death. Indeed, those who could acquire food were not so simple. If he had stayed close to Gu Ming, with his and his three subordinates' abilities, they could have lived quite well. Unfortunately, greed had led to his downfall. Watching the other party attempt to escape, Gu Ming sneered and charged at him, delivering a powerful punch directly to his head. With a loud bang, the opponent's head exploded like a watermelon. Seeing this scene, Gu Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Bro, you're way stronger than me now." He knew how difficult Scarface's three subordinates were, especially that woman in black, whose invisibility skill was nearly impossible to counter. But now, the opponent was nothing but a pile of mush. As for the other two, although they weren't dead, they were close enough. Alright, the people are dealt with. I'm heading back now. Xiao Chen exhaled and spoke. He had come here just to hand over the food to Gu Ming. He couldn't be bothered with anything else. Okay. Gu Ming nodded in response, then looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Bro, I've already sent someone to collect the gold. This is the gold from this time." Saying this, he pointed to the gold not far away. There, a large pile of gold bricks was baking under the sun. Seeing this, Xiao Chen was not polite and directly took the gold. Alright, I'm off. After gathering the gold, Xiao Chen estimated that it weighed at least 300 pounds. This amount of gold was already quite good. He knew the true value of this batch of goods, only Xiao Chen was aware of it. Even if sold on the market, it could fetch around 500,000, which was already impressive. Once back home, Xiao Chen glanced at the space, and just like before, only half of the gold remained. He called Sonya to inform her that he had a batch of gold for her to take. Sonya didn't even ask Xiao Chen where he got the gold from. After all, during this time, just relying on the gold and various antiques Xiao Chen provided, she had already made a fortune. In fact, Sonya had even started contacting partners from other provinces and cities. Yun City was just this big, and such a large quantity of gold could not possibly be consumed. Here, she was enjoying the meat, but she had to give some small dealers a taste of sweetness. After all, she knew in her heart that if this continued, she would offend all the gold shops in Yun City. Now, even Xiao Chen's childhood friend, Fatty He, couldn't hold on any longer. Therefore, Sonya also began to reach out to those gold shops, wanting to offer them some benefits. As for other cities, that would be a different price. Xiao Chen didn't care about any of this as long as Sonya could make money. The money in his hands would only increase. He hadn't even thought about starting another company. This kind of no-cost business was fine. As it was, no need to start a company. However, just as Xiao Chen was waiting at home for Old Wolf to come and take the gold, someone suddenly burst in. Seeing the visitor, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and coldly snorted, "Get out." The person was none other than Qin Ku. At this moment, Qin Ku stormed in angrily, originally wanting to talk to Xiao Chen, but when she saw the large pile of gold in front of her, she was instantly stunned. She knew all too well how much this gold was worth. At that moment, her mouth fell open, and she didn't even dare to speak. "Xiao Chen, where did you get so much gold?" Qin Ku looked at Xiao Chen, speaking urgently. Her eyes even held greed, fixated on the gold in front of Xiao Chen. But Xiao Chen completely ignored Qin Ku, coldly saying, "Get out." Hearing this, Qin Ku was taken aback, and then she finally realized the purpose of her visit. "Xiao Chen, why did you have someone sue my second aunt, claiming she damaged the facilities in your factory?" Qin Ku directly questioned. However, as she questioned, her gaze remained glued to the gold. Hadn't Xiao Chen already sold the gold to Jin Yutang? Could it be that he had other channels? Sure enough, this person had some illegal means. Thinking of this, she immediately showed a smug expression. The evidence of Xiao Chen's wrongdoing was right in front of her. Controlling Xiao Chen would be a piece of cake. Listening to Qin Ku's words, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. His second aunt was sued for damaging equipment? However, he didn't care about this matter at all. As long as Uncle Xia and Uncle he didn't call him, it proved that they could definitely resolve this issue. Since that was the case, Xiao Chen didn't want to get involved. Qin Ku saw that Xiao Chen was completely ignoring her, and she became anxious. She urgently shouted, "Xiao Chen, my second aunt just went to your factory to seek justice. What's wrong with that? On what basis do you slander my second aunt?" Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered to deal with her, saying, "Get lost. Xiao Chen, your gold is right here. If I call the police, all this gold will definitely be confiscated. I know this gold of yours is definitely illegal. Now, I order you to release my second uncle and second aunt. Also, I want half of this gold or I'll call the police. Jinke looked at Xiao Chen, speaking urgently. At this moment, her gaze was filled with greed. She was determined to have the gold in front of Xiao Chen, and no one could stop her. Jinke's eyes were fixed on the pile of gold, her greed almost overflowing. Xiao Chen, as long as you give me the gold, I will definitely keep this matter confidential. Also, I can get back together with you. I can still be your girlfriend. Hearing this woman's words, Xiao Chen let out a cold laugh. To him, a woman like Jinke was not worth his attention at all. At this moment, he coldly pointed to the door, saying, "Now, get out immediately." Xiao Chen's voice was icy, and upon hearing his words, Jinke's expression instantly changed. She took out her phone, looked at Xiao Chen, her eyes filled with urgency. "Xiao Chen, I really will report you." Seeing Jinke's expression, Xiao Chen let out a cold laugh, too lazy to respond. Not to mention his current background, whether Jinke's report would be effective, even if someone took it up with his relationship with Songya now, as long as Songya could prove that the gold belonged to her, there would be no problem. As for Songya, running a gold shop, having so much gold is quite reasonable, right? So, there was absolutely no way anything could happen. Watching Xiao Chen remain indifferent, Jinke's face had already turned very ugly. Her gaze was fixed on the gold in front of her. Hundreds of pounds of gold, such a massive quantity, one could imagine the impact it had on her. At this moment, she even greedily wanted to reach out and snatch it. Of course, she only thought about it but absolutely dared not act on it. After all, Xiao Chen was right in front of her. No matter how greedy she was, she knew that taking this money was impossible. "Xiao Chen, you once said you would love me for a lifetime, have you forgotten?" Looking at Xiao Chen, Jinke's face showed a sense of grievance. Xiao Chen, however, coldly replied, "Then how did you treat me?" When she turned to look at Jinke, her eyes were already filled with anger. After all, back then, he had given almost everything for Jinke. But what did he get in return? Because of Jinke, he had since then become more wary of women, even having experienced an unforgettable relationship in his life that he dared not touch. Now, all that was left for him regarding Jinke was disgust. Seeing the coldness in Xiao Chen's eyes, Jinke's mouth slightly opened. Deep down, she knew that Xiao Chen no longer had any feelings for her. Yet, even now, she was still unwilling to face it. Now, looking at the coldness in Xiao Chen's eyes, all that remained for her was fear and terror. "Get out!" Xiao Chen's icy voice rang out, making Jinke's face look particularly bad. Just as she was about to continue threatening Xiao Chen, a voice came from behind her. "Miss Jin, what are you doing here?" When the voice sounded, Jinke's expression changed. She recognized that voice. It was Songya's. Turning around, it was indeed Songya, staring at her with a cold gaze. At that moment, Jinke's mouth opened wide, but she dared not continue speaking. Songya's aura was too powerful, even making her too afraid to say a word. Songya glanced at Jinke and then walked up to Xiao Chen, saying, "I sent someone to take the gold." As she spoke, she waved her hand at the people behind her. Outside the door, Old Wolf and the others had long been waiting, quickly walking in. Upon seeing so much gold, they were not the least bit shocked. After all, they had seen even more shocking things. A few of them went in and directly started moving the gold away. Watching the gold being taken away, Jinke's eyes were filled with excitement. In her view, all of this belonged to her. However, no one paid her any attention, and even when they walked in front of her, they cast a disdainful glance at Jinke. Being looked at like this by these people filled Jinke with rage. How dare they look at her like that? "Miss Jin, if there's nothing else, you can leave now. My man's place does not welcome you." Songya coldly looked at Jinke and spoke. Hearing Songya's words, Jinke opened her mouth but helplessly left. As for reporting Xiao Chen, at this moment, she had no way to do so. She knew that Songya was wealthy, and even after being driven out of the Wang family, the richest person in Yun City now was this woman in front of her. This woman also ran a gold shop, so having so much gold was not surprising at all. At this moment, reporting Xiao Chen? What a joke! She could produce legal proof in no time. At this moment, Jinke had already realized that she had nothing that could threaten Xiao Chen. She left in a daze, walking outside the courtyard, watching Songya hugging Xiao Chen, her face full of smiles. For some reason, her heart felt particularly heavy. That should have been her place. But what wrong had she done? At that time, she truly couldn't see how Xiao Chen could bring her happiness. So what if she left Xiao Chen? Who would have thought that after she left, Xiao Chen would suddenly become so wealthy? Moreover, he was now with the female tycoon. All that remained for her now was bitterness. Jinke didn't even know how she had left. By the time she turned around, she was already in the detention center. She went to see Qin Jianghe. Upon seeing Jinke, Qin Jianghe asked eagerly, "Jinke, what happened? Did you see Xiao Chen? You need to make him release Uncle Air quickly. Tell him that Uncle Air doesn't oppose you two being together. In the future, I will definitely agree to your matters. We are all from the same village. How could it really come to this?" Qin Jianghe's face was full of expectation. In his mind, Xiao Chen was truly good to Jinke. Because of this, he believed that as long as Jinke asked Xiao Chen, he would surely be able to resolve the situation. However, looking at Qin Jianghe in front of her, at that moment, Jinke shook her head. Jinke opened her mouth wide but couldn't say anything. She knew very well that now, in front of Xiao Chen, she had no standing at all. In fact, Xiao Chen treated strangers much better than he treated her. Uncle Air, Xiao Chen won't pay attention to me anymore. Jinke sighed and said, "He has already hired a legal team. You and Aunt Air can't get out." "What did you say?" Qin Jianghe's face changed. What happened to Aunt Air? At that moment, Qin Jianghe suddenly realized that his wife had also been sent in. Jinke could only helplessly recount what had happened with her aunt, causing a scene at the factory. "Are you saying that our food factory is also Xiao Chen's?" Qin Jianghe's face showed a hint of disbelief. He couldn't understand why Xiao Chen could have so much money. Where did his money come from? "Did you find out?" Qin Jianghe asked with anticipation in his eyes. This was what he cared about the most. If Xiao Chen's money was of dubious origin, then perhaps he still had a chance. "Uncle Air, he is with Songya, the female." tycoon of Yun City. When Chinka said this, she almost used all her strength. Qin Jianghe fell silent. Why worry about where Xiao Chen's money came from now? With a tycoon by his side, whether he had connections or was living off her, he could acquire a lot of wealth. So at this moment, it was useless for him to say anything. Realizing this, he looked at Qin Ko, and suddenly his expression darkened. You little brat, I told you long ago that you are a jinx. When you were with that Zhang Ming, you didn't give our family a single penny, and only when you were dumped by that scoundrel did you think of coming home. As soon as you got home, you made me go find trouble with Xiao Chen. Qin Jianghe's face twisted in anger as he glared fiercely at Qin Ku. You had it all planned out to send me in, didn't you? His gaze was grim. In his view, if it weren't for Qin Ku, he would never have set his sights on Xiao Chen. After all, Xiao Chen had moved out of the village and was doing well outside. He had no idea how he had made his fortune. If Qin Ku hadn't told him that Xiao Chen's money might be of dubious origin, how could he have gathered a group of people to extort Xiao Chen? Now, it turned out that Qin Ku had told him that Xiao Chen's money was all legitimate. So what was he supposed to do? He had just become the village chief and was sent in. Who could he turn to for justice? Listening to Qin Jianghe's curses, Qin Ku's face turned pale. At that moment, she understood that she could no longer stay in the village. Uncle Heir and Aunt Heir were sent in because of her. The couple went in, but they still had children. Although they were all away, once they returned, the first thing they would definitely do is to kill themselves. Thinking of this, her face turned pale, and she hurriedly got up and ran outside. Second uncle, I have no choice. I won't come back anymore. Qin Ku dropped this sentence and ran off. Behind her, Qin Jianghe cursed loudly, and seeing Qin Ku leave, he became even more anxious. He certainly didn't want to go to jail. Qin Ku, you jinx, even your own family you betray. If I get out, I will definitely kill you. He cursed loudly, but there was nothing he could do. After leaving the police station, Qin Ku hurriedly prepared to find Zhang Ming. Although Zhang Ming had already dumped her, given the current situation, she didn't know who else to turn to for help. After a hard time finding Zhang Ming, she discovered he was already with another woman. Looking at Qin Ku, Zhang Ming sneered and asked, what do you want from me? Qin Ku was silent for a moment and said, Zhang Ming, I've been with you for several years. All these years, I've listened to you. I want to leave. Can you give me some money? Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming immediately showed a cold smile and said, when you were with me, I gave you 30,000 a month. Wasn't that enough? I don't have much money left. Qin Ku lowered her head. Back when she was with Zhang Ming, he gave her 30,000 every month, but how could that be enough? Ever since Zhang Ming took her along, she had seen a different world, a wonderful world, but it was too expensive. She almost spent it all every month. It's hard to go from luxury to frugality, but going from frugality to luxury is particularly easy. Now she clearly understood that to maintain her current lifestyle, the money she had was simply not enough. Get lost. Zhang Ming snorted coldly. Do you really think you're something special? If it weren't for my money, you would have been nothing all these years. Moreover, why should I give you money? You and I are just in a transaction. After saying this coldly, Zhang Ming turned and left. Qin Ku stood frozen in place, trembling in fear. She knew she would never get a single penny. She understood Zhang Ming's character very well. At this moment, she regretted it. If she hadn't gotten involved with Zhang Ming and had stayed with Xiao Chen, then perhaps Xiao Chen would still treat her well. Perhaps she and Xiao Chen's child would have already grown up. At that time, even if life wasn't as good as it is now, she would definitely have been happy. But everything seemed to have been shattered by her own hands. In this moment, she felt as if she had missed everything. No, I must have another way. Xiao Chen, I will go find Xiao Chen. Even if he is with Songya, he can still be my man. At worst, I will be his mistress. Qin Ku's eyes lit up. In her view, all men were the same. She didn't want anything, just a monthly allowance from Xiao Chen, and he would definitely agree. Thinking of this, Qin Ku's eyes shone even brighter. Of course, she didn't go to find Xiao Chen immediately because she knew that at this moment, Xiao Chen was with Songya. She waited for Songya to leave before going to find Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, you were infatuated with me before, now you must still not be able to forget me. Once I have you in my grasp, I will gradually replace Songya. Qin Ku's eyes were full of brilliance. She always felt that Xiao Chen was still the same as she remembered, and back then, she could handle him, and now she surely could too. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen was holding the deeply sleeping Songya. In his mind, the chat group was constantly sending messages. When he opened it, Xiao Chen was instantly stunned. These three guys were chatting away happily, and of course, more than anything, Gu Ming and Fang Hao were envious of Xiao. Even though Fang Hao and Gu Ming were doing well in their own world now, who wouldn't envy being the emperor? The key was that this guy directly sent photos showcasing his 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, almost all of them beautiful women. Boss, help! I need to speed up development here, urgently requiring technological assistance. Seeing Xiao Chen appear, Xiao immediately complained. What do you need? Xiao Chen asked. Technology. I can't ask you for everything. You need to give me those technology-related books, and it would be best to get me some videos too. Also, I need machine tools, steel, everything. Boss, get me more potatoes and sweet potatoes. You don't know, the grain yield here is low. If it weren't for the large batch of compressed biscuits you provided, I wouldn't even dare to fight. All right, Xiao Chen said helplessly, but you're asking for too much. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao immediately sent a picture. Boss, sandalwood and wanwali are both good things. I can use these to settle the debt. He knew very well what was most valuable in his world. Undoubtedly, there was still a lot of gold, but at this rate, his treasury would soon be empty. However, wood was fine, he could sell it first. Additionally, I'm expanding my territory now. Soon, I can provide you with a continuous supply of jade. Xiao said proudly. Naturally, Xiao Chen was more than willing to accept Xiao's promises. What he needed now was precisely these things. One could say that the resources of a world used to develop Jin Yutang were like adding wings to a tiger. Under such circumstances, he readily agreed. Moreover, Xiao Chen also realized that after continuously trading across dimensions, he could open new dimensions. Now, he needed dimensional trading even more to enhance himself. With this in mind, Xiao Chen directly asked Xiao to make a list for him. Furthermore, Xiao Chen now had enough space and financial resources to do these things. After receiving the list, Xiao Chen immediately sent a message to He Ponzi. He Ponzi took the list and started procuring items right away. He didn't ask Xiao Chen why he needed these things. After all, Xiao Chen was the boss now. Moreover, the items Xiao Chen wanted were clearly for industrial use and not illegal. He Ponzi didn't think much about it and quickly began to procure. Xiao Chen didn't give him much time, so he needed to get these items as soon as possible. His connections in Yun City were undoubtedly still useful, and soon he gathered everything together. That afternoon, He Ponzi placed all the items in the warehouse. He informed Xiao Chen that everything was already there. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately went to the warehouse. Sure enough, everything was there. He quickly stored the items in his space and then chose to teleport. In the next moment, he appeared inside the palace. I have seen the immortal lord. As soon as Xiao Chen arrived at the palace, many people around knelt on the ground. Looking at the crowd, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback, his gaze turning to Xiao not far away. At this moment, Xiao was surrounded by many beautiful women, and several people were carefully observing Xiao Chen. Brother, Xiao quickly walked up to Xiao Chen and asked, "Did you bring the items?" "I did." Xiao Chen nodded and then glanced around. The hall was quite spacious, and with a wave of his hand, many items appeared in the hall. In addition to potatoes and sweet potatoes, there were various machine tools and steel. Looking at the items scattered all over, Xiao's face was filled with excitement. Here, Xiao Chen casually handed a laptop to Xiao and said, "Everything is here. The information is all there. You can handle it yourself. This is exactly what I wanted." Upon hearing this, Xiao's eyes lit up. In this world, other things were fine. He could even cultivate martial arts, but the technological level was too low. Even the technology level of ancient times was simply unbearable for him. Now that he wanted to develop, he inevitably had to forge a different path. After all, the country he was in was still relatively weak. If it weren't for the advanced weapons Xiao Chen had provided him, he might not even be able to hold his ground now. "Brother, you didn't stay for a few days last time. You should go see the mansion I built for you." Looking at Xiao Chen, Xiao hurriedly said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. Although he didn't often stay here, it was still Xiao's heartfelt gesture. Moreover, he occasionally moved around in this world, so having a place to stay for a few days wasn't bad. "Then come with me." Saying this, Xiao quickly grabbed Xiao Chen and left. The officials and eunuchs around them didn't dare to stop them, especially when they saw Xiao Chen wave his hand and conjure a pile of items. "Come, guard these items well, wait for His Majesty and the Immortal Lord to decide. Whoever dares to approach, kill without mercy." As they watched Xiao Chen and Xiao leave, one eunuch immediately spoke up. Many concubines in the harem watched as Xiao and Xiao Chen departed, and a few women began to whisper among themselves. "So this is His Majesty's Immortal Lord, brother, truly an immortal." A hint of curiosity sparkled in the eyes of the women, each harboring their own thoughts. After all, Xiao had not yet officially established a consort. Whoever could become the empress would likely be decided by that immortal lord. Thus, they naturally had their own ideas. On the other side, Xiao Chen followed Xiao out of the palace and arrived at the garden Xiao had previously brought him to. This garden was particularly large, and once inside, Xiao Chen saw many people. "Brother, I have to hurry back to deal with those machines. This is the housekeeper of the mansion, and the rest are all women. I've picked them out for you, you can enjoy yourself." After saying this, Xiao gave Xiao Chen a knowing look and left directly. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, then turned to see four women at the forefront. The four women before him looked at Xiao Chen with a mix of apprehension. "We greet the Immortal Lord." The four immediately knelt down. "No need to kneel. What are your names?" Xiao Chen waved his hand. "Immortal Lord. This servant is Zhao Jun, this is Shi, Yu Huan, and Diao Chan." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was stunned. "Who gave you these names?" When the four women heard Xiao Chen's question, they quickly knelt on the ground and said, "It was given by His Majesty. If the Immortal Lord finds these names unsuitable, please bestow new names." Zhao Jun hurriedly spoke up. "Forget it, they're quite good." Xiao Chen was too lazy to fuss over it. He could tell it was definitely Xiao's mischievous taste. He had no intention of debating this. The four women breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Xiao Chen's words. "Immortal Lord, we have no surnames. His Majesty said that as long as we serve the Immortal Lord, we will take the Immortal Lord's surname from now on." "As you wish," Xiao Chen replied casually. He didn't care about these things, but life in ancient times was indeed quite comfortable. The four women were overjoyed and wept tears of joy. They all understood that as long as the Immortal Lord agreed, they would be considered the Immortal Lord's people from now on. That was the key. How could the Immortal Lord's people be bullied? After all, they were celestial beings. Xiao Chen had originally wanted to say something, but the next moment, a system prompt echoed in his mind. System prompt, a destined woman has been detected in this dimension. Please proceed immediately to bring back the destined woman to prevent her from disrupting the plans of the travelers. When the voice in his mind sounded, Xiao Chen was immediately stunned. He inquired about what a destined woman was, but the system didn't respond at all. It only provided him with a coordinate. Upon seeing the coordinate, Xiao Chen immediately stood up and said, "I have something to attend to outside. Please inform His Majesty that I will return in half a month." After saying this, he instantly teleported away to eye in the mansion. The four girls stared blankly as Xiao Chen disappeared once again. Last time, they had only caught a distant glimpse of him, and then he vanished for 3 months. They had been looking forward to serving the Immortal Lord well. Tonight, However, they never expected that the Immortal Lord would disappear again. Sister, what's going on? Does the Immortal Lord not like us? Yu Huan asked Zhao Jun. Beside her, it shouldn't be that. The Immortal Lord must have something to attend to. Besides, we are now under the Immortal Lord's command. Zhao Jun shook her head. Just as she finished speaking, a servant rushed in and said to the 4 girls, "Ladies, there are many invitations outside, all hoping to meet the Immortal Lord. In fact, quite a few are from the National Uncle and the National Uncle's wife." As soon as the servant finished speaking, Zhao Jun calmly replied, "Go tell them that the Immortal Lord has gone on a long journey and is not in the mansion. Tell them to come back another time." Zhao Jun knew that those people were significant figures and could not be offended. However, now she represented the Immortal Lord, which meant a different outcome. After all, the Immortal Lord's authority was not to be violated. On Xiao Chen's side, while he was speaking a few words with Xia Ao in his mind, he quickly teleported to the top of the city wall. Seeing the sudden appearance of a person, the guards on the wall were momentarily stunned, then hurriedly knelt down. This subordinate has seen the Immortal Lord. Xiao Chen nodded, and the next second, he directly appeared outside the city. He then extended his hand, and an off-road vehicle instantly appeared in front of him. This was left over from when Wang Hujie had sent someone to ambush him, and he had stored it in his face, ready to use at any time. Now, it was just right. Getting into the off-road vehicle, Xiao Chen drove off according to the coordinates given by the system. The guard nearby watched the scene and quickly said to his subordinates, "Go back and tell His Majesty that the Immortal Lord has left the city and we don't know where he went." He didn't dare to send someone to follow. After all, the reputation of this Immortal Lord was too great, and no one knew what kind of temperament he had. Yes, the subordinate quickly nodded and hurried back toward the Imperial City. At this moment, Xiao Chen was driving while chatting in the group. "Daughter of Destiny? Brother, is there really such a thing?" Xia Ao asked anxiously from the other side. "Will it affect me? I don't know, but the system told me that I must bring the Daughter of Destiny here, otherwise, it will affect you." Xiao Chen replied directly. Hearing this, Xia Ao quickly said, "Brother, that'll have to trouble you. I just became emperor not long ago. I haven't enjoyed it enough yet." "What? If this so-called Daughter of Destiny comes to trouble me, I can't handle it. You find the person first and then we can discuss it," Xia Ao hurriedly said. He definitely couldn't leave the city. After all, he was the emperor and he needed to stay in the Imperial City. Moreover, who knew what this Daughter of Destiny looked like? What if he sent someone over and they got turned against him? The only person he could trust was Xiao Chen. After all, he and Xiao Chen were undoubtedly in the same boat. If he fell, Xiao Chen would lose a dimension. That was something Xiao Chen would definitely not want to see. So, at this moment, he could only pray that Xiao Chen would be fine. "What? Can that dimension of yours still have a Daughter of Destiny appear?" Gu Ming interjected, saying, "Could it be that we will also have some Son of Destiny or something? Actually, it's possible. We time travelers, to put it bluntly, are just a group of disruptors of order," Feng Hao said lightly. From the other side, think about it, what was Wang Mang like back then? This statement undoubtedly made several people's faces turn grim. After all, in history, the one most resembling a time traveler was definitely Wang Mang, who held the ultimate power but was still defeated by a great sorcerer. This is the power of the Son of Destiny. "Brother, there won't be a meteorite crashing down on my head, right?" Over there, Xia Ao suddenly became anxious and asked eagerly. Xiao Chen, upon hearing this, calmly replied, "Don't worry, you won't die." He certainly wouldn't let Xia Ao actually die. According to the coordinates, it should still be within your country, but it's on the border. I'll go over first. When the time comes, I'll see what's going on and bring the person back. After saying this, Xiao Chen stopped chatting with the 3 of them. He knew that the sudden appearance of the destined girl must have made the 3 feel a sense of crisis. In fact, it wasn't just the 3 of them. Xiao Chen felt it too. After all, logically speaking, they were travelers who had crossed into their world, and if a destined girl appeared there, then wouldn't he also be considered an anomaly in his own world? What if someone emerged in his world to deal with him? With this thought, Xiao Chen felt that the crisis was still present. Originally, he had relaxed a bit due to his increased strength, but now he dared not let his guard down. For the next day, Xiao Chen was on the road. When he ran out of gas, he switched to another vehicle. Along the way, he didn't even stop, mainly because the ancient roads were certainly not as good as modern ones, otherwise he would have arrived much earlier. After a long struggle, he finally drove to the border, and at that moment, Xiao Chen saw a village. The village was small and looked somewhat desolate. After getting out of the car, he quickly secured it. The coordinates showed that the destined girl was located in the village. As Xiao Chen walked into the village, he saw a crowd of people surrounding a young girl who was tightly bound. This demon girl is a harbinger of disaster. Ever since she came to the village, we've been suffering from drought. Today, we must burn this demon girl, otherwise, our village will continue to face drought. A group of villagers kept pointing at the little girl. Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the girl. She was small in stature, looking no more than 10 years old, with cold eyes staring at the people around her. Through the system, Xiao Chen knew that this was the so-called destined girl. When he saw a group of villagers preparing to set the little girl on fire, his expression darkened immediately. Suddenly, Xiao Chen moved quickly, and in the next moment he appeared in front of the little girl. With a swift motion, he threw a punch, sending the person holding the torch flying. Ah, this demon girl has accomplices. This person who suddenly appeared must also be a monster. Everyone, subdue this monster and kill it together. The crowd shouted loudly as they charged towards Xiao Chen. Seeing this, Xiao Chen snorted coldly and then grabbed the nearest person, lifting them up and throwing them into the crowd. The person was thrown out and crashed into the group, causing immediate chaos as many fell to the ground, unable to get up. Xiao Chen turned to look at the little girl in front of him. She appeared to be around 10 years old but seemed exceptionally calm, looking at Xiao Chen with a surprised expression. The surrounding villagers, at this moment, looked at Xiao Chen with astonishment, especially since he had suddenly appeared, which filled them with fear. Just moments ago, they had been focused on the little girl, and now, with a figure appearing out of nowhere, their fear intensified. Xiao Chen glanced at the terrified villagers who were looking at him but dared not approach. He then turned to the bound little girl and reached out to untie her ropes. However, in the next second, the villagers shouted urgently, "Stop!" Some even picked up hoes and other weapons. "I don't care where you came from or what kind of monster you are, but today you must leave this little girl behind." The villagers shouted in unison, "Leave her here." Xiao Chen heard this and let out a cold laugh, staring at these people and saying, "You want to stop me?" After saying this, he directly grabbed the little girl and immediately activated his teleportation. The group of villagers only saw Xiao Chen grab the little girl and suddenly disappear before their eyes, causing them to exclaim in shock. The next moment, they saw Xiao Chen appear outside the crowd. The little girl, however, looked at Xiao Chen with curiosity, her eyes filled with astonishment. Are you human or a monster?" The villagers trembled as they looked at Xiao Chen, who had suddenly appeared and seemed far from ordinary. Moreover, he had come for this monster girl in front of them. Therefore, they felt even more that Xiao Chen was definitely not someone to be trifled with. "Me?" Xiao Chen sneered and said, "I am the celestial lord from the heavens." Upon hearing this, someone in the crowd shouted, "He is a monster. He is definitely not a celestial lord. My master is the celestial lord." When Xiao Chen heard this, he turned his head and saw an old man with a mustache staring at him coldly, saying, "Today, you must leave this little girl, otherwise, your village will never know peace." Xiao Chen looked at the old man and casually asked, "Your master is the celestial lord? If I tell you, my master, it will scare you to death. My master is the brother of the current emperor, the celestial lord Xiao from the heavens." The old man shouted loudly, "My master has brought countless divine artifacts to the capital and even appeared in person. At that time, so many people witnessed it. He is a true enlightened master." Hearing this, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. So he had encountered a fraud, or rather, a fraud using his name. At that moment, Xiao Chen sneered indirectly, rushed in front of the mustached man, grabbing him by the throat. Xiao Chen's actions immediately alarmed the villagers. "Quick, let go of the Taoist." A group of villagers immediately raised their weapons and charged at Xiao Chen, but the next moment, Xiao Chen, still holding the man, flickered again and appeared outside the crowd. He stared at these villagers, who were now looking at him in fear, yet despite their terror, they still fixed their gaze on Xiao Chen. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen sneered. He couldn't be bothered with these people. The key was this man. So he simply took the man and left. "Just follow me," Xiao Chen said, turning around and waving his hand, instantly summoning an off-road vehicle at the village entrance. The villagers, who were initially ready to rush in and snatch the person away, were stunned when they saw Xiao Chen conjure a massive steel monster with a wave of his hand. "This is the Celestial Lord's war chariot." Many villagers immediately knelt down. In recent days, they had heard countless tales of the Celestial Lord, especially about the war chariot, which had been spread far and wide by many artists. At this moment, their eyes were filled with terror. This is the true Celestial Lord. At this moment, these people immediately realized they had truly been deceived. Xiao Chen coldly glanced at them and said, "I will send someone to investigate the matters of your village, but for your disregard for human life, there will also be someone to take care of this." After saying this, he directly shoved the man into the vehicle, while the mustached man was already so frightened that his face had changed. He never expected to encounter a true Celestial Lord. "Celestial Lord, spare me, Celestial Lord, spare me," he shouted loudly. Xiao Chen completely ignored him, thinking for a moment before directly breaking the man's hands and feet. He still needed to clarify what this guy was really about. Once Xiao Chen made his move, he left the man crippled and then tossed him directly into the trunk. Not caring at all about the man's loud pleas for mercy, at this moment, Xiao Chen finally turned his gaze to the little girl in front of him. The little girl was also looking at Xiao Chen, not saying a word, but her face was full of curiosity. "Are you a celestial lord from the heavens?" she asked softly, gazing at Xiao Chen. "Yes." Xiao Chen nodded in response, saying, "I am a celestial lord from the heavens." "Celestial lord, can you save my mother?" The little girl's eyes looked at Xiao Chen with hope. "Your mother? Where is she?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and asked, "My mother is in the county. Our family was all killed. My mother managed to send me out of the county, and then I ran to this village." As the little girl spoke, tears streamed down her face, and she suddenly knelt down before Xiao Chen. "Please, save my mother." Hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly, and then said, "All right, I understand." He didn't know what had happened to the little girl, but he indeed needed to go to the county. Once there, many things would surely become clear. "Let's go now." Saying this, he placed the little girl directly in the car, then drove straight towards the county. "Celestial Lord, Celestial Lord, I have something to say." In the trunk, the man with the mustache shouted anxiously, "I am acting on orders. It was young Master Jiang from Yunchuan County who told me to do this. What's going on?" Xiao Chen's expression turned cold upon hearing this, and he immediately got out of the car, dragging the mustached man out. After being thrown out of the car, the mustached man lay on the ground rolling in pain, barely able to speak. Xiao Chen stared at him coldly and said, "Speak clearly." At that moment, Xiao Chen's face was icy, and the mustached man, looking at Xiao Chen, no longer dared to say anything further. He could only plead with a fearful look, "Celestial Lord, I've said it, can you spare my life? First, explain yourself." Xiao Chen said coldly. After saying this, he casually picked up a stone and instantly crushed it into a pile of fragments, saying, "If you want to test my methods." Hearing Xiao Chen's words, the mustached man immediately dared not continue. He looked at Xiao Chen, his voice trembling with fear. "I am just following orders. It was young Master Jiang who told me to do this." "Who is young Master Jiang?" Xiao Chen's gaze was icy as he asked. "He is the second son of the current prime minister," the mustached man said urgently, looking at Xiao Chen. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and asked, "Why did he want you to do this?" "This little girl is named Chen Linger. Her father died early and she relies solely on her mother. However, her mother is beautiful and the Chen family is the richest in the county. Young Master Jiang has tried multiple times to take the widow of the Chen family as a concubine but was rejected. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun understood. To put it simply, it was a scheme to conspire for wealth and murder. The girl's mother had been captured, but this little girl was still alive. Moreover, this little girl's situation could not be leaked. At this moment, suddenly, a con artist claimed he could help and young Master Jiang naturally agreed. Very well. Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this and then threw him back into the trunk. After placing the little girl in the car, Xiao Chen said, "Don't worry, I will take care of your mother's situation. Celestial Lord, I've heard the elders in my family say that young Master Zhang's family is very powerful. They are people from the court." The little girl turned to look at Xiao Chen and asked, "Is the court very scary?" Xiao Chen frowned slightly and then sighed. He had a strong suspicion about something. The so-called destined girl was forced into this situation. Although he didn't know how this little girl would have escaped if he hadn't appeared, Xiao Chen was certain that even if that fire burned down, this so-called destined girl would definitely not die. Perhaps she would escape. Then, she would grow up with hatred towards the court, overthrowing the dynasty of Xiao. There was no need to ask much, almost everything was very clear. "Don't worry, the court means nothing to me." Xiao Chen patted the little girl's head and said, "Besides, he doesn't represent the court. Little girl, the emperor and I are friends. I'll help you handle this." Xiao Chen looked at the little girl in front of him, softly comforting her. Meanwhile, the carriage quickly arrived outside the county town. Looking at the low city walls and the dilapidated gate, Xiao Chen could only put away the carriage. Then, dragging his handlebar mustache, he walked directly into the county. He was very angry now and directly contacted Xiao, the second son of the Jiang family. Should be called Jiang Chao. I know that guy, he's not a good person. On the other end, Xiao hurriedly said, "Bro, that so-called prime minister has basically lost all power. That's just an issue left over from before. My brother's subordinates are doing things, but he has too many civil officials under him. Taking them all down at once wouldn't be appropriate. Now he's almost been sidelined. That guy secretly sent his son away, fearing that when I catch him, he won't be able to escape. Since you're close to the border, if something really happens to him, a group of people can still escape. I really didn't expect that guy to be able to act so arrogantly so far away. Bro, just take him down." Xiao immediately spoke up. "Even if you have to slaughter the city, I wouldn't mind. Whoever stands in your way, just take them down, kill them all. Anyway, those who don't listen should be dealt with." Listening to Xiao's words, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Since he became emperor, Xiao's killing intent had increased significantly. Of course, this was a good thing, otherwise he wouldn't have any authority to control his subordinates. Moreover, obeying Jiang Chao was already a disregard for imperial power, so killing him would be justified. Nowadays, Xiao didn't care at all. He was different from other emperors. While they might have to endure, why should he? Xiao Chen was his greatest support. If anything went wrong, he could directly summon Xiao Chen. Nowadays, for Xiao Chen, killing those guys was as easy as killing a dog. Moreover, those who had risen with him were gradually taking over power, and basically, there were not many opposing voices left in the court. Under such circumstances, he was even less afraid. Xiao knew very well that he truly had military achievements now, and they were the highest kind. Except for Xiao Chen, no one could surpass him. As for Xiao Chen, he was his elder brother. Xiao understood Xiao Chen's situation better. He couldn't become emperor, so what was there to fear? Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, then took the little girl's hand and dragged the mustache that looked like a dead dog directly toward the county town. The soldiers stationed outside the county town saw this scene and immediately walked toward Xiao Chen. When they saw Xiao Chen appearing with the little girl in hand, they were momentarily stunned. They all recognized the little girl and knew who she was. At that moment, they were somewhat unsure of Xiao Chen's identity. After all, Xiao Chen dared to bring the little girl back to the county, and crucially, he was dragging along a disabled person who was still screaming on the ground. This was too strange. "Sir, may I ask what your relationship is with this little girl?" The soldier looked at Xiao Chen and said, "To be honest, this little girl is from our county and has been missing for many days. Her family has been frantic looking for her. Why don't you hand this little girl over to us, if that's all right?" The soldier looked at Xiao Chen and said, but Xiao Chen was too lazy to respond, saying, "I came this time to seek justice for this child. Where is Jiang Chao?" Upon hearing Xiao Chen say this, several soldiers' expressions changed. Their gazes fixed on Xiao Chen. As they spoke, young Master Jiang is the son of the current prime minister. Are you planning to cause trouble for young Master Jiang here in Yunchuan County? Then you won't be able to leave. Hearing the soldier's words, Xiao Chen sneered and said, "Then I want to see how you plan to stop me." After he finished speaking, he grabbed the little girl's hand with one hand while with the other hand he pulled at the mustached man, and in an instant they vanished before the crowd. Those who had intended to stop Xiao Chen were momentarily stunned. What is this? A few soldiers exchanged glances, and soon, their eyes were filled with shock. This is the method of the immortal lord. Oh no, young Master Jiang has provoked a true immortal lord. For them, the most talked about topic in recent days had undoubtedly been the immortal lord. The appearance of the immortal lord had made many realize that there truly were immortals in the world, and immortals could shrink the distance and instantly move to another place. What Xiao Chen had just used was precisely such a technique. However, they simply did not understand why this immortal was not staying in the capital but had come to this place. Thus, at this moment they were somewhat at a loss. The soldiers exchanged glances and then simultaneously threw their weapons to the ground. "Brothers, we have provoked the immortal lord. If he comes looking for trouble, we will die. Moreover, that immortal lord came for the Chen family girl, and it seems that young Master Jiang and the county magistrate are doomed. If we follow them, it would be like seeking death. If the immortal lord is enraged, we won't be able to stop him. Everyone, we need to save ourselves. Let's run. We need to leave Yun County." Hearing this, the soldiers nodded. They were already receiving such meager salaries and the benefits were all taken by the county office. Being a foot soldier, with so little pay, and now facing this situation, it would be foolish to risk their lives. So, a few of them hurriedly discarded their weapons and without saying much, they ran home to pack their things and fled with their families. As for Xiao Chun, he had already entered the city. Under the guidance of the little girl, he appeared at the county office's entrance. Just as he arrived at the county office, the sound of horses galloping approached from a distance, and Xiao Chun turned to see a group of people riding towards him in a hurry. At the forefront was a young man, fair-skinned, with a pair of eyes that appeared somewhat effeminate, staring intently at Xiao Chun and the little girl. He glanced at the mustached man lying on the ground. The mustached man met the other's gaze but shrank back, not daring to speak. He knew very well that if he said anything at this moment, this immortal lord could tear him apart. Dying would be one thing, but who knew if these immortals would torment his soul? Therefore, he dared not speak and could only let the situation unfold. Jiang Chao frowned slightly. This charlatan had always been exceptionally obedient and had been working for him these days, but now, upon seeing him, he pretended not to recognize him. Not only that, but he even avoided Jiang Chao's gaze as if afraid of being misunderstood. Realizing this and looking at the injuries on the charlatan, he immediately understood. The one who came was a highly skilled martial artist, so he was afraid. Someone, capture this scoundrel. Attacking someone in the street and leaving them in this state, we must arrest him today. Jiang Chao shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, several martial artists rushed out from behind and charged towards Xiao Chen. Looking at them, Xiao Chen sneered, quickly shielding the little girl behind him, and then reached out to catch the fist of the person attacking him. With a slight exertion, the opponent let out a scream, and his arm was instantly broken by Xiao Chen. Immediately, Xiao Chen seized the opponent's head and squeezed hard. Crack! The sound of a shattering explosion echoed as the opponent's head was crushed in an instant. Witnessing this scene, many people present were stunned. They stared at Xiao Chen, their faces filled with disbelief. Impossible! Jiang Chao shouted in terror. The group of people under him were all top-notch experts, assigned to him by his father. At that time, his father had said that in case something happened in the capital, these people could protect him and help him escape. However, having arrived in this desolate place, he was feeling too bored. Moreover, having grown accustomed to wielding power in the capital, how could he not do something? Now, all the people under him had been killed by Xiao Chen, and he truly felt fear. Xiao Chen didn't care about the other's thoughts. At this moment, he walked slowly towards Jiang Chao. Where is the little girl's mother? Are you a master? Looking at Xiao Chen, Jiang Chao shouted anxiously, my father is Jiang Shang, the current prime minister. Do you dare to touch me? I ask you, where is the little girl's mother? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen didn't care at all and coldly shouted, she is in my residence. I am to marry her tomorrow. Jiang Chao looked at Xiao Chen and said, as long as you start obeying me today, I will have my father spare you. Otherwise, you can wait for the court's pursuit. As soon as he finished speaking, the next second, Xiao Chen had already appeared in front of him. Then, he suddenly slapped him. The slap sent Jiang Chao tumbling off his horse, and his entire face was left bruised and bloodied. He raised his head, looking at Xiao Chen in terror. Aren't you going to stop him? Watching Xiao Chen approach him again, at that moment, Jiang Chao was truly afraid. At this moment, Xiao Chen was directly walking towards Jiang Chao, and just then, the door of the county office was opened. Senior brother, save me. Seeing the person who came out, Jiang Chao shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen turned to look behind him. You are the county magistrate of this county? Xiao Chen stared at the other person and coldly asked. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, the other person also looked at Xiao Chen and said, bold madman, do you know what you are doing? Quickly release young Master Jiang, otherwise, I will definitely kill you here in this county office, he said coldly. After speaking, he turned to glance at those behind him. The people behind him quickly lunged at Xiao Chen, like phantoms. Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback by this scene. He hadn't expected that in such a small place there would be a congenital level expert, the so-called master, in their mouths. However, as soon as the other party rushed in front of Xiao Chen, he threw a punch and the opponent was directly sent flying. In the next moment, Xiao Chen's body suddenly disappeared and reappeared right in front of this congenital level expert, delivering a heavy slap that sent the opponent flying again. The other person rolled on the ground like a tumbling gourd, rolling several times before finally stopping. At this moment, he raised his head, looking at Xiao Chen with a face full of terror. You. The other person looked at Xiao Chen in fear, his body trembling. Xiao Chen's methods were truly sudden. Such techniques, even a grandmaster could not achieve. The only one who could do it was one person. It's the Immortal Lord. The Immortal Lord has arrived. The terrified voice rang out. And immediately, both Jiang Chao and the county magistrate's faces changed dramatically. Ever since Xiao Chen helped Xie Ao seize the throne, the name of the Immortal Lord had spread throughout the world. Especially with Xiao Chen's methods, they clearly understood that it was the signature move of the Immortal Lord. Watching Xiao Chen's actions, at this moment, both the prefect and Jiang Chao were already frightened. In their hearts, they were merely mere mortals. How could they contend with the Immortal Lord from the heavens? No wonder these people were utterly powerless. Against the person before them, it was evident that the Immortal Lord had shown mercy. Otherwise, if the Immortal Lord were to be enraged, he could slaughter a city. Thinking of this, Jiang Chao directly knelt on the ground, trembling. As for the county magistrate, his face turned ashen. He had originally been trying to curry favor with Jiang Chao to advance further, but now he had offended the Immortal Lord. If the Immortal Lord were to be angry, he would die. Thinking of this, the governor looked at Xiao Chen in front of him and urgently shouted, Immortal Lord, spare my life. I was deceived by Jiang Chao. His voice was frantic, but he didn't dare to say he hadn't committed any wrongdoing. After all, this was an immortal Lord. His presence here meant he must know everything. Xiao Chen stepped forward, and in the next moment, he appeared right in front of the governor. You must die. As Xiao Chen's words fell, he kicked directly at the governor. With a loud bang, the governor's corpulent body was sent soaring into the sky by Xiao Chen's kick. In midair, it exploded instantly, and when it fell, it was nothing but a pile of flesh scattered on the ground. Xiao Chen was indeed furious. No matter the time, the oppression of the common people by these officials was something he could not accept. Watching the governor disintegrate in midair, Jiang Chao's expression changed drastically. He trembled as he looked at Xiao Chen, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly banging his head in apology. Immortal Lord, spare my life. My father is a prime minister, serving the emperor. I beg you, for the emperor's sake, spare me. Jiang Chao pleaded incessantly. He was already a useless person, and over the years, he had committed many evil deeds relying on his father's status, always bringing up his father whenever it suited him. Now, he was still doing the same. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen was not swayed at all. He coldly glanced at Jiang Chao and then looked at the little girl behind him, even though he had just killed the governor, leaving a pool of blood that looked exceptionally disgusting. The little girl seemed completely unfazed, instead looking at Jiang Chao with hatred. Truly the daughter of destiny. Not a hint of fear at such a young age, Xiao Chen murmured. This daughter of destiny was impressive. Even in such a situation, she showed no signs of fear. In fact, Xiao Chen believed that if she were to kill Jiang Chao, she would do so without hesitation. After a moment's thought, Xiao Chen stepped forward, broke Jiang Chao's hands and feet, casually picked up a steel knife from the ground, and handed it to the little girl. This person is yours, you can deal with him as you wish, Xiao Chen said to the little girl with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Linger was momentarily taken aback, then took the knife Xiao Chen handed her and slowly walked towards Jiang Chao. Seeing the little girl approaching him, Jiang Chao's face changed. He shouted anxiously, Immortal Lord, you can't kill me. My father is a prime minister. Fool. Xiao Chen shook his head. This guy was truly stupid. Did he really think Xiao Chen cared who his father was? Even now, he was still using his father's identity to plead for his life, which was genuinely foolish. After all, he should consider why his father sent him to such a desolate place. Wasn't it because his father had gotten into trouble and wanted to escape more smoothly? Now, it was clear he wouldn't be able to run away, and he would die a miserable death. Xia Ao had already told him that the two sons of the Jiang family, one was in the west and the other in the south, were both at the border, just waiting to flee. Now the second son was definitely not going to survive, and as for the eldest, Xia Ao had already sent people to capture him. Under such circumstances, his father was still in the capital, completely unaware. At this moment, Jiang Chao had no idea how much trouble he had caused. If it weren't for Xiao Chen's appearance, if it weren't for the system prompt, and if Chen Linger had run away, then Xia Ao's emperor would have reached the end of his reign. Everything started with him, and he would undoubtedly die, not just him, but his entire family would perish alongside him. So at this moment, he was doomed. Chen Linger gripped the knife in her hand and struggled to walk towards Jiang Chao. After all, she was only as tall as a knife, and holding that knife was particularly strenuous at this moment. Despite this, the little girl managed to move in front of Jiang Chao. What are you going to do? Do you know who I am? Jiang Chao shouted repeatedly while lying on the ground, his hands and feet broken by Xiao Chen, but it was of no use. He desperately tried to struggle, but there was no way. The little girl, with great difficulty, raised the knife and swung it towards Jiang Chao, but she simply had no strength left, and the knife fell almost as if it were dropping, striking Jiang Chao. Even so, it still cut a gash, causing Jiang Chao to wail in pain. The little girl raised the knife again, struggling to bring it down. Then, one strike after another. They weren't fatal, but having flesh sliced like this looked incredibly painful. Even Xiao Chen couldn't bear to watch. Jiang Chao continued to howl, even spraying blood everywhere. At this moment, he was so weak that he could barely make a sound. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen turned to glance inside the county office. Those people were still kneeling, trembling in fear. Their gazes towards the little girl had changed. At such a young age, she was so ruthless, far beyond their imagination. At this moment, they looked at Xiao Chen and the little girl with eyes full of terror. Someone, bring her mother here. Xiao Chen turned to the people in the county office and said. Upon hearing this, those inside the county office didn't dare to refute. They bowed their heads to Xiao Chen and immediately ran out. They didn't dare to stay here. Who knew if this immortal lord would go on a killing spree? So, at this moment, they just ran. Xiao Chen naturally understood their thoughts but couldn't be bothered with them. Someone would handle it later. For now, he just needed to bring the little girl and her family back to the capital. On the way here, Xiao Chen had indeed asked this mute system what would happen if the destined girl died. The system had given a response. If one died, a new one would be born, so Chen Linger must not die. Not only must she not die, but she also needed to be well protected. Having the destined girl under his watch was far better than dealing with an unknown threat lurking somewhere. Moreover, as long as Xiao treated Chen Linger well, everything would naturally resolve itself. Xiao Chen understood this, which is why he wouldn't concern himself with Chen Linger's matters. In his view, the current situation was already very good. Xiao Chen turned to look, and Jiang Chao was already dead. After all, anyone would die from such bloodletting, and it would be a gruesome death. Watching the scene before him, Xiao Chen then walked up to the little girl and snatched the knife from her hand. He looked at the little girl and asked, "How is it? Do you feel better now?" Suddenly, the little girl knelt before Xiao Chen and exclaimed, "You saved me. Can I become your disciple?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, then carefully looked at the little girl before him. At that moment, his face was filled with surprise. This little girl actually wanted to become a disciple? He thought for a moment and then directly asked Gu Ming who could use the primary evolution potion. Gu Ming told Xiao Chen that anyone over 10 years old could use it, but it would be quite painful. Moreover, with Xiao Chen watching over, there would definitely be no issues. After all, Xiao Chen's healing skills were still intact. Hearing Gu Ming say this, Xiao Chen's eyes immediately lit up. His eyes were filled with excitement as he said, "Alright, then there's no problem." He then looked at the little girl still kneeling and bowing her head, smiling slightly. "Do you really want to become my disciple?" "Yes." The little girl nodded, her face full of anticipation as she looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Master, please accept me." "Good." Xiao Chen knew that the person before him was the destined girl, and it seemed quite nice to take her as a disciple. Tip: accepting the destined girl allows the host to share her fortune, enhancing the host's luck. When the system's prompt echoed in his mind, Xiao Chen's eyes immediately brightened. Luck, though invisible and intangible, was truly a good thing. Now, he could be considered someone who held luck. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with joy. Good disciple, follow your master from now on, and I guarantee you'll eat well and live well, Xiao Chen said with a smile. Just as Xiao Chen had just pulled up Chen Linger, a group of people hurriedly returned. They brought a woman to the front of Xiao Chen and the others. Upon seeing Chen Linger, the woman immediately shouted, "Linger, mother!" Chen Linger quickly turned around and ran towards the woman. Xiao Chen glanced at the woman in front of him. She was very beautiful. Even though he had seen many beauties, including the exceptionally stunning Sonia by his side, they all paled in comparison to the woman before him, especially the classical aura she exuded, which made it hard to look away. Xiao Chen looked at Jiang Chao lying on the ground. No wonder this guy was so unscrupulous. It was quite normal. With that thought, Xiao Chen quickly walked up to Chen Linger. "Thank you for saving us, immortal lord." The woman saw Xiao Chen and hurriedly knelt down, bowing her head. "If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know what to do. She is my disciple, so of course I will help her." Xiao Chen pointed at Chen Linger and said. Upon hearing this, the woman was slightly taken aback, and then a look of surprise appeared on her face. She knew all too well that her beauty had often been a deadly poison, which was why she had rarely stepped outside over the years. However, after an outing, she encountered Jiang Chao, and if it weren't for Xiao Chen's appearance, she had no idea what her future would hold. As for Chen Linger, it was even more unimaginable. Now that her daughter had taken an immortal as her master, the future was bound to be smooth sailing. With that in mind, she felt at ease. "I want to take her to the capital. If you are willing, come with me," Xiao Chen said to the woman in front of him. Hearing this, the woman nodded slightly. "I will follow your lead, immortal lord." She knew that here, no one could protect her, but following Xiao Chen to the capital would be different. Even the current emperor would call the immortal lord his brother, so there was naturally no fear. "Immortal lord, my Chen family is in great trouble, and now there is nothing left to salvage. We can leave with you at any time. Rest assured, the belongings of your Chen family will naturally be sent to the capital." After saying this, Xiao Chen glanced at the officials around him. Upon hearing this, they immediately nodded, fully understanding Xiao Chen's intention. This immortal lord was not joking with them, so they dared not obstruct him. "Please wait a moment, immortal lord. I will go back and gather some belongings, and then leave with you," the woman said. Xiao Chen nodded and allowed her to leave. He then looked at the people in front of him and coldly said, "You all know how many bad deeds you have helped Jiang Chao with. Today, I will spare you, but remember, sell off all of Jiang Chao's and the Chen family's assets cleanly and then send them to the capital." "Yes." Upon hearing this, the officials hurriedly knelt down and bowed. "We understand." Their faces were filled with excitement because they all knew that the immortal lord had spared them. If Xiao Chen hadn't said this, they might have faced death. But now that he had spoken, it meant their lives were saved. As for everything else, did it even matter? Xiao Chen waited in place with Chen Linger for a while, and soon, Chen's mother returned. She had packed a small bundle and was holding a wooden box. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, she directly handed it to him, saying, "Immortal lord, this is my husband's relic as well as a treasured heirloom of the Chen family. Please accept it as a token of my gratitude for taking my daughter as your disciple." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and waved his hand, saying, "No need. I know you look down on mundane things, but this is the best I can offer." She looked at Xiao Chen and said, "I hope you won't despise it." Xiao Chen nodded slightly, glancing at the wooden box. Just the material of the box was extraordinary. Then Xiao Chen opened the wooden box and took a glance inside. There, a piece of jade lay within the box. This piece of jade was different from ordinary jade. Upon closer inspection, there was even a hint of colorful light swirling within it. "Energy source detected. Would you like to absorb it?" When this phrase echoed in his mind, Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback. "What is this? It can be absorbed?" He decisively chose to absorb it. The next moment, a voice rang out in his mind. "Spirit stone confirmed, absorption complete, host's ability evolved." In the next instant, Xiao Chen felt something was off. His physical strength hadn't increased much, but his mental power had significantly improved. The information feedback from his ability at that moment surprised Xiao Chen. His ability had evolved. Just a small piece of jade had already allowed his ability to evolve. At that moment, Xiao Chen had no idea what to expect. His original teleportation had a maximum distance of 100 meters, which was already an exaggerated figure. But now, Xiao Chen's teleportation had actually doubled to 200 meters. Such speed was quite impressive. Moreover, the number of times Xiao Chen could teleport was continuously increasing. At least he himself was unclear about how many times he could teleport now. A few dozen times was definitely not a problem. Even the space he could manipulate left Xiao Chen somewhat astonished. The area had at least reached 10 acres, and the height had even reached 100 meters. 10 acres and 100 meters in height, one could imagine how vast this space was. Even a small residential community would be about this size. It could be said that this time, just this piece of jade was very worthwhile. Xiao Chen was very clear that he was now completely safe in the real world. Being able to run and fight was already enough. Immortal lord, this jade. The woman looked at the jade that had instantly disappeared before Xiao Chen, her face showing a hint of surprise. "This piece of jade is useful to me, thank you." Upon hearing this, a look of relief appeared on the woman's face. That it was useful to Xiao Chen was undoubtedly good news for her. If it's useful to the immortal lord, then that's great. The woman nodded in response. "Madam Chen, let's go." Xiao Chen said to the woman in front of him. He then took the little girl's hand and walked towards the city gate. With such a commotion at the government office's entrance, everyone naturally knew what was happening. Now, seeing Xiao Chen leading the mother and daughter away, the county's citizens spontaneously ran up to Xiao Chen and knelt down. "Thank you, immortal lord, for eliminating this scourge for us in Yunchuan County." Many people knelt on the ground, continuously bowing their heads. Since Jiang Chao had come here, he had been tyrannizing the people, and now, seeing Jiang Chao killed, these citizens were naturally grateful to Xiao Chen. They knelt on the ground to send Xiao Chen off, while Xiao Chen shook his head at the scene before him. He had truly become an immortal lord. At first, Xiao had wanted him to don this identity primarily to gain the support of more people. After all, he knew very well how much benefit this identity could bring to Xiao. With an immortal standing by my side, who would dare to cause trouble? Moreover, having helped Xiao so much, providing countless resources, and even producing so many incredible weapons, those things were seen as immortal artifacts in today's era. Even if Xiao Chen now claimed he was not an immortal, no one would believe him. So, he couldn't be bothered to explain. He took the mother and daughter and directly left the county town. As they walked out of the city gate, Xiao Chen waved his hand and an off-road vehicle appeared before him. Seeing Xiao Chen seemingly conjure a massive steel beast out of thin air, the group of citizens behind immediately knelt down, continuously shouting phrases like "Immortal Lord bless us." At that moment, Xiao Chen opened the car door, allowing the mother and daughter to enter the vehicle. Chen Linger was fine. She had already sat in the vehicle once. However, it was her mother's first time, and at this moment, looking at the car in front of her, her face was filled with surprise. Especially when she was sitting on the sofa, she was even more astonished. "I didn't expect the Immortal's vehicle to be so comfortable," she said softly, looking at Xiao Chen. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. Compared to a horse-drawn carriage, this vehicle was much more comfortable. Of course, if it were his own Mushang, it would be even more comfortable. After the vehicle traveled several dozen kilometers, the woman couldn't help but exclaim, "The Immortal Lord's vehicle was simply too fast." Along the way, Xiao Chen asked quite a few questions, and at least he learned the woman's name, Tang Shuang. "Madam Chen." Xiao Chen looked at her and said, "I have a bottle of medicine that can change Linger's constitution and grant her abilities that ordinary people cannot possess, but it will hurt a lot." Upon hearing this, a hint of heartache appeared on Tang Shuang's face. Naturally, she couldn't help but feel pain for her daughter. "Immortal Lord, is there any danger?" she asked, looking at Xiao Chen. "As long as I'm here, there won't be any danger, just pain. She might even faint from the pain." Xiao Chen replied. He remembered that when he first drank the primary evolution potion, he had experienced this issue. At that time, he had fainted immediately. However, Xiao did not, mainly because he practiced martial arts, so his physical strength was higher. Even so, Xiao had told Xiao Chen that it was very painful. "Since there is no danger, please grant the medicine, Immortal Lord," Tang Shuang said. She understood that her daughter could not rely on the Immortal Lord for a lifetime. Moreover, if it could help her daughter grow, it was just pain. It was better than losing her life. This was her daughter's path to defy fate, and she could not obstruct it. "Come, drink this." With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chen produced a bottle of primary evolution potion. When he handed it to the little girl, she did not hesitate and drank it down immediately. Instantly, the little girl, who had been serious-faced, changed her expression. Xiao Chen had experienced the unpleasantness of that taste. Drinking it was almost enough to make one vomit. Soon, the little girl could no longer bear the pain. Her expression kept changing, but she was holding on. Xiao Chen felt a bit surprised at the little girl's situation. At such a young age, she could endure much more than he could. He had fainted quickly at that time. But just as Xiao Chen thought of this, the little girl suddenly let out a scream of pain and fainted. "Immortal Lord, is Linger all right?" Tang Shuang asked anxiously. She was now nervously watching her daughter. "She's fine, this child is quite resilient," Xiao Chen replied. After saying this, he carefully observed the little girl. At this moment, her aura was continuously strengthening. The potion was changing the little girl's body, and with Xiao Chen's current mental strength, he could clearly sense that the little girl's mental strength was continuously condensing. She is about to awaken her abilities. Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. He could actually feel that she was awakening her powers. According to Guming, the probability of awakening abilities with the primary evolution potion was actually low, but it seemed that he could, Xiao could, and even the little girl could awaken her abilities. "Alright, it's fine now, she just needs to sleep it off." Seeing the energy within the little girl gradually stabilize, Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "Tonight, we can only stay here," she said. Upon hearing this, Tang Shuang nodded slightly, then turned to look at Xiao Chen, and glanced at her daughter lying in the vehicle. Suddenly, Tang Shuang gritted her teeth and looked at Xiao Chen with a hint of determination in her eyes. Just as Xiao Chen sat down, suddenly, someone appeared beside him. Looking at Tang Shuang in front of him, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. At this moment, Tang Shuang was gazing at Xiao Chen with her water-like eyes. The woman before him was indeed very beautiful, and her aura made Xiao Chen momentarily lose his focus. "Immortal Lord, if it weren't for your appearance, my daughter and I might have long since left this world. I wanted to thank you, Immortal Lord, but I know you are a being from the heavens, and ordinary things do not catch your eye. The only thing I can offer is myself. I am willing to serve you for the rest of my life." Tang Shuang looked at Xiao Chen and spoke. Throughout the journey, Tang Shuang had noticed Xiao Chen glancing at her several times. She was certain that this Immortal Lord was not the kind of person who was detached from the world. Naturally, she was also pleased with Xiao Chen. The celestial being treated her and Chen Linger exceptionally well, which was already enough for her. Moreover, she understood that as a single mother, without someone to protect her, she could not hold on. Over the years, she had been aware that many were watching her. If a powerful figure were to come, then she and her daughter could truly be harmed. Now that someone capable of protecting her had appeared, she had to seize this opportunity. When she said this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback, especially since the woman before him was now close to him. At this moment, how could Xiao Chen possibly hold back? After all, Tang Xuan was truly beautiful. With a wave of his hand, a tent appeared before him, and then Xiao Chen directly picked up Tang Xuan and, with a flicker, entered the tent. In an instant, the room was filled with springtime warmth. After they were done, Xiao Chen stepped out of the tent and looked at Chenlinger, who was still deeply asleep, letting out a slight sigh. This little girl's body was still undergoing transformation. He had asked Gu Ming, and the smaller the body, the better the transformation effect, but the time spent in a coma would be longer. So, it didn't matter much. He looked at the exhausted Tang Xuan, picked her up, and had to admit this woman was indeed captivating. Immortal Lord. Tang Xuan slightly opened her eyes, her gaze still gentle as water. One had to say, just her pair of eyes carried a soul-stirring charm. We're on our way, you can rest during the journey, Xiao Chen said. He needed to hurry back and then return to the real world. Yes, Tang Xuan nodded gently, still warm. At this moment, she sat obediently in the carriage, looking at her daughter, who was still in a coma, and with a hint of worry on her face, she asked, Immortal Lord, will Linger be alright? Don't worry. The potion is transforming her body. Xiao Chen replied, she will be in a coma for a bit longer. She will wake up tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Tang Xuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. You should rest well. We will reach the capital by tomorrow morning, Xiao Chen said. Tang Xuan was clearly exhausted, and even now, her face still showed fatigue. Upon hearing this, Tang Xuan nodded slightly, holding Chenlinger, and soon fell asleep. Xiao Chen drove through the night, and by the next morning, they arrived outside the capital. Outside, Xia Ao had been waiting. Seeing Xiao Chen's vehicle, Xia Ao quickly walked up to him. Brother, I owe you one this time. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble. He knew very well that if a destined girl appeared, it would truly be disastrous. If it weren't for Xiao Chen, just thinking about it, a destined girl who harbored deep hatred for the court would surely overturn his regime. The key was that this matter had nothing to do with him. He had just taken over the throne, and he was even prepared to deal with the troublemaker's fathers. Is this your disciple? She can be considered my little niece now, Xia Ao said, looking at Chenlinger in front of Xiao Chen with a smile. Behind him, Tang Xuan looked at Xia Ao with a hint of curiosity. This person could actually chat and laugh with the Immortal Lord. Let me introduce you, this is Xia Ao, the one currently sitting on the throne. Xiao Chen pointed at Xia Ao and spoke. Upon hearing this, Tang Xuan's expression changed and she immediately knelt down. However, she was pulled back by Xiao Chen. No need to kneel in front of him, you are my person, Xiao Chen said calmly. Yes, Immortal Lord. Tang Xuan quickly nodded, but her gaze turned to Xia Ao. When Xiao Chen said this, the Emperor Xia Ao was still smiling, showing no signs of displeasure. He glanced at Tang Xuan, then looked at Xiao Chen, and instantly understood. Bro, I didn't expect you to enjoy being a bandit too, but you're not a bad person, Xia Ao said with a grin. He had long wanted to keep Xiao Chen close. This way, as Xiao Chen opened more and more realms in the future, he wouldn't forget about him. He knew very well that his current status was all thanks to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was his cheat. Moreover, with Xiao Chen continuously opening new realms, it was certain that the levels would only get higher. In such a situation, if Xiao Chen didn't come to his realm later, that would be a disaster. Therefore, it was undoubtedly important to have something to keep Xiao Chen concerned here. At that moment, Chenlinger slowly woke up. Master. Chenlinger opened her eyes and relaxed when she saw Xiao Chen and Tang Xuan. Mother, Linger can protect you now. Chenlinger took Tang Xuan's hand and said softly. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and Xiao Chen saw a light sphere instantly emit from her palm. The next moment, he saw the light sphere fall directly onto a patch of empty ground and explode. With a loud bang, both Xiao Chen and Xia Ao looked at the pit in front of them with a hint of surprise. Although the power wasn't great, this little girl's ability was undoubtedly lethal. Moreover, it was quite significant, almost comparable to an ordinary grenade. The officials who had come with Xia Ao looked at the little girl in front of them with a hint of astonishment. As expected of the Immortal Lord's disciple, she could now skillfully use immortal techniques. Tang Xuan was filled with astonishment. Her daughter had actually acquired immortal techniques. This undoubtedly surprised her greatly. Xiao Chen looked at Chen Linger. After that light sphere, he noticed that her spirit had significantly weakened. Undoubtedly, this little girl could only unleash one attack with her current spiritual power. He took out a bottle of spiritual potion from his space and gave it to her to drink, which revived her spirits considerably. Alright, let's head back first, Xiao Chen said, pulling the rejuvenated Chen Linger along. Then, he took Chen Linger directly into the city. With the Emperor's personal guards clearing the way, they quickly arrived at Xiao Chen's residence. From now on, you will live here, Xiao Chen said, pointing at the mansion in front of them. Yes, Tang Xuan nodded slightly upon hearing this. Now, she was entirely Xiao Chen's, so she naturally obeyed his words. Upon entering the mansion, several maidens were already waiting there. When they saw Xiao Chen holding Chen Linger in Tang Xuan's hands as they entered, the maidens immediately knelt down. From now on, this will be your lady, Xiao Chen said, pointing at Tang Xuan. Upon hearing this, the maidens were momentarily stunned, then quickly nodded, yes. When they were brought to the mansion, His Majesty had told them to be prepared to serve if the opportunity arose. However, Xiao Chen had delayed his arrival, and when he finally came, he immediately left, only to return with a lady. They couldn't hide their disappointment. But when they saw Tang Xuan's appearance, they immediately understood that they had lost without any grievance. This lady was truly beautiful. Moreover, they had already heard that at the city gate, the little girl held by the Immortal Lord had demonstrated an immortal technique. So, they all knew that in terms of status, they could never compare to the two in front of them. Tang Xuan stepped forward and helped the maidens up. Xiao Chen turned his gaze to Tang Xuan and said, you handle things here. From now on, everything in the mansion will be decided by you. After saying this, he pulled Xia Ao into the inner hall. How's the situation with the Zheng family? That old man has already been captured, and his eldest son is on the way here. It should take about 3 or 4 days to reach the capital, and by then, it will be a complete execution of the family, Xia Ao replied. His eyes were filled with coldness. If it weren't for this family, he would have almost been ruined. Alright, you handle this matter yourself, but you still Need to keep a close watch, Xiao Chen said. Brother, you make it sound easy. Hearing this, Xiao said helplessly, I've just taken over this mess. You don't know, my brother has supported quite a few noble families. Those people seem to submit on the surface, but deep down, they still don't accept me. There are quite a few of these people. If we could deal with them all, at least half of the court would be cleared. When I raised my troops, I had many military generals by my side, but not many civil officials. Even so, I can't possibly bring in that many civil officials all at once. Xiao was also quite helpless. Since ancient times, education has been a luxury, especially in this feudal dynasty. Most commoners are illiterate, and as for those noble offspring who become officials, if they don't exploit their hometown, then what was the point of their official position? Therefore, such issues have persisted even to this day. I've already opened the imperial examination and started supporting the children of poor families, but we still can't do without those people, Xiao said helplessly. Then let's bring out the eastern and western censors to investigate. For every family they find, we will execute one. Be a bit harsher. If it gets out of hand, I'll help you clean up. Xiao Chen said lightly, the more people die, the more those will fear us. At least, they won't act so recklessly on the surface. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xiao nodded. He had already had such thoughts. By the way, how's your campaign going? Xiao Chen asked curiously. He had looked at the map from Xiao's side, and basically, the so-called Yun kingdom that Xiao claimed was probably only the size of 2 provinces. So, it was quite small. We've received several reports of victories from there. Basically, we've already occupied one state of their territory, but we can't continue fighting like this. It's not a matter of supplies. With your support, I have no shortage of provisions. It's just that at this rate, we can't sustain it. Let's consolidate one state first and plan carefully, Xiao replied. At first, he had grand ambitions to unify the world, but now he realized it wasn't that simple. Just dealing with those civil officials was giving him a headache. His own education level wasn't high, and at this point he felt completely lost. If it weren't for Xiao Chen being here, along with the many books Xiao Chen had provided him, he wouldn't have been able to keep those civil officials in check. Now, he felt he would be played around by those people. Alright, take your time to handle it, Xiao Chen said. He knew that during these days, Xiao had been asking a lot of questions in the group. Although he was the emperor, the one coming up with ideas was basically Gu Ming. Aside from Gu Ming, Feng Hao was out of the question. Feng Hao only knew how to charge in. He was a pure homebody, even less capable than Xiao Chen. As for Xiao Chen, he was pretty much the same. It's better to have less of this kind of brain work. After finishing his conversation with Xiao, he let Xiao leave. He then quickly returned to the inner hall, where he saw several maidservants playing with Chen Linger. Xiao Chen pulled Tang Shuang and walked away. Is the immortal lord busy? Tang Shuang asked curiously, looking at Xiao Chen. I have to go back, Xiao Chen said softly. I'll come back when I have time. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flickered in Tang Shuang's eyes. This place felt too unfamiliar to her now, although she knew that with Xiao Chen's protection, she could live well here. The absence of Xiao Chen still left her feeling a bit insecure. However, she also understood that the man before her was a celestial lord, someone who could not linger in the mortal realm for long. Next time I come, I'll bring you a potion, Xiao Chen said softly. Feng Hao's territory had now stabilized, and he had a team dedicated to producing evolution potions. His team could produce basic evolution potions, so they were no longer in short supply. Does the Celestial Lord mean that I can also cultivate immortality? Upon hearing this, Tang Shuang's eyes brightened slightly as she asked. It's not exactly cultivating immortality, but it can make you stronger. Xiao Chen replied softly. As for cultivating immortality, that's not possible yet. He didn't know when the dimensions would continue to open, but once they did, it would definitely be a mid-level dimension. Perhaps one that held what he desired. For example, a fairy tale dimension. In Xiao Chen's view, once the fairy tale dimension opened, that would be truly powerful. By then, he might also be able to indulge in the thrill of flying with a sword. You stay here, and in a few months, I'll come back, Xiao Chen said. In the current real world, it was likely that only a day or two had passed, and he needed to return quickly. Back in the real world, Xiao Chen took out his phone to check. 2 days had already passed on the phone's clock. He had several missed calls, all from Chu Qingyue and Songya. Xiao Chen first called Songya, who had no urgent matters, mainly just confirming whether Xiao Chen had returned. I got a batch of good stuff, bring people over, Xiao Chen said. Hearing that Xiao Chen had obtained good things again, Songya's eyes lit up slightly. With Xiao Chen's support, she had already become the richest person in Yun City, and her wealth was continuously accumulating. Soon, Lao Lang and Songya arrived at Xiao Chen's side. When they saw the wood in front of Xiao Chen, Songya's face showed surprise. The wood before her was undoubtedly astonishing. Rosewood, Wangwali, ebony. As Songya looked at the wood, her eyes sparkled. At that moment, she turned to Xiao Chen and said, do you know that just these woods are definitely worth as much as the gold you brought before? She was well aware that these woods were worth as much as antiques. Watching Lao Lang load the wood onto the vehicle, Songya also pulled Xiao Chen aside and said, the value of this batch of goods is too high. Once sold, I'll transfer the money to your card. All right, Xiao Chen nodded in response. Then, Songya pulled Xiao Chen and said, I made the Zhang family go bankrupt. Now, most of the Zhang family members are in jail. That woman named Qinko has been hanging around outside lately, just waiting for you to open the door. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He had no good feelings towards Qinku. Yet, this woman still hadn't prepared to give up. All right, I'm leaving now. That little girl might come soon, Songya said with a smile. At that moment, Xiao Chen felt helpless. After thinking for a moment, he decided to call Chu Qingyue. As soon as the call connected, Chu Qingyue immediately asked, Xiao Chen, where have you been? I went out of town. My phone was off, Xiao Chen replied, looking at the people before him. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue said, did you forget that you're still a member of the Special Operations Team? Didn't you say that the Special Operations Team is just a title, mainly managing us? Xiao Chen replied. Hearing this, Chu Qingyue said helplessly, generally speaking, there shouldn't be a need for the Special Operations Team. After all, a province only needs one person in charge, and the Strength of these leaders is likely enough to solve those troubles. Shu Qingyue said, so, basically, we won't need you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun understood. To put it simply, giving those martial artists a title also allows the authorities to supervise them, and that's all there is to it. With this thought, a smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he said, so, you're looking for me because you have something to discuss? Yes. Shu Qingyue replied helplessly, there's a bit of a tricky problem, and I don't know who else to turn to, so I can only ask for your help. Listening to Shu Qingyue's words, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and asked, what's the matter? It involves a congenital martial artist. Shu Qingyue said softly, my abilities can't handle it. A congenital martial artist? At this, Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Even now, he still didn't know what level a congenital martial artist was in this world. At this moment, curiosity flickered in Xiao Chen's gaze as he said, alright, since that's the case, I'll go with you. Great, with you around, I can relax. Upon hearing this, Shu Qingyue immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since she got into this trouble, she had been particularly troubled. If it weren't for her relationship with Xiao Chun, which eased her mind a bit, she would still be quite anxious. At this moment, she directly said, I'll go find you now, and when I get there, I'll explain everything. After saying this, Shu Qingyue hung up the phone. Xiao Chen squinted slightly. He was somewhat familiar with Shu Qingyue. Generally speaking, he was aware of the power of the Chu family. There were not many who could provoke the Chu family, but now that Shu Qingyue was in trouble, it was likely that the other party held a significant position. With this thought, Xiao Chen became a bit curious. Of course, he was genuinely unafraid now. Ever since returning to the real world, he was well aware that he had truly reached an invincible level. Not to mention anything else, just the enhancement of his abilities was crucial. Coupled with his own strength increase and that teleportation ability, even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. So, what was there for Xiao Chen to worry about? Just as he hung up the phone, a voice came from outside the door. Xiao Chen, are you there? Upon hearing Qinke's voice, Xiao Chen's expression immediately darkened. He turned to look at Qinke and said coldly, Miss Qin, my little shop is not open for business. You can leave now. Hearing this, Qinke was taken aback, her body halting mid-step. She looked at Xiao Chen, and at that moment, she felt a surge of fear. She knew very well that the look in Xiao Chen's eyes was filled with disdain. I came to find you, Qinke said, lowering her head, feeling wronged. In the past, when she was with Xiao Chen, as she adopted this posture, he would come to comfort her. She originally thought that there was still a glimmer of hope for her in Xiao Chen, at the very least, since he had once done so much for her, he would still have some lingering thoughts for her, but now, she realized she was wrong. Even with her adopting such a posture, Xiao Chen completely ignored her and looked at her coldly, saying, there's nothing more for us to discuss. Miss Qin, you should leave quickly. After saying this, he pointed towards the door. Hearing this, Qinke's expression changed immediately. Looking at Xiao Chen, she said, urgently, Xiao Chen, please let me explain. I didn't really want to leave you back then. It was Zhang Ming who forced me. She looked at Xiao Chen and spoke. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen let out a cold laugh and pointed towards the door, saying, that has nothing to do with me anymore. He knows very well what kind of person Qinke is. She can say such things without hesitation. Even if she makes a mistake, she will push the blame onto others. Qinke looked at Xiao Chen, and in that moment she clearly felt his indifference. Xiao Chen, I have no way out. Zhang Ming has gone bankrupt, and I have no money. Qinke said to Xiao Chen, I want to stay. I am willing to follow you without asking for any title. Hearing Qinke's words, Xiao Chen let out a cold laugh. He completely ignored her and pointed to the door, saying, Miss Qin, the door is right there. Please leave. He knew exactly what this woman was up to. At first, he thought he could control her, but seeing that she couldn't manipulate him, she even thought of being his mistress. She didn't stop to think about what made her worth his affection. Not to mention how much better Sonya was compared to her. Even the few girls that Xia Ao arranged for him were 100 times more beautiful than Qinku. The key was that they didn't have so many schemes. If it weren't for his curiosity about how unfortunate this woman could be, he would have dealt with her long ago. Therefore, Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Qinku. Hearing Xiao Chen's almost heartless words, Qinku was instantly stunned. All her calculations were based on the assumption that Xiao Chen would agree. But now, she realized that all her schemes seemed to be in vain. Xiao Chen wouldn't care about her at all. Thinking of this, disappointment flooded her face. She trembled, turned to look at Xiao Chen, and then a hint of hatred appeared in her eyes. Why did Xiao Chen look down on her? Why was it that after Xiao Chen became wealthy, he was unwilling to accept her? What wrong had she done? She just wanted to live a good life. After Qinke left, Xiao Chen snorted coldly. He couldn't be bothered with her. This woman was too cheap to die. He knew very well that this woman's age was gradually increasing, and as the days went by, her feelings of depression would only grow stronger. After Qinke left, Xiao Chen called Fatihi, asking him to stock up. Xia Ao needed a considerable amount of goods now, especially since many items were impossible to produce with Xia Ao's current technological capabilities. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that Xiao Chen had the ability to significantly advance their technology. Eventually, they could reach a point of self-production and self-marketing. Moreover, in an ancient empire, creating a technological nation was bound to be interesting. Just as Xiao Chen was thinking about this, he suddenly heard Fang Hao's voice in his mind. Boss Xiao, help me out. I need some stuff. What stuff? Xiao Chen was taken aback and asked. Fang Hao was actually the most unpredictable for Xiao Chen. After all, in a game world, there was no shortage of food or clothing, and with the other side being particularly magical, with all sorts of skills and equipment, even now, he didn't know what the other side's requirements were. You see, he had a universal purchasing system, and he can only enhance his own strength by continuously purchasing supplies for the other side. It shouldn't be difficult for you. Dynamite. Fang Hao said directly, a large amount of dynamite. What do you need that for? Xiao Chen was stunned and asked. For a mission, I need to clear a monster area in the shortest time possible, and my speed isn't that fast. First, prepare to blast with dynamite, then I'll go in to harvest, he said helplessly. Even though he was a mage, his area attack skills weren't that powerful, dynamite was faster. I'm not afraid of dynamite with my current body, will those monsters be afraid? Xiao Chen asked in surprise. He had tried, now he couldn't even be harmed by bullets. Ordinary black powder would be like a small firecracker to him. In such a situation, was dynamite useful? Bro, you should take a look at your initial attributes. Hearing this, Feng Hao helplessly said, that being said, even though your level is so low, your defense is at least that of a level 40 player. And what I have to deal with is just a group of monsters around level 20. Feng Hao felt utterly helpless about Xiao Chen's attributes. Xiao Chen's defense and health were far beyond the norm. On the contrary, his mental power and magic points didn't resemble those of a priest at all. Yet, he had chosen to become a priest. This was quite peculiar. Xiao Chen, upon hearing this, was also speechless. He actually wanted to become a mage. That way, he could use magic, which would be quite impressive in the real world. At the very least, becoming a warrior would also work. With his current attributes, being a warrior would be an absolute domination. However, that job change scroll had turned him into a priest. Xiao Chen was sure that the system was behind this. After all, the first ability he unlocked was spatial ability, and then it gave him a space. Wasn't that just for transporting goods? How much do you need? Xiao Chen asked somewhat helplessly. Other things were manageable, but explosives were really hard to come by in the country. Even though his status had changed dramatically, it still wouldn't work. After all, the quantity he needed was so large that the authorities wouldn't care whether he was part of a special operations group. They would just monitor him as a potential threat. He wasn't afraid of the authorities, but he was wary of trouble. The more, the better. Feng Hao replied, my deadline is a month, which means you have a month. Upon hearing Feng Hao's words, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and realized he only had 10 days left. After all, this guy's time flow was completely different from his own. Alright, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen immediately called Chu Qingyue. Is your matter urgent? On the other end of the line, Chu Qingyue said helplessly, it's a bit troublesome. The other party is currently at our Chu family. Hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and said, in that case, I'll go to the Chu family first. Then, I need to go overseas. Chu Qingyue was taken aback by this statement and asked, you want to go overseas? Yes. There's something I need to take care of. He had no choice. Previously, Old Wolf had introduced him to an arms dealer, and at that time, Xiao Chen had bought quite a bit. Now, he could only find that person. Moreover, this time, the quantity was even larger. Fortunately, he was genuinely wealthy now. No matter how much he had, he could afford it. After hanging up with Chu Qingyue, Xiao Chen quickly booked a flight and then informed Song Ya that he would be leaving for a while, boarding a plane to the capital. At the same time, Xiao Chen called Old Wolf, asking him to contact the overseas arms dealer since the quantity was quite large. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's request, Old Wolf incredulously asked, Mr. Xiao, what are you planning to do? Start a war? The quantity Xiao Chen wanted was so enormous that even Old Wolf didn't know how to handle it. For him, such a quantity meant that Xiao Chen could blow up an entire barracks in one go. If he wasn't going to war, it was hard to explain. No, I'm using it to blow up a mountain. Xiao Chen replied. To Old Wolf, a gold mountain. Old Wolf nodded upon hearing this. That's good. He was also worried that if Xiao Chen did something reckless, it would lead to big trouble. However, Old Wolf knew that with Xiao Chen's current wealth, he really didn't need to take risks. If Xiao Chen was going to blow up a mountain, that made sense. With this thought in mind, Old Wolf directly said, I'll contact them. For you, as soon as you arrive there, you can pick it up. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. Among the things he needed, there were only some explosives. It didn't involve other weapons, so it was highly unlikely he was going to war. Therefore, Old Wolf naturally had no suspicions. Moreover, even if there were doubts, Old Wolf would definitely help Xiao Chen with this matter. After all, it was impossible for Xiao Chen to bring such a large amount of explosives into the country. After finishing the call with Xiao Chen, he went straight to make contact, while Xiao Chen quickly boarded a flight to the capital. Upon arriving in the capital, Xiao Chen saw Chu Qingyue waiting for him. Chu Qingyue grabbed Xiao Chen and hurriedly walked out of the airport. What exactly is going on? Xiao Chen asked curiously, looking at Chu Qingyue. After all, given the current situation of the Chu family, it was highly unlikely that anything would happen, especially since they had provoked a congenital martial artist. According to Chu Qingyue, congenital martial artists were extremely rare and held high status. Ordinary people really couldn't do anything to them. The person is called Feng Longyan, a congenital martial artist. At that moment, Chu Qingyue said to Xiao Chen, a few days ago, he suddenly showed up at our house and just refused to leave. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback and asked, why? His son is in a similar situation to my uncle's. After learning that my uncle had woken up, he came directly to our door. Chu Qingyue said helplessly, first, he came to my house and directly asked where the medicine was. When we couldn't produce it, he started to stay at our house, forcing us to hand over the medicine. I was afraid that if I mentioned your situation, he might do something extreme, so I didn't dare to say anything. Chu Qingyue said helplessly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen roughly understood. This was someone coming to the Chu family to ask for medicine, knowing that the Chu family couldn't provide it and thus directly staying there. In fact, the other party was now fixated on the Chu family. Originally, even if he stayed at the Chu family, it wouldn't have been a problem, but now he has lost patience and must see you. Chu Qingyue said helplessly, of course, if you come this time and don't want to meet him, then forget it. Xiao Chen nodded at her words and then smiled as he asked, if I don't meet him, what will he do to the Chu family? I don't know. After all, his son is his only child, and the situation is very dire. Chu Qingyue said softly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He had more or less figured out what was going on. Since that was the case, there was no need for Xiao Chen to continue to struggle. Alright, I'll meet him, Xiao Chen said. He was actually quite curious about congenital martial artists in the real world. After all, in the ancient world on Xiao's side, there were also so-called congenital martial artists. However, those congenital martial artists did not possess any supernatural abilities. Chu Qingyue told Xiao Chen that congenital martial artists in the real world could awaken supernatural powers. Of course, he was also curious about how big the gap was between this world and the ancient world in terms of congenital abilities. The car drove all the way to the Chu family, and when Xiao Chen got out of the car, he saw several people staring at him. The leading man had a stern expression, and as soon as he saw Xiao Chen, he rushed directly in front of him. He quickly reached out, intending to grab Xiao Chen, but in the next second his movement was blocked by Xiao Chen. Oh! The other party let out a light exclamation, and in an instant, his movements accelerated again, his speed even faster this time. Seeing the other party's actions, Xiao Chen also threw a punch. Their fists collided, and in the next moment, both retreated a step. Xiao Chen's gaze narrowed slightly as he looked at the person in front of him, much stronger than he had imagined, even comparable to a master from the ancient world. The other party also narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Xiao Chen and asked, "Congenital martial artist? Guess?" Xiao Chen replied with a slight smile. In the next second, the other party lunged at Xiao Chen, his punches becoming even more ferocious, striking out continuously. As he saw those punches coming towards his forehead, a serious expression appeared on Xiao Chen's face. At the same time, he quickly retaliated against the other party. At this moment, Xiao Chen also felt the power of the other party. The opponent's strength was exceptionally great, and at the same time, his speed was incredibly fast. It seemed as if there was an invisible force surrounding him, constantly surging and propelling his speed to new heights. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen felt a hint of curiosity. Of course, he had enough confidence. In his own defense, although the opponent's fist struck him painfully, he did not suffer significant harm. In that moment, Xiao Chen roughly understood the level of his opponent. The two of them engaged in a continuous exchange of blows, and the members of the Chu family watching this scene all showed expressions of surprise. Although they had long heard Chu Qingyue say that Xiao Chen was a congenital warrior, witnessing his strength in person was still somewhat shocking. At the very least, the terrifying power that Xiao Chen displayed was beyond their expectations. As for Feng Longyan, he became increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. He was well aware of his own situation. As a congenital warrior, he rarely encountered opponents. However, he now realized that his opponent was indeed on the same level as him. The only difference was that the opponent was likely a martial artist trained in various disciplines. After all, when his fist struck the opponent, the force of the rebound was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Therefore, at this moment, Feng Longyan understood that if he continued to fight, he would not gain any advantage and might even bring great trouble upon himself. He quickly retreated and looked at Xiao Chen, saying, "I didn't expect that another congenital level warrior would emerge. You have no idea how many unexpected things there are." Xiao Chen replied lightly. He had a general understanding that a congenital warrior was roughly on par with a high-level ability user or a master from the ancient martial arts world. It could be said that he was no longer significantly threatened by these congenital warriors. Of course, if they were numerous, that would be a different story. So, at this moment, Xiao Chen focused his gaze on the opponent. There were still many things he did not understand about the warriors in this world, and having a good conversation with the opponent could provide him with more insights. "Your Excellency is the one providing potions to the Chu family, right?" Looking at Xiao Chen, Feng Longyan took a deep breath and said, "To be honest, I came this time to seek medicine. I know that kind of medicine must be extremely precious. You can name your price. As long as I have it, I will do my utmost," Feng Longyan said earnestly, looking at Xiao Chen. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded slightly and then glanced at Chu Qingyue and the others. On the way here, Chu Qingyue had already informed Xiao Chen that the opponent was a congenital warrior, and if he could secure the opponent's promise, it would be even better. After all, gaining the friendship of a congenital warrior would undoubtedly be of great benefit to Xiao Chen. With this in mind, Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I do have potions in my possession, but they may not necessarily be suitable. You can take them back and try." Feng Longyan immediately showed a look of surprise. What he feared most was that Xiao Chen would say he had no medicine. He had only one son, who had been in a coma for a full 10 years. Over the past decade, he had sought help from many people without success. Now that he had finally learned that the second son of the Chu family had awakened, he rushed over. He was well aware that this might offend the Chu family, but for the sake of his son, he was willing to offend everyone. At that moment, he respectfully nodded to Xiao Chen and said, "Mr. Xiao, thank you very much." When Feng Longyan saw Xiao Chen suddenly take out a bottle of red potion and hand it to him, he was even more surprised. He quickly took the potion from Xiao Chen and said, "I will go back right now. Mr. Xiao, if you need anything in the future, you can come to me." After saying this, Feng Longyan hurriedly left. "Xiao Chen, this is my dad." Chu Qingyue pointed at the man beside her and said, hearing this, Xiao Chen turned his head to look at the man in front of him, who bore a 70% resemblance to Chu Qingyue. At the same time, the other party was also carefully examining Xiao Chen. "Young friend, we finally meet. You might not know, but our Chu family has long wanted to meet you." Qingyue said you were busy. Xu Xiong's face was adorned with a smile. He never expected that his daughter would bring a congenital martial artist as an ally to the Chu family. He understood very well what a congenital martial artist represented today. Even someone as influential as him in the capital could not compare to a congenital martial artist. Just one Feng Longyan could directly reside in the Chu family and could even be seen as a direct threat to them. This highlighted the capabilities of congenital martial artists. Feng Longyan was notoriously domineering, but after having a confrontation with Xiao Chen, he became quite obedient. Xu Xiong naturally understood that this was because Feng Longyan knew he couldn't take down Xiao Chen. Since that was the case, the person in front of him should be treated well. After realizing this, Xu Xiong felt even more satisfied with Xiao Chen. He was well aware that the current status of the Chu family was on par with Xiao Chen's. "Xu Lao is being too polite." Xiao Chen replied, "Since the matter has been resolved, I will take my leave." "Ah, Xiao Chen, are you leaving right away?" Chu Qingyue was slightly taken aback and quickly asked, "Are you going back?" "No, I booked a flight overseas and need to be out for a few days, but I will be back in a few days," Xiao Chen said. he needed to quickly obtain those explosives and deliver them to Feng Hao. Who knew how anxious Feng Hao was? Moreover, the flow of time in the two worlds was different. The time Feng Hao mentioned felt shorter in his world. This matter was undoubtedly more urgent. Xu Xiong and Xu Qingyue initially wanted to keep him, but seeing that Xiao Chen truly had matters to attend to, they understood that it was not feasible to hold him back at this time. I'll take you to the airport, Xu Qingyue said. She quickly opened the car door and helped Xiao Chen into the vehicle. Watching Xu Qingyue and Xiao Chen leave, Xu Xiong revealed a smile. What do you think of them? Xu Xiong asked the person beside him. Sir, have you forgotten? This Mr. Xiao has a beautiful companion by his side, the assistant replied helplessly. So what? What kind of congenital martial artists are there? Some are pure-hearted, while others have many beautiful companions. As long as they can protect my daughter, isn't that enough? Xu Xiong said lightly. He knew that if Xu Qingyue married someone else, her options would be limited. Moreover, he understood his daughter well. Just by looking at Xu Qingyue, it was clear she had genuinely taken a liking to Xiao Chen. He then turned to the side and walked quickly up to the loft. On the second floor, a pale middle-aged man was smiling at him. So, what do you think? Did you see the other party's abilities? Xu Xiong asked as he sat down. Very impressive. Congenital martial artists are indeed formidable, the man replied. That one called Xiao Chen should be stronger than Feng Longyan. Oh, upon hearing this, Xu Xiong was slightly taken aback. I think they are evenly matched. Feng Longyan's special ability is speed. His speed keeps increasing and is very fast. But what is Xiao Chen's special ability? The man smiled faintly. Qingyue told me that his ability is teleportation. During the battle, Xiao Chen didn't even use his special ability. Hearing this, Xu Xiong nodded slightly. This kid has quite a few secrets. Big brother, don't stare at him. Our family can't afford to offend him, the man said. How could I possibly stare at him? You should consider what kind of methods he has. Xu Xiong quickly replied. He understood very well that the other party's abilities were far greater than he had imagined. In such a situation, if he kept staring at the other party, it was very likely he would die. Your body should be getting better, right? Is there a chance you could break through to the innate level? Looking at his younger brother, Xu Xiong asked curiously. Not quite yet. The man replied with a bitter smile. My body is almost recovered, but I still need some time to recuperate. If that potion really works, do you think we could ask Qingyue to get a few more bottles? After thinking for a moment, Xu Xiong spoke up. He was well aware of the value of that potion. It was definitely a good thing. At the airport, Xiao Chen looked at Xu Qingyue and said, Feng Longyan only took one bottle of the potion, and he will definitely come asking for more. Once I finish my business overseas, I'll come back again. Okay. Xu Qingyue nodded in response. She knew very well that she had also given her second uncle a bottle before, but the effect only restored part of his health. So, one bottle from Feng Longyan was definitely not enough. Xiao Chen was clearly planning to take advantage of Feng Longyan, and she understood that. In fact, everyone in the Chu family was aware of it, but at this moment no one would speak up. After all, Feng Longyan was causing a stir in the Chu family, making them all uncomfortable. They were no match for Feng Longyan, but they didn't care about his attitude. After finishing her conversation with Xu Qingyue, Xiao Chen turned and set off for her overseas trip. She watched Xiao Chen leave and then dialed a phone number. Oh bye, Xiao Chen has gone overseas, and today he had a match with Feng Longyan. The two were evenly matched. Xu Qingyue said, I request special treatment for Xiao Chen. I will ask Feng Longyan about this. If he really has innate abilities, he will naturally receive special treatment. The voice on the other end of the line responded, as for his domestic enterprises, we have already investigated. This young friend has quite a secret. He can amass a large fortune for no reason. Moreover, his supermarket is quite strange. Goods disappear for no reason. I suspect he has a group of people behind him. Xu Qingyue frowned slightly and asked, Old by means. Every innate being is not to be trifled with. As long as he hasn't wronged the Dragon Kingdom, we won't delve too deeply into his secrets. The voice on the other end said, besides, he is just making some money. It poses no threat. Compared to those who plunder, Xiao Chen was nothing at all. Moreover, he was well aware of how much wealth Xiao Chen had generated along the way. It had even contributed significantly to the GDP. At this moment, Xu Qingyue let out a sigh of relief and softly said, Old Bai, I understand. I want to find a time to talk to him about the potion he has. Old Bai said, I know Zhao Tianfang has researched it, but unfortunately, it cannot be mass-produced. That diluted potion has been used by our soldiers, and the effect is good, but it is still not very useful for those who are severely injured. Old Bai continued, I want to discuss it with him in person. Yes, I will pass on the message. Xu Qingyue replied. She knew that the other party was the leader of a special operations group, a respected position, and could definitely rank among the top 10 in the Dragon Kingdom's Congress. Faced with this person, Xu Qingyue did not hesitate at all and directly agreed. After hanging up with Old Bai, Xu Qingyue returned home. Just as she arrived at the Chu family, she saw Feng Longyan coming back. Senior Feng, how is your son? Xu Qingyue asked with a hint of curiosity. No use. What about that gentleman? Feng Longyan said with a frown. Some of the hidden injuries on my son have improved a lot, but that potion still cannot awaken him, and my son's condition has not improved at all. Hearing this, Xu Qingyue frowned slightly. Her second uncle had used the potion, and the effect was particularly obvious. The it can be seen on the machine, but according to Feng Longyan, Xiao Chen's potion does not work well for him. Xiao Chen has already left. Xu Qingyue said. He said he would come back in a few days, and then you can talk. Alright, since that's the case, I'll stay at the Chu family for these few days. Upon hearing this, Feng Longyan felt helpless. He really wanted to stir things up and pressure the Chu family, but after realizing Xiao Chen's abilities, he abandoned that idea. The other party's fists were very strong, and when they hit him, it hurt a lot. At that time, although he had fought Xiao Chen, he was also clear that if he really went all out against Xiao Chen, he would definitely end up seriously injured. The other party's defense was too astonishing. Seeing Feng Longyan actually talking calmly with them, the people from the Chu family felt a bit unaccustomed. The other party had previously come to the Chu family with a condescending attitude. In fact, at that time, they didn't even bother to glance at them, only inquiring about the whereabouts of the potion and applying pressure. Chu Xiong naturally had no objections and arranged for Feng Longyan to settle down. He then looked at Chu Qingyue and said, Feng Longyan's son had a rather special situation back then. It is said that he went into a frenzy while practicing. Perhaps Xiao Chen's potion really isn't effective. When the time comes, you should remind Xiao Chen. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue nodded slightly, understanding that this was likely the reason. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen had once again set foot overseas. The last time he came here, he was in a hurry to handle Gu Ming's affairs, and after finishing, he bought some things and left in a rush. This time, he still went to visit that group of arms dealers first. The other party was named Lawrence, who undoubtedly recognized Xiao Chen. Upon learning that Xiao Chen was purchasing so many goods, he was particularly excited and even took the initiative to contact Xiao Chen. Xiao, my friend, you can contact me directly in the future. As long as you need it, I will definitely deliver it safely. The other party looked at Xiao Chen very seriously and said, of course, we can't get it into Long Country. You just need to deliver the goods to this warehouse. Xiao Chen said. He had already arranged everything with Old Wolf and even rented a warehouse to store those items. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Upon hearing this, the other party quickly nodded, understanding that a big client like Xiao Chen was rare. So, after Xiao Chen paid, he immediately had someone deliver the goods to the warehouse. Xiao, is there anything else you need? Lawrence asked kindly, looking at Xiao Chen. In their line of work, it was usually difficult to sell so many goods. Most were sold to mercenaries. Now that a big spender had finally come, they naturally wanted to inquire properly. Do you have fighter jets? Xiao Chen thought for a moment and asked. He was considering buying some fighter jets to give to CIAO. By then, CIAO would probably kneel down and call him dad. This thing was truly a miracle in ancient times. Yes, Lawrence quickly replied, but it will take time. I can stay for a maximum of 3 days. Xiao Chen said. Directly. That's enough. Xiao, within 3 days, I will personally deliver the fighter jets to that warehouse, but at most, just 2. Lawrence replied. He just happened to have connections and could get a few retired fighter jets. After leaving Lawrence's place, Xiao Chen first went to the warehouse. Looking at the stockpile of explosives, Xiao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Once these explosives were detonated, this entire area would probably not withstand it. Only overseas do these foreigners really not fear death. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to play like this. With a wave of his hand, those explosives instantly entered his space. He quickly contacted Feng Hao. Boss, did you get it? Feng Hao said eagerly on the other end. Hurry and send it over. I'm waiting for it here. Also, boss, for the things I want this time, I will still use game items to offset the payment. Don't worry, they are all good stuff. Xiao Chen naturally believed that some items in the game world were not something ordinary people could possess. He recalled that Feng Hao had given him a cursed spirit before, and at that time he had been thinking about secretly eliminating a few people. However, the subsequent developments exceeded Xiao Chen's expectations. Now, the cursed spirit was still in his hands. When the system prompt sounded, Xiao Chen immediately chose to teleport. The next second, he appeared in front of Feng Hao. At that moment, Feng Hao was rummaging for something. Seeing Xiao Chen appear, he hurriedly asked, Boss, where's the stuff? Xiao Chen waved his hand, revealing explosives scattered all over the ground, which instantly brought a smile to Feng Hao's face. Boss, this amount is more than I expected. I should be set now. He looked at the explosives in front of him and said, while starting to stuff them one by one into his backpack. Your backpack space is quite large. Xiao Chen remarked in surprise as he watched Feng Hao fit all the explosives into his bag. It was known that the explosives here weighed nearly a ton. Such a massive quantity, and Feng Hao managed to fit it all in. Items in the game world are different from yours. Feng Hao replied with a smile, in my backpack the same consumables can stack. So, this much explosives actually only takes up one slot. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was somewhat astonished, but he thought it was normal for the game world. After chatting a bit with Feng Hao, Xiao Chen took the items Feng Hao handed him. In addition to a large number of healing and mental potions, Feng Hao even gave Xiao Chen some special items. Bro, look, this thing is called a Fate Talisman. If you carry it can help you withstand a fatal blow. Feng Hao said to Xiao Chen at that moment, just before you die, this thing can instantly activate and block a fatal injury. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. This was incredibly important. If he encountered something he couldn't handle, this talisman could negate a fatal strike, allowing him to escape directly. Alright, I'll take the items. You continue, Xiao Chen said to Feng Hao in front of him. He knew Feng Hao was going to do a mission, while he chose to return directly. Once Xiao Chen returned to the real world and walked out of the warehouse, he immediately went back to the hotel. He was still waiting for Lawrence's plane. The fighter jet was small, he could just pack it up and head back. Back at the hotel, Xiao Chen chose not to go out but to stay inside. First, he sent a message to Sonia informing her that he was safe, and then he saw a message from Chu Qingyue. Xiao Chen, Feng Longyan's son drank the potion, but it had no effect. He is now waiting for you at our house. My dad said his son was possessed back then and fell into a coma after exhausting all his strength. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. If that was the case, then could it be that he had exhausted all his mental energy? It was even possible that he was in debt. Because of this, his mental energy couldn't recover, leading to his coma. He had become a vegetable. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen sent a message to Chu Qingyue, telling her that he could go see Feng Longyan's son when he returned. Perhaps there was a way. Just after sending the message, Xiao Chen's door was suddenly slammed open. He looked up and was slightly stunned to see the people in front of him. The man at the forefront, he actually recognized Zhang Ming. At that moment, Zhang Ming was staring at Xiao Chen, his face dark and sullen. Xiao Chen, didn't expect to see you here overseas, did you? He looked at Xiao Chen, his expression somewhat twisted, and coldly said, since you've come to my territory, you won't be leaving. Oh, Xiao Chen frowned slightly upon hearing this. How did you find me? Hey, you bought so much from Lawrence, and one of his men accidentally leaked the news. I didn't expect to see you here. Looking at Xiao Chun, Jiang Ming said coldly at that moment, your woman has made our Zhang family suffer so much. At our age, my father and I still have to come to this godforsaken place. Today, I'll cripple you, and then have your old lover pay up, or else you really won't be able to leave. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun let out a cold laugh. Sanya had bankrupted the Zhang family, but unfortunately, the Zhang family still had assets overseas. He ran out and came straight here. As for himself, he was most likely sold out by Lawrence's men. They thought he was wealthy and sold the news to some local forces, and Jiang Ming was one of those forces. Break him. Jiang Ming stared at Xiao Chen and said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people suddenly charged at Xiao Chun. Seeing them rush towards him, Xiao Chen was not polite. He waved his hand and immediately slapped one of them hard on the forehead. The man didn't even have time to react before Xiao Chen's slap sent him flying. By the time he hit the ground, his neck had twisted several times and he was already dead beyond recovery. Then, Xiao Chen stepped forward quickly, throwing punch after punch, sending those people flying. Soon, only a dazed Jiang Ming was left on the scene. He looked at Xiao Chun, his body trembling uncontrollably. He never expected that he would bring so many people, only to have them die like this. Xiao Chun, you've killed so many people here. Do you think the local police will let you go? At that moment, Jiang Ming shouted hoarsely at Xiao Chun. At the same time, he began to retreat, wanting to run away. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun sighed and quickly chased after Jiang Ming, kicking him back into the room. The next moment, he appeared right in front of Jiang Ming. Xiao Chen, spare me. Rest assured, if you let me go, I'll help you handle this matter. Jiang Ming shouted anxiously. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense and aimed a fierce kick at his chest. Looking at Jiang Ming and the corpses scattered on the ground, Xiao Chen felt somewhat helpless. Of course, since he had already taken action, he couldn't regret it. After thinking for a moment, he called Lawrence. He knew this was Lawrence's territory. At the very least, since he had caused this trouble, Lawrence would definitely be able to resolve it. As for himself, he wasn't worried at all. After all, no one could stop him. At worst, he could just swim back. With his current abilities, even swimming back would be manageable. Next time, I should ask Feng how if there's a direct teleportation route. Xiao Chan murmured. His teleportation could move quickly, but teleporting all the way back was a bit difficult. Perhaps when his strength improved again, he could achieve that. But for now, it was definitely not possible. However, Feng Hao's side was different. In the game world, teleportation arrays seemed to be a very normal thing. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lawrence immediately said he would come over right away and told Xiao Chen to wait there. Xiao Chen nodded. He wasn't worried that Lawrence would do anything to him. After all, with the number of weapons he had purchased, even a fool like Lawrence would know that he was not someone to be trifled with. Offending him meant offending a big client and a potential crisis. As long as Lawrence wasn't confused, he wouldn't do anything foolish. So, at this stage, Lawrence would definitely help Xiao Chen deal with this trouble. Soon, Lawrence arrived, and when he came, he directly sealed off the hotel. Xiao, I'm sorry, it was my mistake that caused such a big trouble. Lawrence looked at the corpses scattered all over the ground, many of which had been smashed into huge craters. The sight of these bodies left him in disbelief. It was as if they had been struck by some heavy hammer. Such terrifying power was something he had never witnessed in his life. Just the horrific scene before him made Lawrence understand that the person in front of him was definitely not someone to provoke. Xiao, this is Alan, my assistant. He leaked your and my information. Lawrence pointed at the person next to him, who was tightly bound, and said, just say the word, and I'll take care of him. Lawrence, he's your man, you handle it yourself. Xiao Chen looked at Lawrence and said, also, I need you to deliver the fighter jets as soon as possible. I need to leave immediately. He looked at Lawrence and added, and find me another place. Don't worry, Xiao, I know the higher-ups here, they will help me deal with this. They're just a few small ants, not worth worrying about. If you kill a few, so be it. Additionally, I will spread the word that no one will be foolish enough to trouble you. Lawrence said, looking at Xiao Chen. He knew very well that at this moment he had to appease his client, and this client was no ordinary person. Therefore, Lawrence absolutely did not want to provoke him. Hearing Lawrence's words, Xiao Chen nodded, and then he and Lawrence walked directly out of the hotel. Under Lawrence's arrangement, Xiao Chen checked into another hotel. As soon as they arrived at the hotel, Lawrence clapped his hands, and the next moment he saw several people being pushed in front of him. Xiao Chen was taken aback by the sight of these people. Xiao, this is the family of that guy named Jiang Ming. Since he caused you trouble, I've brought him here for you to deal with. Lawrence said to Xiao Chen. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen looked at the people in front of him, an old man and two women. The two women were now pleading with Xiao Chen, trembling in fear. One of the women even displayed a pitiful demeanor towards Xiao Chen. You are Xiao Chen? The old man was the calmest, looking at Xiao Chen and coldly saying, where is my son? You've been captured. What do you think happened to your son? Xiao Chen stared at him and replied. He didn't care about the Zhang family at all. After all, these people had merely been Wang Hujie's lackeys before. With Wang Hujie already finished, what could these people do? Did you kill him? The old man's face changed upon hearing this, glaring at Xiao Chen and saying fiercely, you killed my son? Yes. Xiao Chen nodded in response, then looked at Lawrence and said, you handle this. I'm not interested in these people. Lawrence nodded and waved his hand to his subordinates, who immediately moved in to drag the people away. No, Mr. Xiao, I have important information to share with you. Please let me go, one of the women cried out in terror. Mr. Xiao, I have news about the Wang family. Hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Wang Hujie had long since fled, and he didn't care about him at all. Just like Jiang Ming, if he hadn't encountered him here, he wouldn't even bother to acknowledge him. Moreover, at that time, the Wang family had only left Yun City. They still had plenty of business in the country, which he was aware of. Wang Hujie is planning to deal with Miss Song. He has made contact with the Gu family. The woman, seeing Xiao Chen's lack of reaction, became anxious and shouted urgently. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback, then pointed at the woman and said, "Leave her here." "All right, Xiao, I'll leave this one for you. Now, enjoy. Also, your fighter jets will be ready by tomorrow." After saying this, Lawrence stood up and left. As for Xiao Chen, watching Lawrence leave, he turned to the woman in front of him and said, "Speak, Mr. Xiao, that's all I know." The woman trembled. "I only know that Gu Chengming from the Gu family and Wang Hujie met. They want to team up to cause trouble for President Song." "How do you know?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and asked her. He was quite curious about how this woman came to know such things. Zhang Ming asked me to accompany them both." The woman said softly, lowering her head, "Mr. Xiao, I have good skills. If you need." "No need, you can leave." Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, "Get lost." Upon hearing this, disappointment was hard to hide on the woman's face. She knew very well that in this foreign land, if she had a backing, she could live well, but without it, her fate was predictable. Yes, she understood that it was already good enough to keep her life. Other matters were beyond her control, so she could only get up and leave. After the woman left, Xiao Chen sent a message to Songya, advising her to be careful no matter what. As for himself, he hadn't planned to stir up any trouble, but since Wang Hujie and Gu Chengming were looking to cause trouble, he decided to take some measures. He casually took out the spirit of the curse from his space. Fang Hao had mentioned before that the effect of this thing depended on luck. If the luck was insufficient, it would be doomed. As for the extent, it depended on how much luck the other party had. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen was quite curious about how much luck Gu Chengming had. So, he directly wrote Gu Chengming's name on the spirit of the curse. The next second, the talisman in front of him ignited, turning into a wisp of black smoke that drifted away. Watching the direction the black smoke was heading, Xiao Chen understood that it was drifting back to the country. Subsequently, he couldn't be bothered to care anymore. From the beginning, he had intended to find trouble with the Gu family, but now he hadn't even had the chance, and they had started looking for trouble with him first. Early the next morning, Xiao Chen received a call from Lawrence, who had already delivered the fighter jets to the warehouse. At the same time, he learned that the explosives in the warehouse had mysteriously disappeared. At this moment, Lawrence had a more intuitive understanding of Xiao Chen's abilities. At the very least, he was definitely not someone he could compare to at this stage. Now, he didn't dare to have the slightest thought. This person exuded mystery everywhere. Just like the ancient eastern country, it made him feel intimidated. When Xiao Chen arrived at the warehouse and saw the two fighter jets in front of him, he was particularly satisfied. Of course, he also inquired about how to operate the jets. After all, he really didn't know how to handle them. After a day of instruction, Xiao Chen roughly understood. He directly asked Lawrence for a warehouse of gasoline. There was no way, in the ancient world, gasoline couldn't be produced. Moreover, he had already asked Xiao, and there wasn't even an oil field in the area he was in. So, he had to bring it himself. Lawrence didn't hold back this time and directly sent a warehouse of gasoline. The person in front of him was a major client. For such a big client, he could afford to send gasoline. After the handover was completed, Lawrence left directly. Xiao Chen looked at the two planes, nodded, and stored them in his space, then headed straight to the airport. It wasn't until he boarded the return flight that Xiao Chen relaxed a bit. After all, he had procured a large amount of goods this time. If someone was keeping an eye on him, it was normal. Upon returning to the country, as soon as Xiao Chen got off the plane, he saw Chu Qingyue waiting for him. "Feng Longyan is at my house, waiting for you right now." Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyue hurriedly said, "Xiao Chen, do you have a way?" "I should have." Hearing this, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and spoke up. He already had an answer in his heart. The general reason should be similar to what he had in mind. So, at this moment, Xiao Chen was ready to go take a look. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Chu Qingyue immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly pulled Xiao Chen onto the road. "Also, Old Bai wants to see you." "Old Bai? Who is that?" Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He didn't know anyone named Old Bai, the leader of the Special Operations Group and also a member of the council. You can understand that his status allows him to meet with number 1 and number 2 directly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He didn't want to deal with such a big shot. At first, his intention was just to make some money. Who would have thought that the dimensions he opened would increase, coupled with his rapid rise in strength? Now he wasn't afraid anymore, but he still understood that there were some people he didn't want to provoke. "You've bought so many things overseas. If it weren't for Old Bai's orders, you would have been stopped at customs," Chu Qingyue said. After saying this, she looked at Xiao Chen with a strange expression and asked, "What exactly are those things for?" "I have a few gold mines overseas. I bought them to mine." Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue was slightly taken aback. She knew that Xiao Chen had provided a large amount of gold to Songya, so if that was the case, it made sense. Although she didn't understand why someone who ran a supermarket in the country had connections overseas, she realized that Xiao Chen must have his own channels. Moreover, these channels were so obscure that even someone like Old Bai, who dealt in intelligence, couldn't uncover them. "Old Bai wants to meet you, and since you are an innate martial artist, you don't need to worry about danger," Chu Qingyue said softly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He understood that given his current situation, it would be unreasonable not to meet. Since that was the case, then let's meet. As for everything else, they could discuss it after the meeting. Seeing Xiao Chen nod, Chu Qingyue finally relaxed. "By the way, find out how Gu Chengming is doing for me?" Xiao Chen looked at Chu Qingyue in front of him and spoke. After all, he had broken Gu Chengming's hand before, and at that time, a few soldiers had taken him away. After that, Xiao Chen hadn't heard any news from the Gu family. Now, he was quite curious. The Gu family Xu Qingyue's expression was somewhat strange as she said, "How do you know about the Gu family's situation while overseas?" Oh, hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately perked up. He was indeed curious about how effective the cursed spirit was. If it worked well, he would have Feng Hao get him some more next time. With this thing in hand, he could kill without a trace. You don't know? Then why did you suddenly ask about the Gu family? Xu Qingyue asked in surprise, then proceeded to explain the situation of the Gu family. To Xiao Chen, Gu Changming fell out with Gu Chuanzhong and had a leg broken by him. Now, not only does he have one hand missing, but he also has one leg missing. He probably can't leave the Gu family for the rest of his life. Hearing such explosive news, Xiao Chen was stunned. Gu Chuanzhong only has this one son, right? Xiao Chen asked, how could it escalate to this point? He was indeed curious. Since Gu Chuanzhong only had one son, why did it turn out like this? Gu Chuanzhong has a mistress outside. That woman got involved with Gu Changming and was caught by Gu Chuanzhong on the spot. Now, Gu Chuanzhong broke his leg and is said to be locked up in the Gu family. Gu Chuanzhong even released a message that any woman who comes to the Gu family and gets pregnant with Gu Changming's child will be given 100 million. I heard that now Gu Changming lies there every day being taken care of. When Xu Qingyue said this, Xiao Chen was left speechless. The cursed spirit was indeed quite powerful, however. This also indirectly indicates a situation. The spirit of the curse indeed looks at fortune. The Gu family's fortune saved Gu Changming's life, but it also meant that he would be confined to the Gu family for the rest of his life, becoming merely a breeding tool. Xu Qingyue looked at Xiao Chen's surprised yet seemingly natural expression and knew that there must be something related to Xiao Chen in this. During these days, she had interacted with Xiao Chen more and naturally understood that he must have other means. It seemed that Xiao Chen had done quite a few unexpected things. Along the way, Xiao Chen thought to himself that since the Gu family was in such a dire situation, Gu Changming should not cause trouble for Song Yin anymore. Of course, if he dared to, it would be a surefire way to seek his own death. Upon returning to the Chu family, as soon as Xiao Chen got out of the car, he saw Feng Longyan. He quickly rushed in front of Xiao Chen and directly said, "Brother Xiao, sorry to bother you, but I have no other choice. Brother Feng, I already know the situation. Here, I have a potion. You should let your son drink it first and see how it works this time," Xiao Chen said, taking out a bottle of magical potion. "If this potion is also ineffective, then I have no other way." Upon hearing this, Feng Longyan immediately took the potion and said to Xiao Chen, "Brother Xiao, I will try it right away. By the way, are you leaving right away or?" Feng Longyan was prepared to clarify this time, so he wouldn't end up unable to find Xiao Chen later. After waiting for a few days at the Chu family, he felt particularly helpless. If he hadn't known that he could only rely on Xiao Chen, he would have already caused a ruckus at the Chu family. Hearing Feng Longyan's words, Xiao Chen immediately replied, "This time, I need to stay here for a few days." "That's good, I will try it right away." Feng Longyan sighed in relief upon hearing this. He was particularly anxious and turned to leave. Watching Feng Longyan rush out, Xu Qingyue beside Xiao Chen asked, "Will it really work?" "It should be fine." Xiao Chen nodded in response. He naturally understood that at this moment, the effect of this thing would definitely be there. So, he showed no signs of panic and directly began to speak. Listening to Xiao Chen's words, Xu Qingyue nodded. She still trusted Xiao Chen. "Mr. Xiao, since you're here, please stay at my house. My second brother has been wanting to meet you," Chu Xiong said from behind. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Then I will impose on you." "Not at all. If it weren't for Mr. Xiao, we wouldn't even know what our situation would be like now." Chu Xiong quickly shook his head. He knew in his heart that if they hadn't met Xiao Chen, his second brother might have already died. Therefore, he was truly very grateful to Xiao Chen. After chatting for a few moments, Xiao Chen followed him to a nearby attic. Chu Qingyue's second uncle, named Chu Xiao, was a man with a resolute face. At this moment, his complexion was somewhat pale. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, he immediately smiled and said, "Mr. Xiao, I've been wanting to meet you. If it weren't for you, I would probably be dead by now." His face was filled with emotion as he spoke. Seeing Chu Xiong's appearance, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. It was then that he realized how severely Chu Xiong was injured. Despite having consumed so many bottles of healing potions, he still looked as if he hadn't fully recovered. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen extended his hand, and a healing spell directly merged into Chu Xiong's body. At this point, the healing spell didn't consume too much of his mental energy and wouldn't be like the first time he cast it, where he almost lost consciousness. Feeling the changes in his body, Chu Xiong looked at Xiao Chen with a hint of astonishment on his face. "Mr. Xiao, this..." His face was filled with shock, mainly because his body was continuously recovering. Xu Qingyue stood by, also watching Xiao Chen. At the very beginning, she knew that Xiao Chen could heal people, but she didn't realize just how miraculous this healing was. With a push of his hand, he directly released a beam of light, and under the illumination of this light, her second uncle's body was healed. This was truly amazing. "Thank you, Mr. Xiao. My body has completely recovered," Xu Xiao said, looking at Xiao Chen. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, "That's good. Your second uncle was quite seriously injured. I remember giving you quite a bit of medicine." Xiao Chen turned to look at Chu Qingyue. "Mr. Xiao, you misunderstood. I refuse to continue taking it. The Chu family still has 2 bottles of medicine left." Chu Xiao replied, "I know my own body. It's basically stable now, and it just needs some time to heal. But that medicine is too precious, almost life-saving. How could I use it directly?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen understood. So, it wasn't that the healing medicine was ineffective, but rather that the other party was unwilling to use it. This made sense. Therefore, Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Understood." Xu Xiao and Xu Qingyue did not continue to ask what that light was. They both understood that everyone has their secrets, and as for Xiao Chen, his secret was too significant for them to bear. The Chu family, at this point, did not dare to inquire further. After chatting with Xu Xiao for a few moments, Xu Xiao looked at Xiao Chen somewhat awkwardly and said, "Mr. Xiao, Qingyue brought me quite a few secret manuals, and I've read them all. I know, Mr. Xiao is doing this for my condition, but our Chu family originally doesn't have deep roots. May I pass those manuals on to my son? When he said this, there was a look of hope on his face. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, since I've given them to you, they are yours. You don't need to ask me. He naturally knew that those manuals were good. After all, they were royal treasures, but for him, they had become somewhat useless. He had no need for them now. As for the Chu family, since they were in a cooperative relationship, he was happy to see their combat power increase a bit. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Chu Xiao quickly nodded and said, with those manuals, I believe I can reach the innate level soon. Just as Xiao Chen and Chu Xiao were talking, a voice came from outside. Brother Xiao, are you there? Feng Longyan requests an audience. Feng Longyan sounded particularly anxious, shouting urgently. Upon hearing Feng Longyan's words, Xiao Chen and Chu Qingyue exchanged glances. They both understood that it seemed the medicine was indeed effective. Otherwise, Feng Longyan wouldn't be acting this way. I'll go meet him, Xiao Chen said, and then quickly got up and walked out of the loft. Girl, this person is not bad. If you have any thoughts, seize the opportunity. Xu Xiao suddenly spoke up. I can see that what he gave us is nothing in his eyes, which means he has something better. In the courtyard of the Xiao family, when Feng Longyan saw Xiao Chen, he immediately rushed to Xiao Chen's side. Then, he directly grabbed Xiao Chen and said, Brother Xiao, come, follow me. After saying this, he quickly pulled Xiao Chen away. What happened? Seeing Feng Longyan's actions, Xiao Chen was taken aback and asked, my son's condition has improved quite a bit, but he still hasn't awakened. Feng Longyan hurriedly said, I know you must have a way. So the medicine is effective? Xiao Chen immediately asked with a smile. Yes. Upon hearing this, Feng Longyan finally reacted. He looked at Xiao Chen, and a serious expression appeared on his face. He knew that this medicine must be precious. Yet, Xiao Chen had given it directly, without discussing any conditions. At that moment, he also realized that he seemed to have been too anxious. Brother Xiao, just tell me, what do you need? Looking at Xiao Chen, Feng Longyan spoke up, as long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. At this moment, he was very clear about his position, which was to ask Xiao Chen for help. There was no other choice. The other party was stronger than him and could save his son, so what else was there to say? Therefore, at this time, he could only plead with Xiao Chen. Brother Feng, you're being too polite. You owe me a favor. Xiao Chen replied. He naturally didn't know what he would ask the other party to do. However, using a few bottles of mental potions to make a congenital martial artist owe him a favor was quite a bargain, especially since the other party was in the country and should hold a decent position. That was enough. Hearing this, Feng Longyan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. What he feared most was that Xiao Chen would not give him the potions. Now that Xiao Chen said he would, he naturally felt much more relaxed. Brother Xiao, don't worry. As long as you need anything, I will definitely do it, Feng Longyan said directly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, and then quickly took out 3 bottles of potions. After receiving the potions, Feng Longyan immediately felt relieved. He then said, from now on, if Brother Xiao has any requests, you can come to me. I, Feng Longyan, guarantee that I will take care of everything for you. After saying this, he hurriedly left. Xiao Chen then turned around, and at that moment, Chu Qingyue was already standing behind him. I've already spoken with Old Bai. He wants to meet you. She looked at Xiao Chen and said, alright, let's go. Xiao Chen nodded. Since he couldn't escape, he might as well go see what it was about. Moreover, he was curious about what the other party wanted to say to him. Xiao Chen followed Chu Qingyue into the car, and the vehicle quickly arrived at a military district. As the car entered the military district, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He could sense that not far away, a series of auras were continuously pressing towards him. When Xiao Chen got out of the car, he saw 2 people standing in front of him. The auras emanating from these 2 were almost all those of congenital martial artists. They stared at Xiao Chen, and the killing intent from their bodies pressed directly towards him. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He hadn't expected to encounter such a situation upon arriving here. Old Bai. Chu Qingyue, seeing this scene, turned to look behind her. Not far away, an old man was waving at Xiao Chen and Chu Qingyue, saying, Xiao Xiaoyu, they mean no harm. Oh. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, since there's no malice, then I wonder what Old Bai wants them here. For, to intimidate me? As soon as Xiao Chen's words fell, the 2 congenital martial artists immediately stared coldly at him. At this moment, Xiao Chen glanced at the 2 behind him. The immense pressure they had displayed as soon as he finished speaking was overwhelming, pressing down on him. At this moment, Xiao Chen looked coldly at the other party. If they made any move, he wouldn't mind taking action and killing them right there. He understood that they might just want to test his abilities, but he didn't like this kind of situation. Even if they represented the official side, he was too lazy to compromise with them. Watching Xiao Chen's actions, Old Bai sighed slightly and said, Xiao Xiaoyu has misunderstood. We all know that you are also congenital. Xingyue and I discussed that to elevate your status. You must pass this test. As long as you defeat any one of them, you will become a guest elder of our special operations group. Not interested, Xiao Chen replied coldly. At this point, he still had no feelings about this so-called special operations group. In his view, having this additional identity would only reduce some troubles, but if he didn't have it, it wouldn't matter. Xiao Chen, becoming a guest elder of the special operations team has its benefits for you. I know your strength and you don't care, but if you become a guest elder, at least you won't have to rely on our family. Most of the time, your status is equivalent to that of a military big shot, and you can almost command quite a few people. Moreover, no one will cause you trouble. Xiao Xiaoyu, I know what you've been doing overseas, and I believe you won't take any extreme actions domestically. Old Bai stepped in front of Xiao Chen and said, however, you are still a potential danger. But as long as you are a guest elder of my special operations team, I can help you resolve these issues. What do I need to give in return? Xiao Chen replied calmly. He understood that becoming a guest elder couldn't just be a title. When the time came, he would have to comply with their requests. As for what those requests would be, Xiao Chen truly had no idea. Don't worry, you'll only have to go on a mission at most once a year. Old Bai said, you also have the right to refuse this mission. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, in that case, that works. He knew that his influence in the country would only grow, and he still needed official recognition. Moreover, once he was associated with the official side, the biggest benefit would be that whenever he needed supplies that he couldn't obtain, he could directly ask this old bai for help. Since that was the case, Xiao Chen needed to truly demonstrate his value. There are two of them, right? Then let's take them on together. I'm in a hurry. Xiao Chen pointed at the two people in front of him and said. The moment those words left his mouth, old bai was instantly stunned. As for the two innate martial artists, they glared at Xiao Chen with dark expressions. Xiao Chen could even feel their killing intent, which was almost impossible to conceal. Faced with their killing intent, Xiao Chen was completely unfazed. He knew that how he performed now would represent his future status. If he didn't demonstrate enough value, or if he couldn't instill fear in others, then given his current worth, he might just become a target. Not to mention the potions, they could drive those people crazy. Let alone the wealth Xiao Chen had brought from other dimensions. He understood that only with strength could one protect their wealth. If one had nothing, then you would just be a big piece of meat. At the very least, Xiao Chen did not want to be that big piece of meat. So, at this moment, Xiao Chen had already decided to show these people who was in charge. He wanted them to know that he was not someone they could easily deal with. Alright, since that's the case, you can come at me together. Old Bai frowned slightly and then spoke calmly. He also wanted to see just how capable Xiao Chen was. After all, from the very beginning, Xiao Chen had appeared like a sudden innate martial artist. Before this, he had seen too much information about Xiao Chen, all of which was unremarkable. It could even be said that he was somewhat of a bully character. Yet, this person had suddenly undergone a tremendous change. Kill! With a low roar, the two innate martial artists lunged at Xiao Chen at that moment. Their bodies charged towards him in an instant. One of them quickly reached Xiao Chen's front, and his fist came crashing down towards Xiao Chen's forehead. However, just as his fist was about to make contact with Xiao Chen, he suddenly froze. Xiao Chen's body had vanished before him. In the next second, Xiao Chen appeared behind him, grabbing his neck and throwing him violently. In an instant, the man was flung away. At that moment, Old Bai furrowed his brows slightly. It was at this moment that he remembered that Xiao Chen's ability seemed to be teleportation. This ability is too outrageous. If Xiao Chen wants to take action against someone, it's almost a matter of an instant. With a single strike, Xiao Chen teleports again, appearing beside another person and simultaneously throws a punch. The person sees this scene, their expression changes, and in the next moment, Xiao Chen sees black armor forming on the other's body, directly blocking his fist. Boom! With a loud crash, the next moment, the person is sent flying. They crash to the ground, even creating a large pit. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen furrows his brow slightly. He can clearly feel that his fist hit something as hard as steel, the recoil, making his hand ache. Glancing at the person in front of him, Xiao Chen's gaze now carries a hint of seriousness. This person's ability seems to be turning their body into steel, with astonishing defense. When the other crawls out of the dirt, Xiao Chen notices that they hardly sustained any significant injury. The other one, whom he had grabbed by the neck and thrown away, is now also getting up, looking at Xiao Chen with a particularly grim expression. The two of them, who had attacked together, ended up like this at Xiao Chen's hands, which shows that he is considerably stronger than them. The key is Xiao Chen's ability. It is indeed very powerful. A remarkable technique. Elder Bai beside him furrows his brow and speaks. He has encountered several ability users, but generally, those users' abilities are mostly enhancements of their own capabilities, rarely like Xiao Chen's, which allows for teleportation. At this moment, Elder Bai has already understood Xiao Chen's prowess. Watching the two innate martial artists who are still ready to strike, Elder Bai directly calls for a stop. No need to fight. Elder Bai waves his hand and speaks lightly. The two innate martial artists immediately fall silent, looking at Xiao Chen with expressions full of helplessness. They both understand that if Xiao Chen had been holding a knife at that moment and aimed for their heads, they might have been killed instantly. So, although the two are still somewhat unconvinced, they realize they dare not say anything now. These two are members of our special operations team, Elder Bai says, pointing at the two innate martial artists. While looking at Xiao Chen, Wu Lai, Jin Tinglong, Elder Bai names the two. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nods. This Wu Lai is the one with the turtle shell armor, boasting incredible defense, while he doesn't know what ability the one named Jin Tinglong possesses. Alright, you two can leave for now. I need to talk with Xiao Chen, Elder Bai says, and upon hearing this, the two, though somewhat unwilling, say nothing more and turn to leave. Have a seat. Elder Bai looks at Xiao Chen, then pulls out a work ID from his pocket and hands it to Xiao Chen, saying, I intended to give this to you from the very beginning. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen is taken aback. He takes the work ID and looks at it with a hint of surprise. It still belongs to the special operations team, but the employee number has changed to 004. Besides that, there's the position. Originally, Xiao Chen was just a clerk, but now it states he is the deputy director. The deputy director of the special operations team is basically comparable to a high-ranking official in a province. Elder Bai says, looking at Xiao Chen. Xiao, I know your abilities, and in the future, we will definitely need your help. If needed, I can take action, but I won't become a tool in the hands of certain people. Xiao Chen replies calmly. I understand your concerns. Rest assured, our stance has been clear from the beginning. Everything is for the dragon country, and the ones you'll be dealing with will definitely be those overseas, Elder Bai assures him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately has no objections. He has no psychological burden when it comes to dealing with those guys. Additionally, I won't interfere with your personal matters, but you must not cause any trouble domestically. Old Bai looked at Xiao Chen and spoke up. He also knew that Xiao Chen had bought a lot of firearms overseas. Although he was curious, Xiao Chen returned alone by plane and didn't take any other actions, so he didn't want to pry. Alright, I understand. Looking at Old Bai, Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, Old Bai, I am from the Dragon Country, so you don't need to be wary of me. I can also tell you that the things I bought will never appear in the Dragon Country. Seeing the worry on Old Bai's face, Xiaochen immediately spoke up. That's good enough. Old Bai smiled slightly upon hearing this, then thought for a moment and said, Can you get gold? I can. Hearing this, Xiaochen was taken aback and asked, Do you need it? I don't need it, but the country does. The price of gold has risen sharply and we need a considerable amount. How much can you get? Don't worry, we will definitely acquire it according to the aristocratic families. Xiaochen hadn't expected that the first request Old Bai would make upon meeting him was for gold. Of course, he understood that the current price of gold was very high. It was normal for the government to need it. Just tell me how much you need? Xiaochen didn't waste words. This transaction was with the government and he didn't need to hide anything. Or rather, he didn't need to worry about anything else now. The more, the better. Looking at Xiaochen, Old Bai said, It would be best if it could be calculated by the ton. Alright, I'll ask around. If I can get it, I'll bring it back. Xiaochen nodded and said, After I get it back, I'll contact you. He couldn't guarantee it, after all. There should still be some from CIAO, but not much, otherwise, CIAO wouldn't have started selling some antiques and wood. As for how much Gu Ming could get, Xiaochen was indeed curious. In the apocalyptic world, gold was practically worthless, but the quantity shouldn't be particularly large either. Currently, Gu Ming's collaboration with Xiaochen mostly revolved around evolution potions. After finishing his conversation with Old Bai, Xiaochen stood up and left. This time, at least both parties were satisfied. Take me to the airport. Once in the car, Xiaochen spoke. Are you going back now? Aren't you going to stay at my place for a while longer? Upon hearing this, Zhu Qingyue was taken aback and asked, I have to go back. Xiaochen replied. Zhu Qingyue didn't say anything, understanding that Xiaochen was definitely going back to get gold, so she nodded and quickly drove him to the airport. Watching Xiaochen board the plane and leave, Zhu Qingyue helplessly returned to Old Bai's side. That kid has gone back? Old Bai looked at Zhu Qingyue and smiled faintly. Yes, Zhu Qingyue replied as she sat in front of Old Bai. Why? Do you want Xiaochen to get so much gold? First, our dragon country indeed needs a lot of gold to do many things, and he has the channels. Old Bai said softly. As for the second point, I want to see how capable that kid really is. Or rather, how powerful the force behind that kid is. When Old Bai said this, he slightly squinted his eyes. Force? Zhu Qingyue was taken aback and asked, Are you saying that there is a force behind Xiaochen? That's the only way to explain it. Old Bai sighed and said, You also know that he purchased such a large quantity of firearms overseas, but our people said that no one has ever transported those firearms out. Yet those weapons have disappeared into thin air. When he said this, Old Bai sighed again. This proves that the kid is not alone. Moreover, don't you find it curious how that kid managed to produce so many things out of nowhere? It could be said that everything Xiaochen handed over to Songya was not simple. So much gold was not something an ordinary person could acquire. Coupled with Xiaochen's methods, it undoubtedly proved one point. There might be a great force behind Xiaochen. You don't need to worry about that kid. At least he has never done anything to threaten the Dragon Kingdom. Old Bai said with a faint smile. So, we won't bother with him. The Dragon Kingdom can still accommodate him. Moreover, when I made a request to him, he immediately agreed, which means that even if he isn't the decision maker, he still has a say. That's enough. Old Bai looked at Zhu Qingyue and said with a smile, Girl, if you're not at ease, just go alone. I can see that your thoughts are all on that kid. After saying this, he pointed to the door outside. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qingyue's cheeks flushed slightly as she said, Then, Old Bai, I'm leaving. After saying this, Zhu Qingyue hurriedly got up and left. In Yun City, when Xiaochen returned to the supermarket, it was already late at night. As soon as he got home, the doorbell rang. Opening the door, he saw Songya. What are you doing here? Xiaochen asked, somewhat surprised. I knew you were back, so I came to find you. Songya directly leaped into Xiaochen's arms and whispered. During this time, Xiaochen had been exceptionally busy, and they hadn't had a proper moment together. Looking at the woman in front of him, Xiaochen smiled and then pulled Songya in, kissing her deeply on her red lips. The next morning, when Xiaochen woke up, Songya was lying in his arms, looking at him and saying, The batch of wood you sent has already been sold. Our assets have increased quite a bit. She was indeed a bit surprised. Xiaochen had continuously brought her a large amount of good things, and those items sold without worry. In fact, one could say that they attracted a lot of attention as soon as they appeared. However, the scale of Yun City was limited, and it was basically impossible to continue like this. Xiaochen, I'm planning to open a few branches in the provincial city. Looking at Xiaochen, Songya said softly, The scale of Yun City is too small. It can't handle that much stock anymore. She knew very well that just the gold alone had forced many gold shops to close when Xiaochen brought out so much. Hearing this, Xiaochen nodded and said, Then let's go. Also, that money of yours has already been transferred to your account. This is just your money. We haven't divided the money from Jin Yutang. Songya said with a smile. Alright, I don't care about that. Xiaochen nodded in response. To him, money now felt more like a number. He had at least over 5 billion in his card. Moreover, this was earned in such a short time. Indeed, interdimensional trade was the most profitable. Do you know about the Gu family's situation? Songya looked at Xiaochen and asked. The scandal involving Gu Changming and Gu Chuanzhong had been leaked by someone, and now the entire circle knew about it. Everyone was lamenting how ruthless Gu Changming was, even playing with his father's woman. I heard that many women in the provincial city are now lining up to go to the hospital for checkups and then submitting resumes. To the Gu family, Gu Changming has to meet 2 of them every day. Songya said this with a hint of a smile. After all, if it weren't for the Gu family, she wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Isn't he enjoying himself? Xiaochen said lightly upon hearing this. Of course, he also knew that being proactive and being passive were 2 different situations. Especially In this case, he was completely treated as a breeding stallion. The humiliation was unimaginable. It was likely that after some time, Gu Changming would be finished. Of course, Gu Chuanzhong would definitely not want to manage the son anymore. As long as he could have a grandson, it didn't matter if the son was useless, he no longer cared. The situation of the Gu family was of no importance to Xiao Chen. He was very clear now that even if he really took action against the Gu family, no one would oppose him. His own interests were far more important than the Gu family. In such a situation, who would care about the Gu family? Meanwhile, Xiao Chen also contacted Gu Ming and Xia Ao, but he now needed a large amount of gold, and these two could undoubtedly provide. As for Feng Hao, those so-called gold coins could also be considered gold, but trading supplies for gold coins felt like a loss. It would be better to exchange for some potions. Those things are worth a lot. Brother, I've been preparing for this for days. 8 tons of gold, you send me food. All of it exchanged for food. Gu Ming was particularly straightforward. What he wanted was food. Also, it would be best to get some vegetables. Freeze-dried vegetables are fine. And throw in some fruits too. The only things he wanted right now were these. Soon after, he and Xiao Chen signed an agreement. 1 ton of gold for a certain amount of food and fruits and vegetables. Basically, Xiao Chen would make 8 trips to exchange the goods. On the other hand, Xia Ao was very direct. Give me a plane, counted as 1 ton of gold. Additionally, I need armor and weapons, all the best. You know my refining technology isn't mature here. The armor and weapons aren't as good as in modern society. I'm really preparing for war this time. First to take down the neighboring Nanli, gradually expanding territory. Also, get me more military rations. Compressed biscuits are best. I should be able to provide 8 tons too. When Xia Ao said this, he felt particularly pained. His situation was different from Gu Ming's. For Gu Ming, gold was useless. Hard currency was food and evolution potions. Basically, it was food, but for him, gold was hard currency. If it weren't for him becoming emperor, it would have been difficult to gather this gold. His treasury was almost emptied. Also, brother, get me a batch of glass products. I'm planning to sell them to other places to make some money. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen understood immediately. He then called He Zongwen. Uncle He, how much stock do we have in the warehouse? Send it all over, and work overtime. The amount of food I need this time is huge. As soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, He Zongwen immediately replied that he understood. After you last spoke, we started production, and now the warehouse is almost overflowing. I was about to call you, He Zongwen hurriedly said. He was anxious too. After all, Xiao Chen had told him to keep producing without saying to stop, but at this rate, the warehouse was nearly full. Uncle He, get a few more warehouses. We will need to expand in the future. Hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately said, build a few more production lines. We still have a lot to do. Both Gu Ming and Xia Ao actually preferred compressed biscuits. They were simple and easy to carry. The key was that they had an exceptionally long shelf life. Considering the amount Xia Ao needed for war, it was easy to imagine. As for Gu Ming, he hadn't eaten anything good over there. Compressed biscuits were almost becoming hard currency. Alright, He Zongwen had no objections. Since Xiao Chen asked him to do this, it was undoubtedly a big order, so he didn't question it. The key was whether Xiao Chen could really handle it. In the following days, Xiao Chen was almost entirely focused on these matters, going back and forth repeatedly. Even Fat he was getting dizzy. The rest was manageable, but the 30,000 sets of armor and spears left Fat he stunned. Xiao Chen wasn't dealing with firearms but was instead focusing on cold weapons. If it were for filming, it wouldn't be so serious, but the forging craftsmanship required was so high that ordinary factories couldn't manage it. Xiao Chen wanted the best, and a complete set was very expensive. Initially, the other party quoted over 10,000 per set. If it weren't for Xiao Chen ordering so many, and with Fat he pressing for a lower price, they ultimately paid a full 200 million. Fat he felt pained parting with that money. However, Xiao Chen didn't even blink. Xia Ao was his brother, a beloved friend. The larger the territory he controlled as emperor, the greater the benefits for himself, so of course, he had to give him the best. Moreover, even if it meant a loss, so what? After all, the losses now could be earned back later. So, this time, Xiao Chen really invested a lot. At the same time, he quickly shuttled between the two worlds, delivering the fighter jet on the first day. However, Xiao Chen only sent one fighter jet. He decided to keep the other one for himself, just in case he needed it. Flying in the sky is still faster. Even so, Xia Ao was already gratefully calling him dad. What a joke! On an ancient battlefield, a fighter jet is a terrifying existence. He was even prepared to lead the charge himself, flying the fighter jet into battle. Brother, can you get me some drones too? Don't worry, I have plenty of gold this time. Xia Ao pulled Xiao Chen, speaking eagerly, to gather the gold you wanted. I even threw out my own dragon throne. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and glanced at the items in the corner. His eyelids twitched slightly. The gold was real gold, but aside from some gold ingots, most of the gold had unique shapes. Most of it was in the form of Buddha statues and various kinds of gold jewelry, with the most eye-catching being the dragon throne. In fact, when Xiao Chen turned to look, the once resplendent palace was now stripped bare. The golden color was hardly visible. Brother, I didn't expect you to be quite poor too. Xiao Chen sighed. You need 8 tons. This is ancient times. Do you think it's modern? Xia Ao said helplessly. I raided quite a few temples to gather this. If it weren't for the fact that the whole country now worships you as this immortal lord, I wouldn't dare to raid those people's nests. Those guys are still rich. The Buddha statues are all made of gold. Xia Ao pointed at the statues and said. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. It has always been the case. Monks are still wealthy. He didn't waste time and took the items before leaving. Brother, aren't you going back to take a look? Xia Ao asked as he saw Xiao Chen about to leave. Next time, there are quite a few matters this time. Xiao Chen replied, how is that? girl Linger doing? I found a few masters to teach her. That girl's martial arts talent is excellent and she's already at the innate level. Xiao said, your potion has almost opened up her meridians, and now she isn't afraid of ordinary experts. Alright, I got it. Xiao Chen nodded and then quickly left. On Xiao Chen's side, he worked overtime and, in the end, gathered all the gold within a week. This was after the system had processed it. Ultimately, he roughly estimated that about 9 tons of gold remained. Even so, Xiao Chen knew that this price was calculated in billions. Anyway, looking at the gold in front of him, he knew that this time he had gathered enough. If there were more, Xiao Chen himself would feel it was excessive. He called Old Bai to have him come pick up the goods. Soon, Old Bai told him that someone would come to find Xiao Chen tonight. After that, Xiao Chen didn't worry about it anymore. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Xiao's dragon throne and decided to keep it. After all, the value of this thing couldn't be measured by gold. It would be nice to save it as a gift for later. As night fell, Xiao Chen was still waiting, and soon, there was a knock at the door. When he opened the door, he saw 3 people standing outside, Zhu Qingyue, Wu Lai, and Jin Tinglong. Why are you all here this time? Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. 2 innate warriors had come together. It's quite valuable. We should pay attention, Wu Lai said, his gaze turning to the pile of gold not far away. Immediately, Wu Lai and the others were stunned. There were neatly stacked gold bricks and bars, as well as all sorts of strange gold items. Especially among them, there was even a golden Buddha which looked quite old, almost like a cultural relic. Xiao Chen, you even sell cultural relics? Zhu Qingyue exclaimed anxiously as she looked at Xiao Chen. They're all from overseas. I brought them back myself. What are you afraid of? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen shot a glance at Zhu Qingyue and spoke up. Zhu Qingyue was slightly taken aback by his words, then nodded and said, that's good. Xiao Chen, since that's the case, I'll take the things with me first. Wu Lai and Jin Tinglong also nodded at Xiao Chen. The 2 of them were actually quite wary of Xiao Chen, but they understood that he was not someone to be trifled with. Even together, they might not be his match. So, they were particularly polite to him. Watching them leave, Xiao Chen finally relaxed. He had not much to do next. During this time, he had been busy with the handover, sending so many supplies over. Things on Xiao's side should be stable now. As he watched everyone leave, Xiao Chen took out a large batch of tiger meat from his space and prepared to make something to eat. He had gotten it from Feng Hao before, and there was still quite a bit left. However, Xiao Chen also noticed that the more he ate, the less his physical strength improved. Now, it was almost negligible. Just as Xiao Chen had finished preparing the tiger meat and opened a bottle of wine, 2 surprised voices came from behind him. It smells so good. Hearing this, Xiao Chen turned around to see Zhu Qingyue returning, accompanied by Songya. Why are you 2 here together? Xiao Chen was taken aback and looked at Zhu Qingyue, saying, didn't you go to deliver the gold? With those 2 around, I came to check in, worried you might have a conflict with them. Now that they've taken the things, I won't follow. Zhu Qingyue sat down beside Xiao Chen and asked, what are you making? It looks delicious. Hearing this, Xiao Chen glanced at the pot of tiger meat in front of him. He was actually quite conflicted. After all, he knew the potency of this dish and was afraid the 2 might have some adverse reaction. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen picked up a small piece of meat and handed it to Songya, saying, you try this first. Songya looked at Xiao Chen's nervous expression and asked, is there something wrong with this meat? It's very nourishing. I'm just worried your body can't handle it. Xiao Chen replied. Even he had almost been overwhelmed the first time he ate it. Of course, he had eaten a whole pot back then, while Songya was just having a small piece, so it should be fine. Songya knew Xiao Chen wasn't joking and took the small piece of meat into her mouth. Immediately, Xiao Chen noticed her cheeks were slightly flushed. She nervously pulled at Xiao Chen and asked, Xiao Chen, I feel my heart racing. Is something wrong? She was particularly anxious. After just that small piece, she felt like she couldn't handle it. Hearing this, Xiao Chen carefully observed Songya and found that although her blood was surging, there were no other adverse effects. It's fine, you're doing great. Xiao Chen nodded and said, how about you try another piece? With him around, nothing could go wrong, and besides, this tiger meat could improve Songya's constitution. It was a good thing. Upon hearing this, Songya obediently ate another piece. She knew Xiao Chen wouldn't harm her. Moreover, after eating that piece of tiger meat, it felt as if her body was telling her that this was good stuff and she should eat more. You eat too. If you feel like you can't handle it, just stop. Xiao Chen turned to Zhu Qingyue and said, Zhu Qingyue had long noticed that this pot was extraordinary. With someone like Xiao Chen being so worried, and given that he could produce those miraculous potions, she understood the importance of this meat. She picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. It wasn't as delicious as she had imagined, nor was it bad, but for some reason, after swallowing that piece, she felt her body signaling her to eat a few more. Unable to resist, she picked up several more pieces, and her body grew increasingly heated. At that moment, she even felt a bit restless, twisting her body. Songya was the same. After eating 2 pieces, she didn't dare to eat more. She felt unbearably hot all over and even looked at Xiao Chen with a somewhat dazed expression. Looking at the reactions of the 2 women, Xiao Chen was stunned. What was going on? When he and Gu Ming were eating, it was clearly not like this. This thing, does it really have such an effect? How was it similar to taking that kind of medicine? Xiao Chen hurriedly asked Feng Hao in the group. Bro, how would I know? In the game world, this tiger meat can enhance attributes. Besides, I don't have any female players around me. Feng Hao directly stated that he didn't understand. Bro, I know this. I gave it to my girl and her reaction was very intense. That day, I almost died from exhaustion. I thought you knew. Gu Ming, who had eaten it, had the most say and spoke up directly. Bro, I want meat. Xiao immediately replied below, jokingly, how could you forget me when this thing is so good? Hearing Gu Ming's words, Xiao Chen was stunned. So, if a woman eats tiger meat, there will be a reaction? He turned his head in a daze, noticing that the way the 2 women looked at him had changed, and Xiao Chen's expression grew increasingly grim. Songya was his woman, that was fine, but what about Zhu Qingyue? Xiao Chen, I like you. Zhu Qingyue suddenly hugged Xiao Chen, suppressing her voice as she shouted, being directly embraced by Chu Qingyue, and at that moment she even kissed him. Xiao Chen's mind went blank. He had never thought that he and Chu Qingyue would have such a moment. At that moment, holding that fiery body, he was almost dazed. He had eaten the tiger meat without any issues, but he never imagined that a woman eating this thing would have such a strong reaction. Xiao Chen, love me. Chu Qingyue kissed Xiao Chen, continuously murmuring. At that moment, her eyes were hazy. As she looked at Xiao Chen, seeing this scene, how could Xiao Chen possibly hold back? He reached out and embraced her, quickly heading into the room. For an entire night, Xiao Chen himself didn't even know what was happening. Anyway, he hardly slept at all. Even with Xiao Chen's physique, when he woke up the next morning, he felt a pain in his waist. The next morning, Xiao Chen looked at her lying in bed, his face full of speechlessness. When he walked out of the room, she was still asleep. Then, Xiao Chen directly started asking about the situation in the group chat. She won't be in trouble, right? Xiao Chen asked. After all, his physique had improved quite a bit after eating the tiger meat. He also didn't know if there would be any side effects afterward. Don't worry, she's fine. On the other side, Gu Ming spoke up directly. Moreover, I found that the effect on women after eating is even better than ours. It's just that the reaction is a bit stronger afterward. Hearing Gu Ming say this, Xiao Chen felt much more at ease. Also, bro, if you have any leftover tiger meat, get some for me. After I added this tiger meat to the high-level evolution potion, I found that the enhancement effect is even more obvious. Gu Ming hurriedly said. He already had people under him who could start making evolution potions. So at this moment, Gu Ming urgently needed some materials. Also, the evolution potion requires a lot of medicinal materials. You know how hard it is to farm in this apocalyptic world. Many medicinal materials are artificially cultivated. Now the medicinal materials can't keep up. Alright, just tell me, make a list for me and I'll send it to you. Xiao Chen replied. He knew very well the effects of the evolution potions. Moreover, once these evolution potions were truly formed, what kind of effect would they have? So at this point, Xiao Chen was even more anxious than Gu Ming. He also wanted to cultivate his own power. Xiao Gu, if there are any extras, can you get a bottle for my sister? On the other side, Xia Ao hurriedly spoke up. Xia Yusen was currently with Xiao Chen, and with Xiao Chen taking care of her, his sister would definitely be fine. But there was also one thing. If his sister could have more self-defense capabilities, that would naturally be better. Considering that Xia Ao was willing to contribute his own dragon chair for him, Xiao Chen agreed immediately. He and Xiao Chen cut off contact. Just after hanging up, Xiao Chen saw her walk out of the room. At this moment, she sat gracefully beside Xiao Chen, looking at him with a smile and said, "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Hearing this, Xiao Chen shook his head, his face full of helplessness as he said, "I had no idea that eating that tiger meat would make you react like this." "That was tiger meat?" she asked, somewhat surprised. And then looked at Xiao Chen, saying, "I feel like my strength has increased a lot, and for some reason, I feel really powerful right now." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and asked her to punch him with all her might. When the punch landed on him, Xiao Chen felt it slightly. Basically, he was still an ordinary person, but his strength was roughly comparable to that of an old wolf. For her, that was already quite impressive. "When the time comes, I'll get you something good." Xiao Chen lowered his voice and said. Upon hearing this, she nodded in agreement. "Hurry up and go talk to her. After all, you took her first time." She pointed to the door where Chu Qingyue had not come out at all. Chu Qingyue's physique was much better than Songya's. Last night, it was mostly Chu Qingyue who had been toying with herself, so she should have woken up by now, but was just too shy to come out. Alright. Hearing her words, Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I'll go talk to her." Xiao Chen understood that he had to face it eventually. After all, last night was her first time. Moreover, Xiao Chen actually didn't know what Chu Qingyue was thinking. It seemed that this incident was something he had inadvertently caused. "I'll go first." She stood up and said, "You take good care of her." Hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback and asked, "Aren't you angry? What can I do?" She sighed and said, "Besides, I know your abilities, some things I have to face." After saying this, she quickly left. Xiao Chen, feeling helpless, could only walk into the room. Inside, Chu Qingyue's gaze was intense as she looked at Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, what did you give me to eat last night?" Chu Qingyue asked anxiously upon seeing him. "Tiger meat." Xiao Chen replied. "Tiger meat?" Chu Qingyue was stunned and said, "How could tiger meat have such an effect?" "You just need to remember that this thing is very precious," Xiao Chen said helplessly. He roughly calculated that he still had nearly 1,000 pounds of tiger meat, which was after the system had taken a cut and he had let some go himself. "Xiao Chen, do you know that my strength has increased a lot?" She looked at Xiao Chen and said. At this moment, she felt that her physical strength had increased significantly. Not only that, but even her internal energy had improved a lot. This was something she had not anticipated. Just this alone was enough to astonish Chu Qingyue. Xiao Chen was taken aback by the question. He had come in prepared to face Chu Qingyue, even unsure of how to confront her. However, the situation was different from what he had imagined. He had even thought that Chu Qingyue might slap him, but at this moment, she didn't ask about that at all. Instead, she was concerned about his tiger meat. Of course, he quickly realized that this was normal. This thing was almost as valuable as rare treasures. Especially in modern society, things that could enhance strength were extremely rare. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen said, "Do you want more? I can give you some." Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue's eyes lit up and she quickly got up and hugged Xiao Chen tightly, asking, "Do you have more?" "Yes." When Chu Qingyue hugged him, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected her to react so strongly. Not only that, but at this moment, Chu Qingyue was not wearing any clothes, and when she hugged Xiao Chen, she was almost naked, feeling the delicate body of Chu Qingyue. At that moment, Xiao Chen helplessly said, "You should get dressed first." His waist hurt, and he didn't dare to have any other thoughts. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue's cheeks immediately flushed red, and she quickly released Xiao Chen. Seeing that Chu Qingyue had no other reaction, Xiao Chen let out a sigh of relief. The two tacitly avoided mentioning what happened last night. But after getting dressed, Chu Qingyue looked at Xiao Chen. "I'll be staying with Songya for a while." After saying this, she hurriedly left. Watching Chu Qingyue leave, Xiao Chen sighed. In relief, just about to sit down when suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. You have a new order, please check it. Startled, Xiao Chen froze. He had just chatted with those three in the group, and there were no procurement needs, but now there was an order. It could only mean a new dimension. Realizing this, Xiao Chen quickly opened the order. The content of the order made Xiao Chen's expression turned particularly astonished. Doll? Xiao Chen stared at the content on the order, completely stunned. Intermediate dimension, high martial arts? Looking at the extension on the back of the order, Xiao Chen was completely dumbfounded. A high martial arts dimension needs a doll? What's going on here? However, since it was a new order, Xiao Chen didn't dwell on it any longer. He quickly drove out and directly purchased a dozen plush toys and dolls from a toy store at the street corner. Then, after thinking for a moment, he returned to the supermarket and stocked up on a lot of desserts into his space before choosing to teleport. The next second, Xiao Chen's body appeared at the entrance of a dilapidated temple. When he saw the broken temple and heard the cries from inside, Xiao Chen was completely stunned. A broken temple? A girl's crying? Could the traveler this time be a child? Thinking of this, Xiao Chen immediately entered the temple. However, upon entering, he saw a little girl who was currently sobbing in the corner. Seeing Xiao Chen suddenly rush in, the girl immediately curled up in the corner, looking at Xiao Chen with a terrified expression and asked, Are you here to kill me? You killed my father. Are you going to kill me too? Hearing the girl's words, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and then looked at the little girl in front of him, saying, Didn't you call for me? I called for you? Are you the person my father mentioned? Upon hearing this, the little girl immediately asked, Your father? Xiao Chen frowned slightly and asked, Who is your father? Didn't you call for me? At this moment, Xiao Chen felt something was off. Then, looking at the girl in front of him, she still had a look of fear on her face. The girl looked about 13 years old, appearing particularly timid, and shrank back even more when she saw Xiao Chen reach out. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen began to inquire with the system, and when the system confirmed that the person in front of him was indeed his mission target, Xiao Chen immediately asked, Are you from Earth? Earth? That's my dad's hometown. I've heard my dad talk about it. Are you really sent by my dad to save me? Hearing this, the girl looked at Xiao Chen with excitement and said, Dad said that if someone comes to save me, they would bring me a doll. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately understood that the so-called traveler should be the girl's father, not her. Little girl, how could you contact me? Xiao Chen reached out, and a doll appeared in his hand. The moment the girl saw the doll, her eyes instantly filled with tears, and she suddenly hugged Xiao Chen, crying out loud, You are my uncle. Dad said that whoever comes to save me is my uncle. Uncle, you finally came. Dad is gone. At this moment, when Xiao Chen heard the girl's words, he sighed and then directly pulled her closer, softly asking, Your dad is dead? How did you contact me? Upon hearing this, the girl took out a Xiaomi phone from her pocket. Seeing the Xiaomi phone, Xiao Chen was taken aback. It's this one. Dad said that if one day this phone gets a signal, I can contact over there. If he passes away, someone will come to take care of me. The little girl pointed at the signal on the phone and said, It was crossed out before, but after Dad died, it suddenly got a signal, so I contacted you. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. He never expected that this visit would lead to such a situation. So, your dad is dead? Xiao Chen looked at the little girl and asked, What did your dad tell you? Dad said his hometown is on Earth, and if one day the phone can connect over there, someone will really come, and he will take care of me. As she spoke, the little girl directly opened a video. Xiao Chen saw a man in the video. He was quite handsome and looked somewhat refined, but at this moment, his face was exceptionally pale. I don't know if this phone can really connect to Earth, or if someone will actually come. If someone really comes, then I ask you to take care of my daughter. Considering we are both from the same hometown, this little girl has a broken mirror pill on her, which counts as my reward. I beg you, for the sake of us both being from the same place, please take care of my daughter. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback, and then he saw the little girl suddenly pull out a small porcelain bottle and hand it to him. Dad said if someone really comes, give this to you. The little girl stuffed the porcelain bottle into Xiao Chen's hand, looking at him shyly and asking, Can you take care of me? System prompt, protecting the client is our duty. This dimension's purchasing will not incur any fees. Please complete the dimension task and help the client avoid harm. The system prompt echoed in Xiao Chen's mind, and he was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected that this task would involve such a situation. He then took the porcelain bottle, looking at the little girl in front of him and asked, What's your name? My name is Chen Ran. Looking at the little girl, Xiao Chen nodded slightly and then took out some food and drink from his face, handing it to her. Eat something first, then tell uncle what happened. This world was undoubtedly a high martial arts world, and Xiao Chen was curious about what this world was like. Of course, he was even more eager to understand the situation in this world and how Chen Ran's father, his fellow townsman, had died. These were all things he needed to clarify. Chen Ran looked at the things Xiao Chen suddenly pulled out, stunned, and asked, Uncle, are you a deity? Uncle is not, but uncle can protect you. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps sounded behind him. Sure enough, this little girl is really here. Grab him and take him back. The Duke of the State will definitely reward us. Several people rushed in, laughing loudly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen turned to look at the people behind him. Each of them held a steel knife, and upon seeing Xiao Chen, they coldly snorted arrogantly, Kid, if you know what's good for you, get lost immediately, or else. Or else what? Xiao Chen coldly asked, sensing Chen Ran trembling behind him. He could clearly feel her fear after these people appeared. Uncle, it's them. They killed Dad. Chen Ran said in fear, Dad is dead. It was the Duke of the State who killed him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. The title of Duke of the State was clearly not held by an ordinary person. As for the people in front of him, at this moment, a hint of killing intent had already appeared on Xiao Chen's face. It had been a long time since he had killed someone. So, at this moment, he smiled at Chen Ran and said, Don't worry, girl. Uncle will take care of these people. Hearing this, those people immediately revealed disdainful smiles and sneered, Kid, since you have a connection with that Chen Feng, you're dead today. After saying this, several of them lunged directly at Xiao Chen. However, the next moment, the person who had just rushed in front of Xiao Chen was grabbed by him and then violently slammed to the ground. Boom! With a loud crash, that person was instantly turned into a mist of blood by Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. That person named Chen Feng was, after all, his fellow townsman. Since he was dead, there was nothing more to say. With this thought, he charged into the crowd. At this moment, Xiao Chen took down one person, with each punch quickly eliminating them. Master, this person is a master, run, a group of people shouted in terror, and then they turned to flee. However, just as they turned around, they found that Xiao Chen had somehow appeared behind them. At the same time, Xiao Chen threw a punch that sent one of them flying, spitting blood. Among the dozens who had rushed in, soon only 3 remained alive, and those 3 were now completely terrified. When they saw Xiao Chen's gaze turn towards them, they immediately knelt on the ground. Senior, we were wrong. Senior, it was all the Duke of the State's doing. We were just following the Duke's orders. The 3 of them knocked their heads on the ground loudly. Xiao Chen looked at the 3 in front of him, and coldly said, explain the situation with Chen Feng. After saying this, he waved his hand at the little girl. The little girl immediately ran to Xiao Chen's side, holding his hand. The 3 men understood immediately and hurriedly recounted Chen Feng's situation. Senior, Chen Feng is the illegitimate son of the Duke of the State. He defied the Duke's orders and even tried to betray the Duke's household, and was killed on the spot by the Duke. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He hadn't expected that the Duke of the State was Chen Feng's biological father. That isn't my grandfather. My dad left the Duke's household long ago and went into hiding with my mom, but he still didn't spare my dad. Not only did he kill my mom, but he also killed my dad. Chen Ran shouted angrily from the side. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen understood. It seemed that his fellow townsman was in a dire situation, struggling in this high martial world, and even dying. If it weren't for his crossing over, he wouldn't even be able to protect his only daughter. Is that Duke of the State powerful? Xiao Chen turned to the 3 and asked. The 3 trembled as they spoke. The Duke of the State is a powerful figure of this generation, a peak Grand Master, just one step away from the Celestial Realm. Celestial Realm? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and began to inquire about the martial artist system of this world. The martial artist system is divided into 3 tiers: third rate, second rate, first rate, acquired, innate, master, grand master, and then the legendary Celestial Realm. The few of them said eagerly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded slightly. He looked at the few people in front of him and said, you just said I am at the master level? Although we are not skilled fighters, we are at least second-rate martial artists. You defeated us with a single punch, so you must be at the master level. Generally, innate fighters can't do that. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen understood. His strength should be beyond that of a master. He might even have reached the level of a grand master. Then, Xiao Chen nodded and said, all right, I understand. Then, senior, we. Looking at Xiao Chen, the faces of several people still showed fear. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled, and in the next second, suddenly pulled out a handgun, directly shooting one of them in the forehead. Bang! A shot to the head. Xiao Chen looked at the handgun in his hand. It was the one he had kept from before. He knew that this gun was useless against innate-level martial artists, but below that level, a handgun could still kill instantly. Looking at the corpse before him, Xiao Chen shook his head, then pulled Chen Ran and said, let's go. We need to leave this place. Uncle, can you take me as your disciple? Looking at Xiao Chen, Chen Ran asked. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, sure. He was actually quite curious. This was also a mid-level plane, similar to Feng Hao's world, and over there, one could level up, so he was curious if he could enhance his own strength even more here. As for Chen Ran in front of him, taking on a disciple was no big deal. Master, Chen Ran immediately knelt on the ground and shouted, you can be considered my second disciple. Xiao Chen looked at Chen Ran and said with a smile, you have a senior sister, who is also surnamed Chen, named Shen Linger. Let's leave here first. Don't worry, your father's matter, Master will help you handle it. In the border city, far from the imperial capital, Xiao Chen and Chen Ran found a courtyard to settle down. Along the way, many people had come to hunt them down, all of whom he had killed. In fact, the most recent group even sent out a master, and he had fought with that person. The man's strength was quite good, even close to his own. If it weren't for Xiao Chen's ability to teleport and his astonishing defense, he might not have been able to defeat the opponent. He roughly understood that the so-called master was probably at a similar level to him. This meant he couldn't compare to a grand master. Moreover, he also realized that in the ancient martial world on CIAO's side, the so-called grand masters were not really grand masters. At most, they could only be considered late-stage masters. The Duke of the State is a bit troublesome, Xiao Chen said helplessly. He had roughly understood how difficult it was to deal with the so-called Duke of the State. He almost had a hard time dealing with a master, let alone the peak Grand Master Duke of the State. Originally, Xiao Chen had planned to push straight into the imperial capital, but now he understood that it was impossible to do so. He didn't want to die. I still need to improve my strength, Xiao Chen murmured. Master, my dad's breaking mirror pill, you can take it. Looking at Xiao Chen, Chen Ran said, Dad said the breaking mirror pill can enhance your strength. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, then quickly took out a porcelain bottle, pouring out the breaking mirror pill and looking at the pill in his hand. Dad said the breaking mirror pill is extremely rare, and it can even help Grand Masters break through to the Celestial Realm. This was stolen from the Duke of the State's residence, and that's why the Duke has been trying to kill me, Shen Ran said softly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback. It was only now that he understood why the Duke of the State was so determined to hunt down Shen Ran, even going so far as to send out master-level experts. Now it made sense. It was all for this pill. Your dad is really something. Isn't this asking for death? Xiao Chen was speechless. If Qin Feng hadn't stolen this pill, he might not have died. But this was originally a relic left to Dad by Grandma. It's the Duke of the State who has his eyes on it. Shen Ran said softly. Xiao Chen didn't dwell on it. The current situation was a bit tricky, and he knew he had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Moreover, he still didn't know what was happening in the real world. He had already spent a full 4 days here. He needed to enhance his strength quickly, at the very least, to ensure Qin Ran's safety before he needed to return to the real world. He had come here too hastily, and many things had not been arranged properly. After consuming the pill, Xiao Chen immediately felt the energy within him surging continuously, and in the next moment the muscles all over his body began to move. He was already practicing a form of external martial arts, so at this moment, Xiao Chen was almost instantly enhancing his physical strength at the fastest speed possible. In fact, Xiao Chen was well aware that his enhancement was different from that of ordinary people. He was purely increasing his physical strength, while others were boosting their internal energy. However, he couldn't even comprehend the internal energy manuals. Even so, Xiao Chen could clearly feel that his physical strength had significantly improved. In fact, the intensity of his physical power was even more formidable than before. The power of a casual punch he threw was considerably greater than it had been. Damn it, I've become a brute. Xiao Chen mused as he felt his strength somewhat speechless. He knew very well that his current power was overwhelming, and he had to be careful to control it every time. System, can't you think of a way for me? I don't have any techniques, Xiao Chen said helplessly. He understood that aside from his physical strength and spatial abilities, he basically had no extra techniques. All he could do was charge in and throw a punch at the opponent. Or he could use some fighting skills, but in that regard, he was at a disadvantage. Just after Xiao Chen finished asking, suddenly, a piece of information appeared in his mind. In the next second, Xiao Chen was stunned. Qi Cultivation Manual? As he sensed the information in his mind, he was immediately at a loss for words. This Qi Cultivation Manual was even more obscure and difficult to understand than the ancient martial arts manuals he had seen before, yet for some reason, he could completely grasp its meaning at a glance. At that moment, he directly asked, System, what is this? It is the exclusive cultivation method belonging to the host. The system replied in his mind, and Xiao Chen felt somewhat helpless, then immediately asked, then why didn't you give it to me earlier? The host did not ask. Upon hearing this response, Xiao Chen almost wanted to curse, but the mute system fell silent again. Xiao Chen was speechless and began to practice continuously in his mind according to the content of the Qi Cultivation Manual. At this moment, he could clearly feel the spiritual energy around him converging towards him. Even though spiritual energies were continuously merging into his body, and in the next moment, Xiao Chen felt that countless streams of energy began to gather in his dantian. These energies gradually circulated around his body, and soon he completed the Qi cultivation. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes, there was already a hint of excitement in his gaze. This was stronger than himself. Master, how are you? Seeing Xiao Chen, Chen Ran asked eagerly at that moment. Follow me, we are going to the imperial capital. Xiao Chen looked at Chen Ran in front of him and said with a smile, now, we have the ability. With the Qi cultivation manual entering his mind, Xiao Chen roughly understood that the so-called celestial realm was merely the foundational level after Qi cultivation. Now, he was already in the late stage of Qi cultivation. There was no way around it. He had consumed too many heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Although his previous strength hadn't improved much, that was due to his lack of understanding. All the medicinal effects had accumulated in Xiao Chen's body, resulting in an exceptionally strong physique, but he didn't know how to channel it. Over time, the effects of those potions would gradually dissipate, but with Xiao Chen's cultivation, the medicinal effects were instantly unleashed, directly allowing him to cultivate Qi. Realizing this, Xiao Chen understood that he was now a master of the celestial realm. Moreover, the Qi cultivation manual also contained many applications of spells. He couldn't practice martial arts, but he could directly cultivate immortality. The Qi cultivation manual even included many spell applications. Of course, these were just minor spells, which meant they were significantly stronger than those of ordinary people. Even so, it was not something an average person could compare to. At this moment, Xiao Chen was already at the late stage of Qi refinement, roughly on par with a late-stage grandmaster. With his formidable physical body and the current methods at his disposal, he believed that even the Duke of the Nation might not be his match. A broken mirror pill had directly enhanced Xiao Chen's strength, and he roughly understood that this world was likely stronger than Xiao's ancient world. However, Chen Feng was quite disappointing. As a transmigrator, living in this world and ending up like this was something Xiao Chen had not anticipated. Master, are we going to the imperial capital? Chen Ran asked, pulling at Xiao Chen in front of her. Yes. Xiao Chen nodded, preparing to take Chen Ran to the imperial capital. However, before that, he planned to return to the real world for a moment. After all, he didn't know how long he had been gone, and such an unexplained disappearance might have caused some worry back there. Just as Xiao Chen was about to head back, a voice from the system echoed in his mind again. Host's time in the real world has come to a standstill. During this transmigration, upon hearing the voice from the mute system in his mind, Xiao Chen immediately understood. It was telling him not to worry about the real world. System, does that mean if I go back, it will still be at the same time as before? Xiao Chen hurriedly asked. If that was the case, then there was no need to rush. Yes, the voice in his mind responded, and Xiao Chen felt a lot more relaxed. As long as time in the real world was frozen, he could rest easy. Looking at Chen Ran beside him, he thought for a moment and said, there's still time, let me teach you some skills. His Qi refinement technique was a valuable asset. At the very least, after learning it, Xiao Chen had basically mastered how to utilize his strength. Moreover, he had plenty of techniques in his mind. Xiao Chen tapped Chen Ran's forehead, and immediately, the heart method of the Qi refinement technique was infused into her mind. At the same time, he took out a basic evolution potion. To Xiao Chen's current perspective, this thing looked particularly crude. A simplified version of the chi refinement powder, even more basic, infused with a lot of beast blood. With a wealth of knowledge in his mind, Xiao Chen instantly understood the formula for the basic evolution potion. Drink this. Without any hesitation, Chen Ran took the potion. During these days with Xiao Chun, she had seen many things and understood that he genuinely wanted the best for her. Moreover, she had a feeling that her master would leave at some point, so she didn't want to become a burden to him. Watching Chen Ran gulp down the evolution potion without hesitation, Xiao Chen soon saw the pain on her face. However, the little girl clearly had some willpower. The intense pain had made Xiao Chen faint, but Chen Ran did not. She gritted her teeth, and soon, Xiao Chen noticed black energy forming around her. The black mist enveloped Chen Ran. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised, but then he realized both he and Chen Linger had been ordinary people at that time, but Chen Ran was not. Her skills were decent, roughly on par with a third-rate martial artist. One could say she had considerable talent. According to Chen Ran, Chen Feng was merely a first-rate martial artist. So now, seeing Chen Ran able to evolve her abilities and not react much after drinking the evolution potion, Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Operate the chi refinement technique, Xiao Chen instructed. Watching Chen Ran continuously operate the chi refinement technique, forming a cycle within her body to refine the potion's medicinal power, Xiao Chen nodded. Under such circumstances, Chen Ran's strength began to gradually increase. Master, I've reached the level of a second-rate martial artist, Chen Ran exclaimed excitedly, looking at Xiao Chen. Take your time. Xiao Chen nodded. The Chi training chapter was not an ordinary thing, it was the foundation of cultivating immortality. Moreover, Xiao Chen believed this was just the beginning. System, what about the cultivation methods after the Chi training chapter, he asked in his mind. Host has unlocked the 5th dimension and can obtain the foundation establishment chapter. The system's prompt sounded, and Xiao Chen nodded slightly. This meant that after he unlocked another dimension, he would be able to obtain it. Let's go. We are heading to the imperial capital, Xiao Chen said to Chen Ran with a smile. No matter what, he had to go to the Duke of the State's place. Master, my dad said the imperial capital is dangerous, and back then, many people hunted my dad and mom. Besides the Duke of the State, there were others. Looking at Xiao Chen, Chen Ran said softly, will it be dangerous for you to go? Don't worry, I will handle everything, Xiao Chen replied, shaking his head. Whatever danger there is, Master will help you deal with it. As for who else has dealt with your parents, it doesn't matter. If it comes to it, I'll just kill them all. In Xiao Chen's view, finding evidence and figuring out who targeted Chen Feng was meaningless. He had the ability and strength to kill them one by one. The more he killed, the more people would help him investigate. Why waste that time? So, he didn't care about these things at all. At this moment, Xiao Chen quickly pulled Chen Ran up and walked out of the border city. Master, are we still taking your big iron vehicle? Chen Ran asked curiously. She had seen Xiao Chen's wonders on the way before, even witnessing him conjure a huge iron vehicle. Hearing this, Xiao Chen shook his head. The imperial capital was quite far from the border city. Why would he need a big iron vehicle? He would naturally fly over. He had given Xia Ao a fighter jet before, and this jet just happened to have 2 seats, perfectly accommodating him and Chen Ran. With a wave of his hand, the massive fighter jet appeared in front of Chen Ran and him. Master, what is this? Chen Ran looked at the object in surprise. It resembled an iron bird, but it wasn't a bird. It's a fighter jet. We are flying over. Xiao Chen pulled Chen Ran onto the jet, fastened her seatbelt, and then sat down himself. He had long wanted to try this thing out. Unfortunately, he had never had the chance, but now he finally found one. The fighter jet was even equipped with missiles. He was all set to go to the imperial capital and do nothing but blow things up. When the fighter jet took off, Chen Ran's face was filled with astonishment. She turned to look at Xiao Chen and asked in surprise, Master, are you a deity? Even in a high martial world where martial arts were practiced, no one had ever flown. But now, Xiao Chen had completely shattered her understanding. Not now, but maybe in the future. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. Let's go to the imperial capital. Master will help you take revenge. Locking in the coordinates, the fighter jet roared to life and shot off towards the imperial capital at incredible speed. In the martial kingdom, at the Duke of the State's residence in the imperial capital, Duke Qinyanlong's face was already very grim as he listened to his subordinate's report. Are you saying a master-level expert suddenly appeared and took that wretched child away? Duke Qinyanlong's gaze was filled with murderous intent as he stared at the people in front of him. What about the broken mirror pill? Was it in that little girl's hands? My lord, the broken mirror pill should be in that girl's possession. A group of people kneeling in front of Chen Yanlong hurriedly bowed their heads and said, find that little girl. Without the broken mirror pill, I cannot break through to the celestial realm. Chen Yanlong said coldly. He married Chen Feng's mother for that broken mirror pill. Chen Feng's mother was the legitimate daughter of the Jianghu family, Medicine King Valley, and the broken mirror pill passed down from her ancestors was the only one. After marrying her, he hinted multiple times that he wanted the broken mirror pill, but that woman simply wouldn't listen and repeatedly told him there was no broken mirror pill. In a fit of rage, he locked Chen Feng and that woman in a separate courtyard until that woman passed away. She never obtained the broken mirror pill. After that, he no longer cared about Chen Feng, and even under his surveillance, Chen Feng was unable to cultivate. However, he never expected that Chen Feng would take advantage of the absence of people in the residence and escape from the Duke of Jingguo's manor, disappearing without a trace. It was only when he tracked down Chen Feng that he realized the kid actually had a broken mirror pill in his possession. To break through to the Grand Master realm, he even killed his own son. What he never anticipated was that Chen Feng's only daughter managed to escape. When he pursued her, he discovered that a Grand Master was by the girl's side, and that person even killed his own capable subordinate. If it weren't for my lifespan nearing its end, making it impossible for me to leave the imperial capital, I would personally hunt down that kid. Chen Yanlong said coldly. Father, I will take people right now to kill him and bring that little girl in the broken mirror pill back to you. Chen Yanlong's eldest son hurriedly spoke up. Hearing this, Chen Yanlong replied coldly, the other party is a Grand Master. Are you seeking death? How many Grand Masters are left in the manor? Chen Yanlong asked the steward kneeling before him coldly. There were originally 4 offerings in the manor, but one has already died, the steward quickly replied. The other 3 are waiting for your orders, Duke. Send them to subdue that person together. I only require them to bring back what I want. Chen Yanlong said coldly. He knew in his heart that with his lifespan dwindling, if he couldn't find the broken mirror pill, he would not be able to break through and would die. Yes, the steward nodded hurriedly. 3 Grand Masters should be able to handle the situation. They never considered that the opponent could be a Grand Master. After all, there were only a handful of Grand Masters in the world, and they were exceptionally rare. Moreover, they were few in number. How could someone so young possibly be a Grand Master? Even if the opponent was a Grand Master, given their age, they would have only recently entered that realm, at most relying on their impressive techniques to kill a Grand Master. What sound is that? Chen Yanlong suddenly heard a violent rumbling and turned to look at the sky. At that glance, Chen Yanlong's expression changed instantly. His gaze was fixed on the enormous strange bird hovering in midair. The strange bird was now getting closer, flying over the imperial capital. The intense sound undoubtedly attracted the attention of many in the capital. What is that? In the imperial palace, the current martial emperor looked at the approaching strange bird and asked, Your Majesty, we do not know. It may be a heavenly omen. A eunuch behind him quickly replied. Their eyes were all fixed on the gigantic strange bird. At this moment, the strange bird began to dive down, and they could see it more clearly. Such a massive beast seems to be forged from steel. The martial emperor's gaze was locked on the enormous iron bird, and a hint of seriousness appeared on his face. Even though the eunuch behind him claimed it was an omen, he still felt a sense of uncertainty, even a hint of unease. At that moment, he saw the strange bird suddenly spew out streams of fire, which shot off in a particular direction. That position is the Duke of Xinguo's manor. Seeing the flames rushing towards the Duke of Xinguo's manor, the martial emperor's unease grew stronger. The next second, everyone saw the flames crash into the Duke of Xinguo's manor, instantly causing a violent explosion. With a deafening roar, the Duke of Xinguo's manor was torn apart by the explosion, and a series of explosive sounds echoed, causing the entire manor to collapse in an instant. In the air, Xiao Chen fired 3 shells in quick succession, watching the manor completely engulfed in flames, and he coldly smiled. His gaze, however, was fixed on the interior of the Duke of Xinguo's manor. Amidst the flames, a figure suddenly burst out. It was Duke Chen Yanlong. His expression was dark, and his gaze was fixed on the enormous strange bird, his aura surging violently. As expected, this old man's current cultivation is no longer afraid of missiles, Xiao Chen remarked as he observed the scene. Don't be fooled by the other's disheveled state. Even with injuries, they are still alive. Modern firearms are not omnipotent. Chen Yanlong turned to look. His residence was almost engulfed in flames. The fireball came too quickly, and even he couldn't react in time. Under the violent explosion, the servants in the residence were instantly torn apart. Even his own son lay in a pool of blood, with his hand blown off. Aside from a few masters who were continuously spitting blood but suffered no physical harm, everyone else was left in a particularly tragic state. In this moment, nearly all the death warriors he had cultivated over the years were dead. His gaze shifted to the enormous iron bird in the sky. In a fit of rage, he drew his long sword from his waist and hurled it directly at the iron bird above. The sword, infused with energy, almost instantly sliced through the sky, aiming straight for the iron bird. Seeing the sword coming, Xiao Chen smiled slightly and suddenly thought to himself, retrieve. The next moment, just as the sword was about to make contact with the aircraft, it was directly pulled into Xiao Chen's space. He now realized that his space was incredibly useful for this purpose. No matter what weapon it was, as long as it was coming towards him, it could be instantly retracted. It couldn't hit him at all. And since the opponent couldn't fly, he was even safer in the sky. Witnessing this scene, many people gasped in surprise. Quick, find out what that beast is. That beast must be related to the Duke of the State, the martial emperor shouted anxiously, his gaze fixed intently on the enormous beast. The destruction caused by its first strike was immense, if used in battle formations. How terrifying would that be? The martial emperor's eyes burned with greed as he stared at the giant bird in the sky. As for Chen Yanlong, his expression changed drastically. He knew the power of his martial arts. The sword he threw was formidable, but suddenly, his long sword vanished, which was the most terrifying thing for him. The unknown was the most frightening. Chen Yanlong, the giant bird suddenly emitted a loud voice, and upon hearing it, Chen Yanlong was momentarily stunned. The giant bird in the sky could actually speak? At that moment, Xiao Chen activated the loudspeaker and shouted, Duke of the State, the one who even killed his own son? The citizens of the imperial capital gasped at this statement, while Chen Yanlong's face changed dramatically. The matter of Chen Feng was a secret within the Duke's residence. In fact, no one knew about it after Chen Feng left for many years. The fact that the giant bird knew about this was undoubtedly a sign that it had some connection to Chen Feng. What are you? Chen Yanlong took a deep breath and asked. Me? Xiao Chen smiled, then directly pulled the aircraft into his space. Holding Chen Ran's hand, he suddenly appeared in the sky. At that moment in the imperial capital, many people saw the giant bird circling in the sky suddenly disappear, and then a large and a small figure appeared. The larger figure was holding a little girl, slowly descending through the air. It wasn't a fall, it was more like a feather gently drifting down. Xiao Chen felt his body slowly floating down, wearing a smile. This was a technique from the Qi training chapter called light body technique. In simple terms, it was meant for those who suddenly jumped off cliffs. After all, many cultivators love to show off. Like now, as he floated slowly in midair, the visual impact was particularly striking. Even martial artists couldn't achieve this. At that moment, Xiao Chen resembled a celestial being descending from the heavens. Below in the imperial capital, countless gazes were fixed on Xiao Chen. Both Chen Yanlong and the martial emperor, looking at the celestial-like figure, had changed expressions. They were both martial arts experts and naturally understood that there were some things they could not do. Why? Did that iron bird suddenly disappear? Did it transform into this person? Who is this person? The face of the martial emperor was filled with terror. For the first time, he felt a tremendous threat. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen held Chen Ran's hand and suddenly teleported, reappearing right in front of Chen Yanlong. Chen Yanlong's expression was exceptionally grim, and on his aged face there was a hint of fear. The person before him was remarkably young, and he was holding Chen Ran's hand. He had only seen a portrait of this granddaughter he had never met. However, this granddaughter bore a striking resemblance to his son, so he recognized Chen Ran at a glance. Sir, the matters of my Duke of the State's residence are not for you to meddle in, are they? Chen Yanlong's gaze was fixed on Xiao Chen as he spoke. He was particularly wary of the man before him. He had no idea what level the other party was at because he couldn't comprehend it. In fact, he couldn't see any true energy flowing from the other person. Yet, he could clearly sense that the other had the ability to deliver a fatal blow to him. At that moment, he truly understood that the other was definitely not a master. In fact, the other might be even stronger than himself. I am this little girl's master. Do you think I can't interfere? Xiao Chen looked at Chen Yanlong and asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Yanlong took a deep breath and said, "This girl is also my granddaughter. Since you are her master, then, you are a friend of mine. Duke of the State's residence." He was well aware that at this point it was impossible for him to take the little girl away. As for the broken mirror pill, that was even more difficult. The other party's capabilities were evident, and today he could only concede. Chen Feng is my friend. Xiao Chen suddenly spoke, looking at him. Chen Yanlong was taken aback, and then his expression changed drastically. What do you want? He saw the killing intent in Xiao Chen's eyes, and at that moment he immediately understood that the other had come to kill him. I have no choice. I promised my disciple to take revenge. After saying this, Xiao Chen charged directly at Chen Yanlong. Chen Yanlong immediately shouted in anger, gathering his energy and forcefully pushing his palm towards Xiao Chen. A violent surge of energy erupted instantly, rushing towards Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen's figure suddenly vanished before him, and the next second, he had already appeared on Chen Yanlong's left side. With a single punch, he struck fiercely at Chen Yanlong's forehead. Chen Yanlong's face changed dramatically. He turned and raised both hands high, colliding fists with Xiao Chen. Boom! A loud crash echoed, and Chen Yanlong's body was sent crashing back into the Qin residence. Oh! Xiao Chen frowned slightly. After delivering that punch, he sensed something was off. The old man's punch lacked significant power. He's old. Xiao Chen quickly realized that Chen Yanlong was aging, and although he hadn't felt much when he emerged from the sea of fire, he could still tell that the other had sustained quite serious injuries. Therefore, at this point he actually had very little combat power left. He watched as Chen Yanlong quickly got up from the sea of fire and charged at him again, and Xiao Chen couldn't help but sneer. He lunged at Chen Yanlong, then exerted force with both hands. One punch after another rained down on the other. Chen Yanlong also roared in anger, rapidly unleashing waves of palm winds towards Xiao Chen. The speed of both was exceptionally fast and equally fierce. The scattered energy instantly reduced the already precarious lofts of the Chen residence to rubble. The martial emperor had arrived outside the Duke of the State's residence at some point, witnessing the two figures continuously clashing. The overwhelming aura made him feel uneasy. Two peak grandmasters, how terrifying they were. And now, these two had almost completely unleashed their power, causing a level of destructive force that could kill upon contact. Who on earth is this person? The expression on the martial emperor's face turned exceptionally grim. A sudden emergence of a peak grandmaster, and upon arriving in the imperial capital, he directly charged towards the Duke of the State's residence, clearly intending to kill the Duke. Your Majesty. A eunuch quickly approached the martial emperor from behind and whispered, "The matter has been investigated." Oh, upon hearing this, the martial emperor gestured for the eunuch to continue. The eunuch leaned closer to the martial emperor and informed him of the findings. In the next moment, the martial emperor looked at Xiao Chen, who was fighting fiercely with the Duke of the State, and then glanced at Chen Ran, who was standing not far away, a hint of a smile appearing in his eyes. The martial emperor was well aware that the Duke of the State was aging. Grandmasters were already rare, and peak grandmasters were even fewer. Now, just as the Duke was nearing death, a young peak grandmaster suddenly appeared. This indicated that the other party was very likely to reach the celestial realm. How many years had it been since such a figure had appeared? Not to mention anything else, just the enormous iron bird that had suddenly emerged, along with the other party's methods, made the martial emperor realize that the other party's value surpassed that of Chen Yanlong. At that moment, the martial emperor quickly walked up to Chen Ran and smiled, asking, "You are Chen Ran, right? Speaking of which, I know your father quite well. Back in the day, I have met him." The martial emperor's smile was particularly warm at this moment. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran turned to look at the martial emperor, then shifted her gaze back to Xiao Chen and Chen Yanlong, her face still showing concern. She knew her master was formidable, but she still worried. Seeing that Chen Ran remained silent, the martial emperor smiled slightly and turned to observe the situation in the arena. He could clearly see that Chen Yanlong was truly at his limit. He had even started to spit blood. In contrast, the mysterious powerhouse who was clashing with Chen Yanlong had taken quite a few hits but seemed completely unfazed, growing stronger with each exchange. Only Xiao Chen himself knew the extent of his physical strength. It could be said that his current physical strength was such that Chen Yanlong couldn't break through his defenses. So, what was there to worry about? Stop! Soon, Chen Yanlong spat out a mouthful of blood and urgently shouted, "Sir, there's no need for us to fight to the death, right? I believe you must have been injured too." He was increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. The other party's attacks were exceptionally fierce, and their methods were bizarre. Sometimes, he clearly calculated a lethal strike, but when he threw a punch, the other party mysteriously vanished, only to reappear behind him the next moment. Even when he did hit the other party, seeing their lack of significant reaction made him feel something was off. Of course, he thought that the other party must have been injured but was just enduring it. Hence, he spoke up to persuade. No, I came here today with only one purpose, to kill you. Xiao Chen stared at him and said, Sir, why go to such lengths? For Chen Feng? He looked at Xiao Chen, unable to comprehend how such a waste like Chen Feng could possibly know someone of this caliber. The other party's methods and abilities were not something an ordinary person could compare. 2. Chen Feng was his son, and he understood what kind of person Chen Feng was. He had even investigated him. He didn't believe that Chen Feng truly knew Xiao Chen. At most, it was just that Xiao Chen had seen Chen Ran and wanted to take the little girl as a disciple. If it were just that, the grievances between him and Xiao Chen could still be clarified. You need to think carefully. I am the Duke of the State. If you kill me, the Wu Kingdom will not let you go. Looking at Xiao Chen, Chen Yanlong said urgently at that moment, why don't we shake hands and make peace? You set the terms, and I guarantee that I will no longer trouble Chen Ran in the future. He looked at Xiao Chen, his eyes filled with urgency. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled and said, You are mistaken. I said I know Chen Feng, and I must avenge him. He looked at Chen Yanlong and spoke. Why? Upon hearing this, Chen Yanlong was particularly confused. People like them were already high above, so why would a waste like Chen Feng have someone as skilled as Xiao Chen come to his aid? Xiao Chen stared at him and coldly said, I told you, I know him. Or, rather, Chen Feng is my fellow townsman. He thought for a moment, looked at the other person, and spoke up. Fellow townsman? Upon hearing this, Chen Yanlong was instantly stunned and said, Chen Feng is my son. Are you mistaken? Not mistaken. Anyway, you deserve to die. Xiao Chen was too lazy to continue the conversation. At that moment, he suddenly charged at Chen Yanlong, aiming directly for his forehead and striking hard. Seeing that Xiao Chen really intended to not let him go, Chen Yanlong's expression changed. He quickly retreated, trying to dodge Xiao Chen's fist, while his face had already changed drastically. He never expected that the son he looked down upon would actually know such a master. If he had known, he would never have targeted Chen Feng. At his age, the thing he feared most was death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given up so much for the broken mirror pill. Now, because of Chen Feng, he was going to die. Thinking of this, he quickly shouted in anger, Do you really want me dead? Yes. Xiao Chen snorted coldly and then quickly threw a punch. Then don't blame me. Chen Yanlong's face was filled with coldness as he quickly lunged at Xiao Chen. At that moment he knew he had no choice. Either he would perish with Xiao Chen, or he would die. Now, he had no second option. So, he directly lunged at Xiao Chen, his body rushing towards him. Ha! Xiao Chen was also taken aback by the other's actions. The aura around him had changed. Even his strength was gradually increasing. At that moment, Chen Yanlong's hair instantly turned gray, and the wrinkles on his face multiplied. Burning life to fight me. Seeing the other person's appearance, Xiao Chen immediately understood. The other side was prepared to fight him to the death. At this moment, Chen Yanlong felt the passage of life, and with an angry roar, he lunged at Xiao Chen. He wanted to kill Xiao Chen before he passed away. However, as he rushed towards Xiao Chen, he found that Xiao Chen suddenly moved and instantly appeared beside Chen Ran. With a smile at the martial emperor, Xiao Chen grabbed Chen Ran's hand and said, This old man is about to die. We don't need to fight him. Let's leave first. We'll come back to check later. After saying this, he grabbed Chen Ran and teleported out of the city in an instant. Inside the city, Chen Yanlong had originally prepared to fight Xiao Chen to the death, but when he saw Xiao Chen suddenly pull Chen Ran away, he was instantly stunned. Life was continuously slipping away, and he had originally thought to take Xiao Chen down with him before dying, but now he had lost his target. At this moment, his aging eyes were filled with a hint of confusion. Suddenly, Chen Yanlong spat out a mouthful of blood. Bastard son, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Chen Yanlong shouted in anger, and then, as his life force continued to fade, he heavily sat down on the ground. The martial emperor and others also did not react in time. They had originally thought that Chen Yanlong would fight to the death, which would surely be more exciting, but they did not expect that upon seeing this scene, he would just run away. At the moment Chen Yanlong died, Xiao Chen reappeared in front of the martial emperor. The martial emperor was stunned. He stared blankly at the man before him. Generally, martial artists have their own persistence, even possessing an unstoppable momentum. He had never seen a grandmaster-level martial artist who would shy away from a fight. However, as Xiao Chen hesitated and allowed Chen Yanlong to die, the martial emperor's gaze towards Xiao Chen changed. He knew that those stubborn martial artists were easy to deal with, and there were ways to handle them. But this kind of person before him was not easy to deal with. And no one knows what this person might do. Having no bottom line, that's the most troublesome thing. I have met the gentleman. The martial emperor looked at the person before him, Xiao Chen, and spoke, I am the ruler of the martial kingdom. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, My name is Xiao Chen. Mr. Xiao, may I ask where you learned your skills? The martial emperor looked at Xiao Chen, his face full of curiosity at that moment. He thought about it. There was no one like this in the martial kingdom, unless they were from some long-hidden sects. Perhaps such a person might exist. A wanderer, Xiao Chen replied. Hearing this, the martial emperor was slightly taken aback. You are the martial emperor of the martial kingdom? Looking at the other party, Xiao Chen said, How about we make a deal? Please, go ahead. The martial emperor quickly responded. When I arrived earlier, you saw that huge iron bird, right? Xiao Chen asked the martial emperor. Upon hearing this, the martial emperor's expression changed immediately. He indeed came here interested in that massive iron bird, especially the power it suddenly unleashed. Looking at the state protector's residence before him, it was almost completely devastated. Even those who were not dead were lying on the ground, looking particularly miserable. Therefore, he was especially curious about this giant iron bird. I wonder what that is. The martial emperor looked at Xiao Chen and asked. He was genuinely curious, even wanting to know what that thing really was. At this moment, his face was full of a thirst for knowledge. It's a kind of mechanical beast. Xiao Chen replied, I can sell this item to you. What does the gentleman want in return? The martial emperor's eyes lit up. Although the martial kingdom was strong on this continent, it was not invincible. There were still many small countries eyeing them. Even some foreign races were present, and that mechanical beast of Xiao Chen's, in his eyes, was simply a divine artifact. Not to mention the potential for massive destruction, just the ability to fly was enough to attract him. Of course, if the two armies went to war, and it swooped down on the enemy's camp or their supply depot, the power it could unleash was unimaginable. Just thinking about this made the martial emperor eager. Xiao Chen smiled lightly and said, gold, an equal weight of gold. Just gold? Upon hearing this, the martial emperor was almost in disbelief. Gold, in the eyes of ordinary people, was naturally useful, but for those powerful cultivators, it was not of much use. The other party actually wanted gold. That's fine. The martial emperor quickly nodded. I can pay you double the amount of gold. Good. Xiao Chen nodded. Once the plane flew over, it was nothing special. Selling it to the martial emperor would make him remember the favor. He would leave sooner or later, and Chen Ran still needed someone to take care of her. The person before him was undoubtedly a good choice. Does the gentleman have any other matters for me to handle? The martial emperor asked Xiao Chen. He came here not only to inquire about the Iron Bird but also to invite Xiao Chen to join the martial kingdom. If this strong person joined, the martial kingdom would still have a peak master level powerhouse. Yes. Xiao Chen nodded. This little girl is named Chen Ran. She is my disciple. I already know. I have met this child's father before. I didn't expect the state protector to not even spare his own son. The martial emperor sighed. Listening to the martial emperor's words, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He did not believe a word of the other party's sentiment. To put it bluntly, whatever the state protector did under his nose, he would pretend not to see. However, now that the state protector was dead, a dead state protector could no longer bring value to the martial emperor, which was why he was trying to win him over now. Back then, whoever participated in the matter against Chen Feng, whoever helped the state protector with anything, I need you to deal with it, leaving none behind. Xiao Chen looked at the martial emperor and said, once the matter is settled, our transaction will begin. Good. The martial emperor did not hesitate at all. His subordinates had been gathering intelligence on these matters, and in a very short time he had already brought a large group of people. Sir, among these people, many are from the Duke of the State's household, and there are also some who wish to surrender to the Duke. They are all here. The martial emperor pointed at the people in front of him and said, all at your command, sir. Kill them all. Xiao Chen didn't even glance at these people. He had no interest in them whatsoever. He came here solely to help Chen Feng complete those tasks, so killing them all was sufficient. The martial emperor nodded slightly. He did not dare to defy such a powerful figure as Xiao Chen and directly ordered them to be dragged away and executed. Kill everyone from the Duke of the State's household as well. Xiao Chen pointed to the group inside the door, a bunch of people who were still clinging to life, looking at him in terror. Don't! A loud shout came from within. Chen Ran, I am your uncle. Your father and I are brothers. You can't kill me. Hearing this, Xiao Chen turned to look at the speaker, a man who had lost a hand, now staring at Chen Ran with pleading eyes. Xiao Chen shook his head. This fool was truly foolish. He had already killed his father, and besides, did Chen Ran have any feelings for the Chen family? In an instant, Xiao Chen appeared right in front of him. The man looked up at Xiao Chen, revealing a flattering smile. Senior, our Duke's household is willing to do anything for you. Just please spare us. Willing to do anything? Xiao Chen stared at him, asking with a smile. Yes. Upon hearing this, the man's face lit up, thinking that Xiao Chen would let him go. However, the next moment, Xiao Chen's hand pressed down on the man's head. Since you're willing to do anything, then you can die, right? At the moment he finished speaking, Xiao Chen forcefully pressed down, and instantly, the man's body was crushed down. The next moment he had turned into a puddle of blood. Kill them all. The Duke of the State's household has no need to exist. Xiao Chen turned to the martial emperor and said, in the palace of the martial kingdom, the martial emperor looked at the enormous aircraft in front of him, his face filled with shock. He saw Xiao Chen wave his hand, and that aircraft appeared before him. This was completely beyond martial arts, even something he could not comprehend. Could it be that Mr. Xiao is an immortal? Looking at Xiao Chen, the martial emperor's eyes were filled with excitement. The legend of immortals had been around for many years. He even thought it was nonsense, but the scene before him was completely inexplicable. He could only attribute it to the fact that the other party was an immortal. Not yet. Xiao Chen spoke. Upon hearing this, the martial emperor's face immediately showed a hint of surprise. If Xiao Chen said not yet, then that meant, martial emperor, I am leaving. Looking at the martial emperor, Xiao Chen said, I entrust my disciple to your care. In the future, if there is any need, my disciple can contact me. If she can reach me, I will return. Upon hearing this, the martial emperor nodded immediately. If Xiao Chen were merely a grandmaster martial artist, he might have hoped for him to stay in the martial kingdom, but now he did not dare to hope at all. The other party was not immortal. Even as the martial emperor, he could not influence the thoughts of an immortal. So, at this moment, the martial emperor did not dare to entertain any thoughts. Come here, I'll teach you how to operate it. Xiao Chen pointed at the fighter jet and spoke. Hearing this, the martial emperor quickly nodded and followed Xiao Chen onto the aircraft. Under Xiao Chen's explanation, the martial emperor quickly grasped it. After all, for people at their level, such things could be understood almost at a glance. Additionally, this is gasoline. Xiao Chen waved his hand again, and barrels of gasoline instantly appeared in the square. Find a place to store it well. Without gasoline, this thing can't fly. The martial emperor immediately called someone to move the gasoline. Chen Ran, master is leaving. Xiao Chen looked at Chen Ran in front of him and said with a smile, Master, will you come back? Chen Ran held Xiao Chen's hand, her face full of reluctance. Ever since her father passed away, the person she relied on the most was Xiao Chen. So, knowing that Xiao Chen was leaving, she naturally felt unwilling to part. You can contact me anytime on your phone. Have you forgotten? Xiao Chen looked at Chen Ran and said with a smile. During this time, he had carefully looked at Chen Ran's phone, which had a procurement system and a certain chat app, and on the chat interface there was his avatar. Moreover, what intrigued Xiao Chen the most was that this device didn't consume power. Even now, the battery was still full. You can also contact me anytime. He tapped on the avatar on the phone and said, if you want to say something to me, you can reach me here. Okay, master, I understand. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran felt much more at ease. The fact that her master could appear in front of her at any time was enough. If you have any problems, feel free to contact me. Xiao Chen looked at Chen Ran and said, if the martial emperor needs anything, he can tell me and I will prepare it. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen looked at Chen Ran and said, if you have nothing to do, open a shop and master will help you get some specialties to sell. He suddenly remembered that there were many good things on Earth. During this time, in this dimension, Xiao Chen had basically understood the specialties of this world. The first was alcohol without strong liquor, the next was glass, which was particularly expensive in this world. Not to mention perfumes and the like. These were all businesses that could make a lot of money, and he could completely let Chen Ran open a store here to accumulate wealth for himself. Those things on Earth weren't worth much, but here, they could be worth a fortune. Okay, I will listen to master. Chen Ran nodded upon hearing this. In the current imperial capital, everyone knew who Chen Ran's master was, and with the protection of the martial emperor, she naturally wasn't afraid. Moreover, continuously practicing the chi cultivation technique would allow her to improve faster than martial artists. So, she wasn't worried about opening a store in the imperial capital and attracting trouble from some unwise people. I'm leaving. After finishing his conversation with Chen Ran, Xiao Chen silently thought about returning. Immediately, Xiao Chen completely disappeared in front of Chen Ran. In the real world, when Xiao Chen returned to the store, he glanced at the time and found that it was indeed the same as when he left. Half a month had passed in that world, yet there was no movement here. I wonder how the flow rate between that place and the real world is. Xiao Chen knew that the higher the dimension level, the faster the flow rate. While he was thinking about this, Xu Qingyue arrived. Again, Xiao Chen, the money from Old Bai has arrived, a full 1 billion. Looking at Xiao Chen, Xu Qingyue handed him a bank card. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. Over 100 billion. In assets was something he wouldn't have dared to imagine in the past, but now, just by reselling for a while, he could have it in hand. He was no longer short of money. Watching Xiao Chen casually take the bank card, Xu Qingyue didn't mind. She knew that Xiao Chen's perspective and status now made him indifferent to such things. Xiao Chen, I'm leaving. Xu Qingyue looked at Xiao Chen, her eyes filled with a hint of reluctance. The scenes from last night were still fresh in her mind. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback and asked, where to? There's a mission I need to do. Xu Qingyue said with a smile. Xiao Chen could choose not to take on missions, but she had to go. When are you leaving? Xiao Chen frowned slightly but didn't say much. After all, the special operations team couldn't really do nothing. Tomorrow morning. Xu Qingyue thought for a moment and said, I've already reached the post-heaven realm. That tiger meat of yours is really amazing. After eating it, my physical strength has improved. Xu Qingyue understood that for martial artists, strengthening the body is actually more difficult than cultivating inner energy, especially at her level. Generally speaking, the enhancement of physical strength would be stronger than that of ordinary martial artists. She had also seen Xiao Chen's abilities. His physical strength was something that ordinary innate martial artists could not compare to. Xiao Chen, do you still have any tiger meat? I want to eat. Xu Qingyue suddenly looked at Xiao Chen and spoke. When she said this, her cheeks flushed slightly. Xiao Chen was taken aback, looking at Xu Qingyue with a strange expression. Do you want to eat tiger meat? Or do you want to eat me? If it weren't for having spent half a month in the high martial world, Xiao Chen feared he wouldn't be able to handle it. Yes. Xiao Chen pulled out a large piece of tiger meat and said, I'll go prepare it. Watching Xiao Chen hurriedly run to the kitchen, Xu Qingyue's cheeks flushed even more. She was about to leave, but she was reluctant, which indirectly expressed her thoughts to Xiao Chen. The next morning, when Xiao Chen woke up, he felt so exhausted that he could hardly straighten his back. I almost couldn't handle this cultivation. That tiger meat is really fierce. He got up and rubbed his waist, only to find that Xu Qingyue had already left. Shaking his head, he decided not to think about these things for now and instead stayed in the supermarket. For the next few days, Xiao Chen had almost nothing to do. There was no way he had played too hard before, delivering a large amount of supplies to Gu Ming and Xia Ao in one go. They were now developing rapidly and didn't need him at all. Every day, they boasted in the group about how impressive they were now. Xia Ao told Xiao Chen that they had already conquered most of the territory of the Rong Kingdom nearby. Moreover, technological development was exceptionally fast. He had even started to promote education. There was significant progress. As for Gu Ming, he was undoubtedly the largest force in the eastern part of the apocalyptic world, with no one able to compete. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen also brought Chen ran into the group. Oh, a newcomer? And a little sister? Xia Ao said in surprise, a new girl has joined our group? Which world did she cross over to? She's not a traveler, Xiao Chen explained. Upon hearing this, the group immediately erupted in excitement. Big brother, you say she's not a traveler? Then why is she in the group? We've developed to the point where we can even play with the natives. Gu Ming was somewhat surprised. At first, Xiao Chen's system served travelers, but now, someone who wasn't a traveler had come. Well, her father is. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, her father passed away, so she counts as an heir. The group was even more shocked. It could be played like this? Master, is that you? Chen Ran popped up and asked. It's me. Let me introduce you. These are all your father's fellow townsmen. Xiao Chen explained the identities of Gu Ming and the others with a smile. Hello, uncles. Chen Ran hurriedly greeted them. Gu Ming and the others naturally responded warmly.
When they learned that her father had passed away, they were also quite shocked. After all, in their view, travelers were somehow the protagonists, right? Sometimes, Xiaoao and Guming even felt that destiny was on their side. But now, they realized that sometimes, people really do die. After all, there was already an unfortunate soul who had died. The group was chatting enthusiastically while Xiao Chun thought for a moment and prepared to spend a few days in the ancient world. He had obtained the Qi cultivation chapter, and he had to let his disciple try to cultivate first. When he arrived in the ancient world, Xiaoao was immediately stunned. Bro, why are you here? He didn't even remember placing an order. I'm here to find my disciple. You don't need to worry about me. After saying this, Xiao Chen prepared to leave. However, after thinking for a moment, he looked at Xiaoao and said, Xiaoao, do you want to cultivate immortality? Cultivate immortality. Upon hearing this, Xiaoao was momentarily stunned, then his eyes brightened as he looked at Xiao Chen and said, brother, you can cultivate now? Xiao Chen nodded and quickly pointed a finger at Xiaoao's forehead. In the next moment, Xiaoao felt streams of information flowing from Xiao Chen's fingertip. Qi cultivation technique. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, brother, this is a cultivation method. Yes. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I just learned it. My system provided it. Good stuff. Xiaoao's face was filled with joy as he said, I'll try to cultivate. After saying this, he completely ignored Xiao Chen and turned to leave. The temptation of cultivation was too great. Being an emperor was nothing